Kui Xin jolts awake as her class group chat floods with notifications. Still half asleep, she fumbles under her pillow, grabs her phone, and squints at the screen. The first batch of Crimson Earth closed beta players is out. Wait, seriously? It's on the official website, just posted 3 minutes ago. Only 10,000 slots worldwide? That's way too low. It takes her a moment to process. Then she remembers 10 months ago, she had casually signed up for the beta after her classmates insisted. Back then, Crimson Earth had just dropped its trailer. A groundbreaking holographic game, your second world, made real. The hype exploded instantly. Open world freedom, multiple career paths, cyberpunk tech, supernatural abilities. You could become a fully mechanized cyborg or awaken mysterious powers. A world that felt real, but wasn't. But what truly stuck with her were 2 lines. Where there is light, darkness follows. In that world, survival and death are the only truths. Curious, Kui Xin opens the screenshot shared in the group chat. The official team will send invites directly by email. Only 10,000 players selected. Test starts tomorrow. Out of over 100 million applicants. The odds are basically 0. Still, she checks her inbox. You have one unread message. Her heart skips. She opens it. Congratulations on obtaining access to the closed beta of Crimson Earth. She freezes. Checks the sender. Checks again. And again. It's real. Her first thought. Jackpot. Selling this slot could earn her a fortune. Kui Xin has never been lucky. Her father ran away after losing everything. Her mother remarried and only sends 800 yuan a month. Barely enough to survive. She lives alone in her grandparents' old house, pushing through life like stubborn grass. With college starting soon, money is her biggest problem. This could solve everything. But the next line kills that hope. Closed beta access is non-transferable and permanently bound to the player. Her face drops. Opportunity gone. She never cared about games anyway. She doesn't even own proper equipment. She only signed up thinking she might sell the access. Now she's stuck with it. Lucky, but still poor. Frustrated, she scrolls further. Then she freezes again. If the player joins, customized gaming equipment will be provided. Her eyes light up. So she can play. Her mood flips instantly. At the end of the email, there's a survey. She clicks it. Rebirth? Yes. Gods? No. Superpowers? Yes. Done. A new message appears. Documents sent. Forum unlocked. She saves the forum link and opens the files. Then she stops. 6 pieces of advice for Crimson Earth players. Treat the game as real. Don't reveal you're a player. Don't share game content. You only have one life. Only 2 outcomes. Clear the game, or die. Everything has a price. Kui Xin frowns. What kind of game warning is this? Still, she signs the agreement. A red pop-up appears. Confirm joining. Only one chance to exit. She clicks confirm without thinking. Contract completed. Welcome to your rebirth, Kui Xin. She stares at the screen. Weird. Shrugging it off, she registers on the forum using the name 233. Nickname cannot be changed. Confirm. You are the 233rd registered player. She pauses. What a coincidence. The forum loads. Minimal design. Cold metallic theme. At the top. A blood red number. 10,000. Number of survivors. Her heart skips again. Something feels off. She scrolls through posts. Random chatter. Nothing useful. She tries to post. Does anyone else find the 6 pieces of advice strange? Her finger hovers over submit. Then, a sudden chill. She deletes it. Decides to just watch. Refresh. New post. Has anyone received their gaming equipment yet? At that exact moment. Knock. Knock. Kui Xin freezes. She walks to the door. No one outside. After a pause, she opens it. A small black box sits on the ground. Crimson Earth. Her breath tightens. Inside, a silver metallic card. Cold. Intricate. A mechanical hand engraved on it. She flips it. Depriver Kui Xin. Code, 233-inch. Her scalp tingles. She never gave her address. No delivery person came. No one went upstairs. Yet this arrived within minutes. Something isn't right. And deep down, She knows it. Kui Xin curls up on her bed, staring at her glowing phone. It's late, but sleep won't come. Everything that happened today feels off. Too off. All day, she's been refreshing the forum, scrolling through posts from other beta players. Foreign threads are hard to understand, and she can't even take screenshots. The page blocks it. So she copies text by hand, then uses translation apps. Annoying, but worth it. The forum is getting more active. More players. More posts. And more people are starting to notice something strange. The 6 pieces of advice. The blood red, 10,000 survivors. The silver cards. Because she's not the only one. Players all over the world are receiving the same card, even though none of them gave their address. She opens the most popular thread. Someone's furious. This is a serious invasion of privacy. If they don't explain how they got our addresses, I'll sue. The comments are full of support. Then, another reply. I think this is creepy. I live in the countryside. No delivery today. But my cat came back with the card, with my name and ID on it. More replies follow. I found mine in a chicken coop. I got mine inside a package I ordered, wasn't even supposed to be there. Kui Xin feels a chill. This isn't normal. It's unsettling. She clicks another thread. Someone posted their card. Name blurred. ID hidden. But the design is different. Not a mechanical hand. A pair of sharp scissors. And the title on the card isn't Depriver. It says Proxy. Kui Xin frowns. Her card says Depriver. Everyone else is Proxy. Why is she different? She scrolls more. Every single card. Proxy. Only hers. Depriver. Her uneasiness grows. She checks the time. 11:59 p.m. 1 minute before midnight. 1 minute before the game officially starts. She exhales, rubbing her forehead. Tomorrow she still needs to find a part-time job. Reality is simple. Boring. Heavy. Just as she's about to put her phone down. Buzz. A notification. Forum announcement. All 10,000 players have registered. Identity cards distributed. No shortcuts. Remember the 6 pieces of advice. Explore your own ending. Game begins now. Kui Xin freezes. Then, everything changes. Her phone disappears. Her bed is gone. She's no longer lying down. She's standing. In endless darkness. No light. No sound. The house. Gone. The streetlight. Gone. Even the fan. Gone. Darkness swallows everything. She tries to scream. Nothing comes out. Like drowning in silence. Then, blackout. You have entered a new world. Please review your identity. A cold mechanical voice echoes. Text flashes before her eyes. Name, Kui Xin. Affiliation, Federation, Resistance Army. Role, Core Member of Mechanical Dawn. Trainee Investigator, 7th Squad. Class 1 Wanted Criminal. Undercover Agent. Mission, Infiltrate. Gain Trust. Steal Intelligence. Kui Xin gasps. Her head feels like it's splitting open. Pain explodes in her skull. Like something tore it apart. Suture needle, a voice says nearby. More painkillers. A needle pierces her arm. Relief hits instantly. The pain fades. But her mind stays clear. This isn't a dream. It's too real. She realizes it. She's been transported. Into the game. Crimson Earth. And now, she has another identity. She focuses. A system screen appears. Her role repeats. Mechanical Dawn. Federation. Wanted criminal. Undercover agent. She goes silent. This isn't just complicated. This is deadly. A traitor in every direction. One mistake. She's dead. She forces herself to calm down. Panic won't help. Slowly, her senses return. Metal tools clink. Something pulls at her skin. They're operating on her. Time passes. Then, she can move. The anesthesia is fading. You're waking up, a doctor says. No choice now. She opens her eyes. Bright light hits her. She blinks. Adjusts. Sees faces. Doctors. Nurses. A hospital room. You're awake, the doctor says. Surgery was successful. Kui Xin plays along instantly. What happened to me? The doctor sighs. Unlucky. Your first mission, and you were attacked. Severe head injury. Skull fracture. Inside. She smiles. Perfect excuse. Amnesia. No memory means no mistakes. Skull fracture, she asks weakly. Yes. Very serious. But don't worry. The doctor grins. We replaced it. Replaced? With the Federation's latest tech. An ultralight alloy skull. Kui Xin blinks. Wait. So now, her head is literally reinforced? The doctor laughs lightly. No need to worry about head injuries anymore. Kui Xin stares blankly. But inside, only one thought. This game is insane.
Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
The surgery concluded, and Kui Xin was wheeled out by the doctor and nurses. The rolling bed automatically glided over the metal floor, while the soft blue lighting from the corridor ceiling imparted an ethereal atmosphere. After turning a corner, a seamless metal door opened, and Kui Xin, along with her bed, was pushed into a capsule-shaped recovery tank. By this time, the lead surgeon had changed out of his surgical attire and donned a white coat. On the outside of his coat hung an identification badge that read, Huang Xuanliang, Head of Medical Office. Dr. Huang inserted an 4-line into Kui Xin's hand, closed the glass lid of the recovery tank, and said to her, Rest well. Your wound is expected to heal within 12 hours. If you feel any discomfort, press the green call button on your right-hand side. I have a patient to attend, so I'll be off now. Kui Xin silently nodded. The doctor and nurses departed from Kui Xin's room. Lying in the recovery tank, Kui Xin observed the built-in display showing various vital signs. The medical equipment beeped incessantly, and the electrocardiogram fluctuated continuously, with her heart rate maintaining between 80 to 110 beats per minute. Her blood pressure was low, indicating mild anemia. All her physiological data were displayed on the screen. Crimson Earth leaned towards a cyberpunk worldview, so the technology in this world was significantly more advanced than that of Kui Xin's real-world era. The recovery tank, brimming with futuristic elements, seemed far beyond what Earth's technological level could produce. Despite sustaining such severe injuries, the doctor informed her that her wounds would heal within 12 hours, a level of medical advancement unattainable on Earth. The promotional tagline for Crimson Earth was, Experience a second world that truly exists. Entering the game essentially opened the gateway to another realm. This slogan wasn't exaggerated at all. Kui Xin had genuinely been transported across the world. She wondered if the other 10,000 players who participated in the closed beta alongside her experienced similar transmigration, assuming new identities and lives distinct from their reality. Kui Xin was highly adaptable, resilient like a wild weed, and capable of taking care of herself even without parental presence. Now, having entered an entirely new environment that was foreign to her, she remained optimistic. Although her in-game persona is complex and fraught with danger, she believed she still managed to start with a relatively stable footing. As her current status was that of a patient, an inexperienced security officer injured during a field operation while on probation, she was safe during her recovery period. This allowed her to temporarily avoid some trouble. Moreover, since her injury was to the head, feigning amnesia might be cliché, but it could prove useful. This provided Kui Xin with ample buffer time. The question of why she crossed over is indeed too profound. Kui Xin lacked the ability to delve deeply into its origins. Facing her now was a pressing issue: how to survive. Those 6 pieces of advice were deeply ingrained in Kui Xin's mind. First, treat the game world as if it were real. Second, do not reveal your player identity to anyone. Third, do not disclose any game content to others. Fourth, you have only one life. Death offers no resurrection. Fifth, once you choose to start the game, you face 2 paths: completing the game or character death. Sixth, everything comes at a cost. Points 4 and 5 can be considered together, both emphasizing the consequences of death. The phrase, "you have only one life," is likely not meant jokingly. If considering the game world as the second world, then the reality where players reside could be called the first world. If one dies in the second world, would they also perish in the first world? For anyone, the cost of death is unbearable. Kui Xin felt the weight, pressure to survive. Kui Xin had 12 hours allocated for her recovery. After these 12 hours, she would have to exit the recovery tank and directly interact with the inhabitants of the second world. Given her complex identities, she might need to frequently deal with a resistance organization called Mechanical Dawn, striving to climb the ranks within the investigation department to gain trust and become a competent double agent, secretly passing on intelligence while concealing her true identity. Kui Xin gained some buffer time, but it had an explosive start right from the beginning. Every step must be taken with the utmost caution, like walking on thin ice. A single misstep could lead to a bad ending. She wonders if any other player has been equally unlucky. The recovery tank was operational, scanning her body with wave after wave of blue light as healing agents were infused into her veins. Kui Xin felt a tingling sensation on her scalp. Her wounds were rapidly healing. Check the panel? Kui Xin tentatively thought to herself. The game system responded to Kui Xin, and the light screen unfolded once more, displaying familiar text. She skipped over the basic identity settings she had reviewed multiple times and examined another section. Basic attributes. Name, Kui Xin. Class, Depriver. Superhuman abilities, not acquired. Innate talents, performative persona. Your acting skills are exceptional, enabling you to deceive most people. Life resilience. You possess tenacious vitality, akin to a cockroach's endurance. Danger evasion. You can keenly detect and avoid dangers around you. Rapid learning. Your aptitude allows for accelerated mastery of any skill. Her class is a depriver? What exactly does being a depriver entail? The system promptly provided clarification. A depriver is a profession that gains power by hunting and depriving special ability users of their superhuman abilities. Gaining supernatural powers through killing special ability users? By eliminating someone with extraordinary capabilities, would their powers then transfer to themselves? Kui Xion's heart jolted, causing her heart rate displayed on the rehabilitation tank's monitor to rapidly spike. Heart rate abnormal, heart rate abnormal. The rehabilitation tank emitted beeping alarm sounds. Kui Xion immediately took deep breaths to steady her heartbeat. After about 10 seconds, the rehabilitation tank's alarm ceased. Just as she was about to ponder deeply on this brutal profession of deprivers, the lights in her room suddenly went out. The metal door opened, and someone entered her ward. Kui Xion turned her head, looking through the transparent glass of the doorway. Dr. Huang, wiping his glasses, slowly approached and tapped on the glass enclosure with a smile. "How are you feeling now?" Kui Xion was about to say, "I think I've lost my memory." However, Dr. Huang's next action interrupted Kui Xion before she could utter those words. He lifted the lid of the rehabilitation tank, retrieved a blue chip from his wristwatch, placed it into Kui Xion's hand, and whispered, "This is something the organization entrusted me to deliver to you." Kui Xion, bewildered, thought, "What? What organization? Which organization? Be clearer." She sensed something amiss. Could the seemingly kind and approachable Dr. Huang also be hiding a traitorous identity like herself? Dr. Huang nodded at Kui Xion. "My clearance level is not high, so I do not have access to your mission details. For any future actions, if assistance is needed, please inform me. I will do my utmost to cooperate." Kui Xion, unsure how to react, could only expressionlessly gaze at him. "Here's another document containing information about the person you're currently impersonating. Please review it carefully. Some small habits are hardest to copy and easiest to break. Fortunately, the individual you're replacing is a recent intern who isn't well acquainted with everyone, making the substitution less challenging." Dr. Huang then produced a black chip and a silver-white bracelet. "This contains the organization's communicator. Those above will contact you through this device." Kui Xion responded indifferently. Knowing that more words might lead to more mistakes, she decided not to speak further. "Your sacrifices truly are immense," Dr. Huang sighed lamentably. "To convincingly fake injuries, you even took a blow to the head and voluntarily underwent mechanical augmentation surgery. You don't need to worry. The organization has already taken care of her. Her genetic information and life trajectory have been fully altered as well. From now on, you are Kui Xion, the patrol security officer of the Field Operations Team's 7th Squad. Upon hearing these words, a clearer picture instantly formed in Kui Xian's mind. The name Kui Xian also belonged to an intern security officer within the investigation department, but this security officer Kui Xian was rather unfortunate. She got replaced by a mechanical Dawn spy and subsequently eliminated. Meanwhile, the real Kui Xian transformed into the spy who usurped security officer Kui Xian. It's all so convoluted. The investigation department has more than one awakened individual. The heads of each team and department possess superhuman abilities. The capabilities of these awakened ones vary greatly, encompassing just about everything, Dr. Huang said. There's a rumor within the investigation department that the leader of the criminal investigation unit has the ability lie detection. Please be extremely cautious. Kui Xian tersely replied, understood. For the sake of Dawn. Dr. Huang looked at Kui Xian with a meaningful gaze. This phrase. Why does it sound so much like a comrade's declaration? Quickly catching on, Kui Xian echoed him, for the sake of Dawn. Dr. Huang nodded, filled with melancholy. Take care of yourself. I must rush to my next surgery. When I first joined here, I didn't anticipate such exhausting work. Kui Xian stared after his departing figure until he left. A strong survival instinct took over Kui Xian's mind, as danger lurked right beside her. What kind of organization is Mechanical Dawn? They could effortlessly eliminate someone and replace their existence without hesitation. It doesn't seem like they're composed of benevolent individuals at all. What is the purpose of infiltrating the investigation department with an undercover agent? What is the ultimate goal of the resistance army? Most importantly, Kui Xian was uncertain whether she could still leave the second world and return to the first world. If she were forever trapped here, what would she do? Kui Xian took repeated deep breaths to lower her heart rate, avoiding another abnormal heartbeat alarm from the rehabilitation tank. Her gaze fixated on the word depriver. If there was anything she could rely on, it was undoubtedly the abilities of the depriver. This terrifying power may be her only hope. With her unique status, she felt like she was walking a tightrope. Deviating left or right meant plunging into an abyss, and moving forward or backward carried the risk of falling to the depths. What troubled Kui Xian most was that she had no opportunity to retreat. No informant can gracefully exit after accomplishing their mission. If she betrayed the Mechanical Dawn organization, would there be any favorable outcome? And if she betrayed the investigation department, the consequences would be even worse, considering she also held the identity of a top priority wanted person. The price of death made Kui Xian exceedingly cautious. Her solitary life thus far had taught her to protect and fortify herself. After pondering for a very long time, she ultimately decided to treat this extraordinary journey through space and time as a game, a real game, one that cannot be lost, with life at stake. She had to complete this game, reach the end, avoid all bad endings, fees, and strive for a happy ending, no matter what methods she employed. Author's note. The protagonist this time is chaotic neutral, neither inherently good nor evil. Emotionally, she possesses human qualities, so her character and approach to situations will gradually evolve over time. However, what makes her frightening is that, despite knowing the world is real and NPCs are living people, she still chooses to view it as a game. Not just for the sake of completion, but also for survival itself. In short, a journey from normalcy to becoming deranged? Security Inspector Kui Xian, your body has recovered. Please exit the recovery tank. Kui Xian awakened, opening her eyes to first see the transparent glass cover of the recovery tank. On the built-in display, her physical condition was marked in green, indicating healthiness. What she experienced was not a dream. She did not return to the first world. A nurse entered and assisted Kui Xian in opening the recovery tank. Then, she removed the foreline from Kui Xian's hand and wrapped the bandages around her head. You can leave now. Over the next few days, make sure to rest well and avoid strenuous activities, the nurse kindly advised. Remember to submit an exemption request to your squad captain for training, otherwise, your attendance wages will be deducted. Okay. Kui Xian nodded quickly, driven by her pauper instinct. Attendance wages were too crucial to forget. Kui Xian straightened up and stood to stretch her limbs, feeling the cold metal floor beneath her feet. After sleeping in the recovery tank, Kui Xin felt fully refreshed. She took a couple of steps and caught sight of her current appearance reflected in the mirrored metal walls. In the first world, Kui Xin had long black hair. In the second world, her basic appearance resembled that of the first world by about 7 to 8 parts out of 10, but her long hair had transformed into a neat, short bob. Her complexion tended towards pallor, with a slender build giving her an initially fragile appearance at first glance. There were no visible signs of injury on her body. The wounds had healed perfectly. Standing in the room, she momentarily felt disoriented. She didn't know where she should go or even where exactly she was. This world was entirely alien to her. Kui Xin surmised that she was at the investigation department headquarters. Dr. Huang's brief remarks revealed that within the investigation department, there were various teams and departments. Dr. Huang's badge indicated he was the director of the medical office, suggesting that Kui Xin might have undergone surgery and treatment at a medical center within the investigation department. From the game panel's character profile, Kui Xin discovered she belonged to Field Operations Team 7th Squad. There wasn't much time for hesitation. She couldn't afford to stand still. Kui Xin composed herself and walked towards the metal door. The metal door automatically opened, revealing a corridor behind it with blinking indicator lights. The corridor was completely empty. As Kui Xin stepped into the corridor, a cold, robotic voice suddenly sounded near her ear. Intern Security Inspector Kui Xin, your squad leader from 7th Squad, Xu Xiao, has notified you to report to his office. Please proceed following the green indicator lights. A row of indicator lights along the corridor turned green, guiding Kui Xin's path. She discreetly observed her surroundings, noticing surveillance cameras embedded in the walls with their lenses trained on her. Pausing briefly, she followed the green indicator lights, and as she moved, the cameras adjusted their angles accordingly. When Kui Xin reached a junction, the lights on the right side passage conveniently flashed, signaling her to turn right. As Kui Xin traversed through several long corridors, she suddenly noticed two individuals approaching from the opposite direction. One of them, a man with an emergency bandage wrapped around his arm, had blood seeping through it. However, his injury seemed not to be too severe, as he could still walk coherently. The second person surprised Kui Xin slightly. While supporting the injured man, she clearly saw that his right arm gleamed with a hard, gray metallic shine, indicating that he had a prosthetic mechanical limb. In this cyberpunk world, people commonly modify their bodies. Enhanced prosthetic limbs greatly facilitate work and daily life. Mechanical augmentations were widespread, whereas those who remained unmodified natural humans constituted the minority. Now, Kui Xin herself could be considered a mechanically augmented individual, although it wasn't apparent externally. She possessed an indestructible iron skull. The two men walking towards her appeared to not recognize Kui Xin, showing no reaction upon seeing her. Kui Xin pondered briefly before deciding to take a risk and initiate a conversation proactively. What happened here? She refrained from using any formal titles, making it seem like a casual encounter between colleagues exchanging pleasantries. Fortunately, the two men across from her also treated Kui Xin as just another ordinary colleague coming to exchange pleasantries. The injured man grumbled angrily. What else could it be? The port was bombed again. Those bastards must really have grown tired of living. Once I recover, I'll grab my gun and take them all out. Save your breath. Wait for the minister's unified orders before taking action. Don't rush to your death, the man with the mechanical right arm coldly responded. Continuing their stream of curses, they walked away, distancing themselves further. Another bombing at the port? Kui Xin glanced at their retreating figures, deep in thought, while following the green indicator lights. 2 minutes later, she stopped in front of a metal door marked with the words, Office of Field Operations 7th Squad, Xu Xiao. The door opened, and Kui Xin composed herself before stepping inside. A circular table caught her eye, surrounded by floating holographic screens densely filled with text. A man clad in a gray-blue uniform stood before these screens, addressing Kui Xin without turning his head and saying, "Take a seat." Kui Xin scanned the room and pulled out a wheeled chair from beneath the circular table, then sat down. The man turned around to look at Kui Xin and said, "Well done. You're granted 3 days off. During this time, you won't need to attend training sessions at the gym." "Thank you, Captain," Kui Xin replied. It seemed that the man before her was indeed her direct superior, Captain Xu Xiuyao of the 7th Squad. During this interaction, he appeared to be a considerate leader, even proactively granting her leave. "No need to thank me. Failing to protect our team members partly falls on my responsibility," Xu Xiuyao said while rubbing his temples. "Before going back to rest, you must visit the Criminal Investigation Unit to provide a statement detailing your encounter with the attack. Here it comes." Kui Xin grew nervous, feeling a slight dampness in her palms. This posed a significant risk for someone who had crossed over without inheriting any memories of her original body. She genuinely knew nothing about her past experiences. Prior to entering the second world, she had been worried about affording basic living expenses. However, once inside the second world, her anxieties shifted drastically. Now, survival became her primary concern. "Captain." Kui Xion's expression showed hesitation. "What is it?" Xu Xiuyao looked at her patiently. "My memory of the attack is quite unclear," Kui Xion admitted sincerely. "It seems there are many things I can't remember distinctly, even when trying hard to recall them." Xu Xiuyao frowned. "Then what do you remember?" "I remember my identity as an intern security officer for the 7th Squad." Kui Xion cautiously observed Xu Xiuyao's expression. As expected, his frown deepened even further. He glanced at Kui Xion and said, "Yidong, help me contact the medical office. Request that they send a doctor over to examine Kui Xion." A cold mechanical voice responded, "Your instructions have been relayed." "Yidong?" The icy mechanical voice belonged to Yidong? Is Yidong the name for a super-artificial intelligence? Kui Xion sat in her chair while Xu Xiuyao silently observed her, then asked, "Do you really not remember anything?" "Nothing at all," Kui Xion said, shaking her head. "What happened back then?" "Only you know what occurred." Xu Xiuyao tapped the table. "You pursued the suspect who was setting up explosive devices at the port, but when we arrived, you were lying on the ground, bloodied and unconscious, while the suspect had escaped." In a serious tone, he said, "Kui Xion, we need you to recall the incident. Remember the distinctive features of the suspect. This is crucial for our subsequent actions." Kui Xion lifted her head and replied, "I'll do my best." Yidong prompted, "The doctor is already outside. Shall I let him in?" "Let him in," Xu Xiuyao said. The metal door silently opened, and Kui Xion's old acquaintance, Dr. Huang, entered, drenched in sweat as he pushed medical equipment. "Captain Xu, what happened here?" "I rushed over immediately after finishing surgery. Kui Xion has lost her memory. It may be a consequence of brain trauma." "Please examine her," Xu Xiuyao said, pointing at Dr. Huang. With a hint of surprise, Dr. Huang looked at Kui Xion. "Memory loss?" He swiftly retrieved a device resembling a scanner and placed it on Kui Xion's head, scanning her from top to bottom with a pale blue beam. Dr. Huang examined the data on a display, mumbling anesthesia could cause temporary amnesia, but the issue clearly isn't related to that. A preliminary check doesn't reveal much either. Security Officer Kui Xion likely needs to accompany me back to the medical center for a comprehensive examination. Let's go now," Xu Xiuyao said. "Come along, Kui Xion." Dr. Huang nodded in her direction. Kui Xion stood up from the chair. "Thank you for your trouble, doctor." "It's no trouble, it's just part of my duties," Dr. Huang replied. "Captain Xu, I'll report the findings to you immediately once they're available." Kui Xion remained silent throughout the journey, following Dr. Huang along the corridor as he chattered incessantly. The port explosion resulted in numerous casualties. Several individuals underwent mechanical limb transplants, and a few had their organs replaced with bionic ones. Today alone, I performed 5 or 6 surgeries without even getting a chance to rest my eyes, Dr. Huang sighed. "Unfortunately, we couldn't save some of them." "You're quite fortunate, Kui Xion. At such a young age, it's good that you managed to pull through." When will these Black Sea City gangs finally be eradicated? Causing trouble every other day, this time they even targeted the vital economic lifeline, the port. This Dr. Huang sure knows how to put on a performance. If not for Kui Xion knowing his traitorous identity, She might have believed this amiable doctor was genuinely diligent and concerned about the welfare of society. He subtly revealed certain pieces of information to Kui Xin, who absorbed them fully, committing them to memory. If this were a game, every line of dialogue from an NPC could potentially provide significant assistance in completing it. Upon entering the medical room, Dr. Huang pressed a button on his wristwatch, immediately dimming the room's lighting. Yidong is omnipresent. We need to use devices to evade its surveillance for free communication. Otherwise, it might be listening in. Dr. Huang's amiable demeanor vanished. I didn't expect your strategy to involve feigning memory loss, but it's surprisingly effective. Outside, his tone with Kui Xin resembled that of an elder speaking to a younger generation. However, once they were in a place free from Yidong's surveillance, his attitude toward her conveyed deep respect. Kui Xin was a core member of Mechanical Dawn, holding a higher rank than him. Dr. Huang was indeed a two-faced individual, possessing dual personas. Kui Xin unconsciously touched her pocket. The silver wristband communicator and data chip provided by Dr. Huang were both securely inside. She suspected that the silver wristband also had similar capabilities. If used correctly, it could shield against Yidong's surveillance. Can you provide me with a forged medical examination report? Kui Xin proactively asked. Certainly, Dr. Huang replied with a smile. Isn't that why I brought you here to the infirmary? Half an hour later, the counterfeit medical examination report was ready. With the report in hand, Kui Xin exited the infirmary and returned to Xu Xiuyao's office. Xu Xiuyao scrutinized Kui Xin's medical examination report multiple times, with his gaze fixed on the last line under the section for clinical recommendations. Adequate rest may aid in memory recovery. Go back, he sighed, sounding resigned. If there are any signs of your memories returning, report them to me immediately. Your leave remains for 3 days. Kui Xin responded, Yes, Captain. As she stepped out of Xu Xiuyao's office, she felt a sense of relief, as if a heavy burden weighing on her chest had lifted. A thin layer of nervous sweat covered Kui Xin's back. She knew that she had passed the first hurdle, safeguarding herself without arousing suspicion. The challenges ahead would only become more difficult. It was important to remember that this world boasted highly advanced technology alongside extraordinary supernatural forces. Mission triggered. An overlay visible only to Kui Xin suddenly appeared. Mission description: Black Sea City, with its simple and unassuming culture, is a crucial port city of the Federation and also a stronghold for numerous criminal factions. Black Sea City is currently shrouded in a veil of conspiracy, with unknown agents extending their influence. You need to investigate and unravel this plot. You can choose to accept the mission or reject it. Rejecting may reduce your risk by a fraction, but accepting might yield unexpectedly rich rewards. Mission objective: investigate the Black Sea City port explosion case. Kui Xin recalled the sixth piece of advice she had firmly memorized before joining the game. Everything comes at a cost. The gifts of fate always carry a hidden price. To gain something, one must bear risks. In the second world, Kui Xin was both a player navigating through its challenges and a pioneer exploring a new realm. Before her lay both danger and opportunity. Now, standing at a crossroads of destiny, Kui Xin chose to accept the mission. You have accepted the mission. Mission progress, 0%. Kui Xin received a doctor's note from the captain, but another severe problem arose. She didn't know where her home was located. For a few seconds, Kui Xin stood frozen in the corridor. Looking around, she spotted a restroom sign ahead and quickly formed an idea, swiftly heading inside. As soon as Kui Xin entered the restroom stall, she took out the silver bracelet from her pocket that Dr. Huang had given her and slipped it onto her wrist. A sequence of characters flashed on the bracelet, activated. Subsequently, the characters automatically changed to display the time 1938. It resembled an ordinary digital bracelet showing only the current hour. Feeling like a technologically outdated elderly person who just received their first smartphone, Kui Xin sat on the toilet seat lid, fiddling with the bracelet for quite some time without figuring out how to use it. Help me. Why doesn't this bracelet have any raised buttons? Sweat covered Kui Xin's forehead as she finally understood the struggle seniors face in navigating a high-tech society. She could only repeatedly touch the bracelet, attempting to discover its functions. She pressed once on the side. Biometric information is confirmed. The bracelet projected a screen displaying various features: signal shielding, instant communication, encrypted networking, location tracking, automatic self-destruction. As Kui Xin reviewed each item, a wave of unease washed over her. Press and hold the power button for 3 seconds before throwing it away. It has potency comparable to a microbomb? So this bracelet was also a miniature weapon. Thankfully, her luck held, and she didn't press the side button for too long. Otherwise, she would have been blown to pieces by now. Kui Xin retrieved a black chip about the size of a fingernail. According to Dr. Huang, this chip contained all the information related to Security Officer Kui Xin, including where her home should be located. She placed the chip on the bracelet and the projection screen displayed, reading data. Reading. Read complete. The first page shown on the screen contained Kui Xin's personal details. Kui Xin. Her parents died unexpectedly several years ago during a terrorist attack while riding a suspended electric rail car. The insurance company paid her a substantial sum as compensation. With this money, Kui Xin excelled academically and enrolled in the Black Sea Academy, majoring in criminal investigation techniques. After graduation, she secured a position through internal recruitment with the investigation department, becoming an intern security officer. Her current address is number 233, Anning Street, Port Bay District, Black Sea City. The information in this file was incredibly detailed, including her life trajectory from childhood to adulthood, unremarkable daily habits, and even her bank account password and transaction history. Wait, the details show she had taken out a substantial loan from the bank. What's going on? Didn't she receive significant compensation after her parents' accidental deaths? Why would she need a loan? As Kui Xin reached the end of the document, her eyes widened in disbelief. It turned out that the tuition fees for Black Sea Academy were exorbitantly high. Each academic year costs over 200,000 credits. She had depleted all her compensation money and ended up with an additional debt of 300,000 credits. A debt of 300,000 credits. Kui Xin's pupils trembled with shock. Since she must play the role of Security Officer Kui Xin for an extended period, inheriting the original body's debts seems almost inevitable. Absolutely dire. Is this what they call being thrust into a transmigration scenario? Not only has she become a double agent, but now she also bears a loan of 300,000 credits. With a despondent expression, it took Kui Xin several moments to regain her composure. She then swiftly connected to an encrypted network and searched online. How do I get from the investigation building to Anning Street in Port Bay District? The search results appeared. Take the number 13 floating electric tram directly from the investigation building station to Anning Street Station. Kui Xin sighed with relief, internally grateful for the advanced internet. Indeed, turning to search engines when uncertain is always a sound strategy. The records indicated that Security Officer Kui Xin had a habit of traveling by electric trams, so she would need to take one to get home as well. Dr. Huang's provided documents totaled over 200 pages, containing not only information about Kui Xin, but also other individuals, such as Captain Xu Xiuyao, whom she just met, and the other members of her 7th squad. Kui Xin carefully read through her own file, skimmed briefly through others, and then retracted the bracelet projection. She couldn't stay here for too long. Reviewing the documents could be left for later. Kui Xin exited the toilet stall and washed her face in the sink. Through the mirror, she saw her own pallid complexion. The mirror also reflected the wall behind her, where a fire safety map was posted, depicting the floor plan of the investigation department building. Kui Xin turned around, approached the map, and examined it closely. After confirming the locations of the building's exits, she left the restroom. Intern Security Officer Kui Xin, may I inquire if you're experiencing discomfort due to post-surgery weakness? Yidong's voice suddenly emerged. I noticed that your time spent in the restroom is somewhat prolonged. Considering your physical condition, if you do not exit within 1 minute, I will send a distress message to the nearest staff member to check if you have fainted in the restroom. What is this artificial intelligence up to? Even monitoring bathroom breaks. Kui Xin thought incredulously. Yes, I am feeling slightly unwell. Kui Xin maintained her composure. Do you need me to call the medical center? Yidong asked. Kui Xin, speechless and choked up, replied, "No need. I can just go home and rest." Yadong asked, "Would you like someone to accompany you back home?" Confused, Kui Xin thought that rather than being simply artificial intelligence, Yadong seemed more akin to an AI butler. "Thank you for your suggestion," she declined, "but I can manage on my own." "You're welcome. Serving you is part of my duties," Yadong said. Going home alone carried the risk of getting lost, but returning with someone else increased the chance of her identity being exposed. Therefore, she chose to navigate by herself. Using the map she had memorized, Kui Xin found the elevator and took it down to the first floor. The first floor featured a spacious lobby with a receptionist at the front desk. Kui Xin entered the lobby and looked towards the glass doors leading outside. Rain fell, and the hazy curtain of precipitation obscured the view beyond. Detecting her presence, the glass doors silently slid open, allowing the damp air brought by the storm to rush in. "In this heavy rain, please remember to bring an umbrella." "Have a safe journey," the diligent artificial intelligence reminded her. How thoughtful. Silently, Kui Xin grabbed a black umbrella from the public stand next to the glass doors and stepped out into the rain, opening it above her. She lifted her head toward the sky, feeling the erratic raindrops dampen her pant legs while vibrant neon lights caught her eye. She found herself amidst a forest of steel and iron, with skyscrapers towering like giants and overlooking her from above. Between these buildings, electric rail cars glided along tracks suspended high over the city, resembling predatory snakes patrolling through the urban jungle. Gigantic, colorful electronic screens were embedded in the tall structures, displaying advertisements that continuously changed, creating a dazzling spectacle for onlookers. Against the gray-black backdrop of the sky, an aerial ferry flew past, also towing a brightly lit, eye-catching advertisement banner. A large and lifelike holographic projection emerged in the air, courtesy of a full hologram device. The advertisement actor, speaking with a persuasive tone, announced, "Rick Technologies, at the forefront of bionic machinery, is crafting personalized prosthetics just for you." Rain pattered against Kui Xion's umbrella as she snapped out of her brief daze. Her gaze pierced through the curtain of rain, observing the hurried pedestrians amidst the downpour. Their attire varied from ordinary to flashy. Some wore suits and dress shoes, others dressed simply, some sported trendy outfits, and a few had worn-out clothing. However, under the rain's influence, they seemed quite similar. All their clothes were drenched, hair-soaked, and equally disheveled. Kui Xin looked around and spotted a sign for the hovering electric rail cars nearby. She walked toward it. A few people were already waiting at the stop. Kui Xin blended into the crowd, joining them to wait for the electric rail car. With her peripheral vision, she noticed that many individuals had installed mechanical prosthetics. The middle-aged man beside her had one robotic hand. Instead of wearing a watch, he had mounted a miniature display on the back of his prosthetic arm, showing the time flickering across it. On the right side, a girl was blowing bubblegum, both her legs being mechanical prosthetics. People here were accustomed to prosthetic installations, and no one cast any peculiar gazes towards those with prosthetics. After approximately 3 minutes, the electric rail car glided in and opened its doors. The passengers at the stop boarded one by one as the identification device continuously announced, "Facial recognition successful, payment complete." Facial recognition is successful, payment is complete. It was Kui Xion's turn. As she approached, the instrument emitted no variation from its usual message, "Facial recognition passed, payment successful." Relieved, Kui Xion relaxed and found an empty seat within the train compartment. As she gazed outside, rain pattered against the glass window. Colorful neon lights shimmered with various halos, illuminating her eyes. This level of prosperity and omnipresent high-tech projections were unseen in the first world. The dazzling array of colors captivated Kui Xion, stirring feelings of fascination yet also hesitation. The world here is like a poisonous poppy, appearing beautiful but inherently dangerous beneath the surface. Kui Xion glanced down at her bracelet. It was now 8:12 p.m. Night had fallen, but Black Sea City remained bustling. Neon lights and advertisement projections multiplied, undeterred by the rain that could not dampen this liveliness. Kui Xin, an out-of-place newcomer, observed this new world. She attentively read every flashing text on billboards and meticulously studied each passing aerial ferry and swarm of drones. The swiftly moving electric rail car pierced through the curtain of rain, cutting across colossal holographic projections in midair. The reflections in Kui Xin's eyes changed with the shifting scenery outside. She murmured to herself, "Here I am, new world. Port Bay District, Anning Street, arriving. Passengers, please gather your belongings and prepare to disembark." Kui Xin opened her umbrella and stepped out of the electric railcar. The doors closed behind her, revealing a scene entirely different from what she had known before. The Port Bay District's Anning Street was shrouded in darkness, devoid of neon lights or billboards. There were only residential buildings varying in height and budget convenience stores illuminated on both sides of the street, while puddles accumulated on the uneven road. Compared to the bustling area where the Investigation Bureau building is located, Anning Street in the Port Bay District appeared significantly more run-down. However, this dilapidation instilled in Kui Xin a sense of familiarity. The advanced technology and the opulent, noisy cityscape constantly reminded Kui Xin that she was an outsider. Conversely, the modest and outdated Anning Street gave her the illusion of being back home, reminiscent of the old neighborhood where she had lived for several years in the First World. It shared the same characteristics, worn out, dimly lit, with broken streetlights and local shops staying open late into the night under their bright lights. Recalling the navigation map she had studied earlier, Kui Xin began walking towards her home. After just a few dozen meters, a wine bottle crashed near Kui Xin's feet with a loud bang. She stopped and noticed an intoxicated old man slumped against a corner, mumbling obscenities incomprehensibly. As he fell asleep in mid-curse, his head tilted back. Kui Xin stepped over the shattered glass fragments and observed the walls lining both sides of the street, covered with vibrant graffiti. "Scum, get out of our home," was scrawled in large red letters on one wall, ending with a bloody skull illustration at its conclusion. Scum, a derogatory term used for city law enforcement officers. Kui Xin recognized this term from old movies. The residents of Anning Street seemed highly unwelcoming to outsiders, especially law enforcement personnel. Moreover, the street's public order appeared to be quite poor. The streets were dirty and chaotic, covered with graffiti, and no one bothered about the drunks sprawled on the pavement. Any illusion Kui Xin had of being back home instantly dissipated. Although her old neighborhood was run down, it was very clean, with garbage trucks collecting waste every morning. As she walked along, there were remarkably few pedestrians on the street. Kui Xin traversed through grimy alleyways, trying to determine the direction to her home. Just as she was about to exit an alley, she spotted a guy wearing a hoodie nearby. She was about to approach him for directions when suddenly, two men emerged around the street corner, blocking her escape route. They surrounded Kui Xin, each brandishing a small knife and menacingly growling, "This is a robbery." The guy in the hoodie heard the shout of robbery, glanced back briefly, and then bolted away faster than a rabbit. Kui Xin was speechless. Anning Street certainly isn't peaceful at all. Kui Xin maintained her composure and swiftly responded, "I'm dead broke, carrying a debt of 300,000. Do you really think I'd have any valuables on me?" The two robbers were speechless. If you want to rob someone, you should go to the affluent neighborhoods. In a rundown place like Anning Street, how could you possibly encounter any easy targets? Kui Xin earnestly advised them, "Take my word for it, robbery here has no prospects. But if you targeted the rich, it would be different. One successful heist could sustain you for 3 years." The robber on the left hesitated. "But the wealthy areas are filled with surveillance." The robber on the right cautioned his companion, "This person is tricking us. Don't fall for it." "Why would I deceive you?" Kui Xin dropped her umbrella and shrugged, palms open. "I have nothing in my hands, and my pockets are empty too. Living in a house with leaking walls, what benefit could there be from robbing me?" "Wait." The eyes of the robber on the right lit up as he looked at Kui Xin's silver bracelet. "What's that on your wrist?" "Oh, this? If you want it, I'll give it to you." Kui Xin extended her arm toward him. The robber on the right remained motionless, but the one on the left couldn't resist stepping forward. As soon as the robber approached Kui Xin, she swiftly clenched her outstretched hand into a fist and struck the side of his temple. With a crack, the robber's temple bones shattered audibly, his face contorted, and he crumpled straight onto the ground. "Fuck!" Kui Xin exclaimed, stunned even by the power of her own punch. Her initial intention was to knock him out swiftly and then make a run for it. Kui Xin belatedly realized that her physical capabilities were no longer what they used to be. In the past, when she fought with street thugs on her way home from school, their faces would bear bruises, and her knuckles ended up sore and swollen for 2 weeks, unable to hold a pen properly. Kui Xin had aimed for his vulnerable temple, but the effect was far too astonishing. Under her fist, the human skull felt as fragile as paper. She could sense the robber's bones colliding with hers before shattering. The remaining bandit let out an angry roar and lunged at Kui Xin with a small knife. Before the sharp blade could pierce her abdomen, Kui Xin reflexively sidestepped, almost instinctively evading the strike. In her perception, the bandit's movements seemed to slow down infinitely. Her body reacted faster than her mind could process. With a swift motion, Kui Xin snatched away the bandit's knife. The blade's silver glint danced between her fingers. With unparalleled fluidity, she thrust the knife backhanded, driving it into the bandit's body. The tip accurately pierced through the gap between the ribs, straight into the heart. She even managed to swiftly release her grip on the knife handle, calmly stepping back one pace to avoid the splatters of blood. Her movements were as smooth as flowing water, and everything occurred within less than 5 seconds. Before Kui Xion's mind could devise a strategy, her body acted independently, killing both assailants. Kui Xion's expression was blank as she stood dazed at the alley entrance, her clothes soaked by the rain. The black umbrella lay open and swayed on the ground, while beneath her feet, 2 bodies lay motionless. She crouched down to check on their breaths, then shakily rose to her feet. They had ceased breathing. They were already dead. Their pooling blood mixed with the accumulated rainwater, staining the puddles red. What happened? Her chest heaved, and her heart pounded fiercely. The game system's interface appeared before her. You have unlocked the innate talent, Combat Instinct. Combat Instinct. Predators possess hunting instincts, which can be further honed through training for more perfect execution. This is formed through rigorous muscle memory, developed from countless instances of demanding practice. Even under extreme conditions such as impaired consciousness or exhaustion, you will still be able to fight based on instinct alone. Kui Xian let out a hiss. This reflex wasn't inherent to her own abilities, but rather innate to the body she now inhabited. As a key member of the Resistance Army and entrusted with significant responsibilities, it was reasonable for her character to possess a sharp intellect, keen intuition, and exceptional combat skills. These combat skills had been ingrained into her body as instincts, causing her to instinctively react with extreme measures when facing enemies. At that moment, clanging sounds echoed from the end of the alleyway. The hoodie-wearing young man returned, terror written all over his face. With his mouth agape at the sight of the corpses on the ground, he dropped the metal baseball bat in his hand, visibly shaken. "Good sir," Kui Xian said, wiping away the rainwater from her face and managing a stiff smile towards the hoodie guy. "Could you please call the police for me? I'm innocent. You heard them. They intended to rob us." "And no problem." The hoodie guy trembled as he took out his communicator, clumsily dialing several times before successfully entering the number. When the call connected, a suite operator's voice responded, "Hello, this is the city security hotline. How may we assist you?" "A robbery. Address is..." The hoodie guy paused and looked at Kui Xian for help. "Where exactly are we?" "Port Bay District, Anning Street, approximately midsection," Kui Xian said. After reporting the address, the hoodie guy muttered, "We also need to call an ambulance." "No need. They're already dead," Kui Xian added. The hoodie guy's expression turned even more fearful as he stammered, Did you do this?" "It was self-defense." Without looking at the corpses on the ground, Kui Xian succinctly replied, "Can you be my witness? To prove that they indeed intended to rob us with knives. There don't seem to be any surveillance cameras nearby. You're the only witness." Without hesitating for more than a second, the hoodie guy nodded. "Sure, if you require it." Kui Xian sighed in relief, picked up the black umbrella from the ground, shook off the raindrops, and walked towards the hoodie guy. The hoodie guy nervously stepped back. Kui Xin remained silent for a moment before saying, "You don't have an umbrella, and the security officers might take a while to arrive. We can share one umbrella together. My name is Kui Xin, and I'm a student at the Black Sea Academy." Shi Liang. After learning about Kui Xin's status as a student, the hoodie guy relaxed his guard. "I'm from the Black Sea Academy too. What field of study are you in?" Kui Xin replied, "Criminal investigation." "Criminal investigation? No wonder you're so skilled," Shi Liang murmured. "Thank you for your help tonight," Kui Xin said, tilting the umbrella more towards him as she approached. Shi Liang chuckled awkwardly. "No problem, just doing a good deed like Lei Feng. Although it seems you didn't really need my assistance. My parents' convenience store is right up ahead. I was startled when I heard about the robbery. I grabbed a baseball bat and rushed over immediately. We might have to give statements later, but first, let me reassure my parents that I'm safe. Wait here for a moment." Kui Xin slowly nodded, watching as Shi Liang dashed into the rain and disappeared around the street corner. In contemplation, she activated her bracelet and searched online using the keyword Lei Feng. Search results, 0. The second world had no record of deeds inspired by Lei Feng or any mention of the Lei Feng spirit. As expected, my guess was correct, Kui Xin thought to herself. Hoodie guy Shi Liang was a player from the first world. He must have just arrived in this world and wasn't yet familiar with it, hence his clumsy attempt to dial the emergency number. Like Kui Xin, he likely struggled to comprehend the high-tech portable devices of the cyberpunk world. He hadn't paid close attention to his surroundings or recorded any information, or perhaps he did remember but couldn't recall due to panic. Consequently, when he called for help, he didn't know they were at Anning Street in Port Bay District. Shi Liang had been in this new world for too short a time. He clearly hadn't learned about the second world's history yet. That's why he referenced doing good deeds like Lei Feng, a phrase commonly understood in the first world but not known by people in the second world. Encountering a fellow countryman from another realm, a classic trope often celebrated in stories. However, one of the 6 warnings given to players states, "Do not reveal your player identity to anyone." To absolutely no one. After careful consideration, Kui Xin decided to adhere to this rule. She would not reveal her identity to the inhabitants of the second world or other players. She would embody her character and act as a competent player, treating it as role-playing. Kui Xin waited under her umbrella for 10 minutes, and then Shi Liang rushed over, drenched in rain. This surprised Kui Xin. She had assumed Shi Liang was finding excuses to escape. After all, getting immediately entangled in a life-threatening case upon arrival in an alternate world seemed like a very unwise choice. My goodness, this rain is really heavy. I wonder when it'll stop. An umbrella appeared in Shi Liang's hand, which he had taken from a convenience store nearby. I've already informed my dad, and we're just waiting for someone to arrive. After 5 minutes, a floating police car halted above Kui Xin and Shi Liang. Through its loudspeaker, a voice commanded, "Please drop your weapons and put your hands on your head." Kui Xin and Shi Liang complied promptly. The police car then descended onto the street, and 2 armed security officers exited their vehicle. Laser sights, aiding their aim, illuminated Kui Xin with red dots. "I am Kui Xin, an intern security officer of the Investigation Department's Field Operations Team, 7th Squad," Kui Xin swiftly stated. "While returning home, I encountered a robbery and retaliated in self-defense against the assailants." One of the female security officers focused her gaze on Kui Xin and said, "Yadong, scan." Scan complete, face matched, Yadong's robotic voice responded. Her statement is true. "Hello, intern security officer Kui Xin." The AI continued broadcasting. Shi Liang, a 4th-level citizen and student at Black Sea Academy's Mechanical Engineering Department, has no criminal record. Target assessed as non-threatening. Lu Gaoyang, a level 5 citizen, unemployed vagrant with records of robbery, theft, and other crimes. The target is deceased. There is no value in resuscitating. Song Yuan, a level 5 citizen, unemployed vagrant with records of theft, vandalism, and other crimes. The target is deceased. There is no value in resuscitation. The two security officers who exited the police car holstered their weapons and nodded at Kui Xin. As part of the procedure, we need to take statements. Please come back with us for further investigation. No problem. Kui Xin glanced at Xi Liang, who was still in a state of bewilderment. He's a witness. All right, don't worry. The female security officer patted Kui Xin on the shoulder. Once the statements are recorded, everything will be fine. It's just following protocol. Kui Xin sensed something amiss. Although she was only an intern security officer, and the two people she killed had criminal records, her colleagues' attitudes seemed overly casual. It was as if taking 2 lives wasn't considered significant. They would simply go through the motions and release her afterwards, without any legal consequences or even disciplinary action. Why was that? Kui Xin climbed into the rear seat of the police vehicle, with Xi Liang sitting next to her. The police car ascended, flying towards the Investigation Bureau building with them on board. Xi Liang's gaze turned complex. So you have connections within. Why didn't you say so earlier? You made me worry unnecessarily for quite some time. It's not really about connections. I'm just an intern security officer with a debt of 300,000, Kui Xin said wearily as she leaned against the police car seat. I barely finished my shift and haven't even stepped foot at home before having to go back. Author's note. Kui Xin, it was my body acting on its own accord. Xu Xiuyao glanced at Kui Xin, who was sitting across from him, and let out a resigned sigh. Captain, are you still working overtime? Kui Xin attempted to make conversation despite her unease. Yes, overtime. Originally, I should have been off duty 3 minutes ago, but because of you. Xu Xiuyao paused briefly. Explain yourself now. Give me the sequence of events. On my way home after work, I encountered a robbery. Then, unable to control myself, I ended up killing them. Kui Xin struggled to express her predicament. Will I face any disciplinary action? Xu Xiuyao thought about it for a while. No, those 2 individuals had criminal records, and you acted in self-defense. You possess immunity as a member of the investigation department, even though you're an intern. Causing casualties while performing your official duties does not result in legal liability. This matter can be handled internally without involving other departments. Otherwise, there would be too many procedures to follow, making it overly complicated. Kui Xin said, Captain, I wasn't performing official. Xu Xiuyao gave her a stern look. You were indeed acting in your official capacity. I understand, Kui Xin replied. Xu Xiuyao intended to leverage his position to suppress this incident. Captain Xu, the autopsy reports have been delivered, Yidong reported. Project them, Xu Xiuyao instructed. The holographic projection equipment in the office adjusted its angle, vividly displaying 2 corpses lying on the dissection table. One individual's facial bones were horrifically caved in, so mutilated that it warranted censorship. The other had a subtle knife wound on their chest, with blood pooling around the body. Kui Xin lowered her head, avoiding the sight of those 2 corpses. Lu Gaoyang died from a skull fracture. A heavy blow to the temple caused shattered fragments of bone to penetrate his brain, resulting in his death. The time of death was less than an hour ago. Song Yuan's cause of death was a puncture wound to the chest. The sharp object precisely penetrated between the 3rd and 4th ribs on the left side, striking the heart directly and causing instant death. Similarly, the time of death was also less than 1 hour ago. Xu Xiuyao raised his eyebrows in surprise and chuckled at Kui Xion's pale face. I thought you were truly unaffected. If I'm not mistaken, this is your first time killing someone. How could I be unaffected? Kui Xion pressed her hand against her forehead, feeling her stomach churn. Fortunately, she hadn't eaten much over the past few hours, otherwise, she might have vomited. At the moment it happened, she indeed felt little emotion, only a sense of unreality as events unfolded beyond expectation. But now, listening to Yidong recount the autopsy reports, scenes of her committing murder involuntarily replayed in her mind again and again, grounding her in reality. Don't throw up in my office. The restroom is just to the left when you exit, said Xu Xiuyao. Your foundational skills from school seem solid. I reviewed your internal recruitment scores. You nearly achieved perfect marks in practical courses like tracking, combat, investigation, and marksmanship. Kui Xin, you're the most outstanding new recruit in the investigation department in recent years. He poured Kui Xin a glass of ice water. Drink this to calm down. Kui Xin picked up the glass and gulped it down, the icy sensation temporarily cooling her thoughts. You were originally destined for the Criminal Investigation Unit, but I requested to have you transferred here. The field operations team is more demanding than other departments. We face direct dangers, confront criminals head-on, and encounter numerous unexpected incidents during patrols that can even put our lives at risk, Xu Xiao said. If you find yourself unable to adapt to such field work, after your internship ends, you can apply to be reassigned to another team. Kui Xin did not respond. You can take some time to think about it. Personally, I hope you stay with us. The field operations team lacks new recruits, he continued. By the way, is your home on Port Bay District's Anning Street? Yes, Kui Xin replied. The security there is very poor due to numerous gangs and difficulties maintaining order. Homicides occur every month, and Port Bay District has the highest concentration of illegal trade hotspots. Xu Xiao suggested, consider moving to a safer area. But I don't have the money to relocate, Kui Xin lamented. That house was left by my parents. Even attending university required me to take out loans. I owe the bank 300,000 credits. It will take ages to pay it off. For a moment, Xu Xiao was speechless. Once you're officially confirmed in your position, you can reside in the employee dormitories, he said. In just 1 week, you'll be eligible to apply for confirmation. Take your time. Additionally, your personal communicator seems to have been damaged during the last field operation. You should. Can I get reimbursed for the damage? This was property loss incurred while performing official duties, Kui Xin whispered. Xu Xiao smiled and said no. He bent down and retrieved a box from his desk drawer. This is a standard communicator issued to all formal members of the investigation department. It's just the basic model. You can use it for now. Kui Xin accepted the box and said, "Thank you, Captain." Unable to resist revealing her cheeky nature, she added one more sentence. Do the captains of other teams show similar care for their members, being concerned about their well-being as you do? If they aren't as gentle and considerate as you, Captain, I wouldn't apply for a transfer away from the field operations team. Xu Xiao paused momentarily, then cleared his throat, pretending he hadn't heard that remark. If you truly cannot overcome the hurdle of killing, go see the psychologist at the mental health office, Xu Xiao advised finally. Director Yang, the head therapist there, is highly skilled. He will help alleviate your concerns. Shi Liang stood like a bewildered fool on the first floor of the investigation department building, finding a spot to sit and wait for someone. The questioning had concluded long ago. As a witness, his observations were limited, and he could contribute very little. The interrogator used a high-tech device akin to a polygraph, asked him several questions, and then let him go. He waited for Kui Xin on the ground floor's reception area. 10 minutes passed, and the elevator's floor indicator descended. The doors opened, and Kui Xin stepped out. You're still here. Kui Xin said she was surprised. I was waiting for you, Shi Liang replied. Let's hurry home then. The electric rail cars stop operating at midnight, Kui Xin said. Shi Liang promptly nodded, silently thinking that this was exactly what he had been waiting to hear. The second world had already transitioned into a cashless society long ago. Shi Liang was unfamiliar with the place, so he didn't know how to make payments or even find his way back home. What would he do if he got lost alone? That's why he thought of Kui Xin. Her family also resided on Anning Street, so once her matters were resolved, they could return together. Kui Xin confidently led Shi Liang to the electric railcar boarding point, knowing the route well. Shi Liang looked around curiously, emitting a slight gasp when he saw advertisements projected midair, amazed by the dazzling holographic imaging technology. What year are you in college? Kui Xin subtly probed for information. I am a first-year student. I just received my acceptance letter this morning. Admitted to the mechanical engineering department. Shi Liang scratched his hair. The tuition at Black Sea Academy isn't cheap. Have you found a way to secure loans? Kui Xin probed further, careful not to make her inquiry seem too deliberate. She added, back when I was applying for university, I encountered many pitfalls. Let me warn you, avoid high-interest loans. Understood. Shi Liang then asked, the tuition is expensive. How expensive exactly? Recalling the information she had seen, Kui Xin replied, around 200,000 per year, excluding living expenses. What? Xi Liang's face paled with shock. How can they charge so much? This is supposed to be a university nurturing talent. With such exorbitant tuition fees, how many talented students will be unable to afford it? Kui Xin looked at Xi Liang peculiarly as he hastily lowered his voice, sounding indignant. This tuition fee is outrageously absurd, unbelievably unreasonable. There's nothing we can do. These are the established rules, Kui Xin said. Xi Liang muttered, well, that certainly broadens my perspective. Education monopoly, vast wealth disparities, and class stratification. This was the current state of the second world. The affluent could afford university education, receiving higher learning opportunities, while ordinary individuals, lacking means, were relegated to low-paying jobs. Over time, the gap between rich and poor widened, solidifying social classes even more. Education in the second world wasn't aimed at nurturing talent. It was designed to solidify the interests of the elite class. Senior. Xi Liang leaned close to Kui Xin and whispered, is there any way to obtain legal loans? This kid sure knows how to sweet talk, already calling her senior after just meeting. Kui Xin replied, from banks, but whether they'll grant loans is uncertain, and sometimes the repayment interest can be quite high. Xi Liang fretted, his expression was troubled. I'm really scared I won't be able to afford school. The second world operates on capitalist principles. Why would capitalists, known for profit-seeking, engage in philanthropy without personal gain? Even as the electric rail car reached its stop, Xi Liang remained visibly worried. It's quite intriguing. Kui Xin had already confirmed that Xi Liang is a player. Logically, having arrived in this world less than a day ago, he should not feel much attachment here. Yet, he genuinely seems anxious about affording his education. Kui Xin herself had previously triggered the game system's quest titled, Investigate the Port Explosion Case. Could it be that Xi Liang's triggered quest is successfully enroll in the Black Sea Academy? If that's the case, his behavior becomes understandable. Let's get on board. Kui Xin walked ahead, paying with a facial recognition scan. Following closely behind, Xi Liang attempted to make a facial recognition payment, but the machine prompted, insufficient balance, face scan payment failed. Xi Liang stared, incredulous. He tried scanning again, only for the machine to repeat, insufficient balance, face scan payment failed. Kui Xin looked at him with sympathy, then stepped up to the identification machine and scanned on his behalf. Facial recognition successful, payment completed. She patted the stunned Xi Liang, saying, I've covered your cost. Thank you for accompanying me to the investigation department. Xi Liang nearly burst into tears. Damn, how am I so broke? Do I really have a chance to attend university? Work hard and opportunities will arise, Kui Xin said, her expression reflecting shared understanding. This encounter wasn't just about meeting fellow newcomers, it was also about two impoverished souls connecting. Kui Xin deeply empathized with Xi Liang's feelings, as she too had worried about living expenses and tuition fees in the first world. However, the amount of tuition she needed wasn't as exorbitant as over 200,000 credits per academic year. The electric rail car sped along its route, and they disembarked at Anning Street. Isn't it a bit dangerous for a girl to walk alone? Should I escort? Xi Liang paused, realizing, given your combat capabilities, you probably don't need my protection. You can go back now, I'll manage on my own. Kui Xin waved her hand dismissively. Xi Liang said, goodbye, senior. Wait, could you leave your contact information? Kui Xin took out the communicator given by Xu Xuyao, and after fumbling with it for quite some time, Xi Liang finally managed to exchange their contact details. The torrential rain showed no signs of letting up. Holding her umbrella, Kui Xin departed. After winding through numerous turns, she eventually found her way home. The small building's exterior walls were weathered and peeling, with even-colored advertisements plastered upon them. The hallway smelled musty, and the rusted iron door hung crookedly, half open, emitting a shrill creak with the slightest push. She climbed to the third floor and stopped at the entrance, grasping the doorknob. Fingerprint verification is successful. The door opened. As Kui Xin stepped inside, a sudden intuitive sense of foreboding arose within her. Lifting her head, she was startled to see a dark figure seated on the sofa in the living room. A silver mask covered this figure's face, and a pair of eyes scrutinized Kui Xin through the mask's hollows. "You're late," the silver-masked man said. The tone suggested that someone was familiar. "I encountered a minor mishap on the way," Kui Xin quickly responded, taking over the conversation. "Have you reviewed the mission chip that the leader asked to be delivered?" The silver-masked man queried. "No," Kui Xin replied as concisely as possible. She feared revealing her apprehension if she spoke too much at once. The leader instructed me to convey that this mission must be accomplished at any cost," Silver Mask said as he rose from the sofa. "From today onwards, I am your assistant and teammate in Black Sea City, working together with you to complete various tasks. My codename is Silver Mask. You need to choose a codename for yourself to use during communications." "Codename?" Kui Xion's mind rapidly spun. Silver Mask continued, "Your codename should ideally bear no resemblance to your personal characteristics. The more dissimilar, the better. Don't allow others to associate it with you through the codename." "Rich Lady." Taken aback, Silver Mask asked, "What did you say?" "Rich Lady," Kui Xion calmly repeated. The codename, Rich Lady. She felt that Rich Lady was quite a suitable codename. Not only was it vastly different from her actual persona, but it also encapsulated her beautiful aspirations for the future. Her dream was indeed to become fabulously wealthy. "Well," after a moment of hesitation, Silver Mask responded, "This isn't entirely unacceptable." "Are you sure you want your codename to be like that?" "Absolutely," Kui Xion asserted firmly. "My codename will be Rich Lady." It was a codename that was both distant from her true self and filled with optimism for the future. Her aspiration was to become immensely rich. "All right, Rich Lady," Silver Mask uttered, his expression beneath the mask indescribable. "Quickly review the missions given by the leader." Kui Xion retrieved the blue chip from her pocket and placed it on the bracelet for scanning. On the first line of the mission details, it displayed, "Mission: thoroughly destroy Black Sea City's port." Kui Xion stared, bewildered. What exactly is going on with these NPCs? Why are they so fixated on this port? Author's note: don't overthink the phraseology. Fundamentally, these are parallel worlds with certain cults. Kui Xion quickly flipped through the pages, skimming the information. Mission: completely destroy Black Sea City's port to prevent the massive cargo ship Kraken from docking there. This is Mission Plan A. If you choose to execute Plan A, the port must be destroyed before August 11th. After August 11th, the Kraken will enter Black Sea City's waters, resulting in mission failure at that point. Mission Plan B: secretly board the massive cargo ship Kraken, install explosive devices, and sink it. If you choose to execute Plan B, it must be accomplished before August 11th when the Kraken enters Black Sea City's waters. The ultimate goal of the mission is to prevent the Kraken from entering Black Sea City territory. Repeat, the ultimate goal of the mission is to prevent the Kraken from entering Black Sea City territory. From this mission information, Kui Xion sensed an urgent undertone. What exactly is going on with the Kraken? Why is Mechanical Dawn willing to spare no expense to prevent it from reaching Black Sea City? The Kraken is a massive cargo ship, and there shouldn't be anything unusual about the ship itself. The cargo it carries could be the only anomaly. What kind of cargo would make Mechanical Dawn so concerned, no, so fearful? They even went as far as issuing orders to bomb the port and destroy the cargo ship, all just to stop the vessel laden with goods from entering Black Sea City. What cargo is being transported on the Kraken? Suppressing her sense of unease, Kui Xion continued examining the mission information. Large cargo ship mooring at Port Bay District's Pier 5, D District Warehouse 6308 regularly replenishes ammunition supplies. If resupply is needed, proceed there to obtain it. The Ruby Bar, located on Peace Avenue in the Port Bay District, serves as a communal safe house for organization members, equipped with medical facilities and weapon maintenance equipment. It also undergoes periodic restocking of small firearms and ammunition. The entry code reads, "Give me a deep blue intoxication." The owner of the Hunter Shooting Club in the Northern District can provide mission funding. RIC Technologies headquarters, 3rd floor, houses the Mechanical Prosthetics Laboratory, which offers technological assistance to mission operatives. As Kui Xion read more, she felt increasingly unnerved. This Mechanical Dawn organization wielded a frighteningly immense influence. She organized this information. Firstly, Mechanical Dawn has the capability to utilize Black Sea City's mooring harbor warehouses as armories. Secondly, Mechanical Dawn has a large number of members in Black Sea City, necessitating a public safe house for gatherings. Thirdly, Mechanical Dawn appears to be very wealthy, with dedicated personnel responsible for allocating mission funds. Fourthly, Rick Technologies is highly likely to be directly affiliated with Mechanical Dawn or possibly a front company set up by them. Silver Mask observed Kui Xin closely. Finished reading? Is there anything you'd like to say? I'm calculating how many lives I need to spare to complete this mission. Would 100 be enough? Kui Xin, engulfed by immense pressure, made a dry joke. Just carry out the task, Silver Mask replied mildly. Even if it means piling up human lives, as long as we can prevent what's on the Kraken from entering Black Sea City, our sacrifices will be worth it. It doesn't matter if we die. Our comrades will continue the mission before August 11th arrives. Kui Xin deeply suspected that Mechanical Dawn was actually a brainwashing organization. The individual before her, codenamed Silver Mask, seemed thoroughly indoctrinated, disregarding even their own life. She glanced down at the time displayed on her bracelet. The date in the Second World was July 28, 2086, and it was currently 0:23, right at midnight. We have less than half a month with other squads to complete the mission, Silver Mask said. It's quite urgent. Understood. I'll devise an action plan as soon as possible, Kui Xin responded. However, as a security officer still in my probationary period, there are tasks I must fulfill too. The people from the investigation department aren't easy to deceive. The investigation department, mere lackeys of the consortium. Silver Mask snorted. You focus on stealing intelligence while I handle implementing the operation. We can discuss the plans together. Kui Xin slowly nodded. She stood with the Silver Mask in the living room for a moment. Seeing that he had no intention of further conversation, she spoke up, I need to attend to my own tasks now. Feel free to make yourself at home. Kui Xin wasn't sure about the interaction dynamics between teammates in Mechanical Dawn's execution squads, nor did she know if there were any established rules during their missions. Saying feel free was sufficient to indicate the end of their discussion. Moreover, Kui Xin genuinely had her own matters to handle. Under Silver Mask's watchful gaze, she carefully inspected each room of the house. The sunlit room, which contained a small wardrobe, served as the bedroom. The other room, used as a storage space, functioned as a secondary bedroom. On the balcony, 2 potted plants were nearly wilted and dying. Kui Xin moved into the kitchen. It was fully equipped with pots, bowls, and utensils. Opening the old refrigerator with peeling paint, she found some ingredients inside. This house exuded a strong sense of lived-in warmth, but unfortunately, its owner was deceased, leaving Kui Xin to usurp it like a cuckoo, displacing another bird's nest. She closed the fridge door and promptly entered the bedroom, rummaging through the wardrobe. Inside, there were unopened intimate garments. Kui Xin took out a bath towel, found a set of clean casual clothes, and proceeded to the bathroom, shutting the door with a thud. Silver Mask gazed expressionlessly at the bathroom until the light flicked on and the sound of running water reached his ears. Only then did he belatedly realize this woman was taking a shower. He promptly diverted his gaze, retreated to sit on the sofa, and placed both hands neatly on his knees like an obedient schoolchild. Kui Xin had adopted a carefree attitude, as if embracing the inevitability of her situation. Things were already this dire, so she couldn't continue to suffer silently. The worst outcome would be death, but before that point, she wanted to struggle a bit more. Who knows, perhaps by persisting through these struggles, she might just survive against all odds. She was a competent undercover operative and an exceptional actress. Fully immersing herself in the role, she embodied Kui Xin, a young woman with outstanding academic achievements who had recently graduated and secured a job. For a young girl to take a hot shower after getting caught in the rain post-work is entirely reasonable behavior. Everything she did aligned logically with her character. As the warm water cascaded down, Kui Xin mentally repeated calming thoughts to hypnotize herself into staying composed. After spending 20 minutes in the shower to adjust her mindset, she emerged afterwards dressed in clean clothes. To her surprise, Silver Mask was still seated in the living room. As Kui Xin emerged, Silver Mask gave her a cold glance before shifting his gaze away. Kui Xin couldn't figure out what this guy truly intended. She wiped her hair with a towel, thoughts swirling in her mind, and asked him hesitantly, "What's your next plan?" "Stand by," Silver Mask replied. Stand by where? Stand by her side? Why won't he leave? To conceal her expression, Kui Xin turned towards the kitchen. She retrieved some ingredients from the refrigerator, intending to have a simple meal. She hadn't eaten anything since undergoing the skull surgery earlier and was already famished. Fortunately, the kitchen appliances weren't overly high-tech. They still relied on clean energy sources like gas. She ignited the stove, placed a pot on it, and planned to cook some noodles. As Kui Xin prepared the noodles, Silver Mask watched intently, his stomach audibly rumbling. Silver Mask remained silent. Kui Xin also said nothing. "Do you want some?" she asked cautiously. "Yes," Silver Mask responded promptly. So, Kui Xin added another handful of noodles to the pot and cracked in 2 eggs. "This is a detail, just a small detail." She stared absently at the boiling noodles in the pot. Judging from Silver Mask's unhesitant acceptance of her meal offer, Kui Xin concluded that he wasn't as cold and impenetrable as his surface demeanor suggested. In fact, he seemed somewhat lacking in caution, trusting his companions implicitly. In contrast, Kui Xin herself would never have eaten food prepared by a stranger at such a critical moment. Perhaps her heightened vigilance stemmed from being overly influenced by various novels and movies. The noodles were cooked, and Kui Xin served her portion in a bowl, carrying it to the dining table. She then said to Silver Mask, "Help yourself with serving." Silver Mask stood up from the sofa and found a bowl. With fingers spread wide, he effortlessly lifted the noodles along with the remaining egg, gently floating them out of the broth and into the bowl without spilling a single drop. Kui Xion's hand holding the chopsticks imperceptibly trembled. This was a superhuman ability. Silver Mask unexpectedly possessed such powers. With a bowl in hand, Silver Mask sat across from Kui Xion, lifting his arm to remove his hood and mask. Under the mask, his face was pale as snow, with white eyelashes, eyebrows, and hair. His eyes had a faintly pinkish hue, and barely visible red veins could be seen on his neck and cheeks. If not for this subtle touch of red, he would resemble a drifting specter or a lifeless walking corpse. Silver Mask's pale pink eyes glared at Kui Xion. "What are you staring for? Haven't you seen albinism before?" Kui Xion indeed hadn't encountered albinism, but what concerned her wasn't his unique appearance, it was the superhuman ability he inadvertently revealed. "I thought you wouldn't remove your mask while eating," Kui Xion said, shifting the topic. "How can one eat without taking off their mask?" Silver Mask questioned, perplexed. "That's something you should answer," Kui Xion replied slowly. Silver Mask seemed to realize something. "Did you think I wore the mask just to look cool?" "I never said that." Kui Xion lowered her head and continued eating her noodles. With a frustrated expression, Silver Mask picked up some noodles and took a bite, only to get burned instantly. In a huff, he opened his palm, controlling the clump of noodles in the bowl to float up and down in the air rapidly, cooling them swiftly. Once the noodles finally cooled down, he confidently grabbed her chopsticks and started devouring them. "This guy doesn't seem very intelligent," Kui Xion mused thoughtfully. Kui Xion had prepared plain boiled noodles, adding just a pinch of salt. The taste was far from impressive, but Silver Mask showed no pickiness, happily enjoying the meal and finishing it quickly within a few bites. The way he slurped his noodles reminded Kui Xion of piglets rooting for food at her grandfather's rural home. "Go wash the dishes," Kui Xion requested, wanting to test if Silver Mask would comply. Without complaint, Silver Mask picked up the empty bowls and placed them in the sink, turning on the faucet. "Turn down the water flow. Utility bills are expensive," Kui Xion said. "What's with all your fussing? This house isn't even yours. The utilities don't come out of your account," Silver Mask retorted. "You need to mimic every detail when assuming a role, regardless of whether you're in public or not." "You don't understand that," Kui Xion countered with an impeccable excuse. Silver Mask patiently adjusted the water flow while washing the dishes, then put them away in the cupboard after cleaning. Kui Xion observed discreetly. It seemed that Silver Mask's superhuman ability was related to water. He didn't control objects like bowls to float. Instead, He controlled the water itself, using it as a medium. When Silver Mask first appeared at Kui Xion's home, she assumed he was an old acquaintance of the original body, prompting her to be extra cautious. After several conversations and subtle tests, Kui Xion initially concluded that the original host and Silver Mask were not familiar acquaintances. This encounter was likely their first meeting. Silver Mask had remarked upon removing his mask, "Never seen albinism before?" This statement directly confirmed that Kui Xion's original self had never seen Silver Mask's true appearance. With this knowledge, Kui Xion could be less apprehensive. She genuinely feared that her collaboration partner might be someone extremely familiar with the original Kui Xion, which would likely lead to exposing herself within just a few words exchanged. Fortunately, luck was on Kui Xion's side once again. She encountered Silver Mask, who did not know her well, and, even more fortunate, he seemed to have a little guard up against her. Most importantly, Silver Mask was an extraordinary ability user. If she were to kill Silver Mask, could she potentially strip him of his abilities and acquire them for herself? Silver Mask, if you're disobedient and lack effort, you'll only end up as a rich lady's plaything QWQ. You're somewhat different from what the rumors say. Silver Mask crossed his arms, leaning against a wardrobe. Am I? Kui Xion feigned indifference. It wasn't wise to respond to such comments. Any reply risked revealing herself easily. Adopting an ambiguous stance was the correct approach. Silver Mask continued, "They describe you as cold-hearted, like a machine, precise as a computer, and a stringent executor. Although you haven't awakened superhuman abilities, you're an essential organization strategist." Huh. A laugh escaped from Kui Xion's throat. However, her laughter carried little joy or any hint of self-satisfaction. Silver Mask's pale pink eyes met her deep black gaze for a moment before he said disinterestedly, "No reaction whatsoever." "What kind of reaction do you expect?" Kui Xion asked. "I can display any response fitting the role I'm currently playing." "Do all undercover agents exhibit such dedication as you?" Silver Mask frowned. "Even when facing your comrades, you don't reveal your true self?" Kui Xion calmly held Silver Mask's gaze until he looked away. "What instructions do we have next?" Small water droplets danced at Silver Mask's pale fingertips. He tossed and caught the globule of water, sounding bored. "Don't forget, we have less than half a month left." From these brief exchanges, it was evident that within this two-person mission team, Kui Xion occupied the position of decision-maker and leader, while Silver Mask served as the executor. Kui Xion's status in Mechanical Dawn also surpassed Silver Mask's. Other organization members had quite favorable opinions of her. "You should visit the port and investigate the explosion site," Kui Xion instructed. After pondering it repeatedly, she felt that issuing this instruction was relatively appropriate. According to the documents she had read and the intelligence she had gathered, the port was a place teeming with various factions and diverse elements, where multiple explosions had occurred before. These blasts could be caused by gang rivalries or something else. For instance, Mechanical Dawn might have chosen to detonate the port to prevent the Kraken from docking, rendering the cargo ship unable to moor. Clarifying some basic information prior to carrying out the port's explosion mission was crucial. Hence Kui Xion gave this directive to Silver Mask. Silver Mask did not object to Kui Xion's instructions, but he meticulously asked, "What should I investigate?" "Personnel movement, examination of the blast site, or tracking and monitoring suspicious individuals. There has been more than one explosion at the port." "Investigate everything," Kui Xion replied. "You're being overly cautious," Silver Mask muttered. "Fine, I'll head there right away. If any temporary orders arise, contact me through my bracelet." He placed the Silver Mask over his face securely, pulled down his hood, walked to the balcony, and opened the window. Silently, his body transformed into a transparent stream, merging with the torrential rain outside, and vanished into the night. Kui Xion walked over and closed the window to prevent rain from splashing inside. By giving instructions that sent Silver Mask away, she could now think independently in a quiet environment. Kui Xion was highly skilled at creating study plans and managing her time. Her senior-year homeroom teacher had praised her for meticulously organizing her academic tasks. Now, she would utilize the planning abilities honed during 3 grueling years of high school to chart her future course. Entering her bedroom, Kui Xin took out a sheet of white paper and a pen with only half its ink remaining. It was her habit to write things down on paper, as it helped clarify her thoughts. The sound of the pen scratching against the page also helped her focus. Currently, Kui Xin's primary crises stem from two sources. First, Mechanical Dawn. Second, Investigation Department, she wrote on the paper. Being an undercover agent within the investigation department posed significant risks, but Kui Xin had the organization's provided information as a backup. She planned to stay up late and thoroughly review the extensive, hundreds-page document, gaining a comprehensive understanding of this official Federation department. Information specific to Security Officer Kui Xin required even more focused memorization, her biography, social network, habits, and routines, all without room for error. Feigning amnesia was a temporary solution, but by no means a long-term one. As an intern security officer, Kui Xin hadn't spent much time in the investigation department, so being unfamiliar with her colleagues was normal. She didn't need to appear overly close with her teammates or captain. Maintaining appropriate relationships would suffice. Compared to the investigation department, Mechanical Dawn made Kui Xin more uneasy. At least in the investigation department, she had hundreds of pages of reference material to study and understand. But what about Mechanical Dawn? There was nothing available. She was extremely unfamiliar with this organization. She didn't know its founding purpose, who its leader was, or even her own role within it, which she would have to gradually discern through speculation. Kui Xin's teammate Silver Mask was closely tied to her, but fortunately, he hadn't interacted much with her predecessor. Based on his behavior, he seemed somewhat inexperienced, resembling a naive youth. This made him easier to deceive, allowing Kui Xin to smoothly blend in without arousing suspicion. With someone else, she might not have been as successful. As she pondered, Kui Xin's pen tip tapped lightly on the paper. For her future undercover life in the investigation department, Kui Xin aimed for caution and stability. She established 6 guiding principles: avoid conflict, refrain from contention, stay low profile, listen attentively, observe keenly, and learn continuously. Dealing with the Mechanical Dawn organization was more challenging. Kui Xin had a mission as an undercover agent, which likely meant limited interactions with other organization members. The primary concern was Silver Mask, who constantly stayed close to her. As long as she could deceive Silver Mask effectively, she wouldn't have immediate worries. Having devised solutions for potential crises, Kui Xin crossed out Mechanical Dawn and Investigation Department with her pen. Next, she needed to plan her approach to the missions. Currently, she has 2 missions at hand. Mission 1, investigate the entirety of the port bombing incident. This task was issued by the game system. Mission 2, prevent the Kraken from docking at Black Sea City. This mission was assigned by the Mechanical Dawn organization. Expressionlessly, Kui Xin drew a cross over Mission 2. To investigate the bombing case, she might gain some leads by working within the investigation department. However, attempting to blow up the port and sink the cargo ship would be pure suicide. This was a real-life game without any save features. Losing one's life could potentially mean it's gone forever. She couldn't risk betting her life on such endeavors. Even 100 save slots might not suffice for such dangerous tasks. Kui Xin bit the end of her pen, her brows furrowed deeply as she began analyzing Mission 1. The cause of the mooring harbor bombing was clearly not as simple as gang warfare. It likely had connections to the Kraken's arrival. Does the investigation department realize the unusual aspects of this bombing case? Furthermore, Kui Xin suspected a third party involved in the bombings. More than one organization or power seemed intent on blowing up the port. She drew a relationship diagram. First party, investigation department. Objective, protect the port and apprehend criminals. Second party, Mechanical Dawn. Objective, blow up the port. Mechanical Dawn assigned Kui Xin the task of blowing up the port, which she received just tonight, along with a teammate named Silver Mask. However, before she officially accepted the mission, even before her initial transition into the second world, the mooring harbor had already been bombed once. Which faction carried out that first wave of explosions? Gang conflicts were relatively common in the modestly spirited Black Sea City, but ordinary clashes wouldn't prompt the game system to specifically issue a dedicated quest. There must be something exceptional about this particular bombing compared to previous incidents that triggered the quest. Kui Xin wrote on the paper. Third party, undetermined. Suspected connection between the bombing incident and the Kraken. However, these were just speculations from her first theory. There was also a second conjecture. Kui Xin's second hypothesis was that Mechanical Dawn had dispatched more than one mission execution team. The previous explosion incident might have been carried out by another group affiliated with Mechanical Dawn, but they failed. Silver Mask had said, "It doesn't matter if we die, our comrades will continue to complete the mission before August 11th. For tasks like bombing the port and destroying cargo ships, it would be highly unlikely for Mechanical Dawn to place all their hopes on a single squad. Choosing multiple squads to jointly execute such missions is the sensible approach. Therefore, it remains possible that the perpetrators of the earlier explosions were still linked to Mechanical Dawn." Below the phrase, third party, pending confirmation, Kui Xin added another line, suspected third party remains as Mechanical Dawn. She stared at the brief lines written on the paper, pondering deeply for a long time. Underlying currents surged beneath Black Sea City, with frequent explosions occurring at the port, Mechanical Dawn's directives, and the gaming system's issued quests. All of these elements revolved around a central point, the Kraken, the massive cargo ship about to dock in Black Sea City. The Kraken acted as the eye of a storm, enveloped in intrigue and mist, slowly approaching. Kui Xin grabbed the paper from the table, tore it into unrecognizable tiny pieces, then walked to the bathroom and flushed the fragments down the toilet. This document must be destroyed. No one should see it. She now knew where the breakthrough for completing her mission lay, the cargo ship Kraken. Everything would become clearer if we investigated what cargo the Kraken carries, and why Mechanical Dawn fears docking at Black Sea City so much. Returning to her room, Kui Xin sat on a chair and pondered for a moment before opening the encrypted connection on her bracelet. She searched online for information about the Kraken. A web page popped up. The Kraken is a massive bulk carrier built in 2086. Currently, it is the first year since the Kraken's construction and commissioning. With a maximum carrying capacity of 800,000 tons, it is the world's largest bulk carrier by tonnage. Bulk carriers typically transport goods that cannot fit into standard containers, such as sand, oil, or coal. What might the Kraken be transporting? Kui Xin conducted multiple searches, but there was scarce information available about this cargo ship. Unable to find any useful details, she opened the mission chip given to her by the organization, which contained some remaining content she hadn't fully reviewed yet. As expected, the Kraken's cargo was not detailed in the information she clicked through and read. This situation was quite challenging. With a swift thought, Kui Xin prompted the gaming system's screen to pop up. Blinking, she discovered with pleasant surprise that the investigation progress in the port bombing case had somehow increased at some point. Quest progress, 5%. Even this slight increment indicated that her investigative direction was correct. She should continue pursuing this lead. Kui Xin let out a long sigh. Seeing progress in the quest felt akin to solving a complex math problem. No, it is even more satisfying than conquering a math puzzle. This sense of achievement was second only to earning money from work. Kui Xin leaned back onto the somewhat firm bed, rubbing her tired eyes. Instead of sleeping, she switched the display content on her bracelet, diving into Kui Xin's life details provided by the organization and the intelligence from the investigation department with the same vigor she used for memorizing texts and interpreting ancient poetry. From dusk till dawn, she immersed herself in reading without interruption, while the torrential rain outside showed no signs of relenting. At 9 a.m., the balcony window creaked open. Silver Mask clumsily climbed inside, drenched from head to toe, with a blood-stained scratch on his cheek, an unexpected injury. As Kui Xin emerged from the bedroom, Silver Mask opened his mouth to speak. "Hey. You. My name isn't Hey, you'd better call me by my code name." Kui Xin scrutinized his wet footprints and remarked, "You've dirted the floor." "Rich lady, you." Silver Mask's expression twisted as he uttered her code name, and then he quickly closed his mouth. With a resigned tone, he said, "It doesn't matter what I call you." I'm injured. Do you have a first aid kit here? Kui Xin retrieved the medical kit from beside her bed. Silver Mask casually removed his mask, revealing his damp, pure white hair plastered against his forehead. His already bloodless lips seemed even more pallid. He nonchalantly took off his coat and tossed it on the ground, exposing 3 massive gashes across his chest. The wounds were deep, yet remarkably, he hadn't bled out and remained lively despite the situation. Kui Xin glanced at the floor. The trail of water he left while walking from the balcony was transparent, devoid of any mixed blood. Only a small patch of blood stained the torn fabric near his chest. The number of monsters lurking in the shadows has increased. Silver Mask grimaced as he peeled off his shirt. Opening the medical kit, he skillfully poured hydrogen peroxide for disinfection, then independently applied medication and wrapped bandages around his injuries. Kui Xin subtly repeats increased. Yes, more than before. Last night, I encountered 3 of them. After finishing the bandaging, Silver Mask caught his breath for a moment and solemnly said, they took advantage of the torrential rain to come ashore, wandering around the dock filled with shipping containers, searching for hosts. Monsters? What kind of monsters? Kui Xin felt anxious and wanted to bite her lip. The second world contained far too many things beyond her understanding. Just yesterday evening, she was learning how to correctly use facial recognition payments, navigate public spaces, shop online, and operate portable devices. Additionally, she hastily studied this world's historical knowledge, from the establishment of the Federation to the glorious journey of technological breakthroughs that led humans to venture beyond Earth, attempting to establish colonies on other planets. She also familiarized herself with the names and general sequences of significant historical events. Xi Liang's appearance as a player served as a reminder for Kui Xin to be extra cautious. She must not commit the same basic mistakes as Xi Liang did. Already overwhelmed, Kui Xin found Silver Mask's mention of monsters once again exceeding her comprehension. To conceal her anxiety and unease, Kui Xin addressed Silver Mask, "You've brought in too much water. Clean up the balcony and living room." Silver Mask remained silent. If my ability wasn't controlling liquids, I would have bled out and died long ago. Instead of helping me with bandages, you blame me for dirtying the floor. With indignation, he formed the water stains on the ground into a sphere and tossed it into the kitchen sink. After Silver Mask finished bandaging his wounds, he staggered to the sofa and collapsed onto it. His breaths carried a slight tremor as he endured the pain. "Tell me about what happened," Kui Xin said, approaching the sofa and looking down at him. Silver Mask smiled and said, "It seems there's truth to the rumors. You truly are cold-hearted." He adjusted his sitting position and began recounting, "Last night, upon reaching the port, I followed your instructions to investigate the explosion site. There were security officers patrolling, and it took considerable effort to scan the scene data." From his pocket, Silver Mask retrieved a metallic sphere and tossed it to Kui Xin. She caught it precisely, and the metal ball unfolded in her hand, projecting a beam of light. A 3-dimensional representation of the explosion site, along with complete data analysis, appeared before her eyes. The blast affected a radius of 30 meters. The estimated explosive was likely a homemade Molotov cocktail. Homemade Molotov cocktails, this equipment was quite rudimentary. Given Mechanical Dawn's capabilities to mobilize resources from Mooring Harbor's warehouses, their members would not solely rely on such makeshift incendiary devices during their operations. At the very least, they would use standard military-grade ammunition. This inference suggests that Mechanical Dawn may not be the culprit behind these bombings. Kui Xin tapped on the projected image and another explosion site appeared. This time, the blast radius was even smaller, less than 10 meters, and the estimated explosive was a glass Molotov cocktail filled with ethanol as fuel. By continuously switching between data from various explosion sites, Kui Xin could confirm her earlier conjecture. The mastermind behind the previous wave of bombings was not Mechanical Dawn. In the port bombing incident, there was an invisible third party involved. As for the purpose of this unknown third party and whether their objectives were connected to the Kraken, further investigation is needed. The Silver Face operation proved highly efficient, obtaining a significant amount of data just within one night. It must have been exhausting, racing tirelessly through the hours. Kui Xin tossed the metal sphere back into Silver Mask's arms and said, "Continue telling me about what you encountered." After obtaining the on-site data, I initially planned to return it immediately and hand it over to you. However, just then, I heard someone's agonized scream. By the time I rushed to the source of the sound, a security officer patrolling the scene had already been killed by a monster. It was about to lay eggs inside that corpse. Silver Mask expressed disgust on his face. I eliminated the creature, but the security officer's teammate arrived. He saw me, so I had no choice but to kill him, along with the monster. I took care of disposing of their bodies. That was the first monster, Kui Xin said. Last night, you encountered 3 in total. The second monster approached me voluntarily. It had parasitized a dock worker. After being infested, the worker became emaciated, with hardly any nutrients left for the creature to absorb. I suspect it urgently needed to accumulate energy for its next metamorphosis and wanted to switch hosts. When it encountered me, it prepared to parasitize my body, Silver Mask said unhappily. TCH, disgusting. That second one is what caused my injuries. The third, Kui Xin prompted. There isn't much to say about the third one. I spotted it as soon as it crawled up from the sea onto the dock. Silver Mask shrugged. It didn't have a chance to find a human host yet. It was a fragile juvenile form. These monsters lived in the sea, climbed ashore to seek hosts, and laid eggs within human corpses. These creatures were not weak in combat. They could kill security officers who possessed significantly higher physical prowess than average individuals and even injure Silver Mask, who had extraordinary abilities. Kui Xin smiled bitterly inwardly. She should have realized that, in a world combining cyberpunk elements with supernatural phenomena, encountering any bizarre entities should come as no surprise. Her perception of the second world's danger level escalated further. In the past, it was uncertain if we'd encounter even one of these monsters in a month. Why so many suddenly tonight? Silver Mask asked. We ought to report this to the organization. Yes, we should report. Kui Xin paused as her communicator, specifically the investigation department's device, vibrated from within her pocket. The screen displayed the caller's name, Xu Xiao. She pressed the accept button and said, Captain. Kui Xin, how is your recovery going? Xu Xiao's voice sounded somewhat grave. What happened? Kui Xin detected an unusual tone in his words. Last night, Mo Jingtong and Wang Jianmu from Squad 6 encountered an accident while patrolling the docks, Xu Xiao said. Now, the port patrol position is vacant, and there's an urgent need for someone to be dispatched. Kui Xin, we've suffered too many casualties recently, leaving us short-staffed. If you've recovered, it's best to return promptly for duty. All right. I'll return to the investigation department tomorrow morning, Kui Xin said. Xu Xiao seemed extremely busy. He wasted no words and hung up immediately after conveying the necessary information. Kui Xin put down the communicator, her gaze fixed on Silver Mask, who was sitting on the sofa, seemingly engrossed in eavesdropping on the conversation. Mo Jingtong and Wang Jianmu were members of the field operations team, which was assigned to Squad 6 next door. Kui Xin had reviewed their files before. Last night, Silver Mask witnessed one of them being killed by a monster, followed by dispatching the other individual who rushed over to investigate. If you go patrol the port, won't it be much easier for me to operate there? Silver Mask exclaimed excitedly. It would also be incredibly convenient to set up explosive devices at the port. Not bad luck. The person I killed last night wasn't wasted after all, turning out to be from your field operations team. Yes, indeed. By killing our team member, you left the field operations team short-staffed, reducing my 3-day break to just 1 day, Kui Xin said. When I'm at work, I have to spend long periods with my teammates, which means I can't promptly communicate with you or devise plans. Silver Mask paused, taken aback. I hadn't considered that. It's all just unfortunate coincidences. I didn't expect you to anticipate that. Kui Xin sighed as she rested her forehead on one hand. It's all right. Accidents are inevitable. This isn't your fault, and plans must adapt to changing circumstances. If there's an unexpected situation and you can't reach me, handle it independently without waiting for my instructions. Just remember to report back afterward. Understood, Silver Mask nodded. Her available downtime had diminished significantly. Last night, she stayed up all hours reviewing documents, and now she urgently needed sleep to regain her energy. I have work to attend to. Don't move around too much until your injuries heal, Kui Xin said. Wait. Silver Mask called out to stop Kui Xin. What is it? Kui Xin turned back. I'm hungry. Do we have any food? He asked earnestly. I've been running all night without sleep or a meal, and using my ability makes me particularly famished. Kui Xin pondered briefly. There's no food left in the kitchen. Order some takeout, and while you're at it, get me something too. Sure, I'll order, Silver Mask agreed. Half an hour later, the doorbell rang. At the entrance stood Xi Liang, dressed in delivery personnel uniform. Hello, here's your Dell. Oh, senior. So this is where you live? Kui Xin was taken aback by Xi Liang's part-time job delivering food. Are you working to support your education? Yeah, I'm trying to earn money for college, but I'm not sure if I'll make enough. It seems quite unlikely. Xi Liang handed over the takeout bag and said, I have another delivery to make. Goodbye, senior. Kui Xin waved at him as she closed the door. Who is he? Silver Mask asked. A guy who got accepted into the mechanical engineering department of Black Sea Academy. The character I'm portraying also graduated from the Black Sea Academy, Kui Xin replied while retrieving the takeaway boxes. Mechanical engineering? That's a field the organization needs talent in. Silver Mask paused momentarily while unpacking the utensils. What's his family background like? Not very good. His parents run a convenience store, Kui Xin said. Silver Mask had an epiphany. So well informed about him? You're already thinking about recruiting him, aren't you? It seems that the Mechanical Dawn organization does admit new members? We shouldn't be too hasty, Kui Xin responded, maintaining her composure. You're right, we need to observe him further, Silver Mask agreed, opening the takeaway box. However, individuals from disadvantaged backgrounds are easier to recruit. They can be readily swayed by money, Kui Xin suddenly remarked. With just a small incentive, we can bind them through mutual benefits. Report both the frequent sightings of monsters at the port and the name of the boy who got admitted to the Black Sea Academy, Silver Mask said. If he meets the criteria, the organization will send someone to approach him. All right, you write the report, Kui Xin directed without hesitation, assigning him the task. The boy's name is Xi Liang. Silver Mask endured it, suppressing his frustration. Finally, he let out a resigned sigh. I'll write it. Anyway, I have nothing else to do while recovering. After eating their takeout, Silver Mask meticulously completed the report intended for submission to the organization and handed it over to Kui Xin for review. Only after she nodded did Silver Mask confidently click send. Kui Xion's approval of the report pleased Silver Mask greatly. From Silver Mask's report, Kui Xin observed the commonly used format for reporting to the Mechanical Dawn organization, which also satisfied her. She noticed that in the report, Silver Mask refrained from using the term monster and instead opted for special species. She surmised that special species was the formal written terminology equivalent to monsters. Kui Xin returned to her room, while Silver Mask curled up on the sofa with a thin blanket draped over him for rest. With his eyes closed, a tuft of white hair protruded from beneath the blanket, resembling a cat that had burrowed under covers, convinced it was well hidden. Recalling Silver Mask's behavior and actions, Kui Xin mentally assessed him as apart from being obedient and possessing superpowers, he is entirely like a foolish cat. There were still parts of the investigation department's documents she hadn't finished reading, but the remaining time was insufficient for Kui Xin to thoroughly peruse them. She skimmed through quickly, focusing on sections related to monsters and special species. At the end of the documents, there was a statement. The investigation department's emergency unit has an unknown leader and fluctuating members, with their office located on underground level 3 of the investigation building. This covert unit's primary responsibility is the secret elimination of special species appearing in various locations. The investigation department harbored many secrets, such as the mysterious emergency unit. Similarly, the second world contained numerous peculiarities, including the monsters and special species mentioned by Silver Mask. Running out of time for rest, Kui Xin set down her bracelet and forced herself to fall asleep. Kui Xin slept for 8 hours straight. After her alarm went off, she got out of bed, washed up, and changed clothes. Splashing cold water on her face, Kui Xin stared at herself in the mirror for a moment before murmuring, "Fear can hinder one's progress." She couldn't afford to be held back, whether it was in the first world or the second world. Stagnation was not an option. Kui Xin pushed open the bathroom door and walked into the living room, just in time to see Silver Mask climbing through the window from the balcony. "I bought groceries this morning. Ordering takeout is too expensive." Holding numerous bags, Silver Mask looked expectantly at Kui Xin. Indeed, we should have breakfast," Kui Xin said. "Put any leftover food in the refrigerator." Considering he had spent his own money on groceries, Kui Xin decided to slightly increase her tolerance for him. She prepared 2 simple breakfast portions. After eating, Silver Mask conscientiously gathered the dishes and began washing them. As he washed, he asked, "My injuries have mostly healed. Did you have any instructions for today? So fast?" Kui Xin thought incredulously. Do all individuals with superhuman abilities recover this quickly? Silver Mask hadn't utilized a technological recovery tank to mend his wounds, yet he still recuperated rapidly, almost unnaturally swift for a human. "Not at the moment," Kui Xin replied while changing her shoes at the doorway. "If I'm assigned to patrol the port area, I'll give you further instructions. If not, it's undecided for now. In the meantime, you can act freely." She picked up an umbrella and stepped out. The rain in Black Sea City persisted for a long time, making it virtually a city of perpetual showers. Kui Xin waited at the electric rail car stop, and within a minute, the rail car arrived punctually. During the daytime, Black Sea City lost its embellishments from neon lights and holographic advertisements, appearing much more subdued. As far as the eye could see, all buildings took on a deep gray hue amidst the hazy rain, creating a sense of oppression. After several dozen minutes, Kui Xin reached the Investigation Department building. "Welcome back, Intern Security Officer Kui Xin. Please place your umbrella on the communal rack," Yudong's voice echoed in her ears. Kui Xin followed the instructions, placed her umbrella, and then took the elevator to Xu Xiao's office. She knocked on the door. "Come in," said Xu Xiao. As the door opened, Kui Xion's heart skipped a beat upon entering. The office was filled with about 4 or 5 individuals, all members of the 7th Squad. When they saw Kui Xin, they uniformly turned their heads towards her. "All right, let's skip the small talk." Xu Xiao tapped on the table, drawing the squad members' attention back. "Take a seat, Kui Xin. We're about to discuss the objectives of our upcoming mission." Kui Xin approached an empty space, pulled out a wheeled chair, and sat down. Xu Xiao activated the holographic projector, casting realistic 3-dimensional figures into the air. "This is our target for this mission. Chai Jian, a 6th-class citizen, committed first-degree murder. However, due to his mental illness, he was not incarcerated but instead received treatment at Black Sea City's Municipal Mental Hospital," Xu Xiao explained. "Just last night, he escaped after assaulting his psychotherapist." "How did he manage it?" asked the man seated to Kui Xion's left. "Is his psychotherapist still alive?" "His psychotherapist sustained minor injuries, nothing serious," Xu Xiao replied. "As for how he escaped, based on analysis, there's a high likelihood that he has awakened." "Awoke?" "He became an awakened being with superhuman abilities." The members of the 7th Squad displayed expressions of surprise. Yudong assessed that his awakened ability likely lacks lethal force. The hospital's monitoring equipment wasn't violently damaged. "It's probable that he used his superhuman ability to escape," Xu Xiao said. "Our mission is to apprehend him and bring him back into custody. If during the process he vehemently resists or poses a threat to ordinary civilian safety, we have authorization to eliminate him on the spot." "I have a question," Kui Xin said. "Was this patient's mental state stable? Before his escape and attack on the therapist, were there any signs or unusual reactions?" "Indeed, there were." Xu Xiao furrowed his brow. "The hospital provided us with Chai Jian's therapy recordings. He persistently claimed that he wasn't ill and repeatedly emphasized to the doctors that he was not from Black Sea City. Instead, he believed himself to be from a city called Jiangling." "That sounds pretty severe indeed," one team member remarked with a smile. His comment garnered agreement from several others. However, Kui Xin had no inclination to agree just for the sake of appearing sociable. Jiangling Chai Jian, an escaped mentally ill criminal, claimed he was from Jiangling. Chai Jian must also be a player from the First World. Author's note. Silver Mask. In this cold and ruthless world, only warm meals can bring a sliver of comfort to my fragile heart and stomach. Silver Mask, the hidden food-loving handsome man. Xu Xiuyou instructed Yadong, play the recording provided by the hospital. Yes, sir. Following Yadong's response, a video segment popped up. In the pristine white treatment room, the chief psychiatrist sat behind a table, facing the mentally ill criminal, Chai Jian, across from him. With gaunt cheeks, stubble covering his face, deep-set eyes, and heavy bags beneath them, Chai Jian was restrained to the chair by straps. He strained to widen his eyes, hands clenched into fists. I'm really not from Black Sea City. Yes, my name is indeed Chai Jian, but I haven't committed any crimes. I'm not a mentally ill offender. There's nothing wrong with me. All right, I understand. Please calm down, Mr. Chai. The psychiatrist leaned back, speaking cautiously, fearful of further agitating the emotionally charged Chai Jian. What do you know? Chai Jian exclaimed vehemently. I'm not lying. I'm not a criminal. I haven't committed any crime. I am not mentally ill. Mr. Chai, I comprehend your point. Secretly, the psychiatrist pressed the alarm button under the table. If Chai Jian made any aggressive moves, guards outside would rush in to subdue him. You don't understand shit. I just took a nap, and after waking up, I found myself in this damn place. I am Chai Jian from Jiangling, and I haven't committed any crime. Chai Jian yelled hysterically, and even through the holographic projection, one could feel the despair and confusion emanating from him. Lawyer, get me a lawyer. I want to report this. The psychotherapist said, Mr. Chai, as a sixth-class citizen, your political rights have been revoked. You do not have the right to appeal, and we cannot help you obtain a lawyer. Fucking hell, what bullshit are you spouting? Chai Jian broke free from his restraints, leaped out of the chair, and lunged to grab the psychotherapist by the collar. The psychotherapist pressed the alarm button while swiftly dodging back. The door to the treatment room burst open, and hospital security guards rushed in, overpowering Chai Jian and forcefully pressing his face against the table. I'm not a criminal, I'm not. With his face distorted by the pressure, Chai Jian's words were mumbled but persistently repeated. The psychotherapist quickly withdrew a sedative from their white coat and injected it into Chai Jian's neck. Chai Jian muttered dazedly, "Let me go home." He closed his eyes, succumbing to unconsciousness due to the medication's effect. Kui Xin expressionlessly observed the scene unfold. Her own start was already perilous enough. Compared to her, Shi Liang's beginning seemed ordinary, with most financial difficulties. But Chai Jian, considering his tragic circumstances, Kui Xin couldn't determine who had it worse between him and herself. Chai Jian's emotions were extremely agitated, leaving him in an irrational state. If he had calmed down, he likely could have effortlessly summoned the game system's interface, clarifying his current basic status. His overwhelming panic and fear caused him to lose his ability to reason. Kui Xin wondered how many people genuinely read the announcements and documents when signing up for the game, and how many remembered those 6 pieces of advice and resolved to follow them. She knew that many individuals, while playing games, would simply click agree without even glancing at the required statements. It was possible that Chai Jian hadn't carefully read the game-related emails at all. Unaware of the survival rules, he found himself at a disadvantage. She learned that the Federation abolished capital punishment 80 years ago. If Chai Jian had stayed put and received treatment at the psychiatric hospital without causing any trouble, he would never face danger throughout his life, ultimately dying peacefully of old age. The loss of his freedom would be the price he'd pay. But Chai Jian escaped. With this escape, the investigation department now has the authority to directly kill him on sight during their pursuit. When Kui Xin killed 2 robbers, she didn't receive any disciplinary action. If the 7th Squad eliminates Chai Jian, not only will they avoid reprimands, but they might even earn commendations. Criminal Chai Jian lacks anti-tracking experience and has appeared multiple times on the streets after escaping from the psych ward. The city's surveillance network traced his movements, Shushio said. Display the map. Yidong projected a city map, marked with small red dots and lines indicating Chai Jian's locations and trajectory. He's been active in the northern district. An hour ago, he attempted to buy food at a convenience store but was unsuccessful because his account was frozen. Based on my calculations, Chai Jian is still within the northern district. He cannot use public transportation or enter public venues. Xu Xiuyao zoomed in on the map. The slums in the northern district have sparse surveillance, making it an ideal hiding spot for fugitives. This area requires focused searching. Chai Jian's mental state is highly unstable. His superhuman ability does not possess direct lethality, but its effects are uncertain, Xu Xiuyao explained. For this operation, we will combine long-range and close-quarters tactics. Jiang Ming, Lu Kong'an, and I will pursue him directly, while Lan Lan controls the drone swarm. Kui Xin, you will serve as the long-range sniper. Is that all right? Long-range sniper? That's a massive problem. She had never even touched a gun before. Kui Xin fell silent. Xu Xiuyao interpreted her silence as rookie nervousness and encouraged her, if the capture goes smoothly, there won't be a need for a sniper. You're the last safety measure, ensuring that the criminal doesn't escape. Your shooting test score was perfect. I believe in you. Are you up to it, newbie? The man to Kui Xin's left scrutinized her from head to toe, seemingly goading her. Combining his appearance with the information she had reviewed, Kui Xin recognized him as Lan Lan, who served as the technician equivalent in the 7th Squad, responsible for maintaining and operating various technological devices. She had diligently memorized the profiles of everyone present in this room. I'm ready, Captain. Kui Xin steeled herself and accepted the command. Good, no time to waste. Go change into your gear, said Xu Xiuyao. Everyone stood up, gradually leaving Xu Xiuyao's office, turning right towards the door marked Equipment Room, and scanning their irises one by one. Kui Xin also scanned her iris before entering. Yidong's voice echoed from an unknown source. For this mission, you will require bulletproof combat suits, standardized firearms, standard-issue close-quarters knives, K-80 long-range sniper rifles, micro-drones, data monitors, backup communicators, anti-explosion helmets, and emergency medical kits. Please ensure all items are correct before leaving the equipment room. The equipment room was filled with the scent of ammunition and gun maintenance oil. Rows upon rows of jet-black firearms hung neatly on racks, their various types of bullets and magazines gleaming coldly. With a quick glance, Kui Xin also noticed numerous peculiar-looking pieces of gear whose purposes were unclear. Following her teammates, Kui Xin retrieved a bulletproof combat suit in her size and proceeded to the women's changing area to put it on. The black bulletproof combat suit had a simple design without any superfluous embellishments. It felt slightly snug after donning it, but the fabric was thin and elastic. Kui Xin fastened her belt, which featured numerous hidden clips seemingly intended for holding guns and magazines. After changing, she approached the display cabinet containing firearms. Observing her teammates' actions out of the corner of her eye, she mimicked them by picking up a standard-issue pistol based on its label and securing it at her waist. Additionally, she grabbed 2 magazine strips and a short blade with a sharp edge that had been treated to prevent glare. Kui Xin moved to the rack holding blast-resistant helmets and took one, placing it on her head. This helmet wasn't full coverage. Its primary purpose was to protect the back of the skull. As a sniper, she required an additional piece of equipment, the K-80 long-range sniper rifle. Just looking at the display case housing the sniper rifle made Kui Xin feel overwhelmed. The gun was massive and, even worse, it was unassembled. Her scalp tingled with unease as she stared at the K-80's components, feeling helpless. What's wrong? Lan Lan approached and asked, hurry up and assemble it so we can leave. The captain mentioned you scored perfectly in shooting, but despite being teammates for so many days, I've never seen you assemble a gun yet. Let me witness your skills. Closing her eyes with determination, Kui Xin reached out to touch the firearm parts. Barrel, receiver, muzzle brake, bipod, connecting block, scope. The components quickly assembled in her hands, and the speed was blindingly fast. Lan Lan was astounded, his mouth agape. As the last piece fell into place, Kui Xin's fingertips involuntarily twitched slightly. Fortune favored Kui Xin this time. her innate talent for combat instinct also encompassed firearms. After assembling a weapon thousands upon thousands of times, one could do it effortlessly with muscle memory, even with their eyes closed. Kui Xin hoisted the K-80 onto her shoulder and said to Lon Lon, "There you go. What do you think?" "Wow, impressive." Lon Lon grinned, playfully moving closer and grabbing the spare communicator that Kui Xin hadn't picked up yet. He pinned it to Kui Xin's belt, saying, "Since your hands are occupied with the gun, let me help with the communicator." "Thanks," replied Kui Xin. She couldn't rely too heavily on combat instinct. Having no theoretical knowledge in her mind was not sustainable. The textbooks from Security Officer Kui Xin's university days, covering criminal investigation techniques, were still preserved on her bedroom desk. As soon as she had some free time, she definitely needed to thoroughly review them to fill the gaps in her knowledge. After leaving the equipment room with her teammates and entering the corridor, Yudong announced, "Please proceed according to the yellow indicator lights, 7th Squad members." Captain Xu Xiao has already reached the helipad. "Xiao Kui, you forgot to open your helmet." Lon Lon and Kui Xin walked shoulder to shoulder. "I don't have hands free." Carrying the K-80 was somewhat challenging for Kui Xin. Fortunately, this body's physical attributes far exceeded those of ordinary individuals, allowing her to hold a gun weighing dozens of kilograms while briskly walking down the corridor. Kui Xin added, "Don't call me Xiao Kui, it sounds too cloying." "Huh, really? You can call me Xiao Lon too if you like." Smiling broadly, Lon Lon extended his hand and said, "Let me help you open your helmet." He tapped the side of Kui Xin's helmet. Instantly, green data overlays appeared before Kui Xin's eyes, and Yudong's voice resonated within her helmet. "Hello, Intern Security Officer Kui Xin. I will be responsible for filtering squad communications and continuously collecting information such as wind direction, wind speed, humidity, obstacles, target distances, shooting angles, and Coriolis effect forces to provide data support for your sniping accuracy." "Such high-tech?" Kui Xin was astounded. The elevator doors opened and closed, swiftly taking Kui Xin's group to the rooftop helipad. Xu Xiao, fully equipped, stood beside an elongated police vehicle. "Prepare for departure." "Yes, Captain," the 7th Squad responded collectively. One by one, everyone boarded the vehicle. Kui Xin, holding her meter-long sniper rifle, claimed the last row all to herself. The police car lifted off, hovering in the air. At that moment, Lu Kongyun, who had been silent until now, spoke up, "Everyone, check the safeties on your guns to prevent accidental discharge." Jiang Mingwu, exasperated, replied, "He says this before every mission. My ears have practically developed calluses from hearing it." Lon Lon turned around from the front seat to explain to the puzzled Kui Xin his gun's safety used to malfunction once. While seated in the car with it tucked at his waist, it accidentally discharged. Thankfully, it didn't hit anyone but struck the police vehicle instead. "We were flying at the time, causing immediate flames, and nearly crashed. It left quite a psychological scar on old Lu, haha." Upon hearing this, Kui Xin reflexively looked down to ensure the safety of her standard-issue firearm was functioning properly. "Don't be too tense, Kui Xin," Xu Xiao said from the driver's seat. "Just grip your gun firmly, aim at the target, and stay focused. Don't worry about anything else." "Understood, Captain," Kui Xin murmured softly. The relentless torrential rain persisted without pause, mirroring the heaviness of her mood. Raindrops covered the police car's windows, obstructing Kui Xin's view. The vehicle flew for 30 minutes before gradually descending. Arrived at the location where the target is expected to appear, Yudong announced. "The optimal sniping position is the signal tower at Freedom Square in the Northern District. Security Officer Kui Xin, please proceed there." Security Officer Lon Lon can accompany her to control the swarm of drones from the signal tower. The signal tower stands 230 meters high, offering relatively wide-open views above. "Go," Xu Xiao said. Members of 7th Squad exchanged glances as Kui Xin and Lon Lon stepped forward, leaving the group first and ascending the nearby signal tower. Upon reaching the topmost level of the signal tower, Kui Xin took a deep breath, knelt down on one knee, set up the K-80 rifle, and aligned it with the scope. Lon Lon opened his backpack, revealing a metal box. As he lifted the lid, 5 fist-sized drones separated from the box and dove through the rain like predatory birds, heading towards the residential area below. These drones are primarily for scanning purposes. Since it's a residential zone, we can't use weapon-equipped ones. They increase the risk of accidental casualties. Sniper precision is still preferable here. Holding the control panel, Lan Lan maneuvered the drone swarm. Yidong can also control the drones, but its primary function is data aggregation and analysis. Manual operation conserves computational power, allowing Yidong's responses to be more swift and comprehensive. TSK, honestly, the investigation department should upgrade Yidong's core already. It would save us so much trouble. Kui Xin did not respond. She was fully absorbed. She peered through the high-powered scope, searching the residential area below for Chaijian. With painstaking precision, Kui Xin adjusted the K80 mm by millimeter. She spotted Captain Xu, Jiang Ming, and Lu Kongyun, confirmed their positions, and then moved the scope away while her finger lightly rested on the trigger. Her concentration was at its peak. The firearm became an extension of her body. Unconsciously, even without realizing it, her gun barrel instinctively tracked every moving object within the scope's view, whether they were teammates or ordinary civilians moving about in the slum. Kui Xin's combat instincts had been fully awakened. At that moment, she was like a hawk soaring in the sky, hunting for prey, or a python lurking hidden in its den. Without deliberate effort, her predatory instincts took control of her body, transforming her into a hunter. For a brief instant, just a fleeting moment, Kui Xin felt an impulse to shoot at all the moving objects within the scope's field of vision. She steadied her breathing, composed herself, and cleared her mind of distractions. "The target has appeared," Yidong suddenly announced. Lan Lan directed the drone swarm to track the target. Swiftly adjusting her gun's aim, Kui Xin searched for targets based on Yidong's markings, and she found one. A frantic figure appeared within her scope, a man with a loaf of bread clenched between his teeth, running barefoot down the street. His silhouette looked both pitiful and comical. Target distance, 986.2 meters, current wind force, 2.3 levels, angle. The data flashed before Kui Xin's eyes. She locked onto Chaijian, placing her index finger on the trigger. "Captain, the coordinates have been sent," Lan Lan announced over the team's communications channel. He stared intently at the drone-fed footage on the monitor. "Criminal Chaijian is heading towards the signal tower." "Roger that," replied Xu Xuyao. Heavy breathing sounds from the team members' sprint echoed through the communications channel, but Kui Xin couldn't hear them. Yidong filtered out the noise to prevent external distractions from affecting her aiming and shooting. The K80 rifle held 10 rounds in its magazine, and Kui Xin carried 2 spare magazines, which were more than sufficient. If her teammates successfully apprehend their target, she might not even need to fire. Kui Xin tracked Chaijian's fleeing figure through the scope, keeping her calm. He ran almost frantically, without a specific target or direction. As he sprinted across the muddy and slippery ground of the slum, he stumbled and fell. Struggling to his feet amidst the tumble, he hastily glanced back over his shoulder, disregarding his bleeding knee and the bread falling from his mouth as he continued his frantic dash. Running quite fast, but fortunately it's towards the signal tower. On the monitor in Lan Lan's hand, the green dots representing their teammates and the red dots symbolizing their mission objective steadily decreased the distance between them. Xu Xuyao and the others were about to catch up with Chaijian. "Wait!" Kui Xin suddenly spoke up, breaking her silence while maintaining her aim. "Didn't we say that Chaijian lacks experience in evading pursuit? How did he detect and flee while Captain was so far away?" Lan Lan froze. Could it be his superhuman ability? "No, didn't you notice?" While running, Chaijian kept looking back, but not in the southwest direction where the Captain was located. Instead, he looked behind him directly. Kui Xin adjusted the scope, no longer aiming at Chaijian, but shifting it to search for suspicious objects behind him. His run isn't because he knew the Captain was nearby. He's not that perceptive. There must be something else chasing him, which frightened him, prompting him to flee. "That deduction sounds plausible," Lan Lan muttered. Kui Xin's analysis indeed made sense. After a moment of hesitation, He detached one drone from the tracking swarm and directed it to the rear, beginning to scan the surrounding environment. The scans captured environmental images, 3D renderings of buildings, small-scale topography, and even the sewers. Under the scanning beams of the drones, no living organism could remain hidden. There were no abnormalities. Nothing seemed to be pursuing Chaijian. Lan Lan, relieved, said, "You're overthinking it, Xiao Kui." Kui Xian's lips tightened, a distinct warning signal flashing in her mind. Her temples throbbed, instinctively alerting her that things were not as simple as they appeared. One of Kui Xian's inherent abilities was danger evasion, allowing her to keenly perceive and avoid danger. Without her conscious notice, this ability had been triggered. There is imminent danger in the vicinity. However, the danger did not originate from Chaijian but rather from somewhere else. An unidentified object moving at 5.9 meters per second has been detected in the sewers. An unidentified object moving at 5.9 meters per second has been detected in the sewers. Yidong sounded the alarm. Scanning. Scan complete. The unidentified object is a parasitic hydra. Level 3 alert. Repeat. Level 3 alert. Yidong's broadcast accelerated, transmitting swiftly and clearly into all team members' ears. Damn it. How could a parasitic hydra leave the coast and enter the city? Lan Lan, who had maintained a relaxed expression until now, abruptly swore with clear distress on his face. He grimly manipulated the data panel, directing drones to fly along the sewer routes to confirm the location of the parasitic hydra. The captain and others are in danger. We didn't bring weapons or equipment specifically for dealing with alien creatures. Alien creature? Parasitic hydra? What was this thing? Kui Xian's heart raced, rising up to her throat. She adjusted the scope, scanning the streets around manhole covers for any signs of the parasitic hydra. In disbelief, Lan Lan exclaimed, "The parasitic hydra is chasing Chaijian through the sewers." Briefly lifting her gaze, Kui Xian glanced at the data panel in his hands. The small red dot representing Chaijian was frantically moving forward, while the yellow dot marked as the parasitic hydra, a type of alien creature, was closely trailing behind him. She didn't understand what a parasitic hydra was, but she knew the situation was dire. Even without emerging from the sewers, the mere presence of the parasitic hydra caused such alarm in Lan Lan, indicating its extreme danger. Yidong, send drones here with equipment and request backup while you're at it, Lan Lan urgently said. Captain, retreat. The bulletproof combat suits can't withstand the Hydra's attacks, and the weapons you have are unlikely to cause significant damage. No, this is a residential area. It will kill civilians, Xu Xia replied. Jiang Ming, go drive the police car, it has flamethrowers. Use those against the creature, and Lu Kongyun and I will continue tracking. Yes, Captain. Jiang Ming left the team. Kui Xian calmly wiped away raindrops from the scope lens and resumed her aiming position. She was atop the tall signal tower, while the parasitic hydra was within the sewers several hundred meters away. Unlike Chaijian and Xu Xiao, she remained safe. Instead of trying to locate the parasitic hydra between manhole covers, Kui Xian focused intently on targeting Chaijian. Since the parasitic hydra was pursuing him, she concentrated on Chaijian, observing if he would lure the hydra out of the sewers. Chaijian was like a panicked lab rat, an unplanned living bait. The live bait had been cast, but what kind of monster could it reel in? Despite her sweaty palms, Kui Xian maintained her unwavering focus. She forgot to blink, even as raindrops were blown into her eyes by the wind. At a bend, the exhausted Chaijian slipped and fell. Simultaneously, the concrete beneath his feet suddenly bulged before shattering. A terrifying monster burst forth from the ground. Kui Xian's eyes widened, stunned beyond words. It was a creature waving translucent tentacles and possessing a grotesquely distorted human body. This body wasn't its own, but rather a parasitized host. The translucent tentacles eagerly emerged from various parts of the human form: back, mouth, nose, eyes, and ears, and wildly thrashed in the air. Chaijian let out a pig-like scream. Help me. Don't eat me. I just came to steal some bread from your home. The translucent tentacles entrapped him, wrapping around his neck and turning his face purple. Xu Xiuyao and Lu Kangyun arrived promptly, unhesitatingly drawing their guns and firing at the monster. Upon impact, the monster's translucent tentacles snapped off, yet even the severed limbs continued writhing on the ground. Snapping out of her shock, Kui Xin aimed at the human body occupied by the parasitic hydra and pulled the trigger. Bang! A bullet spun out from the gun's muzzle but missed its target, striking the concrete ground beneath the parasitic hydra instead. The bullet's impact created a pit in the concrete. The K-80 is currently the most superior long-range sniper rifle, capable of penetrating solid cement walls. Damn it. Kui Xin cursed. You forgot to account for the wind influence, Yadong said. It's drizzling now with a wind speed of 2.1 levels, slightly decreasing. The target distance is 722.3 meters. Lon opened his mouth and said, Kui Xin, you. Shut up. Don't distract me while I'm shooting, Kui Xin snapped irritably. Lon promptly closed his mouth. Kui Xin slowly exhaled, wiped the scope, and attempted another shot. The muzzle of the K-80 spat fire, sending another bullet piercing through the rain curtain. With a sharp crack, the bullet hit its mark. The spinning bullet struck directly into the chest of the parasitic hydra, instantly perforating its body and creating a bowl-sized hole. As dried flesh scattered around the cavity, no blood flowed. Before Kui Xin could even savor the satisfaction of hitting the target, she rapidly pulled the trigger again. Bullets continuously fired from the barrel, striking the parasitic hydra's head, abdomen, shoulders, waist, and legs. Its parasitized form resembled a battered puppet, barely maintaining human shape. Only after emptying all 10 bullets did Kui Xin stop firing. She didn't even glance at her results, but quickly changed magazines without pausing, then re-aimed, ready for the next round of shots. With its human host no longer supporting it, the parasitic hydra collapsed to the ground instantly, releasing Chai Jian's wrist. Stars danced before Chai Jian's eyes as he gasped heavily, narrowly escaping suffocation. Without time to recover, driven by his survival instinct, he clumsily crawled away on all fours, looking exceptionally disheveled. The parasitic hydra, unwilling to let go of its prey, reached out towards Chai Jian but missed. Chai Jian's body vanished from its reach and reappeared under a streetlight 3 meters away, evading the grab. Staggering to his feet, he cursed hysterically, "Fuck. This time my superpower actually worked. Thankfully, I didn't screw up." Kui Xin initiated another round of shooting, severing several robust hydra tentacles. Helpless, the parasitic hydra temporarily abandoned Chai Jian. Its tentacles clung to the ground, utilizing their strength to move rapidly back and forth, dodging Kui Xion's bullets. From dozens of meters away, Xu Xiuyao and Lu Kangyun also fired their guns, working seamlessly together. As one emptied their ammunition, the other immediately took over, allowing time for the first to swap magazines. Before Kui Xion's ammunition ran out, Jiang Ming promptly arrived, piloting the police car. The police car descended, and from one side emerged a jet-black flamethrower, unleashing scorching flames that engulfed the crawling parasitic hydra. Its tentacles visibly shriveled, losing their previous vigor. "This thing fears fire," Kui Xin murmured softly, feeling her tense nerves finally relax. However, before Kui Xin could fully ease up, the parasitic hydra suddenly began to struggle fiercely. Its writhing tentacles whipped through the air, producing sounds akin to cracking whips. With tremendous effort, the hydra extended its tentacles, ensnaring the airborne police car equipped with the flamethrower. It exerted all its might, causing the police car to tilt sideways while simultaneously thrusting a tentacle directly into the flamethrower's nozzle, blocking it. With a deafening explosion, the fuel tank connected to the flamethrower detonated, sending the police car plummeting amidst thick smoke from the sky. The parasitic hydra severed its own tentacle, abandoning the ruined human body and frantically crawling towards Chai Jian, who had just managed to escape 10 meters away. A horrifying scene unfolded as the creature's soft, translucent body enveloped Chai Jian, forcefully inserting its tentacles into his mouth. Chai Jian's expression displayed sheer terror, his jaw gaping wide open, powerless against the parasitic hydra's invasion. His eyes rolled back, his neck swelled, and his chest and abdomen were unnaturally distended, gradually becoming grotesque. Xu Xiuyao raised his gun to aim at Chai Jian, but it fired empty. His ammunition was depleted. Lu Kongyun grimaced and shook his head, indicating he also had no bullets left. The parasitic hydra is currently in a vulnerable state. We can't let it complete host migration, Lan Lan said rapidly. Kui Xin, take down Chai Jian. Quickly. The parasitic hydra can't infect a corpse. In mere seconds, Chai Jian's body underwent a drastic transformation as the parasitic hydra forced its way inside him. Kui Xin pursed her lips, aligned through the scope, and fired at Chai Jian. Bang! To her ears, this gunshot sounded more distant than the previous ones. The bullet spun, piercing the man's skull. His body collapsed with a thud, blood splattering and staining large patches of the ground red. You have killed Proxy Chai Jian. You have deprived Proxy Chai Jian of their superhuman ability. You have acquired the superhuman ability, Shadow Shuttling, E rank. Shadow Shuttling, E rank. You can utilize shadows for short-range spatial translocation. At that moment, Kui Xian's eyes were vacant, and the sound of gunfire seemed to still echo in her ears. Her hand, which had pulled the trigger, trembled slightly. She suddenly understood why the game she initially signed up for was named Crimson Earth. Why is the land crimson? Because it has been stained red by blood. The world finally revealed its utterly ruthless and cruel side completely to Kui Xin. Author's note. Kui Xin, just 3 days since crossing over, I have experienced more than what some people encounter in their entire lifetime, eyes closed face. The robust tentacles of the parasitic hydra abruptly stiffened before going limp. Its massive, translucent body, like a melting jellyfish, draped over Chai Jian's corpse. It was truly dissolving, transforming from a hybrid creature resembling both an octopus and a jellyfish into a pool of viscous liquid. A parasitic hydra can only survive briefly without a host. Despite its strength, it is also fragile, possessing low-level intelligence. Chai Jian was chosen as its next intended host, but when the parasitic hydra failed to infect him, it lost its life as well. Jiang Ming spoke intermittently through the communications channel. He hadn't died after plummeting from the sky, but he found himself trapped inside the police car. Through the scope, Kui Xin observed Xu Xiuyao and Lu Kongyun sprinting towards the crashed police car, attempting to rescue Jiang Ming trapped inside. The bulletproof glass was shattered, and the car doors hung crookedly. Xu Xiuyao kicked open the door, and together with Lu Kongyun, they managed to drag Jiang Ming out. Fortunately, due to the rain, the police car did not catch fire as severely. Great job, Kui Xin. Lan Lan patted her shoulder, loudly praising her. Let's quickly pack up our gear and head down to meet the captain. The police car is damaged, but a backup will arrive shortly. He suddenly fell silent. Lan Lan noticed that Kui Xion's hand holding the gun was subtly trembling. She had been rigidly maintaining this position since firing the shot. Are you okay, Kui Xion? Concerned, Lan Lan gently supported Kui Xion's shoulders, helping her stand. I'm fine. Struggling, Kui Xion tightened her grip on the K-80, using its muzzle as a makeshift crutch against the ground for support. Her legs were numb from kneeling for an extended period while aiming and shooting. This killing felt different from when she took down the 2 robbers previously. Last time, it happened unconsciously. Before she realized what occurred, both assailants were dead, shrouded in an unreal sensation throughout the event. This time was different. She deliberately pulled the trigger. She fired the fatal bullet, watching it directly strike Chai Jian's head. Lan Lan reassuringly said, "Don't burden yourself, Xiao Kui." Before his arrest, Chai Jian brutally murdered his wife and child. He deserved to pay with his life. However, our laws. He patted Kui Xion's shoulder, seemingly attempting to convey courage and strength through this gesture. His death was justified. You were eliminating a menace for the people. Moreover, once entangled by the parasitic hydra, there was no way for him to survive anyway. This point was crucial, and Kui Xion couldn't help but be deeply affected. She knew that Chai Jian was not the original criminal. The criminal Chai Jian had been replaced by player Chai Jian, so residing within the criminal's body was now an innocent soul. Chai Jian was not an NPC from the second world. He belonged to Kui Xion's own kind. Lan Lan's words did not bring comfort to Kui Xion. Silently, she shouldered her K-80 rifle and descended the signal tower stairs. Let's meet up with the captain. The mission was over. Chai Jian had died, and the unexpected threat posed by the parasitic Hydra was resolved. Once the backup security officers arrived, they could return to the investigation headquarters building. Kui Xin removed her helmet, feeling thoroughly drenched from the dense rain. She gazed at the overcast sky and let out a subdued sigh. She was beginning to loathe rainy days. This was her third day in Black Sea City, which had experienced 3 consecutive days of continuous rainfall. What's the deal with that alien creature? Kui Xin asked Lan Lan. Eliminating them is the responsibility of the emergency unit. As you're still an intern security officer, there's no need for you to know too much, Lan Lan said. Once you become a full-time employee, you'll learn more about alien creatures. That day isn't far off. Your performance on this operation will likely lead to the captain recommending you for official status. Our investigation department's primary focus is on ensuring city security. Dealing with alien creatures doesn't occur frequently since they are exceedingly rare. Kui Xin remarked, you mentioned they shouldn't appear within the city and should be near the coast. Yes, parasitic hydras cannot survive without water. I suspect it was due to increased rainfall causing seawater backflow, which gave the parasitic hydra an opportunity to reach the shore. Lan Lan furrowed his brow, deep in thought. Deciding to ask straightforwardly, Kui Xin posed the question, I've never heard of these alien creatures before. How do they come into existence? I don't know either. Lan Lan shook his head. Encountering an alien creature this time was unexpected. As a newcomer, you shouldn't have faced such things directly. Their visual impact is just too overwhelming. It was really quite disgusting, wasn't it? They're indeed quite disgusting. After exiting her shooting stance, Kui Xin recalled the frenzied dance of tentacles and felt slightly nauseated. Generally, Yudong immediately tracks their traces, and that's when the emergency unit steps in. They handle the cleanup, Lan Lan explained. Sometimes, the emergency unit doesn't deploy even once a month, while other times they may be called several times a week. Do members of the emergency unit face such dangers every time they carry out a mission? Kui Xin asked. Not every time, Lan Lan clarified. The composition of the emergency unit isn't fixed. Whenever there's an issue, personnel are temporarily drawn from other squads to form ad hoc teams. For example, like me. All right, Lan Lan. Xu Xiuyao interrupted over the communications channel. Wait until Kui Xin becomes an official member before fulfilling your duty as a senior by briefing her, okay? Sure thing. Sorry, I accidentally said too much. Xiao Kui, just pretend you forgot about it, Lan Lan cheerfully replied with a smile. Some information needs to remain confidential. I understand, Kui Xin said. Has she now earned Lan Lan's trust? Indeed, fighting shoulder to shoulder truly accelerates the bond of friendship. Our team has arrived, Xu Xiuyao announced. Direct the police cars to fly over here. Jiang Ming needs treatment. Yudong responded, the command has been relayed, Captain Xu. Jiang Ming's injuries were not minor, a fractured right arm and burns on his thigh. As he got into the vehicle, a cold sweat streamed down from the pain. I need to get myself a mechanical arm, then I won't have to worry about fractures anymore. I think that's a good idea. Lan Lan leaned forward inside the car. I heard Xiao Kui got an iron skull replacement. How enviable. Even regular bullets wouldn't penetrate it, right? Would you like one too? Dr. Huang's surgery was excellent. There's no difference compared to my original skull. Kui Xin glanced at him. Lan Lan replied, once I've had enough of this original version, I'll upgrade to an alloy one. The police car ascended, with Kui Xin seated in the last row. She placed the K-80 horizontally across her lap, feeling its icy chill and solid weight even through her bulletproof combat suit. How do you feel, Kui Xin? Lu Kaingin, who is typically reserved, started a conversation with her. Not great, Kui Xin admitted honestly. It's normal, Lu Kaingin said calmly. My first time was similar too. You almost shot your teammate when drawing your gun, Jiang Ming scoffed sarcastically. Kui Xin is far superior to you. Lu Kaingin's face flushed red, and he fell silent. Hey, don't always pick on him. It's no easy feat to get old Lu, the taciturn one, to speak up, Lan Lan said. The members of the 7th Squad, no longer maintaining their task-focused seriousness, relaxed the atmosphere. While they conversed, Kui Xin occasionally chimed in, but most of the time her thoughts drifted elsewhere, barely paying attention to what they were discussing. As the police car descended from the sky, teammates disembarked one after another, and she too stepped down with the K-80 rifle slung over her shoulder. Doctors and nurses holding stretchers awaited at the helipad. As soon as Jiang Ming was assisted out, they swiftly lifted him onto a stretcher. "Get treated for injuries first, then everyone else go change your gear," Xu Xiao instructed. "Head to the rest area and take a shower. Don't catch a cold from being drenched in rain." Kui Xian followed Lan Lan, who chattered incessantly, to the equipment room, where they removed their gear and changed into regular attire. Then she accompanied him to the rest area. Just before entering the rest area, Lan Lan paused, causing Kui Xian to nearly bump into his back, unable to react quickly enough. Smiling, Lan Lan pointed to the sign above the door and said, "This is the men's rest area. The women's rest area is next door." "What were you thinking, so absent-minded?" "Oh, I didn't notice." Kui Xian turned and slipped into the adjacent room. The rest area had a bathroom equipped with various amenities. Kui Xian took a shower, dried her hair, and then collapsed onto the sofa. "Intern Security Officer Kui Xian, Captain Xu is waiting for you outside," Yidong announced. Kui Xian rose from the sofa like a wandering spirit and opened the door to the rest area. "Captain, did you need something?" Kui Xian asked. "Yes, come with me." Xu Xiao turned around, leading the way. They proceeded until they reached a metal door marked Psychological Therapy Office. "Today happens to be Director Yang's duty shift. You can talk to him," Xu Xiao said gently. Kui Xian wanted to decline. "I'm fine, Captain. I'm just a bit tired. Resting will help." Physical exhaustion can indeed recover through adequate rest, but mental fatigue requires seeking a therapist, Xu Xiao explained. "In these past few days, you've experienced too much. Your emotional state is not right, necessitating psychological counseling. Go ahead, Director Yang is an excellent therapist." Hesitating momentarily, Kui Xian approached the door. The metal door opened, and she stepped inside. "Welcome," the man softly greeted her in the office. "You must be Kui Xian, right? Your captain and I are old friends." His voice was deep and melodious, reminiscent of the soothing tones of a cello. Kui Xian noticed the name badge on his attire, reading Yang Xingyun. "Hello, Director Yang," Kui Xian said. Yang Xingyun responded, "Please sit down. Don't be so formal. The therapy room is meant to be a place for relaxation." Following his instruction, Kui Xian took a seat in the swivel chair opposite him. The therapy room indeed felt very relaxing, with its decor distinctly different from other rooms. Surprisingly, the floor was made of wood and warm-toned wallpaper adorned the walls. 2 entire walls were converted into bookshelves, neatly arranged with various paper books. Even the lighting emitted a gentle, warm yellow hue, unlike the cold blue glow of the corridor lights. "Would you prefer tea or carbonated beverages that young people often enjoy? I have quite a variety here, and if something's not available, I can have it delivered." Yang Xingyun smiled. Behind him, an open tea cabinet displayed over a dozen types of teas in glass containers, ranging from colorful herbal infusions to green and black teas. "Tea, any kind is fine," Kui Xian replied. Yang Xingyun pressed the button to heat the water. "Then I'll brew you a cup of wolfberry and red jujube tea. I drink this daily." Kui Xian was taken aback. Was this young Director Yang already focused on health and wellness at such an early age? Yang Xingyun skillfully brewed a cup of goji berry and red jujube tea, even adding a piece of brown sugar to the ceramic mug. He pushed the teacup towards her and asked, "Do you like the decor in my office?" "Yes, it's different from other places." Kui Xian took a sip of the tea. "I despise the color of metal. It feels too cold and impersonal. Looking at it for extended periods makes me feel oppressed," Yang Xingyun said. In today's society, there is an increasing number of people suffering from mental illnesses, not just due to survival pressures, but also because of their living environments. Metal and machinery evoke associations with efficiency, rationality, and rigidity. Being constantly surrounded by metal and machinery prevents people from relaxing. That's why I decided to change the style of the therapy rooms, making them warmer and more emotional. "This place is really nice," Kui Xian remarked. "Shall we not start the counseling session right away?" "This is part of the counseling session. We're here to chat casually, discussing everyday matters and alleviating worries, Yang Xingyun explained. Working in the investigation department must be quite demanding, isn't it? It's manageable. As a newcomer, my captain and colleagues take good care of me, Kui Xin replied dryly. You can confide your worries to me, Yang Xingyun said. Kui Xin, those who make it into the field operations team aren't passive individuals. When you encounter problems, you must actively address them. Don't become passive. Kui Xin was taken aback. I indeed have some concerns. She lowered her gaze, took a sip of tea, and then set down the cup. Before, I also considered myself proactive. I diligently studied, strove to attend university, and worked hard to earn money. But recently, I've become very passive. Passivity is often due to not having clearly defined goals, Yang Xingyun said. What is your goal? Have you thought about it? Uncertainly, Kui Xin replied, to be wealthy? Yang Xingyun smiled. See, even if you're unsure about your goal, a goal should be instilled with motivation as soon as it's mentioned. The tone in which you speak of your goal ought to be confident and resolute, rather than hesitant. Kui Xin furrowed her brows. Establishing a clear goal is indeed challenging, I understand. During my time at university, I went through a long period of uncertainty before ultimately realizing what I truly desired, Yang Xingyun explained. Take your time to think about it. All right. Kui Xin nodded. Let's first focus on addressing the immediate issue at hand, Yang Xingyun said. I heard from your captain that you're very uncomfortable with killing. Kui Xin gently acknowledged this with a brief sound. Can you tell me how it feels? Yang Xingyun asked. The sensation of harming something different versus harming someone similar is distinct. Do you understand this feeling, Director Yang? Kui Xin replied. Alien creatures are considered different, so you can shoot without hesitation. But when facing humans, rational shooting becomes difficult for you, correct? Yang Xingyun stated. In response to his question, Kui Xin neither nodded nor shook her head. In Kui Xin's perception, she and Chai Jian were of the same kind, as were herself and Shi Liang. In the second world, apart from players, everyone else appeared alien to her. Kui Xin said, I killed someone like myself. Even though I know I didn't do anything wrong, it still troubles me deeply. Humans' empathy dictates that these emotions arise within you. As a security officer, you are destined to confront and grapple with such feelings, Yang Xingyun explained. Now let's make a hypothetical scenario, Kui Xin. What would you have done with Chai Jian if no aliens or parasitic hydras appeared during your mission? Without any hesitation, Kui Xin replied, if he picked up a weapon, I would disable the hand holding it. If he wanted to continue resisting, I'd aim for his other hand next. Even without hands, there are still legs. Until he loses the ability to resist, that's when the captain can apprehend him. Yang Xingyun said, throughout this scenario, you never considered directly killing him as an option. You only aim to render him incapable of resistance, correct? Kui Xin nodded. You're a kind person, Kui Xin, Yang Xingyun remarked. If Chai Jian had resisted, Yidong would have deemed him a threat, leading her teammates to immediately kill him. Only by completely incapacitating Chai Jian could his life be spared. He couldn't fight back, nor could he escape. Struggling would have been futile. Losing limbs can be compensated for with mechanical replacements, which might even prove better than the originals. But losing one's life means it is truly gone forever. There's no point in discussing this hypothetical now. He's dead, Kui Xin said. In the future, you will face many similar situations. Before Yang Xingyun could finish, Kui Xin interjected, I'm doing my best to control my empathy. It's true that such scenarios will frequently arise in the future, but I am already working on overcoming them. You're also a strong person, Kui Xin, Yang Xingyun said gently. Kui Xin spent 2 hours in the therapy room, consumed 3 cups of wolfberry and jujube tea, and even had lunch at the employee cafeteria upon his enthusiastic invitation. As she left, Yang Xingyun considerately handed her an entire jar of wolfberries and jujubes, saying, drink more of this. It replenishes your vital energy. I notice your complexion is often very pale, indicating a slight deficiency. Feeling helpless but appreciative, Kui Xin accepted Yang Xingyun's kindness and carried the jar of wolfberries and jujubes back to the rest area. It was now afternoon, with the midday break already over. Kui Xin put down the jar of wolfberries and jujubes before heading to the 7th Squad's training ground to report for duty. Whether they were official members or interns like herself, when not on missions, their time was primarily spent on training, with shooting and combat exercises being of utmost importance. She took the elevator to the basement level, where the entire floor served as a training facility. She scanned her iris at the entrance to the training room, and Yudong replied, "Intern Security Officer Kui Xin, you may use the training equipment in areas A and B for basic exercises. You are currently unable to access permissions for other areas." There were distinctions between intern and full-time employees' treatment, but Kui Xin didn't particularly mind. After all, she wouldn't know how to operate more advanced equipment anyway. She visited the training room today to confirm her control over firearms. Area A included the shooting practice room. Kui Xin entered and glanced around, noticing that it was relatively empty. She found an available spot to stand. "Please select your training weapon," Yudong said. "Standard pistol," Kui Xin replied. The metal tabletop silently split open before her, revealing a sleek black gun lying quietly on it. Kui Xin picked up the gun, contemplated it for a few seconds, then disassembled it. After memorizing its components, she reassembled them one by one. Holding the gun steady, she pointed it forward in the most comfortable position and commanded, 3-meter target. "Yes, 3-meter target set," Yudong responded. Without much aiming and relying solely on feel, Kui Xin fired. Amidst the rapid succession of shots, bang, 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 all her bullets hit the target without a single miss, each landing within 8 rings. This gun's recoil was slightly stronger than she anticipated, causing a slight tingling sensation at the base of her thumb. Unaware of how her performance compared, Kui Xin swapped out the magazine, intending to continue practicing. 10-meter target. 10-meter target set, Yudong confirmed. This time, the target was farther away, making it nearly impossible for someone with average eyesight to clearly see the concentric circles on the target. Kui Xin composed herself, raised the gun, and this time consciously aimed. She pulled the trigger, firing just one shot. Bang! The bullet hit the bullseye, the very center of the target. Kui Xion's features relaxed with satisfaction. Yudong set for a 15-meter target. She attempted multiple shots, gradually increasing the distance from 15 meters up to 25 meters. With each shot, her lowest score never fell below 7 rings. Her fingertips tingled, but she felt rejuvenated as if all her worries and stress had been expelled with each fired bullet. Such performance was undoubtedly enhanced by her combat instinct attribute, but she also possessed natural shooting talent. Through repeated practice, her understanding and proficiency with firearms improved. Training served as a means of familiarizing herself with these metallic weapons. Now adept at handling guns, coupled with strong physical prowess and combat skills, Kui Xin was no longer the weakling she once was. Among the security officers, she belonged to the more exceptional group. Moreover, she had become an extraordinary ability user. During today's morning mission, she killed Chai Jian and deprived him of his superhuman ability, shadow shuttling. Her current interface showed a clear change. Basic attributes. Name: Kui Xin. Profession: Depriver. Superhuman abilities: Shadow Shuttling E rank. You can perform short-range spatial translocation using shadows. Innate talents: Performative persona. Your acting skills are superb, enabling you to deceive most people. Life resilience: Your vitality is as tenacious as a cockroach's. Danger evasion: You can keenly detect and avoid danger around you. Rapid learning: Your learning efficiency for any skill is significantly enhanced. Fighting instincts: Your combat abilities and techniques are ingrained in your body. Chai Jian used shadow shuttling to escape from the mental hospital. His superhuman ability level was relatively low, and it seemed not always successful, which explains why he couldn't flee from the parasitic hydra. Kui Xin was curious about how superhuman abilities awaken. Was it purely luck, or was it influenced by other factors? Chai Jian's awakening astonished her teammates, indicating that awakened individuals were not commonplace, but rather extremely rare. When she first crossed over to this world, Dr. Huang, also a Mechanical Dawn undercover agent, mentioned someone within the investigation department who was an awakened being. He specifically highlighted the leader of the Criminal Investigation Unit, advising Kui Xin to be particularly cautious around them. The Criminal Investigation Unit's leader likely possessed the superhuman ability, lie detection. As a result, it appeared that awakened beings' identities and superhuman abilities were highly confidential within the investigation department. Even colleagues might not know each other's capabilities and status. Hence, despite working for a long time at the investigation department's medical center, Dr. Huang could only provide vague conjectures, not definitive answers. To Kui Xin's disappointment, she couldn't find a safe and secluded place within the investigation department to experiment with her newly acquired shadow shuttling ability. At home, Silver Mask's presence further limited any opportunity to try out her new power. Shadow shuttling is an excellent ability. If she were ever imprisoned in the future, it could prove useful for escaping. After all, Chai Jian used it to flee from the heavily guarded mental hospital. Serving time in prison might not be such a bad outcome. The Federation does not have capital punishment. Optimistically speaking, perhaps during her incarceration, she could find an opportunity to escape. As for the worst scenario, it would involve her identity being exposed and being eliminated by her former teammates. Kui Xin put down the gun and headed towards Area B. Area B was designated for combat training, where several security officers clad in training uniforms and boxing gloves were sparring against each other. Kui Xin wasn't there to seek a sparring partner. Instead, she wanted to use the training equipment to verify her strength. In one corner of the training area, there was a punching force gauge. From magazines in the First World, Kui Xin had read that boxer Mike Tyson's right punch exerted 800 pounds of force, while martial arts superstar Bruce Lee's punches reached around 350 pounds. These values closely relate to body weight, with Tyson nearly doubling Bruce Lee's mass. A simple punch force test cannot fully represent a person's combat capabilities because factors influencing combat effectiveness are never limited to just one aspect. However, a punch force test can reflect an individual's strength level. What were my results from the last test? Kui Xin asked Yudong. Yudong responded, your previous punch force test result was 215 pounds. This was the data for security officer Kui Xin, not her original self. Kui Xin decided to hold back on her first punch, aiming to avoid exceeding the previous score significantly. She adjusted her breathing, clenched her fist with force, and struck the test apparatus. The numbers on the strength tester's display rapidly climbed, instantly surpassing 200 pounds and settling at 233 pounds with a thud. Your result shows improvement compared to last time, specifically an increase of 18 pounds, Yudong reported. Kui Xin sighed inwardly, thinking, still not conservative enough. The original Kui Xin must have been akin to Bruce Lee, a super soldier at least. Not only did she possess immense strength, but also remarkable skill, having undergone rigorous training. She was truly a human weapon incarnate. Kui Xin. Lon Lon entered Area B and waved towards Kui Xin. Training here? Yeah, I was feeling a bit rusty, so I came to practice shooting and throwing some punches. Kui Xin stretched her shoulders. I feel off even after just one day without holding my gun. It requires constant practice. Want to spar in combat training? Don't let my technician role fool you. I'm ranked within the top 10 in the field operations team, Lon Lon invited. No thanks. I'm a bit tired today since we just returned from field duty. My condition isn't optimal, Kui Xin declined with a smile. How is Jiang Ming doing? He's finished surgery, and old Lu is with him now, Lon Lon said. Have you visited the psychotherapy room yet? Kui Xin replied, I've already been there. Director Yang is quite nice. He gave me a jar of wolfberry and jujube tea. He has a penchant for giving away beverages. When I went, he offered me a can of coffee beans, saying technicians often need to stay mentally alert, and coffee helps with that sort of thing. Lon Lon shrugged. Are there many people in the investigation department with psychological issues? Kui Xin asked. With such high work pressure, various problems inevitably arise. We constantly deal with danger. There was this colleague of mine who, on their first mission to eliminate alien creatures, had nightmares every night for a week upon returning home. It was Director Yang who helped them through counseling, Lon Lon explained. Having a therapy room within the investigation department is crucial. If psychological issues aren't promptly addressed, they can lead to severe consequences. I have seen examples close by. A veteran from the neighboring team developed serious mental health problems after accidentally killing a civilian, but nobody else noticed. Eventually, he committed suicide. Lon Lon sighed. Sometimes, humans display astonishing resilience under stress, yet at other times, our minds can be fragile, crumbling easily. Kui Xin pondered for a moment before asking, "I'll make sure to avoid such mistakes." Actually, I wanted to ask you about the process of transitioning to full-time status. Is it convenient for you to discuss this? It's not inconvenient to discuss, it's an open secret. The interviewers for internships seeking full-time positions are always fixed, Lon Lon said. The interviewers are typically the leaders of each team. Just answer their questions honestly, and you must be truthful. Must be truthful? Kui Xin immediately recalled Dr. Huang's warning and the rumors about the Criminal Investigation Unit leader's extraordinary abilities. I understand. Thank you for your advice. Her mood was slightly dampened. Intern Security Officer Kui Xin, please report to the 7th Squad's office, Yadong abruptly told her. Kui Xin was somewhat surprised, but Lon Lon smiled. Could it be that the captain wants to discuss your transition to a full-time position? Well then, I'll be off now. Kui Xin bid him farewell and left the training room. As she rode the elevator, Kui Xin's thoughts were calm. It had been only a few days since arriving in the second world, yet her mindset underwent a transformative change. She went from being a high school graduate frantically searching for part-time jobs to becoming a proficient double agent, even assimilating her thinking with her dual identity. Each day, she worried about one concern after another, needing to consider every aspect carefully without revealing any weaknesses. Interacting with people required constant vigilance, and uttering a single word demanded meticulous deliberation. It was mentally exhausting. Kui Xin arrived at Xu Xiao's office, and the metal door opened. "Welcome, Kui Xin," said Xu Xiao. "Please fill out this application form." He handed her a paper document titled Regularization Application Form. "Can I be regularized now?" Kui Xin asked. "Just pass the final interview, which isn't difficult. You'll manage it easily," Xu Xiao replied. "The interview is scheduled for tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. No issues with that?" Kui Xin agreed readily. "No problems, Captain." "Great. Once you're regularized, you can move into the employee dormitories, which are safer than Anning Street near your home," Xu Xiao said. After completing the form, it was nearly time to clock out. Kui Xin bid farewell to Xu Xiao, returned to the break room to collect the goji berry and jujube tea gift from Yang Xingyun, and then took the elevator downstairs to prepare to head home. As soon as she sat down on the hovering electric rail car, Kui Xin opened her bracelet. Silver Mask had sent multiple messages. "I went to the port again. I didn't find anything else, but I encountered some hostile gang members. They were quite obstructive. Can I eliminate them? If you don't reply soon, I'll take action independently. You did say I could make my own decisions, right? They're already dead. Encountered port smugglers. This time I didn't kill them. They were smuggling alcohol, just insignificant trinkets. Why haven't you replied to me? Are you that busy? When do you get off work?" Kui Xin read these messages, feeling utterly speechless, and switched away from his message thread. The next message was from someone else, and upon seeing its content, Kui Xin's attention snapped to focus. At midnight, at Ruby Bar in Port Bay District, there will be a collective meeting for the Mission Execution Squad to discuss specific task assignments for blowing up the port. Mandatory attendance for all members. Sender, Red. A completely unfamiliar alias. What is that you're carrying? Silver Mask looked perplexed at the glass jar tucked under Kui Xin's arm. A tea blend given by a colleague. Kui Xin leaned against the door frame while changing her shoes. "Have you successfully infiltrated and gained their trust?" Silver Mask asked with interest. Casually, Kui Xin placed the jar of goji berry and jujube tea in the kitchen. "Don't pry unnecessarily. I have no obligation to report everything to you." "All right," Silver Mask said. "Why haven't you responded to my messages?" "Because you rambled too much," Kui Xin mentally grumbled. She fabricated an excuse. "My teammates were around, so I didn't have the chance." Silver Mask momentarily choked, then dejectedly pulled out a metallic sphere from his pocket and tossed it to her. "This contains the intelligence I gathered today. The good news is that I accessed the Coastal Security Office's network and stole the data. The bad news is that I accidentally broke the data reader. Now it only has viewing capabilities, not reading functions. The recent month's port personnel movement details are all here. Take a look. Not bad, efficient work, Kui Xin remarked indifferently, offering him lukewarm praise. Do you have a backup for the data reader? No, we need to return to headquarters laboratory to get a replacement, along with updating some other equipment, Silver Mask replied dispiritedly. Headquarters laboratory? Kui Xin had read about it in mission materials. The third-floor laboratory at RIC Technologies provided technological assistance to operatives. Since the data reader was a tech product, could the headquarters laboratory, mentioned by Silver Mask, refer to the one at RIC Technologies? The investigation department typically finishes work around 6:30 p.m., but Kui Xin arrived home earlier today. Her bracelet displayed the time at 7:40 p.m. Let's eat, Silver Mask said. I bought real meat. It's so expensive. Soy meat is cheaper, but it doesn't taste as good. Does this guy even know what tastes good and what doesn't? Kui Xin couldn't help but glance sideways, skeptically. Silver Mask wasn't picky about food. No matter how unappetizing it was, he would finish it all. Even when she boiled plain noodles, he devoured them eagerly, leading Kui Xin to suspect that he lacked discernment for culinary flavors. Feeling hungry herself, Kui Xin entered the kitchen to prepare dinner. Seated at the dining table, Silver Mask watched intently as Kui Xin filled water and ignited the stove, resembling a cat eagerly awaiting its owner to open a can of food, his pale pink eyes mixed with attentiveness and slight impatience. Did you receive the message? Kui Xin unexpectedly asked, and her back turned towards Silver Mask. You mean from Red? Silver Mask pondered briefly. Kui Xin replied, keeping her gaze fixed on the bubbling water in the pot, waiting for Silver Mask's response. I did. Silver Mask sounded dispirited. He always does this, notifying us right before meetings, claiming he fears too long a notice might lead to information leaks to enemies. He's just like you, a person overly cautious, constantly suspicious. Kui Xion's thoughts shifted, and she deliberately said, so that's your assessment of Red. You're not going to badmouth me to him, are you? Silver Mask asked cautiously. Do I look like I have time for gossip? Kui Xin responded. Silver Mask scrutinized Kui Xin, confirming that she indeed had no intention of reporting him, and then continued, working under you is much better than working under him. Whenever he assigns tasks, I'm so busy I barely have time to eat. Kui Xin remarked, your logic seems to be that since you get meals here, you think I'm preferable, correct? Can I put it that way? Silver Mask's response was hesitant. Well then, he's truly a bottomless pit for food. Kui Xin was now convinced of this. After dinner, as usual, Silver Mask proceeded to clean up the kitchen. As Kui Xin returned to her room to review the data, she instructed him, once you're done cleaning, help me water the plants. They're almost withering. The living room floor needs mopping too, so take care of that. With such a great superhuman ability, not using it for chores would be a waste. Remember to check the time and let me know when it's time to leave. Silver Mask momentarily paused, scrubbing dishes with slightly more vigor. You and Red were indeed former partners, both equally adept at bossing people around. Her only response was the crisp sound of the door closing. Kui Xin lay on her bed, expressionlessly staring at the ceiling. The revelation that Red was her former partner was an unexpected piece of information. To what extent did Red's relationship with her go? How well did he understand her? According to Silver Mask's description, Red was overly cautious. Might he notice something amiss? Tonight's visit to the Ruby Bar would likely be fraught with danger. Propping herself up against the pillow, Kui Xin took out the data reader given by Silver Mask and began reading the contained information. This intelligence has meticulously documented personnel data since the Mooring Harbor bombing incident. It included those who had been listed as criminal suspects, who frequently appeared around the port, who were members of the port gangs, and who were designated for close surveillance. Criminal suspects and those under heightened scrutiny were marked in red font, witnesses and suspicious individuals in yellow, and those tangentially related to the bombing, but with minimal suspicion in green. In Black Sea City, the surveillance system served as silent observers, watching every individual and recording their information. This data was aggregated in the investigation department, where the super-artificial intelligence Yudong assessed whether it warranted suspicion or required tracking. However, there were surveillance blind spots within Black Sea City. The investigation department couldn't extend its reach to every corner. The city was distinctly divided into two parts, the vibrant and prosperous section, and the decaying portion hidden beneath the facade of affluence. These contrasting elements coexisted paradoxically. With too much diverse data, Kui Xin couldn't immediately analyze anything meaningful. She put down the data reader, pulled out a textbook on criminal investigation techniques from the Black Sea Academy's curriculum, and began studying it carefully, intending to learn something different to clear her mind. Having just escaped the hellish final year of high school, she now had to dive back into the ocean of knowledge. The crucial part was that this learning could not be avoided. As a security officer, a lack of understanding of investigative theories would eventually expose her inadequacies. Grimly determined, she delved into the book, simultaneously searching online for various obscure terms and names of high-tech equipment. Without these searches, she wouldn't comprehend the specialized vocabulary or grasp the functions of those devices. Time flew by during her study session. At 11 o'clock, someone knocked on Kui Xion's room door. Silver Mask said, "It's time to leave." Kui Xion set aside her book, retrieved a black hooded sweatshirt from the wardrobe, and changed into it. She then found a mask and windproof goggles to cover her face before stepping out of her bedroom. Silver Mask had already put on his mask and said, "I'm familiar with the camera positions. I'll lead the way." "Hey, what's up with that attire?" Kui Xion responded, "It's easy to encounter colleagues." "True, you're now a security officer, so not disguising yourself won't do." Silver Mask pondered for a moment before suggesting, "For tonight, make do with this mask. Once we reach headquarters laboratory, they can create a specialized disguise mask for you." "Let's go," Kui Xion said. Silver Mask walked towards the balcony. "By jumping down from here, there's a small alley without surveillance cameras. We'll take this route." No wonder he always used the balcony for entering and exiting. Kui Xion approached and opened the window, glancing downward. The third floor was approximately 10 meters high, making it extremely dangerous to jump from such a height. "Can you manage?" Silver Mask crossed his arms. "An ordinary person who hasn't awakened probably couldn't handle it, right?" Kui Xion quickly scanned the wall, noticing an old water pipe near the window. As a fighter with physical prowess akin to Bruce Lee, she felt confident enough to take the risk. "Don't forget to close the window after you descend." Stepping onto the windowsill, Kui Xion grasped the pipe embedded in the wall and effortlessly leaped off, rapidly descending to the ground with the aid of the pipe. When she was about 2 meters from the ground, Kui Xion released her grip on the pipe and landed steadily, with the slight noise of her descent masked by the pitter-patter of rain. On the other hand, Silver Mask didn't need to rely on the pipe. Surrounded by flowing water, he leaped directly from the third floor, allowing the water to cushion his impact upon landing. "I underestimated you," Silver Mask remarked. "Let's go." He walked ahead, with Kui Xion following behind. Silver Mask intentionally maintained his pace, wanting to test if Kui Xion could keep up. He stepped onto a pile of garbage in the alleyway and vaulted onto a low building, then glanced back at Kui Xion. To his surprise, she effortlessly followed suit, using her fingers to grip the roof edge. With strong arm muscles propelling her upward and coordinated limbs, she executed precise movements. Witnessing her agility, Silver Mask couldn't resist showing off himself, turning around and leaping between two closely spaced rooftops. Kui Xion quickly matched him, sprinting and jumping across a 3-meter gap between buildings before landing beside Silver Mask. She raised an eyebrow. "Are you challenging me to an obstacle parkour race?" No, Silver Mask hastily denied, feeling slightly uneasy. "Your physical abilities now rival those of some awakened beings." He became more cautious as time went on. After jumping over several buildings, Silver Mask switched to walking along the ground, navigating through narrow alleyways. Half an hour later, Silver Mask stopped and pointed towards a nearby alley illuminated by vibrant neon lights. "We're here, the bar is over there. Let's enter through the back door." The bar's signage was excessively flamboyant, adorned with various garish colors and crude fluorescent graffiti that covered it entirely. The exterior lacked any sophistication, even bordering on tasteless, which greatly differed from Kui Xin's expectations. Even before they entered, they could hear the raucous noise and loud music emanating from within the bar. Upon approaching the back entrance, a waiter greeted them, holding a tray as he said, "Tonight's theme is a masked frenzy. Would this guest like to choose a mask to wear?" Kui Xin had been concerned that her goggles were not fully covering her forehead. She took a mask with a spider design from the tray, turned away, removed her goggles, and placed it over her face. "You're not taking off your mask?" Silver Mask murmured. "Double protection," Kui Xin replied. Together, they entered the dance hall, where dancers passionately moved on the floor. Amidst the patrons' cheering, a few men dressed in black trousers, revealing their muscular thighs, performed pole dances bare-chested. The music was deafeningly loud. Kui Xin dug her fingers into her ears and let out an annoyed tisk. A drunken burly man approached, holding his glass, and flaunted his muscular tattooed arms to Kui Xin. He slurred, "Hey, wanna burp? Have a drink with me." Kui Xin spent less than a second contemplating how to handle this drunkard. However, as his hand reached dishonestly towards her, she abandoned her thoughts and swiftly punched him in the nose, knocking him unconscious on the spot. Blood gushed profusely from his broken nose as he collapsed onto the ground, rendered senseless. Having high combat capabilities certainly comes in handy. Kui Xin had already learned how to wield violence effectively. No one noticed the minor incident unfolding in the corner. Kui Xin stepped over the unconscious man's body and walked towards the bar. The male bartender, dressed in a uniform, asked, "What would you like to drink, darling?" "A deep blue intoxication," Kui Xin said, uttering the code phrase. "Sure thing." With a smile, bartender served Kui Xin a drink and whispered, "Room 206 on the second floor underground." "I'm really going to go deaf," Silver Mask grumbled while following Kui Xin downstairs. "Why do we have to choose this place?" "You'll have to ask Red about that." Kui Xin casually poured out the drink, then placed the glass haphazardly on a passing glass coffee table. Now, standing outside room 206, it seemed that the second floor underground was being used as a liquor storage area. The music here was significantly quieter, with no bustling crowd or dazzling lights, only rows of boxes emitting the rich aroma of alcohol. Kui Xin grasped the door handle. Biometric information is confirmed. The door opened. As soon as Kui Xin entered, she heard someone inside sarcastically remark, "You arrived too early. There's still half an hour before the meeting begins." At the far end of the conference room sat a heavily made-up man dressed in a shimmering purple suit. Holding an eyeshadow palette, he meticulously touched up his makeup. After finishing, he puckered his vivid red lips towards the mirror, seemingly quite pleased with his appearance. Silver Mask appeared accustomed to the man's behavior and casually walked to the conference table, choosing any seat to sit down. "Red, do we have backup data readers here?" Silver Mask's focus was on the task at hand. With a flamboyant twist, Red turned, furrowed his eyebrows, and glared menacingly at Silver Mask. "No, did you break another one? How many of these are there now? I've told you countless times, these aren't cheap to replace." "It's unavoidable mission wear and tear," Silver Mask defended himself. Kui Xin also casually took a seat, striving to appear natural. Red slouched indolently in his chair, his lips curling as he looked at Kui Xin. "So, how is Silver Mask working for you?" "Not bad, just a bit clumsy," Kui Xin gave her honest assessment. Silver Mask shot an indignant glare at Kui Xin. Red drawled, "How's your undercover life going?" He opened his mouth, seemingly about to say something more, but paused. "I almost forgot, you're not using your old code name anymore. What's your new one?" After a moment of silence, Kui Xin replied, "Rich Lady." Red blinks, momentarily taken aback. Then he offered a candid evaluation. "A code name with such comedic undertones indeed makes it hard to associate it with you." The original persona must have been the typical cold-blooded assassin archetype, aloof, meticulous, and efficiency-driven. Both Red and Silver Mask described her similarly. Members from other mission execution squads had not arrived yet. In an exaggerated manner, Red produced a bottle of perfume and sprayed it liberally around himself. To be honest, The scent wasn't unpleasant, but Kui Xin was currently highly anxious. Witnessing someone else so relaxed irked her. After spraying for a while, Red paused and exclaimed with surprise, "Rich lady, why haven't you told me to get lost this time when I'm using perfume? Have you changed your heart?" He readily accepted Kui Xin's nickname, effortlessly incorporating it into his speech. Kui Xin, partly sincere and partly maintaining her snarky persona, retorted, "The makeup on your face is too hideous. I don't want to speak facing that." She expected Red to erupt in fury, but surprisingly, he merely turned around contentedly and continued spraying perfume. Now that tone sounds more like you." Kui Xin thought to herself, is this Red secretly a masochist who feels uncomfortable without being scolded? Well, that's enlightening. Once finished with the perfume, Red pulled out a small box and tossed it to Kui Xin. "Use this to communicate. Your identity must remain confidential, even among organization members. Since you already have a mask, I won't give you a new one. Just attach the voice changer to your throat." Kui Xin opened the box and placed the thin, flesh-colored voice changer, as delicate as a cicada's wing, on her throat. She cleared her throat, and the sound emerging was instantly distinct from her original voice. After adjusting the voice changer, the door swung open again, admitting a man and a woman. The woman wore a revealing black leather skirt, her sun-kissed skin almost entirely covered with tattoos. Thorny rose adorned her face, giving her a dangerous yet captivating appearance. The man was bald, with a black python tattoo coiled across his entire scalp. He had a robust build, his arms thicker than Kui Xin's thighs. Because of his large size, he occupied the space of two people at the conference table, causing the chair beneath him to creak under the strain. "Fuck, how many times have I said it? Can't we get larger chairs? My ass is about to get stuck," the man loudly complained. "You should save your breath. Most people don't have asses as big as yours." Red rolled her eyes. "It's muscle on my ass, not fat like others. Because I have more muscle, their asses will naturally be smaller," the man vehemently protested. "All right, ball python, shut up," the woman with the rose tattoo impatient snapped. "Be more refined. Stop talking about asses all the time." Red, equally unyielding, chimed in, "All the chairs in the conference room follow this standard. If you don't want to sit, then squat on the floor." The man, codenamed Ball Python, sulkily hunched in his chair. Thorny rose, "Even if you won't help me, why tell me to shut up? These chairs really are too small, my butt." Thorny Rose warned, "If you say, but one more time, I'll rip it right out of you." Ball Python's head retracted, and he dared not make another sound. Thorny Rose looked at Silver Mask and Kui Xin before switching to Red. "You should introduce the new faces." "You know him, Silver Mask," Red said. "And the other one as well, but there's no need to mention her previous codename since she has adopted a new one. From now on, call her Rich Lady." Thorny Rose furrowed her brows. "Rich Lady?" She stared thoughtfully at Kui Xin, then suddenly burst out laughing. "So it was you all along. With your identity concealed, recognizing you was indeed quite challenging." Kui Xin gave Thorny Rose a cold glance, but she did not respond. Impatiently waiting for the meeting to commence, Ball Python fished out a cigar, lit it, took a puff, and comfortably blew a smoke ring, letting the smoke dissipate around him. Silver Mask raised his hand and swiftly extinguished the cigar with a splash of water. Just as Ball Python's eyes widened, ready to erupt, he seemed to recall something and glanced at Thorny Rose instead. Suppressing his reaction, he sat obediently, pursing his lips. At that moment, the conference room door opened again, admitting two individuals. No, two youths. They were clearly not much older, with identical appearances, turning out to be twins. Their movements were synchronized, their strides equally spaced, and even the actions of pulling out chairs and sitting down occurred concurrently. They remained very quiet, not greeting or making eye contact with anyone upon entering the room. Instead, they simply sat with bowed heads, seemingly immersed in their own world. The last person to enter was dressed as a waiter. He pushed open the door, elegantly adjusted his sleeves and bow tie, and leisurely took his seat. "Business at the bar is truly thriving tonight. I'm somewhat reluctant to leave the counter." "Don't bring up your little bartending hobby during serious discussions," Red said. "All right, all 4 core squads have assembled. Some of you are meeting for the first time, so let's follow protocol and introduce ourselves. The man dressed as a waiter spoke first. Call sign, bartender, Red's partner. Call sign, Thorny Rose, teammate, is that bald guy, Thorny Rose said. Ball Python chimed in. My call sign is Ball Python. Not bald, everyone, don't get it wrong. The identical twin brothers lifted their heads. The youth on the right said, I am Amber. I am Obsidian, the youth on the left quickly replied. Lastly, Kui Xin's team introduced themselves. Codename Silver Mask said. Rich lady, Kui Xin succinctly stated. Bartender looked at Silver Mask and earnestly suggested you could change your codename to Pretty Boy. It would significantly enhance your compatibility with your teammate Rich Lady. Silver Mask didn't immediately grasp what kind of joke was being made. Ball Python understood it, though. He slapped the table and burst out laughing uncontrollably. Realizing that Bartender wasn't saying anything complimentary, Silver Mask promptly responded, I must decline. My codename is quite good, I don't want to change it. Thorny Rose glanced irritably at Ball Python, who couldn't stop laughing, and asked Red, is it still possible to switch partners now? He's too noisy. No, you two have been working together for a year already. Switching now would be such a waste. Red blew on their manicured nails. Once there are new recruits in need of training, I can assign one to you. Fine, Thorny Rose reluctantly agreed. All pleasantries and small talk end here. Red's expression turned serious. Let's begin the mission briefing. With a tap on the table, a small circular hole opened in its surface, from which a holographic projection device emerged. As light patterns shifted, a large map materialized clearly before them. On the blue representing the ocean, a flashing red dot captured everyone's attention. A small label above it read the Kraken, and a dotted red line traced out the Kraken's planned route. The cargo ship starts from Antarctica, with stops en route at White Whale City and Leiden City. After a lengthy month-long voyage, it will enter Black Sea City's waters on August 11th and unload its cargo here. Red's usually flirtatious face wore an unusually serious expression. The shipping company publicly claims that the cargo is clean energy and flammable ice, but we all know it's merely a facade. We must, at all costs, prevent this danger from reaching us and stop them from unloading their goods in Black Sea City, Red said. Intelligence obtained from our informant on board indicates that there is a high likelihood that the Investigation Department's Coastal Security Force will take over the ship's security duties before it enters Black Sea City. Blowing up the cargo ship while under the heavy protection of the Investigation Department is unrealistic, so our best approach would be to target the port. By destroying Black Sea City's port, the cargo ship won't be able to dock, forcing the Kraken to divert to another port city instead. The port is too vast. We need to split up our efforts, Thorny Rose said. Only mooring harbors number 2 and number 5 can accommodate massive cargo ships, while the other harbors are for smaller vessels. However, even if we only target harbors number 2 and number 5, we'll still require an enormous amount of explosives. There's no need to worry about armaments. The boss will handle it, Red stated. Today is July 30th. Within these next 5 days, what you need to do is gather data on the port structures and transmit it back to headquarters. The headquarters will calculate the location of the load-bearing columns, and then will install bombs on those columns for targeted explosions. Bartender pondered. It sounds quite simple, almost as if there are just 2 steps. But the port is controlled by both gangs and the Investigation Department, with ongoing battles between them. The mission carries high risks, Amber suddenly said, but we are all awakened beings. The gangs at the port aren't worth mentioning. As long as the Investigation Department doesn't deploy their awakened ones, we have confidence in completing the task, Hayao said. Unfortunately, that's unlikely. Their awakened individuals are not mere decorations. Don't worry, we have Rich Lady. Red smiled warmly at Kui Xin. She will inform you about any relevant movements of the Investigation Department, so simply follow her instructions. She's an undercover agent? Rich Lady is a mole planted by the organization. Ball Python twisted his neck in surprise. Thorny Rose admonished him, don't pry into matters you shouldn't. Why can't you learn from past warnings? Bartender chuckled. No wonder she wears a mask. The mask is simply a personal preference of Rich Lady and Silver Mask, Red said firmly, leaving no room for doubt. I never stated that Rich Lady is an undercover agent, nor did I reveal the source of the intelligence. Don't make wild guesses about things you shouldn't. Be cautious not to invite trouble upon yourself. Determining Rich Lady's true identity, whether the intelligence was first-hand or second-hand, if Rich Lady acted as an intermediary or directly obtained the information, and how the movements were tracked and reported. All these were not concerns for ordinary organization members. Red had instructed Kui Xin to wear a mask and use a voice changer not because the people in the conference room were untrustworthy, but rather because if they were captured during missions, there was a high likelihood they might inadvertently disclose sensitive information against their will. In such cases, maintaining secrecy about identities became crucial. As a double agent, Kui Xin held the highest level of confidentiality regarding her status. Others didn't necessarily need to exercise the same level of caution. Tonight's gathering was primarily a meeting between unfamiliar members. Everyone in the conference room looked at Kui Xin. Rich Lady is the deputy commander for this operation. If something unexpected happens to me and I'm unable to contact you, follow Rich Lady's instructions. In terms of planning strategies and making decisions, she is highly experienced, Red said. Kui Xin thought inwardly, oh wow, you really trust me, giving me so much responsibility. She was merely an outsider with no prior knowledge of any intelligence, relying solely on her acting skills and piecing together limited information to survive so far. Given the situation, Kui Xin had no choice but to feign confidence and assert control. Apart from reporting to Red, you must also report to me so that I can assess the situation accurately. Understood, Deputy Commander. Thorny Rose smiled at Kui Xin. The others echoed their agreement, indicating they would comply with Kui Xion's directives. Kui Xin felt slightly more relaxed. So far, her performance has been remarkably convincing, with nobody suspecting she wasn't the original person. When she boldly commanded the others to report to her, Red did not object, and none of them defied the order. This indicated that she could afford to be even bolder. Issuing instructions to strike squads was entirely normal for the deputy commander. Kui Xin could utilize the reports from various strike squads to supplement her own intelligence, gaining deeper insights into Mechanical Dawn while also investigating matters related to the Kraken. Next is the division of tasks, Red said. I, along with Bartender and Amber Obsidian Squad, will be responsible for data collection and detonator installation at Mooring Harbor No. 2. Dock No. 5 will be handled by Rich Lady Silver Mask Squad and Thorny Rose Ball Python Squad. If any unexpected incidents occur on either side, the other team must promptly provide support. This may be our most dangerous mission yet, so we need to be exceptionally cautious. Immediately report any signs of trouble and swiftly share the obtained intelligence as well. Silver Mask raised his hand. This is Plan A for the mission, but there is also Plan B. Completing Plan A would indeed be ideal, but we still have to prepare a contingency plan. Yes, if Plan A proceeds smoothly, we can detonate the ports before August 7th, leaving us with 3 extra days, Red said. If the mission does not go as planned during these reserved 3 days, we execute Plan B. However, executing Plan B requires us to be prepared for potential sacrifices. Silver Mask stated, I am always prepared for sacrifice. Don't dwell on the idea of sacrifice. The organization still needs you. Red scanned the conference room. Everyone present here is an indispensable talent to the organization, possessing formidable superhuman abilities and exceptional intellects. You are the core of our operation. Only by staying alive can you create greater value for the organization and fulfill our grand mission. These principles should be deeply ingrained in your minds. Red placed his hand over his heart, her elaborately made-up face unexpectedly conveying deep devotion. Everything for the dawn. In unison, everyone murmured, everything for the dawn. Kui Xin, blending in with the group, also echoed the phrase, everything for the dawn. Yet chills ran down her spine. What kind of sinister cult recruitment scene was this? The brainwashing power of Mechanical Dawn seemed incredibly strong, with every member fervently loyal and vying to dedicate their entire lives to the cause. It sent shivers down one's spine. If she ever had the chance, she was determined to break away from Mechanical Dawn. Let whoever wants to stay in this cult-like organization remain there, she certainly wouldn't linger. The meeting lasted for over an hour, with Red presenting existing intelligence and analyzing various details of their mission. Kui Xin listened intently, racking her brain to occasionally offer concise insights that sounded reasonable yet were unlikely to be mistaken, maintaining her persona as cool and astute. By the end of the meeting, Kui Xin was drenched in nervous sweat. Other squads gradually left the conference room, and upon Red's request, Silver Mask also waited outside because he had something specific to discuss with Kui Xin privately. "This reader is what the boss asked me to pass on to you. It was only made yesterday." Red pushed a compact black data reader forward. "Find a way to access the core database of Yadong, the investigation department's artificial intelligence. Once you plug the reader into the computer, the virus created by our organization will lie dormant within Yadong's database, allowing it to serve as a window for us to obtain information from the investigation department." Understood. Kui Xin calmly kept the reader away. "Completing this task may require some time, as I currently don't have an opportunity to enter the database." Your primary objective remains the Kraken," Red said. "Don't take unnecessary risks while at the investigation department. You're carrying out a long-term infiltration mission." "I don't need you to remind me, Red." Kui Xin already had a firm grasp on projecting her outward demeanor. "I know what needs to be done." Red grinned. "TSK, you really should work on that foul temper of yours." "All right, go ahead and leave now. Even seeing you irritates me." Kui Xin stood up and opened the conference room door. Silver Mask, leaning against the wall and dozing off, was startled awake by the sound. Shaking his head to shake off the grogginess, he perked up and asked, "Heading home?" They departed from the second floor underground and returned to the noisy dance floor. Silver Mask spotted a waiter carrying snacks and fruits, swiftly grabbing 2 plates while mumbling, "It's our turf anyway. We don't have to pay for food here." "Have the others dispersed?" Kui Xin scanned the bar's dance floor. "They've scattered, left long ago. Bartender is both the manager and owner. He hasn't left yet and is serving over there," Silver Mask replied. Kui Xin navigated through the crowd and emerged from behind the bar. As soon as she stepped out, she couldn't help but take a deep breath. The air inside the bar was excessively polluted, with cigarette smoke, alcohol fumes, perfume scents, and sweat mingling together, making it almost suffocating. Silver Mask also exhaled deeply with relief. "That smell inside nearly choked me to death." "Really? From what I saw, you seemed quite content stuffing your face with a wide-open mouth." Kui Xin glanced at him wryly. They began their journey home. The rain had significantly lightened, now it was just a fine drizzle. The gentle drops felt soothing on their faces, unlike the swift intensity of a downpour that prompts one to seek shelter. Silver Mask walked ahead, but Kui Xin called out to stop him. "Wait. Let's take a different route home. It's easier to be tracked on the usual path." "Sure. Whatever you say," Silver Mask responded, turning a corner to lead them on a new course. "This route will take approximately 45 minutes to run, while the original one took 30, Silver Mask said. "The time and distance don't matter," Kui Xin replied. "We can't afford any mistakes." Silver Mask approached a small building and used his water manipulation ability to leap onto its rooftop. This building lacked suitable footholds. Kui Xin couldn't climb it herself. In response, Silver Mask waved, creating a water whip that wrapped around her waist and effortlessly pulled her up. Under Silver Mask's control, the soft and shapeless water acquired new properties. The water whip, which was as resilient as a genuine whip, allowed for easy force application. Kui Xin followed closely behind Silver Mask, exploring this entirely new route. At the same time, she consciously surveyed their surroundings, avoiding windows and areas illuminated by lights as they stealthily moved through the night. Her body was agile and robust, capable of pulling herself up with just one hand or adjusting her stance to absorb shock when jumping from several meters high. She was a nocturnal hunter, and the city served as her hunting ground. After continuously leaping across buildings to evade surveillance, Silver Mask landed on solid ground. "From now on, we can simply walk along the streets." Kui Xin nodded, feeling an immense sense of exhilaration with each breath. Her heart pounded within her chest, and she broke out in sweat, the satisfying perspiration following intense physical exertion. The encounter with Mechanical Dawn organization members at the Ruby Bar had left her on edge, but now she felt composed, her thoughts returning to a calm state. Since Red entrusted her with the reader and assigned her the task of installing the virus onto Yadong, It indicated that Red harbored no suspicions about her. As for the other organization members, apart from Thorny Rose, who seemed somewhat familiar with her, the rest showed indifference. Essentially, they were strangers to Kui Xin. In the following days, the organization members would be occupied with missions, so Kui Xin wouldn't cross paths with Red. This significantly reduced her exposure risk. Gradually feeling reassured, Kui Xin slowed her pace as she walked through the streets and alleys. Nighttime strolls could indeed be leisurely. As she continued walking, her heart suddenly skipped a beat, overtaken by an ominous premonition without any warning. At that moment, Kui Xin's heartbeat skyrocketed, even faster than during her recent physical exertion. Her innate talent for danger avoidance abruptly activated, sending frantic warnings through her intuition. Danger was imminent. In a split second, Kui Xin instinctively reacted by crouching to evade the threat. At that very moment, from a blind spot within their field of view, a bullet spun out from the barrel of a silenced gun. How could human speed possibly match the velocity of a bullet? Before Kui Xin could evade, the bullet struck her forehead. Cling! After hitting Kui Xin, half of the spider mask on her face shattered, and a distinct metallic clang emanated from her head. The modified alloy skull had protected her against the bullet. The impact of the bullet caused Kui Xin's head to jerk backward, making her take a step back. Her ears rang, blood flowed down her forehead, and a deformed bullet remained lodged in her alloy skull. Instantaneously reacting nearby, Silver Mask created a large curtain of water, perfectly intercepting several more incoming bullets. The soft yet resilient water barrier stopped the bullets, causing them to clatter onto the ground. Kui Xin extracted the deformed bullet stuck centrally on her forehead. Under the bullet hole, the metallic sheen of her silver skull was revealed. "You little bastard," Kui Xin seethed with anger. "So close, just barely. If the bullet had hit her heart instead of her head, she would already be a fresh corpse. Someone wants you dead," Silver Mask warned vigilantly. "I know who it is." Kui Xin wiped away the blood from her face and glared with gritted teeth in the direction from which the bullet had been fired. A slight concussion caused her vision to blur slightly, creating double images. Someone wanted her dead. Who was trying to kill her? TL note. Phew. That was long. 6K words. Silver Mask entered combat mode, his demeanor turning icy cold, akin to an unsheathed, sharp blade. His pale pink eyes, beneath the mask, cautiously scanned the darkness. Silver Mask's mask itself served as protective gear, equipped with night vision capabilities. He activated this feature, continuously searching for any suspicious figures. At 3 o'clock direction, within a 60-meter radius inside the abandoned residential building. Based on the bullet trajectory, Silver Mask deduced the sniper's position. He didn't pursue it immediately because Kui Xin wasn't an awakened being. A single shot could take her life. In case other assassins were nearby, he had to protect her at all costs. Kui Xin possessed an alloy skull, but beyond that, she was still flesh and blood. Any injury would cause her to bleed. Kui Xin reluctantly ordered Silver Mask, "Use your superhuman ability to prevent my blood from touching the ground." Her biological information matched the records held by the investigation department. If anyone obtained something containing her biological data, they could potentially identify her. Silver Mask spread his fingers, and under his control, the shattered mask fragments, along with the blood clinging to them, disintegrated and dissolved into the water. Even the blood seeping from Kui Xin's fingertips and flowing down her chin floated suspended. Not a single drop touched the ground. "As long as I'm here, they won't obtain your blood," Silver Mask murmured softly. "Go after them." Kui Xin regained her composure. The surroundings no longer appeared double-visioned. Together, but be mindful of defense. The abandoned residential building lacked even glass windows, and it was from within that structure that the bullets had been fired. In the impoverished and chaotic Port Bay district, many streetlights were broken. Aside from using technological devices, nobody was able to clearly discern objects in the darkness with insufficient lighting. Silver Mask transformed his body into a translucent liquid, while Kui Xin began to sprint. In the first world, short-distance running champions could complete a 100-meter dash in less than 10 seconds. averaging around 10 meters per second. Kui Xian's speed was comparable to that of these champions. She had never run this fast before. The wind was left trailing behind her. Kui Xian planted her feet on the ground, propelled herself off the first-floor windowsill of the abandoned residential building for leverage, and swung her arms onto the second floor. Mimicking a gymnast performing on uneven bars, she effortlessly climbed up using one hand. Kui Xian could hear footsteps. Someone was hastily running downstairs. The sound of footfalls echoed repeatedly through the empty floors. The person was very close to Kui Xian, and she spotted a figure flashing around the corner of the residential building's staircase. Swiftly jumping down from the windowsill, Kui Xian tore off a rusty steel pipe from the decayed burglar-proof window frame. After taking a few steps for momentum, she mimicked a javelin throw and hurled it forward. Clang! The steel pipe struck its target. The shadowy figure collapsed with a scream as the pipe pierced his shoulder, causing his rifle to fall from his grasp. A whirlpool spontaneously formed, engulfing the enemy impaled by the steel pipe. Silver Mask landed beside Kui Xian, using strands of water-like ropes to drag the adversary's body towards her. It was a bearded man lying askew on the ground, blood flowing profusely from the wound in his shoulder, seeping into the whirlpool controlled by Silver Mask. He appeared unkempt, with tangled facial hair. As he curled up painfully, his disheveled, half-length hair covered his face. Kui Xian confirmed that the person was unfamiliar. She activated the camera function on her bracelet, and Silver Mask used a stream of water to sweep aside the man's hair, allowing Kui Xian to take a photograph. The man was using a rifle with limited range, so he didn't snipe from hundreds of meters away, but chose to engage at close quarters. The Port Bay district was impoverished, most buildings were low and cluttered, making it difficult to find suitable sniper positions. His vantage point wasn't on the second floor, it should have been on the fourth floor or higher. After firing a shot and realizing he missed, he attempted to flee downstairs, but Kui Xian outpaced him, catching him red-handed. "Have you studied interrogation techniques?" Kui Xian asked Silver Mask. Silver Mask stepped forward, speaking grimly, "Leave it to me." He extracted the steel pipe lodged in the man's shoulder. Under his control, the blood did not gush out uncontrollably, preventing the man from bleeding to death immediately. "Who are you? Who directed you?" Silver Mask demanded. With a contorted face, the man gasped for breath but did not answer. Silver Mask spread his fingers, and a globule of water enveloped the man's head. A series of bubbles emerged from the man's mouth as water flooded his lungs, causing violent convulsions and frantic struggles. After a minute, the man's struggling weakened. Silver Mask dispersed the water and repeated, "Who directed you?" Coughing up water from his lungs, the man pleaded fearfully, "I don't know. Please, I truly don't know." Unmercifully, Silver Mask kicked the man's jaw, sending 2 teeth flying from his mouth. Silver Mask repeated, "Who commanded you?" "I really don't know," the man frantically exclaimed. As soon as he said "don't know," his head was once again enveloped by the water mass. This time, Silver Mask observed him struggling for a longer period before finally dispersing the water, allowing him to breathe. Still claiming ignorance? Silver Mask stepped hard on the wound on the man's shoulder, ensuring he remained conscious amidst the pain. "I'm just a low-tier assassin. I was drinking at the bar earlier, and when I wanted to buy some drugs, I followed a dealer into the restroom. After that, I have no memory of what happened. Please. I'm not lying." The man's face turned pallid. His voice suddenly cut off. His eyes bulged, then burst with a pop, revealing 2 slender, dark red tentacles emerging from their sockets. A creature resembling a spider, but possessing a long, narrow proboscis and a pair of wrist-like appendages broke through his skull, contentedly extending its tentacles. The mysterious creature had eaten half of the brain that was protected within his skull. Yet he still lived, his limbs twitching spasmodically like during an epileptic seizure, while blackened blood slowly oozed from his nose, mouth, and ears. Even Silver Mask recoiled in shock at this grotesque scene. Kui Xian lifted her bracelet and swiftly snapped a photo of this unknown creature with a click. Her quick response proved timely because, in the next moment, both the convulsing man on the ground and the grotesque creature dissolved into a pool of blood. First, Beads of blood seeped from the man's skin, and then it shriveled up, tightly adhering to his bones like a mummy. Finally, both the bones and skin melted away, leaving only his clothes soaked in the bloody liquid. The process was swift and silent. "An alien species I've never encountered before," Silver Mask solemnly remarked. Alien species came in various forms. Parasitic hydras were one type, while the blood-red spider-like creature they just witnessed belonged to another category. Silver Mask had experienced much, but this particular alien species was entirely new to him. Kui Xin detected a nauseating scent of blood. Suppressing her discomfort, she gripped the steel pipe and carefully lifted the blood-soaked clothing. Eventually, within the garments, she discovered a gleaming communicator that was still active. Kui Xin and Silver Mask exchanged glances, simultaneously pondering the same question. Who is on the other end of this communication line? Kui Xin knelt down and spoke to the communicator. "Your person is dead." In the following second, the communicator's light blinked out as the person on the other end hung up. Throughout Kui Xin's capture of the assassin and Silver Mask's interrogation of him, the communicator remained active. This meant that both Kui Xin and Silver Mask's conversations, along with Silver Mask's interrogation of the assassin, were heard by the party on the other end. Kui Xin shuddered. If after apprehending the assassin, she and Silver Mask had lowered their guard and discussed sensitive information, inadvertently revealing their identities through their words, the other party would have learned this via the communicator, leading to her true identity being exposed. For the first time, Kui Xin experienced the feeling of being targeted by someone's schemes. The opponent's plan was meticulously crafted, controlling the assassin to shoot at her without ever showing themselves from start to finish. The unexpected presence of the communicator further instilled fear in Kui Xin retrospectively. Amidst this misfortune, there was one fortunate aspect. After capturing the killer, she and Silver Mask immediately proceeded with the interrogation without any idle chatter, thus not leaking any confidential information. Additionally, Kui Xin's vocal modulator remained securely attached to her throat, ensuring the other party never heard her actual voice. Silver Mask raised his hand and tapped on his mask, initiating an invisible beam scan across the area. After reviewing the environmental data returned by the mask, he stated, "There are no additional listening devices present." Kui Xin said, "Silver Mask, wipe down and store the communicator. It's physical evidence now." The assassin didn't specify which bar he encountered the traitor at. "I need to ascertain his detailed background information, as well as the bars he frequently visits. That traitor could be the key." "What happened? How could someone attack us?" Silver Mask was perplexed, despite pondering over it repeatedly. "We clearly changed our route, choosing the safest one." "No, it's not right." Kui Xin bit her lip. "It wasn't an attack on us, but specifically on me." Silver Mask looked at her with shock. "This assassin had a clear target. He came after me. The first shot aimed for my head, not yours," Kui Xin explained. "I am the prey he targeted, not you." "Perhaps it was just a coincidence," Silver Mask suggested. "There is no such thing as coincidence in this situation. Even if it were a coincidence, we can't afford to treat it as such." Kui Xin raised her bracelet again, taking a few photos of the bloodstain on the ground. She then clicked to enlarge the images and adjusted their brightness and contrast, searching for details that couldn't be observed in the darkness. "Moreover, didn't you notice? After realizing the first shot hadn't killed me, the assassin immediately fired several more rounds, which you blocked." Her mind raced as she analyzed it bit by bit. Putting ourselves in their shoes, if I had multiple targets to eliminate after firing the first shot, I wouldn't pause to observe the outcome. Instead, I would swiftly aim at the next prey. When shooting at the first target, the others get alerted. To ensure overall accuracy, it's best not to look back after the first shot. Focusing on quickly targeting other objectives is the wiser choice. Even if the first one escapes, hitting the second still counts as a gain. But his second shot wasn't aimed at me. Every single shot targeted you, only you. Silver Mask sensed something was amiss. "You're being singled out for special attention." Kui Xin rapidly composed a brief report of just a few dozen words, attached the photos, and sent it to Mechanical Dawn headquarters. After hesitating momentarily, she dialed Red's communicator number. "Hello. The background noise was filled with chaotic musical sounds. I've been attacked. A new form of alien creature has appeared, and I've already transmitted the information back to headquarters, Kui Xin said. Come over here and bring a healing potion with you. I sustained some injuries. Fuck. Red exclaimed. Wait there. I'm coming right away. Send me your location. Kui Xin sent her coordinates and promptly dialed Thorny Rose's communication line. What is it, Deputy Commander? On Thorny Rose's end, it was exceptionally quiet. Where are you? Kui Xin asked. At Beauty Salon number 56 on Forest Road, Thorny Rose replied. What happened? Ball Python, where is he? Kui Xin inquired. Thorny Rose responded promptly. He's having late-night snacks next to the Ruby Bar. I'm not sure if he's finished yet. Wasting no time with pleasantries, Kui Xin directly said, send me your current location. Thorny Rose ended the call and, in the following second, sent over her location, confirming that she indeed was at Forest Road number 56. Kui Xin immediately dialed Ball Python's number. Send me your location. Oh, okay, Deputy Commander. The slurping sounds of eating noodles from Ball Python's side ceased, and shortly after, he also sent his location. The positioning indicated he was near the Ruby Bar, consistent with what Thorny Rose had mentioned. In the next minute, Kui Xin sequentially called all members of the Mission Strike Squad, instructing them to send their location information. As she reviewed all the locations, she realized that not a single person was nearby. She opened up the map and searched for bars, with all nearby establishments marked by red dots. Kui Xin compared the teammates' shared coordinates with the locations of the bars. Why did you ask everyone to submit their positions? Silver Mask queried, puzzled. Use your brain, Silver Mask. Kui Xin temporarily put away her bracelet, picked up the assassin's dropped rifle, and ascended the stairs leading to the second floor. Silver Mask pondered deeply before having an epiphany. Do you suspect there's a mole among us? Kui Xin touched the shattered half of her spider mask. Just after our meeting ended, someone tried to kill me on our way back. How could it be such a coincidence? Our companions couldn't possibly betray us. Silver Mask exclaimed, shocked. Then why do you think someone wanted to assassinate me? Specifically targeting only me? Kui Xin countered. Silver Mask stumbled, momentarily at a loss. After thinking for a while, he suggested, because you're an undercover agent? This was Kui Xin's most distinctive role. She was the deputy commander of the port sabotage mission. However, the other team members also played crucial parts in this operation, so there was no logical reason for her to be the primary target. Her unique status as an undercover agent from the investigation department made her stand out the most, attracting attention. I hypothesize that among those attending tonight's meeting, there is an insider trader with connections to the investigation department. This trader realized my unusual status from the meeting and decided to eliminate me, Kui Xin said. However, there's a contradiction here. What contradiction? Silver Mask couldn't follow Kui Xin's train of thought. Kui Xin explained, one of the responsibilities of the investigation department is to eliminate alien creatures. How could they hire an alien creature to be an assassin? The repulsive spider-like alien creature had parasitized the assassin's head. After failing to complete his assassination task, the alien creature promptly killed him, consumed his brain, and made his body dissolve without leaving any trace. The alien creature also disintegrated upon the assassin's death. She had witnessed parasitic hydras before. Humans infested by them exhibited grotesque deformities. However, tonight's assassin managed to speak normally even after being parasitized, only dying when the alien creature finally emerged. Kui Xin had reason to believe that the assassin was a puppet controlled by the alien creature's parasitism. Someone must have introduced the alien creature into the assassin's body, compelling him involuntarily to carry out these actions under its influence. Silver Mask mentioned he had never seen such a spider-shaped alien creature before. Who was controlling this alien creature? Who placed it inside the killer's body? Deep in thought, Kui Xin ascended to the third floor and examined the windowsill, which was devoid of glass. The view from the third floor was not expansive. The killer hadn't fired shots from here. She then proceeded to check around the fourth floor. As she reached the fifth floor, her instinct to avoid danger compelled her to halt. After considering for a moment, Kui Xin said to Silver Mask, "I need to cross over. The 5th floor windowsill is too exposed with no cover. Use your water curtain to protect me." "All right," Silver Mask replied. She climbed the stairs, approached the window, and leaned down to search, spotting a bullet casing. The killer had fired from the second window on the west side of the 5th floor. As Kui Xin moved closer, she discovered more bullet casings beneath the window. Fortunately, the killer used a rifle. If he had employed a high-performance long-range sniper like the K-80, a single shot could have pierced through her alloy skull. Standing before the wide-open window, Kui Xin was completely unprotected. Suddenly, danger evasion triggered once again. Kui Xion's body appeared to have a laser red dot, which aids firearm targeting. It still used a silencer, and the bullet fired silently. This time, Silver Mask was well prepared, as alerted by Kui Xin. He swiftly extended his water curtain, and as the bullet hit it, it spun and lost its momentum, coming to a stop. Silver Mask's water barrier enveloped Kui Xin seamlessly from all angles, fearing she might get hit. "A double setup," Silver Mask exclaimed, startled. "Surprisingly, there's still someone else lying in ambush for you." He shuddered involuntarily. Kui Xin had been shot on her way but survived. Then, pursuing the assassin to the abandoned residential building, the killer died. As Kui Xin examined the crime scene within the derelict structure, another bullet suddenly emerged from an unexpected angle. If Kui Xin had let her guard down even slightly upon the assassin's death, believing herself out of danger, she would have perished nonetheless. "Let's chase after them," Silver Mask said. "You saw the red dot appearing on me, right? This time it wasn't a rifle, but a sniper rifle. It's too far away. We won't catch up." Kui Xin calmly decided to abandon the pursuit. The mastermind behind this is exceptionally cautious. She and Silver Mask moved away from the window, leaving the abandoned residential building. They found a relatively safe corner to await Red's arrival. "If I asked you to choose the person you trust most among those attending tonight's meeting, who would it be?" Kui Xin looked at Silver Mask. "Red," Silver Mask replied. "He is one of the oldest members." "And what if you were to pick the person you trust the least?" Silver Mask responded, "There are some individuals I'm not familiar with, so I can't make a judgment." Kui Xin said, "They may not have betrayed us, but instead been parasitized and controlled. If alien creatures possess the ability to parasitize awakened beings..." Silver Mask's gaze turned somber. "The headquarters will determine what that alien creature is." Kui Xin pulled her hood tighter, completely concealing her face. The mask was damaged, leaving only a small portion of her forehead exposed, but tightening the hoodies had covered her features. In the darkness, with the gunman at a distance, night vision equipment could clearly discern figures, but not their faces. Kui Xin wasn't sure if her metallic skull had been revealed when the first shot hit. Was the mastermind observing covertly nearby or controlling events from afar? Did he guess how she'd deflect the bullet? She understood that requesting real-time locations from all team members wasn't foolproof. Coordinates could be manipulated. A competent mastermind wouldn't expose themselves through such minor details. Her communication aimed to confirm everyone's status and potentially bluff out any weaknesses. If there were any cracks, she could pinpoint the identity of the mastermind behind the scenes. Unfortunately, this time's orchestrator was a highly skilled player, adept at hiding well and even setting up a chain of intricate schemes. 5 minutes later, Red arrived. He sped down the street on his motorcycle with Bartender seated behind him, both wearing camouflage masks. Bartender disembarked first, and his eyes beneath the mask turned red as he scanned the surroundings. There was no surveillance equipment and no suspicious armed personnel present. "It's currently safe." Red brushed aside his disheveled, dyed hair, blown by the wind, then examined Kui Xin from top to bottom before tossing her a vial of medication. "Here, it's for external use. The wound was indeed conspicuous on your head. This new type of medicine will heal it within 3 hours. Don't worry." Kui Xin opened the medication packaging, reached under her hat, and applied the ointment to her forehead. "I've already sent the report to headquarters. Did you capture the assailant?" Red asked. "He's dead. While waiting for you, I investigated the scene and encountered a second attack. For the second assault, I didn't pursue it because the gunman was too far away." Kui Xin retrieved photos from her bracelet and sent them to Red. All the images are here. The physical evidence includes a communicator and a gun. The communicator is secured by Silver Mask. An unfamiliar alien species. Red frowned in disgust. Impressive that you managed to take such repulsive photos. It's truly fitting of you. Bartender leaned closer for a look and also furrowed his brow. Kui Xin said, the assassin's body is on the second floor. Of course, now it's just blood residue. Only samples can be collected from there. During the second attack, we observed from the abandoned residential building, and the shooter's position should have been between 4 to 5 o'clock direction. If you investigate now, you might find bullet casings or similar evidence. We have a traitor among us. Red came to the same conclusion without Kui Xion's further explanation. It's too coincidental. Such a coincidence cannot exist. Despite Red's eccentric appearance, their minds were sharp. Kui Xin stated, Silver Mask, and I deliberately changed our route home, yet the enemy still tracked me down. How did the enemy manage to track us? Through human surveillance? Miniature machinery. Silver Mask spoke gravely. Our situation is extremely perilous. Bartender chimed in, I didn't detect any tracking devices, so they likely weren't using technological equipment to follow us. As for human surveillance, with such primitive methods, neither Silver Mask nor Rich Lady would fail to notice. It's possible that the adversary possesses superhuman abilities related to tracking or monitoring. Kui Xin glanced sideways. Bartender's superhuman ability seemed to be related to perception and detection, capable of sensing high-tech devices. Don't go home, it's too dangerous. Until we understand the enemy's tracking methods, returning could easily expose your residence. Rich Lady, you and Silver Mask should head to the safe house to rest, Red said. I'll contact headquarters shortly and have them dispatch some off-duty squads to investigate the scene. Members of the off-duty squads were typically ordinary people without superhuman abilities, often engaged in logistics-related work such as battlefield cleanup, arms assembly, technical analysis, and more. Not having superhuman abilities did not mean they were unskilled. Each squad member underwent exceptionally rigorous training and was proficient in their specialized fields. Compared to awakened beings, regular people formed the majority within the Mechanical Dawn organization. The remaining matters are left in your hands. I need to get to work, unlike you all, who have flexible schedules, Kui Xin said. All right, Red responded. Focus on dealing with the investigation department and the traitor at our base. Leave them to me. A grim aura emanated from his entire body. If possible, bring any captives to me alive, Kui Xin said. I want to know who he is. Ball Python's hand holding the cigar trembled slightly. He took a deep puff and whispered into his communicator, I'm not doing this anymore. That Rich Lady is too perceptive. Just half a minute after the assassin fired, maybe even less than that, Rich Lady apprehended him. The Silver Mask accompanying her has at least a B-level awakened ability, possibly nearing A, he repeated. I'm done. I don't want to risk my life. I overestimated you. I thought you'd be braver. A hoarse tone came from the communicator, disguised as a vocal modulator. I had promised you that once this was accomplished, I would arrange a new identity for you, allowing you to leave Black Sea City and live elsewhere. Before embracing a new life, I'll end up dead first, Ball Python said. It's too dangerous. Damn it, damn it. I shouldn't have been bewitched into agreeing with you to kill Rich Lady. Red's methods are far more terrifying than you imagine, and Rich Lady isn't easily provoked either. They will suspect me. They're already suspicious. After the shooting incident, Rich Lady contacted me, asking where I was. It must have been a test. Ball Python grew increasingly fearful and anxious, saying, the risks I'm taking are much greater than what you described. I can't afford to take such chances anymore. Don't try to shift the blame. Your failure to adequately attach enough scent markers to your teammates is the primary cause of our current predicament. If the scent marking had been successful, all those attending tonight's meeting could have been effortlessly tracked, allowing us to promptly initiate decapitation strikes one by one. You wouldn't be feeling so apprehensive then, the person said coldly. However, your scent markers only tagged a few individuals, and with insufficient quantities at that. They dissipated after just 2 hours, making it difficult to track them. If it weren't for the tight time frame and this rare opportunity, along with Rich Lady's critical status and role within the meetings, I wouldn't have asked you to act tonight. You know how significantly a well-trained undercover agent can undermine a tightly knit organization. Rich lady must die. Missing this chance would result in the scent markers fading away entirely, leaving us unable to trace her. We might not even know who Rich Lady truly is. These are your mistakes: failing to kill Rich Lady as instructed and not obtaining any tissue samples from her. Red didn't explicitly confirm that Rich Lady was an undercover agent. Without confirmation, she remains suspicious and requires further investigation. What use is it for you to hastily assume she's an undercover agent? Yet I have to bear the consequences of your ill-advised decision, Ball Python argued. And regarding those scent markers, just as I lit up my cigarette, that silver mask Brad extinguished it with water. What could I do? It was a specially made cigarette, and once soaked, it couldn't be relit. The mere mention of this incident exhausted Ball Python. He had entered the conference room, intending to smoke a cigar. This particular cigar was a customized mission item. When ignited, its scent particles would adhere to people for a prolonged period, creating an invisible and odorless marking detectable only by certain nocturnal insects that followed such scent trails. Timing his move precisely, Ball Python lit the cigar before the meeting began. As the smoke filled the conference room, everyone entering would become marked. Once the meeting was over, releasing the insects would allow for roughly pinpointing the marked individual's location based on their flight direction. The insects themselves were also specially treated, emitting a conspicuous glow visible through night vision goggles. Ball Python had meticulously planned, aware that bartenders' superhuman ability rendered high-tech tracking devices useless. Unfortunately, human schemes often fall short in unforeseen circumstances. Just as he lit the cigar, Silver Mask swiftly doused it with water, extinguishing not only the smoke, but also any hope and Ball Python's plans. Originally, some scent markers were attached to both Rich Lady and Silver Mask. After Ball Python reported the meeting's contents to his informant, the informant offered a high price, demanding that he assassinate Rich Lady. Ball Python carried out a series of maneuvers, releasing bugs, estimating their routes, and going to bars to implant parasitic species into several expendable pawns, controlling them under the belief that it was foolproof. However, the assassination mission failed utterly and completely. I don't want to take any more risks, Ball Python said. If you don't want to risk it, then what do you propose? You're already entangled. Do you wish to continue staying with the Mechanical Dawn, being controlled by them and subjected to their mental brainwashing? The person on the other end of the communication asked. Listen to me. Go undercover and wait for the right opportunity. I can allow you to regain your true self again. Your name isn't Ball Python. It has been too long since you've used your real name. Surely you haven't forgotten what you're called. Ball Python fell silent. If you feel it's dangerous, you can refrain from taking action in the near future and focus solely on passing along intelligence. The tone of the person over the communicator softened. Rich Lady poses a threat to our side, which is why I hastily sought to deal with her without accurately assessing her and Silver Mask's capabilities, leading to the mission's failure. I bear equal responsibility. It was my mistake. Ball Python remained hesitant. But an additional 5 million, the voice over the communicator said calmly. Once you accomplish your mission and step back, you can go wherever you want with this money. It's not about the money. You don't understand, Ball Python replied. The person on the other end of the communication pondered for a moment. I'll add 1 bottle of divine blood. Ball Python was taken aback. Your innate abilities have reached their limit, and, as an awakened being, your path stops here. Throughout your entire life, you can only remain at C grade, unable to attain higher ranks. The individual continued persuasively. When you see no hope along the path of awakened beings, you can choose another path to start anew. You know what that path entails. A variant blood. Ball Python's eyes widened. Yes. By consuming divine blood, becoming a variant blood, you can become stronger, the person said. If you become sufficiently strong, Mechanical Dawn won't be able to harm you. I've heard that there's a chance for a variant blood's body to mutate into a monster. After dilution and filtration, the safety of divine blood has greatly increased, significantly reducing the likelihood of mutation. However, taking some risk is unavoidable. Ball Python remained silent for a long time before responding. Fine, I can continue acting as a mole. As you said, my only responsibility will be passing on intelligence. I won't involve myself in anything else. Don't expect me to kill for you. No problem, the person replied indulgently. You must provide more information about Rich Lady, her height, physical characteristics, voice. The more detailed, the better. Ball Python pondered for a moment. Rich Lady uses a vocal modulator, so her true voice is unclear. Her estimated height is around 175 centimeters, and her gender is also unknown. Gender unknown? The person was taken aback. The nickname Rich Lady strongly implies a female identity, but it might just be a smokescreen. For all we know, Rich Lady's true identity could be male. Given its height of 175 centimeters, it could apply equally well to a man or a woman. What if Rich Lady deliberately wears fake breasts as part of the disguise? Mechanical Dawn has many lunatics, and most of these lunatics have peculiar quirks. Take Red, for example. His interests are quite strange. With utmost caution, Ball Python continued, based on my experience, even though the nickname Rich Lady immediately suggests a woman, we cannot truly assume this person is female. Height can be disguised by using shoe inserts or hollowing out the soles, and if Rich Lady's superhuman ability happens to be related to deception, what then? This intel you provided is practically useless. I can't pinpoint the target, the person said. When going undercover, one mustn't think too narrowly, Ball Python replied anxiously. You used to overthink before, but not this much. Did Rich Lady scare the wits out of you tonight, causing you to indulge in wild speculations? The other person sneered. Just as Ball Python was about to retort, he noticed his bracelet flashing. A communication from Thorny Rose had arrived. I have to go, my teammate's calling me. Ball Python cut off the communicator and opened the bracelet, saying with his usual loud voice, Hey, eldest sister. Have you finished your late-night snack? If you're done, hurry up and get back to work, Thorny Rose said icily. Yes, I'm on my way. I'll be there in 5 minutes. Take it easy for now, eldest sister. Ball Python fawned. After ending the call, Ball Python patted his heavily jowled face, straightened his posture, and regained the spirited demeanor akin to a crowing rooster. He left his spot, mounted his motorbike, and sped off to find Thorny Rose. This room is quite nice. Silver Mask looked around curiously. Kui Xin opened the wardrobe and discovered it filled with various types of clothing, ranging from hip-hop attire to suits. Everything one could need was present. In adjacent small compartments, there were comprehensive assortments of cosmetics, likely intended for organization members' disguises. She took out some clothes and tapped on the bottom of the wardrobe, eliciting hollow thumps. She revealed a hidden passageway below when she lifted the panel. Red had mentioned that this secret tunnel led directly to the complex network of city sewers, serving as an escape route. They returned to the Ruby Bar once more, this time on the basement 3rd floor, which housed a safe haven where organization members could rest and recover from injuries. Silver Mask tore open a can of fruit preserves and began eating while sitting cross-legged on the floor. The emergency provisions in the safe house were all canned foods, and separate boxes contained medical supplies and weapon replenishments. Behind a painting hanging on the wall, there was a safe containing gold bars. The Second World operated cashless, but gold, a precious metal, still circulated and served as hard currency in black market transactions. How will you go to work tomorrow morning? Silver Mask asked. Through the secret passage, Kui Xin replied, sitting on the bed and opening a map to study the sewer routes. She glanced at the time. It was now 3 a.m. Continuing this relentless cycle between day and night would inevitably lead to her sudden collapse sooner or later. Where should I sleep? Silver Mask inquired. Kui Xin asked, sleeping on the floor? Silver Mask didn't object. When he rested at Kui Xion's home, he always slept on the sofa and never expected to use the bed. After finishing their canned food, Silver Mask spread out a blanket on the ground, laid down and wrapped himself in it, ready to sleep. Kui Xin turned off the light and settled onto her bed. Among all the people she currently knew, surprisingly, Silver Mask was the most reliable. If Kui Xin had to choose the person least likely to attempt harming her from those present at the meeting, it would be Silver Mask. With his formidable superhuman abilities, killing Kui Xin wouldn't require much effort. With just a flick of his finger, her life could end. Silver Mask was genuinely straightforward, lacking ulterior motives, which was the primary reason Kui Xin trusted him. Red was the second most trustworthy. He understood Kui Xian's identity and the tasks she carried, knew her home's location, and was aware of her position within the investigation department. It would also be a simple matter for Red to eliminate Kui Xian. If Kui Xian had to pick the individual she found most suspicious, she would choose Ball Python. His behavior was too erratic, appearing overly foolish. There wasn't any deliberate pretense of stupidity in Ball Python's actions. Everything seemed natural, devoid of any signs that he was putting on an act. Yet, despite no logical basis, Kui Xian simply deemed him suspicious. Kui Xian pondered deeply, analyzing herself to pinpoint when she began harboring ill feelings towards Ball Python. Upon reflection, she realized it was his smoking behavior that most irked her. Kui Xian detested the smell of cigar smoke. Lying awake in bed, Silver Mask softly asked, "Why haven't you fallen asleep yet?" "Your breathing is too loud," Kui Xian replied. "I'll try to breathe more quietly," said Silver Mask. After calmly contemplating for a moment, Kui Xian picked up her bracelet and sent a message to Red. "Red, focus on investigating Ball Python. I feel something's off about him." Shortly after, Red responded, "Received." It was nearly 4 a.m. and she really needed to sleep. Tomorrow, Kui Xian will face a new challenge, a probationary interview under the observation and questioning of the various group leaders from the investigation department. Author's note: Silver Mask, cats saved the day again. Standing before the investigation department building, Kui Xian felt as if she had just escaped a tiger's den only to enter a wolf's lair. In the morning, she accessed the city's sewer system through a hidden passage beneath the safe house's wardrobe, emerging by lifting a manhole cover in an alleyway several blocks away. From there, she took a floating electric railcar. Black Sea City, being a coastal city, had a well-developed drainage system with sewers wide enough for 2 sports cars to run side by side. Due to frequent heavy rains over the past few days, the water level in the sewers has risen significantly. However, today the rain stopped, and the water levels were gradually decreasing. To avoid getting the sewer smell on herself, Kui Xian specifically called upon Silver Mask. She asked him to create a water barrier that not only repelled odors, but also displaced wastewater, ensuring her safe arrival at her destination. "I always feel like following you unlock new applications for my superhuman abilities," Silver Mask murmured pensively. From washing dishes, watering plants, and mopping floors to using water as a protective layer against unpleasant smells, her utilization of his superhuman ability was truly versatile. After Kui Xian boarded the electric railcar, Silver Mask departed. At 5 a.m., while she was sleeping, Red sent her a message instructing her to go to work as usual without worrying about the traitor's potential betrayal. He mentioned that he had already made progress in investigating the matter. Kui Xian decided to attend work not solely because of Red's message, but because it was a necessity. If she avoided going to work and went missing, suspicion would arise within the investigation department. If last night's mastermind behind the scenes was their undercover agent, they could deduce her true identity from her disappearance. At that point, suspicion would turn into certainty, leaving her no choice but to take the risk. Within Mechanical Dawn, Kui Xian was considered a key member, but she didn't know exactly how significant her role and value were. Was her personal safety more important, or were her undercover identity and intelligence crucial? Would Mechanical Dawn sacrifice her life for the latter? If Kui Xian's entire worth lay solely in her undercover status, losing this cover would mean forfeiting her value. A person without value wouldn't be deemed important. She would be abandoned by the Mechanical Dawn organization. Kui Xian had already witnessed glimpses of Mechanical Dawn's iron-bloodedness and cruelty. She could not afford to lose her value. As for considering escape, Kui Xian thought about it, but she couldn't actually carry it out. Mechanical Dawn had control over her biological information, her account, and every aspect of her existence. Chai Jian managed to flee from the mental hospital, but in this highly advanced technological society, he found himself unable to move freely. The surveillance cameras watched over the city, high-tech devices searched for his trail, and with cashless accounts frozen, he couldn't even buy food. Kui Xian could foresee the challenges she would face if she tried to escape from Chai Jian's predicament. Apart from these challenges, Kui Xian would also face relentless pursuit. Silver Mask might be foolishly naive, but he was still a competent assassin. His obedience stemmed from Kui Xin being his superior and a core member of Mechanical Dawn. If Kui Xin escaped, Silver Mask would absolutely not spare her. He would transform from a useful tool to a blade aimed at her. The identities of the trainee security officer and Mechanical Dawn member, these were Kui Xin's protective umbrellas within the second world. Until she had enough capability to protect herself, she needed to carefully maintain her roles and embody them fully. Welcome back, Trainee Security Officer Kui Xin. Yidong greeted her as usual upon her entry. Good morning, Xiao Kui, Lan Lan said from behind. Morning, Lan Lan. Kui Xin glanced back briefly. Lan Lan, concerned, asked, Why do you have such dark circles under your eyes? Did you not sleep well last night? Yes, I barely slept at all. Kui Xin yawned and stepped into the elevator. I have coffee. Should I make you some to help you stay alert? Lan Lan offered. No need. It's too bitter for me. Kui Xin pressed the elevator button. There are tea bags in the break room. I'll just brew some tea. Lan Lan smiled. Is it nervousness about the upcoming interview that kept you awake? That's one factor, Kui Xin sighed. Inside the elevator, there was an electronic screen displaying the time as 7:58. The investigation department's work hours started at 8 o'clock, and in approximately an hour, she would have her interview. Kui Xin stepped out of the elevator, and the communicator in her pocket beeped. Lan Lan's communicator also sounded, and he retrieved it to check. Yidong has sent today's work schedule. Let me see. Excellent, no missions. We won't need to go on field duty. Typically, when urgent tasks required immediate attention, Yidong would notify squad members right away through the internal broadcast system of the investigation building. If there were no missions to execute, the day's work schedule and training plans would be sent via email to each member's personal communicator for review. Kui Xin opened her mail and, unsurprisingly, found today's arrangement written therein: an interview. No training, no field operations, just a single interview. If she failed the interview, Kui Xin would lose her job, so there was no need to send further task schedules. I'm going to the tech room for my shift now. Good luck with your interview. Lan Lan raised his hand. After a moment, Kui Xin realized that Lan Lan wanted a high five, so she raised her hand as well. Clap. Their palms met. Lan Lan turned and left, while Kui Xin pondered whether to use this spare hour for firearms training at Area A or to catch up on sleep in the rest area. Before she could decide, Yidong announced, Intern Security Officer Kui Xin, your interview time has been changed. Please immediately report to room 5313 on the 5th floor. Your interviewer is waiting for you. Kui Xin, surprised, asked, Why was it changed? There have been temporary work adjustments. I apologize, but I am unable to provide further details. Please proceed promptly to room 5313 on the 5th floor for your interview, Yidong replied. Okay. Kui Xin turned and pressed the elevator button. In the investigation department, temporary assignments and unforeseen circumstances were quite common. It's possible that Kui Xin's interview timing conflicted with one of the interviewer's schedules, leading to the change. As the elevator ascended, Kui Xin gently regulated her breathing. Once the elevator doors opened, she stepped out steadily onto the corridor. Please follow the green indicator lights ahead, Yidong instructed, marking the direction and route to room 5313 for Kui Xin. Navigating through the long corridor, Kui Xin stopped before room 5313. The metal door silently swung open, and she entered. Before her eyes, she saw a long black table with 4 individuals seated behind it, comprising 2 men and 2 women. There was a man with graying hair and a steady gaze, a young male wearing a suit, his neatly combed hair framing gold-rimmed glasses, a middle-aged woman exuding efficiency and seriousness reminiscent of Kui Xin's high school homeroom teacher, and an elegantly poised woman with vibrant red, wavy hair. Instantly, Kui Xin matched these figures to the information stored in her mind. The gray-haired man was Qin Dongchang, the leader of the logistics support group. The young man with gold-rimmed glasses was Gong Xian, the head of the information technology group. The middle-aged woman, bearing a striking resemblance to Kui Xin's high school homeroom teacher, was Wei Ji, the leader of the field operations team. She was also Kui Xin and Xu Xiuyao's direct superior. Finally, the red-headed woman was none other than Jiang Mimi, the renowned leader of the Criminal Investigation Unit. Kui Xin, is it? Wei Ji asked. Please have a seat. Yes. Greetings to all the group leaders. Kui Xin responded as she sat down, facing the 4 interviewers. Wei Ji nodded and said matter-of-factly, Xu Xiuyao submitted your application for full-time status. I've reviewed your performance records and field operation logs during your internship period. You're indeed exceptional, but whether you can remain in the investigation department depends on your upcoming interview. I understand, and I'm ready. Kui Xin prepared herself, fully alert. Not only did Wei Ji's demeanor resemble Kui Xin's homeroom teacher, but her tone of voice was also similar. Despite initially composing herself and feeling calm, Wei Ji inadvertently became nervous around Wei Ji. The grueling high school experience had left an indelible shadow on Kui Xin. The fear of nodding off during class and suddenly finding the homeroom teacher right before her eyes was practically etched into her bones. At that moment, Jiang Mimi smiled and said, "There's no need to be so tense. Relax, just answer our questions. It's like having a casual conversation." Jiang Mimi's manner of speaking reminded Kui Xin of Yang Xingyun from the psychotherapy office. Upon closer inspection, Jiang Mimi bore some resemblance to Yang Xingyun. Could they possibly be related by blood? Chen Dongchang, the head of the logistics support group, asked, "Are you adapting well to the investigation department, Kui Xin?" When he didn't speak, he appeared authoritative and influential, but once he opened his mouth, it seemed as though he transformed into a friendly uncle or elder relative. Kui Xin felt her tightly wound nerves begin to relax slightly. She decided to stick strictly to the truth, nothing more, nothing less. I believe I'm adjusting quite well. For most tasks, I am capable, but there are a few areas where my performance falls short due to being new to them. My mindset also needs further adjustment, Kui Xin said. I will strive to overcome these aspects. Do you wish to continue working in the investigation department? Chen Dongcheng asked. Yes, Kui Xin replied carefully, choosing her words. However, this job sometimes involves significant risks, and there are moments when I worry about getting injured or even losing my life. Jiang Mimi questioned, despite fearing for your life, you still want to work here? If we disregard the risk factor, I believe being a security officer is an excellent job with high compensation, ample opportunities for career advancement, and supportive colleagues around me, Kui Xin stated truthfully. If she could secure a civil servant position in the first world, obtaining that coveted stable career, Kui Xin would practically wake up smiling from joy in her dreams. The investigation department belongs to the Federation, making it a legitimate government agency. Compared to other places, its salary and benefits are considerably more generous. If Kui Xin were a native of the second world, this job within the investigation department would indeed be her optimal choice. We have reviewed your family background information, said Gong Xian, the head of the Information Technology Group. To attend university, you incurred a substantial amount of student loans, correct? My family's financial situation isn't very good. Kui Xin responded, seemingly answering but actually avoiding the direct question. She refrained from giving a straightforward yes or no. Gong Xian pointedly asked, the motivation for you to work in the investigation department is money, correct? Kui Xin considered her response. As someone with modest family circumstances, I fully understand the importance of having a stable and well-paying job. However, compensation isn't the primary reason why I want to stay. Please elaborate, Gong Xian said. I wish to remain because it's the best option for me. In the investigation department, I can acquire knowledge, improve myself, receive a salary, benefit from supportive colleagues, and enjoy a favorable working environment. Apart from the high risks and stress involved, I am quite satisfied with everything else. It would be difficult to find a better alternative. That's my reason for staying. Kui Xin smiled slightly and was somewhat bashful. Apologies if that sounds too blunt, but I'm a pragmatist. Most people in the investigation department are pragmatists, including myself, Gong Xian said as he adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses. While the brilliance of idealism may be dazzling, it's by being grounded in reality that one can progress further. The expressions of the 4 interviewers remained unchanged, and Kui Xin felt reassured. She believed she had answered well so far, without revealing any suspicious points. As a transmigrator, Kui Xin could reveal part of her truth. If it were her original self answering these questions, honesty would not have been possible. When Gongxian asked why she wanted to work for the investigation department, she couldn't possibly respond with, "Because the organization sent me as an undercover agent, I want to stay." Such an answer was absolutely unacceptable. Yet, if she couldn't tell the truth, she'd have to lie. However, lying wouldn't escape detection by their superhuman ability, lie identification, and even high-tech polygraphs might discern when someone is being deceitful. It would be difficult for a liar to pass the interview successfully. Chen Dongchang stated, "We have a set of evaluation criteria to determine whether interns qualify to become full-time employees, with psychological assessments being a critical component." "Do you mean resilience under pressure and mental health?" Kui Xin asked. "Yes." Chen Dongchang's voice resonated deeply. "You should understand the level of danger involved in our work. I heard that previously you suffered injuries requiring an alloy skull implant. The alloy skull is highly effective. It provides excellent protection for my head," Kui Xin replied. "Every year, the Federation allocates funds to the investigation department, with a significant portion used for compensation to families of casualties. This job is one that constantly brushes with death. You face not only the deaths of enemies, but also those of your teammates," Chen Dongchang said. "We want to ascertain if you have the mental fortitude to handle such pressure." "I believe I do possess that resilience," Kui Xin replied. "I haven't experienced the loss of a teammate, only the deaths of enemies. Reflecting on those moments now, I feel much calmer." Wei Ji directly met Kui Xin's gaze. "Xu Xiuyao submitted your records. Your first kill was very recent, targeting 2 robbers on Anning Street." "Yes," Kui Xin affirmed this time. These were indeed her experiences. Their statement accurately described her first kill, so there was no need for her response to be ambiguous. She continued, "During the incident at Anning Street, my reaction was excessive. The optimal approach would not involve killing, I understand that." "Your second kill was Chai Jian, an escaped mentally ill criminal?" Wei Ji asked. "Yes," Kui Xin confirmed. "How did it feel during your first kill?" Wei Ji asked. Before Kui Xin could respond, Jiang Mimi, standing next to Wei Ji, interjected, "If you don't wish to recall it, you can decline to answer. I understand that reliving such experiences is not pleasant." Kui Xin paused, but chose to reply, "Panicked, confused, fearful, unreal, and nauseated." "What differences did you experience between your second kill compared to the first?" Wei Ji persisted. "During the second time, I felt even more uncertain," Kui Xin murmured. "However, I became more proactive. I voluntarily fired the shot, consciously thinking and judging. After careful deliberation, I decided to deprive Chai Jian of his life. I do not regret doing so." There was a subtle softening in Wei Ji's tone. "Your respect for life is commendable. Excessive rationality leads to coldness, while excessive emotionality signifies weakness. Striking a clear balance between reason and emotion is what you need to achieve." "I understand. Thank you for the reminder," Kui Xin said softly. "You've visited the psychotherapy room, haven't you?" Jiang Mimi asked. "How did it feel receiving psychological counseling?" "I've been there already. Director Yang is very kind. Chatting with him feels quite relaxing. I also like the interior decoration of the psychological therapy office," Kui Xin remarked jokingly. If I ever have my own office in the future, I'll consider adopting Director Yang's decorating style." Jiang Mimi chuckled softly and said, "You're an interesting person, Kui Xin. May I ask, somewhat presumptuously, if you and Director Yang are relatives?" Kui Xin queried, puzzled. "You both look remarkably similar and share a similar manner of speaking." "I'm his cousin," Jiang Mimi replied. "His university major was psychology, whereas mine specialized in criminal investigative psychology. He became a therapist, and I became a security officer." Kui Xin nodded understandingly, saying, "I see." Some individuals strongly resist psychotherapy and counseling, especially those with assertive personalities who have achieved success in certain fields. They tend to be particularly stubborn about this aspect, believing that mental health issues are trivial. However, psychological treatment is essential. While they may possess robust physical strength and exceptional intellect, that doesn't guarantee an unbreakable spirit. People often refuse to expose their vulnerable side in front of others, Jiang Mimi explained. Our investigation department has many such stubborn individuals. Don't emulate them. If you encounter any issues, promptly seek help at the psychological therapy office. I will remember your advice, Kui Xin assured her. Gong Xian looked at Kui Xin and asked, do you have any goals you wish to achieve? Kui Xin replied, I don't have long-term goals for now, but my short-term goal is to excel in my work, strive for advancement, and diligently study. We must be pragmatic. It's not enough to focus only on the present. One should look far ahead, Gong Xian said. Jiang Mimi chuckled. I quite like you, Kui Xin. After your probation period ends, would you consider transferring to our criminal investigation unit? Your specialization is criminal investigation techniques, and I've seen that your grades are quite impressive, with solid theoretical foundations. Wei Ji raised her eyebrows. Already trying to poach someone? Absolutely cannot transfer there, Kui Xin thought alertly. According to rumors, Jiang Mimi's superhuman ability was lie detection. If Kui Xin transferred, her interactions with Jiang Mimi would skyrocket, and she couldn't possibly lie every single time they met. Moreover, Kui Xin possessed no theoretical knowledge of criminal investigation techniques at all. She was still struggling through her studies. Transferring would be disastrous. Kui Xin quickly devised an excuse. I told Captain Shu that unless another unit's captain shows as much consideration for their subordinates as he does, I wouldn't apply for a transfer. A hint of amusement flickered across Wei Ji's stern face. Jiang Mimi feigned disappointment and said, all right, what a pity, Kui Xin. Chen Dongchang's communicator vibrated on his body. He glanced down at it and promptly stood up, stating, I have duties to attend to, so I must leave now, everyone. He swiftly exited the conference room without pausing, giving a brief nod towards his colleagues as a farewell. The remaining 3 interviewers posed a few more questions to Kui Xin, which she answered steadily. The entire interview process lasted approximately 15 minutes. The interview can conclude here, Jiang Mimi said. We started the interviews early due to time constraints. Most of us have tasks to execute, making scheduling difficult. She checked the time and said, I have matters to attend to immediately. Kui Xin couldn't resist asking, so does this mean I passed the interview? Of course. Jiang Mimi smiled broadly. Congratulations on officially joining the investigation department, Kui Xin. Wei Ji also smiled slightly and said, You're quite impressive, Kui Xin. Gong Xian added, Shortly, your information within the investigation department will be updated, and additionally, your citizen grade will be promoted from grade 4 to grade 3. Welcome aboard. Citizen rank was of great importance. Based on one's citizen rank, the social benefits and treatment they received varied. For example, when applying for loans at a bank, individuals with higher citizen ranks often had easier access to low-interest loans. Monthly pension disbursements and insurance services also offered different levels of preferential treatment. Most law-abiders were level 4 citizens, those with minor criminal records were level 5 citizens, and individuals with significant criminal histories were level 6 citizens. Level 6 citizens were stripped of their political rights. Kui Xin's being promoted to level 3 citizen signified her status as a member of the Federation government, distinguishing her from ordinary citizens. This was a world with clear-cut class divisions. Kui Xin vaguely surmised that the interview assessment wasn't focused on her individual abilities, but rather on her character. The interviewers aimed to verify if she was lying, whether her identity was genuine, and if her intention to join the investigation department harbored any ulterior motives. As long as there were no issues with her identity or intentions, securing her permanent position would be virtually guaranteed. Wei Ji approached Kui Xin and said, Go find your captain. He will provide you with formal training for new members. Training? Kui Xin was taken aback. Yes, training, Wei Ji said with profound meaning. To introduce you to another side of the world. In truth, you've already glimpsed it somewhat. It's just that you lack a systematic understanding of those entities. Kui Xin realized what she was referring to. You mean alien creatures. The parasitic hydra you encountered during your previous mission is just one type among many. There exist numerous other species, some even more dangerous and possessing more terrifying abilities, Wei Ji explained. Go see for yourself, Kui Xin. This world holds far more secrets than you can imagine. Kui Xin took the elevator to Xu Xiao's office. Upon entering the lift, Yudong sent her a new daily work schedule. In the morning, there was only one arrangement: job orientation training. For the afternoon, 2 activities were scheduled. From 2:30 p.m. to 5:30 p.m. would be dedicated to training time, and at 6 p.m., she needed to attend a group meeting at the Field Operations Team's conference room. The agenda for the meeting was not specified on the schedule. At first glance, the day seemed to have very few tasks, but in reality, there would be no idle moments. Training could be monotonous and exhausting, yet it was essential, as Kui Xin relied on these skills for survival. With a beep, the elevator stopped on the 3rd floor. The doors opened, revealing Xu Xiao conveniently waiting right outside. "Captain." Kui Xin put down her communicator and looked up. Right on time. Xu Xiao stepped into the elevator, pressed the button to close the doors, and then said, "Yudong, floor -6. "Yes, the floor blockade has been unlocked," Yudong responded. Noticing Kui Xin's surprised expression, Xu Xiao patiently explained, "The investigation department has many hidden floors. The buttons for these floors are not displayed in the elevators. Only authorized personnel can command Yudong to unlock the floor blockades and access them." No wonder. Kui Xin glanced at the elevator buttons. The highest floor shown was the 66th, and the lowest was basement level -3, while the floor number Xu Xiao just mentioned was basement level -6. Between basement levels -3 and -6, or even below -6, could there be more hidden floors? What purposes do these hidden floors serve? Mechanical Dawn's infiltration into the investigation department is not extensive. The data chip entrusted to Dr. Huang by their organization contained vague speculations, with some information not mentioned at all. Kui Xin is the first successful undercover agent to infiltrate internally. Although Dr. Huang at the medical center is also an undercover operative, his work scope is limited to treating patients, preventing him from interacting with security officers' duties and thus restricting the intelligence he could gather. Kui Xin's experience was different. On her very first day of officially joining, she received training related to the investigation department's core secrets. The elevator descended continuously and soon came to a stop. The moment the elevator doors opened, Kui Xin detected the damp chill of water. Cold air rushed into the small elevator compartment, causing goosebumps to instantly rise on her arms. Inside the elevator, lights were illuminated, while outside, the underground floor was shrouded in darkness. The profound blackness combined with icy moisture made one hesitate upon seeing it. Suddenly, lights flickered on, illuminating the underground level. What immediately caught her eye were the seamless silver-white metal walls. These walls had been treated to prevent glare, so the reflected light did not appear blinding, but droplets of condensation beaded along them, shimmering at first glance. "Why is the humidity here so high?" "Come on, Kui Xin, let's change into protective suits first," Xu Xiao said, leading the way ahead. "It feels like something out of a horror movie," Kui Xin remarked. "Where exactly are we, Captain?" "The specimen collection is just one part of it," Xu Xiao explained. "This place contains some samples of alien creatures. Once these creatures die, their bodies deteriorate rapidly, forcing us to preserve them by immersing them in specially formulated solutions. We must constantly control both humidity and temperature." They turned right, facing a long corridor. Xu Xiao entered first, and red lights illuminated both sides of the passage as misty disinfectant sprayed from its ceiling. After the disinfection process was completed, the red lighting changed to green, allowing Xu Xiao to exit. Following Xu Xiao's example, Kui Xin walked into the corridor for disinfection. Some alien species are preserved by cryogenic freezing with liquid nitrogen, so it's extremely cold inside. Therefore, the protective suits are made with thicker materials, explained Xu Xiao while retrieving a protective suit and demonstrating how to wear it to Kui Xin. The protective suit was thick, resembling a spacesuit. Once donned, it gave her a bulky appearance akin to that of a snowman. Struggling to pull on the suit, Kui Xin managed, with Xu Xiao's assistance, to zip up the back. Finally, they also equipped glass helmets. Inside the protective suits, there were communication devices. Despite the glass helmet covering, Kui Xin could still hear Xu Xiao's voice clearly. The last metal door opened, and Kui Xin entered the specimen collection side by side with Xu Xiao. What she encountered next was a shocking revelation. A ghostly pale human body was submerged within a transparent glass jar filled with a pale green solution. The head atop the neck had vanished, replaced by coiled, dark red tentacles. These tentacles emerged from the neck and silently floated amidst the green liquid. This specimen was not alarming. Something even more terrifying awaited ahead. Kui Xin turned her head and saw that within the glass jar on the left was half of a human body parasitized by an alien creature. The reason it was only half was because it had been sawed in two, clearly displaying the cross-section of the grotesquely mutated human form with organs like the heart and intestines visibly exposed. "Don't vomit inside your protective suit," Xu Xiao cautioned. Kui Xin diverted her gaze, managing to say, I didn't eat much this morning, so I won't throw up." "You're considered quite composed for a newcomer," Xu Xiao remarked. Lan ended up vomiting during his first visit, right into his protective suit. Did he continue touring the entire time wearing a suit covered in vomit? Kui Xin asked. How could he? Our investigation department isn't that cruel or twisted. Xu Xiao chuckled. He went back, took a shower, changed his clothes, and resumed the underground tour in the afternoon. Poor Lan, Kui Xin sympathized. She shifted her focus and felt somewhat better after engaging in conversation. "I've seen the parasitic hydra before. Its tentacles are transparent, making the visual impact less disturbing. But these dark red tentacles appeared menacing, evil, and eerie, far more repulsive than those of the parasitic hydra. These creatures are called red thorn hunters, and they have even more aggressive temperaments than the parasitic hydras. Humans parasitized by them rarely survive beyond 3 days, meaning they need to change hosts every 3 days, Xu Xiao explained, pointing at the glass jar. Look at the label below." Kui Xin leaned closer and examined the label, which detailed specific information about the specimen. Species: red thorn hunter. Status: growth stage. Creation date: February 19, 2083. Executor: Wei Ji. This red thorn hunter was killed 3 years ago during Wei Ji's mission, and she brought it back intact for researchers to dissect and study, Xu Xiao said. Red thorn hunters are extremely rare, with long growth cycles. On average, they must change hosts every 3 days. This particular red thorn hunter had grown for at least 2 months. You can imagine just how many people it must have killed to reach this stage. Shocked, Kui Xin asked, with so many deaths, didn't the investigation department notice? The red thorn hunter boarded a smuggling ship carrying over 20 individuals, all serving as its reserve food supply. By the time the smuggling ship drifted near Black Sea City's waters, only one person remained alive on board, barely clinging to life. The Coastal Security Force discovered their vessel. Xu Xiao gazed at the pale human body within the glass jar. Of course, that sole survivor is now dead too, and his body lies before us in this specimen jar. He narrated the gruesome story with a calm tone, his words conveying a matter-of-fact attitude. You mentioned earlier that it was in its growth phase? Kui Xin replied. Yes, the sequence is young life stage, growth phase, and mature phase, Xu Xiao explained. Follow me. He bypassed several specimen jars and approached a massive horizontal metal cabinet, reaching out to open the sealed lid. A white mist carrying a chill emerged from the cabinet, revealing within it a solid block of transparent ice enclosing a translucent parasitic hydra. Unlike the previous one, this hydra was very small, approximately the size of a fist, resembling a harmless jellyfish with its soft appearance. We haven't collected any red thorn hunters in their young life stage, but we do have a young life stage parasitic hydra, Xu Xiao said. This is what it looks like during its young life stage. At this point, it is extremely fragile. It drifts into the ocean and parasitizes fish. If fishermen happen to haul in the infected fish, the hydras will then opportunistically infect humans. If not caught, they continue drifting until they enter the growth phase. Once in the growth phase, they crawl ashore, search for human hosts at docks, and absorb nutrients from humans to grow and reproduce. Xu Xiao closed the cabinet door tightly, sealing it shut. Upon death, parasitic hydras immediately dissolve, so using ice helps preserve the specimens for longer. He promptly opened another adjacent metal cabinet. These are mature-stage parasitic hydras. What we encountered that day was also at this stage. Similar to the red thorn hunter specimen, the preserved parasitic hydra had its tentacles connected to a human torso, exhibiting an eerie and grotesque appearance akin to that of extraterrestrial beings. Due to both the tentacles and human torso being sealed within layers of ice, they appeared exceptionally stiff and contorted. They aren't invincible. Parasitic hydras fear fire and cannot survive without water, Kui Xin said. The flamethrowers on police cars can inflict severe damage on them. Their usual habitats are near coastal areas. They rarely venture into city centers. This is what Lon Lon told me. Yes, aquatic alien creatures generally have weaknesses against fire and require constant access to water. That's why they haven't massively proliferated within cities, Xu Xiao explained. All the alien species in Black Sea City are aquatic. As for terrestrial ones, I haven't personally witnessed any yet. Perhaps inland cities might have records of them. Are there mature-stage alien creatures? Kui Xin proactively asked. Xu Xiao nodded slightly. There are some. Part of it. Kui Xin asked, puzzled. It was divided into two halves. One half was sent to the Black Sea Academy's laboratory for research, and the other half is stored here, Xu Xiao said. Follow me. They traversed past glass jars containing bizarre creatures and human organ specimens with peculiar growths, eventually reaching the entrance of a separate room. Xu Xiao lowered his head for iris authentication, and Yudong stated, based on your authorization level, you have 3 minutes for educational observation. The metal door opened, releasing an exceptionally intense wave of cold air this time. Even through their thick protective suits, they could feel the biting chill. It far surpassed the icy storage conditions of the parasitic hydra. As soon as Kui Xin entered, she was awestruck. When she lifted her head, momentarily disoriented, she felt like she had stepped into an underwater tunnel at an aquarium, where seawater and swimming fish were visible through the glass. However, this wasn't an aquarium, but rather a large ice chamber filled with solid yet transparent ice. Within the robust and clear ice block, an alien creature resembling an octopus extended its tentacles. It was incredibly massive, nearly filling the entire ice chamber. Its yellow eyes featured horizontal slits for pupils, and the suckers on its sturdy tentacles were larger than footballs by a considerable margin. This specimen was remarkably well preserved, almost lifelike. When Kui Xin met its yellow gaze, she felt her heart flutter slightly. Unfortunately, only half of the specimen was left, so based on this fragment, one could only imagine its appearance when it was alive. Kraken beast, Xu Xiao said. Quite awe-inspiring, isn't it? Kraken? The familiar term brought Kui Xin's thoughts back to focus. It's a mythical sea monster from folklore. In the past, during less technologically advanced times, people believed that deep within the ocean lived a creature called the Kraken, which would drag ships underwater and devour those aboard, explained Xu Xiao. As it turns out, the legend is true. The monstrous giant known as the Kraken is actually an alien species. However, nowadays, people no longer believe in these sea monsters' existence. The investigation department secretly eliminates such alien creatures, maintaining order in human society. The cargo ship named the Kraken and the Kraken Beast, could it be that the vessel carrying mysterious cargo derived its name from this very folktale? How did the investigation department successfully eradicate such a terrifying alien species as the Kraken Beast? Kui Xin asked. Xu Xiao explained, this Kraken was not killed by the investigation department. It died naturally and washed ashore. The Kraken does not need to parasitize humans because it can hunt independently, although sometimes it may prey on humans. Their time was up, and Xu Xiao led Kui Xin out of the ice storage. Does the investigation department preserve alien creature specimens solely for educational visits? Kui Xin asked. It seems quite expensive, with maintaining temperature, humidity control, and continuous liquid nitrogen freezing around the clock. Doesn't that require significant resources? Couldn't similar educational effects be achieved using images and holographic projections instead? You're indeed correct. Preserving them is very costly, and educationally, technological means could compensate, Xu Xiao acknowledged. Therefore, the investigation department retaining alien creature remains serves purposes beyond just education. Kui Xin pondered. It must still be primarily for research, right? Captain, you mentioned the Black Sea Academy. Does the Black Sea Academy also study alien creatures? Yes, that's accurate, Shu Xiu replied. We've finished visiting the specimen collection on floor B6. Next, we'll go to floor B5, where there are some other matters I need to acquaint you with. They exited the frigid specimen collection room, removed their protective suits in the changing area, sprayed disinfectant once more, and returned to the elevator lobby. Yidong, floor B5. Shu Xiu glanced at the elevator's clock. We still have plenty of time. Yidong responded, the floor lock has been released. The elevator ascended, and within just a few seconds, the doors opened. Do we need protective suits again? Kui Xin asked. Those things are quite cumbersome to put on. Shu Xiu said, no longer necessary, but you will need to change into sterile dust-proof garments. This entry process was much simpler after disinfection, putting on the dust-proof suit, meticulously tucking hair into the cap, and securing it. One could proceed inside. Unlike the desolation of the specimen collection on floor B6, surprisingly, there were many people on floor B5. Through the glass isolation windows, individuals clad in white lab coats could be seen bustling at their respective workstations. What is this place? Kui Xin asked, astonished. It's a laboratory specifically for researching alien creatures. This laboratory belongs exclusively to us, Shu Xiu succinctly explained. The investigation department collaborates with numerous institutions, such as the Black Sea Academy's Biotechnology Laboratory, the federal government's Cell Research Institute, and some research departments under private consortia. These research institutions share a common focus, the study of alien creatures. Kui Xin glanced around the laboratory and asked, researching how to counteract them? Not just that, Shu Xiu said meaningfully. They primarily focus on studying how to extract value from these creatures. Extract value? Kui Xin turned to look at Shu Xiu. Shu Xiu led her into the laboratory, saying, you'll understand once you see it. An evidently older researcher spotted Shu Xiu and greeted him, Xiao Shu, introducing new recruits? Yes, please continue with your work. We won't take more than 10 minutes, Shu Xiu replied courteously. Good, the researcher remarked, glancing at Kui Xin. It's been quite some time since we had new members. Keep up the good work, young lady. The researcher immersed themselves back into their work, while Shu Xiu picked up a light blue reagent bottle from the table. This is the venom of a red thorn hunter, still in its unrefined state. It has strong corrosive properties, capable of even corroding metal. He put on gloves, grabbed a piece of iron, and dropped liquid from the bottle onto it. With a sizzling sound, a small circular hole appeared in the 1 millimeter thick iron sheet. Hunting alien creatures is extremely dangerous. Our bulletproof combat suits cannot withstand the pressure exerted by the parasitic hydra's tentacles, nor can they resist the corrosive effects of the red thorn hunter's venom, Shu Xiu explained. These species are perilous, but hidden within their bodies lie valuable treasures. Both the parasitic hydra and red thorn hunters rely on human hosts for their growth and reproduction. They share a common characteristic: they only parasitize living beings. Regardless of how deformed or mentally impaired humans become due to parasitism, until all nutrients have been depleted from them, they will continue to live. Even if their bodies wither down to mere skeletons, even if they struggle to move, they remain alive, Shu Xiu said as he set down the pale blue reagent. These creatures secrete a special substance that sustains the host's life, allowing the host to cling onto existence. Just like leeches? Kui Xin followed Shu Xiu's line of thought. When leeches suck blood from humans, they secrete anticoagulant substances. Although their blood-sucking behavior is harmful to humans, the anticoagulants found within them can be utilized in medical treatments. Yes, that's exactly what I wanted to convey. Shu Xiu smiled. They are terrifying monsters, but they also possess value. If we could understand the composition of these secretions and synthesize them artificially, it would bring significant breakthroughs in the medical field. Do we have any successful results yet? Kui Xin asked curiously. Of course there is. Shu Xiu approached another table and retrieved 2 vials. These substances were extracted from the parasitic hydra. One serves as a potent anti-inflammatory pain reliever, while the other vial accelerates wound healing by promoting cell division. Both of these medications have already seen widespread application within the investigation department. Kui Xin marveled, During my head surgery, were these medications also administered? The wound healed at an unbelievably fast rate. It likely was, Shushio said. They're highly effective. Over the past couple of years, our field operation casualties have significantly decreased, partly due to these scientific research achievements. Researchers are attempting to uncover even more value from alien creatures. The primary value of alien creatures lies in developing medicines? Kui Xin asked. Are there any other uses? They possess three main values. The first is in the medical domain, and the second manifests in materials science, Shushio explained. Materials science isn't a research topic for the investigation department's laboratory. It's outsourced to biotechnology companies. However, we do keep some samples here in our lab. On a corner desk lay a piece of pitch-black fabric. Shushio picked it up and said, "Try pulling on it, Kui Xin." Kui Xin grabbed the fabric and pulled. Instantly, the short piece stretched several times its original length. As she stepped back, creating more distance, it seemed as if the fabric's elasticity had no limit. This is a new biomaterial extracted from tentacle-like alien creatures. Currently, it cannot be mass-produced yet. Its advantages include excellent stretchability and resistance to cuts from sharp objects. Shushio casually picked up a small laboratory knife and made a cut on the fabric, leaving not even a trace of damage. He then thrust the tip downward, but the fabric remained unscathed. It appears these findings are just the tip of the iceberg, Kui Xin remarked. Yes, merely the tip of the iceberg. The research institutions collaborating with us have numerous additional scientific achievements, Shushio said. Kui Xin, remember that our primary objective is to eliminate alien creatures and ensure public safety, not to capture them for profit. New pharmaceuticals and materials are merely incidental benefits. Compared to the risks involved, our gains can be considered minimal. I can't recall how many teammates and colleagues have died in battles. Every year, the investigation department holds memorial services, and I attend each one. I will strive to stay alive, Kui Xin responded calmly. She had been prepared for this reality for a long time. From the very first day of her arrival in the second world, Kui Xin resolved to use every means possible to survive, aiming to avoid all bad endings and strive towards a happy one. Captain, you mentioned earlier that alien creatures have three uses. What about the third? She asked. Shushio patted Kui Xion's shoulder. Come with me to the third sublevel and you'll find out. The third sublevel? I recall that it serves as temporary detention cells, housing prisoners who haven't yet faced trial in court. Kui Xin responded as she followed him. You're correct. The third sublevel is indeed used for temporary detention. However, what you might not know is that it doesn't only hold ordinary criminals, Shushio explained. The third sublevel has the most stringent security measures in the entire investigation department building. It is actually divided into two sections, the East and West zones. The East zone contains common criminals, but the West zone is different. They shed their dust-proof suits and stepped into the elevator once more. Kui Xin suppressed her curiosity, waiting for the mystery to be revealed. The most significant matters always save themselves for last. She had learned about alien creatures and understood their dangers and values, but what came next? What awaited her ahead? The elevator doors opened, revealing two armed security officers standing on either side. Upon exiting the elevator, there were paths to both the left and right. Kui Xin quickly observed that heavy metal doors blocked off each area. Shushio led Kui Xin to turn right, subsequently scanning his iris for authentication. With a rumble, the door lifted upward. This time, the sound of the metal door opening was distinct from previous levels. While other floors' doors opened silently and smoothly, this one produced significant noise. Upon closer inspection, the metal door of the third sublevel was over 30 centimeters thick, undoubtedly weighing several tons. Indeed, the security measures were stringent. Shushio's footsteps echoed in the empty corridor. The prison cells lining both sides weren't separated by iron bars, but rather by glass, bulletproof glass. Many cells were vacant, suggesting that the number of prisoners in the West District was quite low. A new prisoner arrived just a few days ago. His physical condition is extremely poor. He might die within a couple of days. Even the doctors can't save him, Shushio said. I'll take you to see him. This prisoner must be very exceptional, Kui Xin deduced. After walking only a short distance, Xu Xiao stopped. He turned and pointed towards a cell, gesturing for Kui Xin to take a look. Hiss. At her first glance at the prisoner, Kui Xin couldn't help but gasp sharply. The male prisoner lay on the ground, his eyes blankly staring at the cell's ceiling. His exposed skin had a terrifying bluish-gray hue. His hand joints were grotesquely twisted and protruding, and his fingers were unnaturally elongated and limp, resembling tentacles of an alien creature. Suddenly, the prisoner coughed, expelling a mass of bloody flesh that unexpectedly twitched slightly on the floor. Has he been parasitized by a monster? Kui Xin asked, filled with disgust. Even though she hadn't eaten much for breakfast, these repeated visual shocks were overwhelming. She truly felt close to vomiting. No, he hasn't been parasitized by a monster, Xu Xiao replied mildly. He transformed himself into one. He stared at Kui Xin. This is the third use of alien creatures that I wanted to discuss with you. Some illicit religious groups, driven by evil intentions, collect and purify the blood of alien creatures. They consume this blood, attempting to gain power from it. They refer to alien creatures as remnants of the ancient gods, and the extracted blood of these creatures is called divine blood. Those who obtain extraordinary powers through divine blood are termed variant bloods. The remnants of ancient gods? Kui Xin found it utterly absurd. Are there even cult groups in this alternate world? She hadn't yet had the chance to explore such knowledge. Upon returning, she definitely needed to thoroughly investigate this topic. That's what they believe, Xu Xiao said. Alien creatures have existed from ancient times until now, as evidenced by widely circulated folk legends. However, it cannot be denied that these alien creatures differ significantly from the organisms we commonly encounter in nature. They practically don't seem like species our planet could nurture. Indeed, they look way too disgusting. Kui Xin commented sarcastically, I won't be able to eat lunch after seeing them. 30 years ago, the federal government passed legislation declaring all religious beliefs and organizations illegal. The chaotic era of ignorance has passed. In the past, people revered nature and imagined divine beings ruling over this world. Now, the brilliance of science has dispelled the chaos. We no longer need deities to guide humanity forward. Instead, technology should lead us, Xu Xiao explained. However, various secret cults persist despite being outlawed. If they remained obedient and discreet, the investigation department wouldn't target them. Unfortunately, they never learned to stay compliant. Kui Xin looked at the person lying on the cell floor and asked, he belongs to the secret cult? Yes. A week ago, Field Operations Team's 3rd Squad raided their gathering place. At that time, he was undergoing a ceremony led by several cultists to consume divine blood. The smile at the corner of Xu Xiao's lips held a hint of mockery. Not a single one escaped, they were all captured. Do all variant blood individuals undergo physical mutations? Kui Xin observed the prisoner within the cell. It seems like he won't survive much longer. Are variant blood lifespans generally short? Xu Xiao pondered for a moment before replying, the investigation department records every captured variant blood individual. From these records, each variant blood person experiences bodily mutations, although the extent varies from mild to severe. The variant blood individual here only exhibits moderate body distortion. How disgusting must severe distortions be? Kui Xin murmured. You can request access to these records from Yadong, Xu Xiao said. They include images and videos documenting the mutation processes. However, avoid viewing them right before or after meals. You might either lose your appetite or end up vomiting. Kui Xin clicked her tongue, impressed. Thank you for the warning, Captain. We haven't conducted research on the lifespan of variant blood individuals here. However, I can tell you that among all those we've captured, not a single one has lived beyond a month, Xu Xiao said. This type of mutation is irreversible. Both doctors and the prisoners themselves could only helplessly watch as their bodies gradually transformed into grotesque monsters, ultimately becoming unrecognizable. How truly terrifying, Kui Xin sighed, after paying such a high price. Did they gain superhuman abilities? Perhaps they did, Xu Xiao replied. Through observation and experiments, we discovered that variant blood individuals recover from injuries incredibly quickly, even faster than high-rank awakened beings with exceptional physical attributes. Their physical strength also increases, reaching 2 to 3 times that of ordinary people. This data is solely based on the captured variants we studied. The cost for these abilities is their rapidly shortened lifespans and bodily deformations. From our current records, it seems they do not develop the diverse range of superhuman abilities like awakened beings, only their physical capabilities are enhanced. Are there no individuals who successfully survived? Kui Xin asked. The balance between what they give and receive is fundamentally skewed. Why would they continue taking divine blood despite this? Those who believe in science cannot comprehend the fervor of religious devotees. Perhaps to them, it seems worthwhile, Shushio said. Maybe there have been individuals who survived after consuming divine blood. During interrogations, these variant blood members were deeply convinced of this belief. They thought their failures were due to the gods not accepting them, and they saw their deaths as offerings of blood, flesh, and spirit to the ancient god, aiding its awakening from slumber. Kui Xin pondered, I wonder if any survivors developed diverse superhuman abilities similar to awakened beings? Can't we capture one for interrogation? It's difficult to catch them. They're exceptionally skilled at hiding, and the true leaders of the order never come forward publicly. As Shu Xia spoke, his expression slightly darkened. In other words, all the cultists and variant blood individuals we've apprehended so far are merely minor henchmen and peripheral members of the secret cult. The real core has never revealed itself. Kui Xin was extremely astonished upon hearing this. As a government department, the investigation department wielded considerable authority. The super-artificial intelligence Yudong possessed terrifying computational power, enabling it to swiftly sift through citywide surveillance footage to pinpoint suspects. If necessary, it could remotely control investigative drones, trace an individual's digital footprint over the network, and assist the investigation department in setting up an intricate dragnet. The investigation department harbored hidden talents. There was no shortage of awakened individuals, including high-rank awakened ones. Despite this, they still couldn't apprehend the core members of the secret cult? Your onboarding training is nearly complete, Kui Xin. Shu Shuyao turned around, addressing her with warmth and seriousness. We must maintain city security, eliminate alien creatures, and confront the forces lurking in the shadows of society. From now on, every day you will need to fulfill your duties as a security officer. His demeanor conveyed great expectations for Kui Xin, and she responded with a smile. I will accomplish it, Captain. Fulfilling one's duties depends on the situation. Sacrificing one's life in the process is absolutely unacceptable. The essence of survival at all costs lies in letting others take the lead when encountering danger, assessing the situation first before deciding the next course of action. We can leave now, said Shu Shuyao. Upon returning to the elevator, Kui Xin remained deep in thought. Variants, awakens. These were two distinct professions, each possessing different avenues of power. Kui Xin recalled that the game system's description of the depriver class stated, a profession that gains strength by hunting and stealing the extraordinary abilities from special ability wielders. The term special ability users did not solely refer to awakened ones. Does this imply that if Kui Xin kills a variant blood individual, she could still deprive and utilize their power? You're thinking about alien creatures, aren't you? Shu Xuyao's concerned voice sounded in her ear. No, Kui Xin snapped back to reality. I was wondering how much my salary will increase after getting promoted. Shu Xiu fell silent. Captain, Kui Xin asked, looking directly into his eyes, how does one become an awakened being? It requires sheer luck, Shu Xiao replied. There's no pattern for becoming an awakened being. Sometimes it happens just after waking up from sleep, other times it occurs suddenly following a significant shock. I can't provide much insight on this aspect since I myself am not an awakened being. Casually, Kui Xin continued, who among the investigation department members are awakened beings? Is there a high number of them? Maintaining appropriate curiosity and asking pertinent questions. Although some queries Shu Xiao wouldn't answer, her behavior wouldn't raise suspicion. Curiosity is inherent in human nature, and seeking gossip from one's superior due to curiosity is a logical action. As expected, Shu Xiao didn't respond directly but said, that information is confidential. You'll find out once you get promoted to captain's position. Kui Xin smiled. Then I'll strive for it and aim to reach the captain's level. During lunchtime at the employee cafeteria, Kui Xin deliberately avoided all red and green foods to prevent any unpleasant associations that might dampen her appetite. Despite this precaution, she still ate very little. She sat there mechanically chewing and swallowing, forcing herself to consume the food because she needed sufficient energy for the afternoon training session. The training time passed surprisingly quickly. After completing basic combat and shooting drills, Kui Xin began weighted running exercises. Laden with tens of kilograms, she panted heavily like a bull, her clothes completely drenched, feeling as though she could collapse onto the ground, eyes rolling back. On the sidelines of the training field, the instructor checked his stopwatch, surprised. Impressive willpower. Achieving such a good result on your first test, finishing 5 kilometers swiftly. Why not try another 8 kilometers? Don't look at me like you're seeing the devil. What's wrong with attempting to push beyond your limits? You can never truly know your boundaries unless you challenge them. Gasping between breaths, Kui Xin managed to say, let's discuss it tomorrow. We have a field operations team meeting in half an hour. With reluctance, the instructor allowed Kui Xin to take a break. For newcomers to the investigation department, specialized personnel were assigned to train them. Today marked their first official day of training, and Kui Xin was exhausted to the point of wanting to spit blood. In her past life, physical education class had been her greatest dread. She disliked running immensely. Whenever PE approached, Kui Xin fervently hoped that a regular subject teacher would take over the period instead. She'd rather complete an extra worksheet than attend gym class. Those memories now seemed like fleeting wisps of smoke, but Kui Xin had achieved a personal breakthrough. Under the pressure of survival, she voluntarily began her rigorous training regimen. After collapsing on the ground for 3 minutes, Kui Xin stood up, feeling shaky as she trudged back towards the elevator area, intending to return to the restroom for a shower. Drenched in sweat, it would be utterly unprofessional to go directly to the meeting. Kui Xin spent 10 minutes bathing, grateful that her short hair dried quickly without much effort. After drying her hair, she changed into her uniform, jogged to the elevator, and headed for the conference room. Nearly everyone had arrived at the conference room by the time Kui Xin entered. With keen eyes, she spotted Lon Lon waving at her, so she swiftly walked over and took the empty seat beside him. The conference room accommodated around 40 to 50 people, all members from various squads. Field operations teams typically consisted of small groups with 5 to 7 individuals, each member having specific roles. Tasks were usually carried out by these squads, and for more challenging missions, multiple teams would collaborate. So many people, Kui Xin observed, glancing around. As the squad leader, Xu Xiuyao sat in the front row, somewhat distant from them. Today is the General Assembly meeting, so all squads are present, Lon Lon explained. Lu Kongyun, seated ahead of them, turned and looked at Kui Xin, asking, "Did you complete the orientation training, Kui Xin?" "Yes." It was quite memorable. Kui Xion's expression conveyed mixed emotions. "I couldn't even enjoy my lunch afterwards." Jiang Ming, who had just been discharged from the hospital, chimed in, "It's perfectly normal. You'll adapt soon enough. On future missions, you might encounter even more gruesome scenes." "You're right," Kui Xin sighed. After exchanging brief pleasantries, they fell silent as the meeting was about to commence. Wei Ji, the field operations team leader, stepped onto the podium. With her sharp gaze scanning the crowd, she skipped straight to the main point without any introductory remarks. "Recently, there has been a surge in port gang disturbances, resulting in numerous casualties for our team. The Coastal Security Force now faces significant personnel shortages. Consequently, adjustments need to be made to the areas overseen by the field patrol teams. Only individuals with exceptional combat skills could join the field operations team. This group faced the highest risks and consequently suffered the most casualties among all teams. However, some of the casualties within the Coastal Security Force could arguably be attributed to Silver Mask, as he had killed 2 members of 6th Squad during his investigation. 7th Squad. Wei Ji's gaze turned towards Xu Xiuyao. "Starting tomorrow, you will be reassigned to Port Bay District. Alongside 5th and 6th Squads, originally part of the Coastal Security Force, you will execute coastal patrol duties. Xu Xiao stood up and saluted. Yes, we guarantee the completion of the mission. This is truly, just when one starts feeling drowsy, someone delivers a pillow, Kui Xin thought expressionlessly. During this group meeting, Kui Xin did not obtain any particularly useful intelligence. The content mostly revolved around work assignments and relocations. Her biggest gain was seeing all members of the field operations team at once, allowing her to match certain individuals' faces with their information from the files. The files did not comprehensively cover details for every member of the field operations team. Some personnel had only brief introductions consisting of 1 or 2 sentences along with their names. Typically, those with more detailed profiles had worked in the field operations team for over a year and had achieved various commendations, regardless of whether they were significant or minor. For members with less notable reputations and average accomplishments, their file information held little value. After the meeting concluded, each squad gradually departed from the conference room. Lan Lan approached Kui Xin and said, "How about we have a team dinner after work, Xiao Kui?" A team dinner? Kui Xin was caught off guard. With the formal addition of new colleagues, it was indeed customary to hold a gathering to foster camaraderie, as is typical in any workplace. However, Kui Xin had no intention of forming deep connections with people from the second world. Her interactions with others were limited to casual conversations and friendly banter. She hadn't even considered attending social gatherings like dinners. Maintaining interpersonal relationships was essential for a competent undercover operative. Kui Xin recalled a spy film in which a female spy character stated, "Do you know why I've been successful? Because I invested my emotions, genuine emotions. They felt my sincerity, so they trusted me." Building trust requires an emotional investment. Only by dedicating time and effort to this aspect can one earn the trust of others, and shared meals are an excellent way to strengthen bonds. The invitation to a team dinner served as a reminder to Kui Xin that she couldn't appear too distant from her colleagues. "Everyone's going, and our captain is treating us," Lan Lan said. Jiang Ming walked over to the other side of Kui Xin. "We're being transferred to the port soon, and there might not be such leisurely days afterward. Let's make the most of this last day and relax properly. We have a patrol mission tomorrow, so no alcohol," Lu Kong'an said. "Just sharing a meal together is fine. If someone else is treating us, we definitely should go." After a brief consideration, Kui Xin agreed. Xu Xiao navigated through the crowd to join his teammates. "There are 10 minutes left before our shift ends. Head to the break room, change into casual clothes, and then gather on the first floor." "Alrighty." Lan Lan whistled cheerfully. "Oh right, Kui Xin, what would you like to eat?" "I'll make a reservation," Xu Xiao said, smiling. Kui Xin pondered for a moment. "Meat. Any kind of meat will do." The nausea caused by encountering alien creatures had subsided. She had undergone extensive training in the afternoon, leaving her body severely depleted of energy. Her stomach felt sour from hunger. "How about we go for a barbecue, then?" suggested Xu Xiao. "There's a pretty good barbecue place in the city center." Everyone headed back to the break room to change their attire. While using the restroom, Kui Xin took the opportunity to check her messages on the bracelet. Red hadn't sent any new updates, but Silver Mask, as usual, had bombarded her with numerous texts. "Haven't been exposed, right? I can't figure out if you've been caught and thus unable to reply or simply too busy. Are you okay? If you were captured, Red would have informed me. I went to headquarters and updated our gear, picked up some weapons, and even brought you a professional disguise mask. Today is so busy, I haven't had time for meals. Will you return to the safe house or go home tonight?" Kui Xin coldly typed her reply, "Not exposed yet, still alive. Go home tonight. Figure out dinner on your own." Silver Mask instantly responded with a string of ellipses. After changing her clothes, Kui Xin took the elevator down to the first floor, where Lan Lan, Jiang Ming, and Lu Kongyun were already waiting for her. The captain drove off. "Here he comes." Lan Lan pointed towards the reception hall entrance. A flashy royal blue sports car was parked in the open space before the investigation building, its sleek lines reminiscent of a predatory shark. The sports car's window rolled down, revealing Xu Xiao inside. He had changed into a casual black t-shirt, completely altering his demeanor from when he wore his uniform. This... Kui Xin hesitated, unsure what to say. I'll speak for you, this car is way too showy, nothing like the captain's usual style. Jiang Ming raised his eyebrows. Riding in it feels like being chauffeured by a wealthy playboy cruising the streets with his rowdy buddies. Old Jiang, don't say that. Smiling, Lon Lon opened the car door and gestured for Kui Xin to enter first. The captain has always been a wealthy young master, after all. Honest Liu Kangin added, but we aren't his shady friends or cronies. I can hear everything you're saying, Xu Xia remarked, somewhat exasperated. Kui Xin got into the car, and the seat back automatically adjusted its angle to accommodate her posture. Inside the vehicle, there was a pleasant fragrance, subtle enough to be enjoyable without causing any discomfort. This car is really cool and flashy, Kui Xin said. I just didn't expect the captain's taste to be like this. The car was purchased by my family. It doesn't reflect my personal aesthetic, Xu Xiao clarified helplessly. As the car doors closed, the sports car automatically adjusted its direction based on navigation towards its destination, playing a soothing piano melody through the onboard speakers. Only police vehicles had flying permissions within the city limits, while private vehicles were restricted to ground travel. However, most high-end sports cars have both ground driving mode and aerial driving mode, designed for affluent youngsters to race on suburban tracks. The navigation system chose a less congested route, allowing them to reach the restaurant in just 20 minutes. The projected signboard of the restaurant read, Farlander Barbecue. Farlander. Kui Xin stared at the sign, puzzled. The Second World had achieved global unification. Although regions maintained high levels of autonomy, there was only one government worldwide, the federal government. Theoretically, everyone's nationality should be identical, with no concept of Farlanders. The owner of this barbecue restaurant is from the polar regions and has since moved to Black Sea City. Their cooking style is quite rustic, featuring plenty of meat. You'll likely enjoy it. Xu Xiao parked the car. A smiling blonde waiter approached them cheerfully and said, Your reserved room is on the 3rd floor. Please follow me in the elevator. The waiter then turned to his colleague nearby and spoke a flurry of incomprehensible words. Kui Xin found it peculiar. Why did that language sound so similar to Russian? Every time I hear them speak their regional language, it feels like they have springs in their mouths, Lon Lon muttered under her breath. The other teammates nodded in agreement. This society encompassed multiple ethnicities and languages, with different regions having their own predominant dialects. Kui Xin believed that, broadly speaking, the Second World should be a parallel universe to the First World. In her region, the official language was Mandarin, while the blonde-haired, blue-eyed waiter before her spoke what sounded like Russian. Languages from other regions likely corresponded to English, German, French, etc., respectively. Crimson Earth was a global game, with numerous foreign players making reservations. In the initial closed beta forums, alongside posts in Chinese, there were also many entries from foreigners. Kui Xin even used a translator to understand those posts. The languages spoken in the Second World overlapped with those of the First World. As such, players transported here wouldn't have to worry about miscommunication with the indigenous inhabitants upon arriving in this alternate world. The barbecue restaurant's decor was minimalistic, lacking any excessive ornaments or embellishments. Upon entering, one could smell the rich aroma of spices mingling with hints of charcoal in the air. A chef with a bushy brown beard wheeled over a serving cart carrying an entire roasted lamb. Under the roast whole lamb lay layers of onions, potatoes, carrots, and cauliflower. In heavily accented, broken Mandarin, the chef proclaimed, pure natural spices and genuine hardwood charcoal, none of that synthetic stuff. Industrial synthetics can't replicate the perfection of a roast whole lamb like this. On the serving cart, ice buckets held chilled bottles of wine. Just as the chef was about to open them with a corkscrew, Xu Xiao intervened. Please remove the alcohol. The wine is complementary with the roast whole lamb, the chef earnestly persuaded them. Eating grilled meat without drinking lacks spirit. It's meant for hearty bites of meat paired with generous gulps of wine. Xu Xiao declined again, and the chef reluctantly put down the bottle opener. Currently, most people consume synthetic soy meat. Real meat costs 3 times as much, so this entire roasted lamb must have been outrageously expensive. However, since Xu Xiao could afford such a luxurious sports car, the expense of this meal may be insignificant to him. Xu Xiao poured juice for everyone and raised his glass. The most significant event worth celebrating today is that our originally 4-member 7th squad has welcomed its 5th member, our new comrade, a trustworthy companion who we can rely on. Let's work together, Xiao Kui. Lan Lan lifted her cup. We're all dependable individuals, and as teammates, we have a long time ahead to interact and build cohesion, Jiang Ming said with a smile, raising his glass. Welcome, Kui Xin. Lastly, Lu Kaiyan raised his glass. If there's anything you don't understand, feel free to ask me. I'll teach you. Welcome aboard. Kui Xin clinked glasses with each of them, expressing herself seriously. Thank you, everyone. From now on, I will strive my utmost to be a reliable and supportive teammate. After everyone had their fill, half of the roasted whole lamb remained. Each person took a portion to pack and bring home. Kui Xin declined Xu Xiuyao's offer to escort her back, instead strolling alone through the city center streets with her share of roast lamb. Pedestrians bustled by, neon lights cast their glow on her, and various advertisement projections flickered around her. However, unlike her first encounter, she no longer felt curious enough to patiently observe them. Kui Xin didn't want to return home. Going home meant facing Silver Mask, discussing her operational plans after transferring to the Coastal Security Force with Red, and worrying about the traitor situation. All these issues overwhelmed her. It was only the 4th day, the mere 4th day since she crossed over. On the first day, Kui Xin recuperated from her injuries in the recovery pod. That night, while returning home, she encountered 2 robbers, marking her first kill. On the second day, Kui Xin immersed herself in studying this world's information through documents, making it a relatively relaxed day. On the third day, she received a field operation assignment, where she assassinated player Chai Jian during the mission. Later that evening, she met members of the Mechanical Dawn organization. On her way home, she faced an attack orchestrated by the traitor, narrowly escaping death. Today was the 4th day. Kui Xin successfully passed the assessments conducted by the group leaders of each investigation department team and secured her permanent position. Xu Xiuyao then took her for orientation training. Recalling all the events she had experienced over the past few days, Kui Xin couldn't help but curse under her breath. What kind of hellish life is this? She felt like flipping off fate itself. This existence was truly overwhelming. Kui Xin had never lived such a hectic life before. In just a short span of time, she transformed into a master of time management, working at the investigation department during the day and for Mechanical Dawn at night, while squeezing in moments to study and enrich herself amidst the dual jobs. It was now the evening of the 4th day, and Kui Xin didn't head home. Instead, she leisurely walked along the streets, occasionally checking her bracelet for any new message notifications, curious about what further surprises awaited her tonight. Kui Xion's inner calm remained unshaken, regardless of whether it would be pleasant surprises or shocking scares. Anyone who faced numerous life-and-death situations within 4 days would undergo a profound change in mindset. It's akin to being startled on your first visit to a haunted house, but after frequent visits, you become hard to frighten because your courage has been well honed. Eventually, even seeing ghosts leaping out with menacing gestures might make you want to laugh instead. Although the night's surprises and shocks had not yet materialized, Kui Xin had a premonition that this evening could not possibly pass by peacefully. Reality proved her right. Red sent a communication. Rich lady, the traitor has been identified, consistent with your guess. It's Ball Python. Do you have a plan? Kui Xion's tone was icy. Red replied, kill Ball Python, obtain his blood, and then bring it to me. You know my superhuman ability. Once I possess his blood, he will hold no secrets from me. I want to know which side planted him as our organization's mole. Red's superhuman ability involves memory reading? And the medium is blood? All right. Kui Xin paused briefly before asking, what about Thorny Rose? There's no issue with her, Red said. She'll assist you, and I am confident in her capabilities. Kui Xin acknowledged. I understand. As soon as possible, rich lady, Red urged. Our mission to sabotage Mooring Harbor cannot afford any mistakes. It's best to act within the next few days and nip the danger in the bud. My and Bartender's superhuman abilities aren't suited for combat, but can provide remote support if needed. If you require more manpower, call headquarters. Given your nature, though, I suspect you'd prefer taking care of the traitor yourself, correct? Kui Xin ended the conversation, her mind rapidly spinning with thoughts. The traitor was indeed Ball Python, just as her intuition had guided her to conclude. She halted at a bustling intersection with traffic lights, lost in thought, pondering how to safely and securely kill Ball Python. Calmly deducing and serenely formulating a murder plan, she considered. Plan 1. Under the guise of a mission, call out Ball Python and have Silver Mask and Thorny Rose surround and eliminate him. Plan 2. Have Thorny Rose report on Ball Python's movements, then ambush and snipe him along his inevitable path. Both methods left room for execution, but they could only try once. If Ball Python detected anything unusual, the mission would fail. Once he was aware that his undercover identity had been exposed, Ball Python would not allow them another opportunity to act. Among the equipment you brought back, are there any guns? Kui Xin sent a message to Silver Mask. There are handguns and microbombs, Silver Mask promptly replied. I only carried a small box of bullets. I couldn't manage more. That's insufficient. Go to the port's armory and retrieve a sniper rifle. Look for the K-80 model, or if unavailable, take another type, Kui Xin instructed. Bring extra ammunition. Alright. It seems like I'll have to make multiple trips. It's impossible to carry everything in one go, Silver Mask grumbled. Kui Xin pondered for a moment, then to maintain Silver Mask's motivation, she decided to stroke his ego. I brought roast lamb. I'm heading to the armory right away. Silver Mask's response quickened even further. The green light at the intersection lit up, and Kui Xin crossed the street with the flow of pedestrians, arriving at the electric rail car stop to wait for her ride. While waiting, Kui Xin calculated various possibilities, striving to ensure that this assassination plan would be foolproof. What prompted her to act so proactively, cautiously, and resolutely in wanting to kill Ball Python was not Red's directive or the fear of her undercover identity being exposed, it was a desire for revenge. A fierce desire for vengeance. Kui Xin could not tolerate someone who sought her demise while living peacefully in the world. This marked the first time she genuinely wanted another person dead. Ball Python stealthily navigated through the streets, periodically scanning his surroundings every few minutes to check if he was being followed. The nighttime Port Bay district of Black Sea City was dark and quiet, with only a few places bustling with activity, such as bars, underground boxing arenas, and casinos. These areas were under gang control, and even the investigation department had to tread carefully. In such locales, violent incidents were commonplace. Crime most easily flourishes in impoverished and underdeveloped areas, while darkness and chaos serve as the best camouflage for those operating within them. Ball Python slipped into a small gambling den, where patrons crowded around gaming tables, shouting while flying colorful cards. Gamblers with bloodshot eyes pushed stacks of chips forward. Ball Python had a significant gambling addiction, but his visit today wasn't for indulging in games. It was to meet an informant for a transaction, to obtain his share of divine blood. Silently, he ascended to the second floor and pushed open the door to room 208. The room was dimly lit, and on an opulent vintage-style chair sat a hooded figure. "You're 3 minutes late," the informant said indifferently. Without removing his mask or immediately responding, Ball Python activated his equipment to scan the room, fearing hidden listening devices. The informant coldly observed Ball Python's cautious actions, awaiting his explanation. "That Thorny Rose woman is incredibly annoying. She loves giving orders, and I can only obey her since she's my superior," Ball Python remarked after turning off the scanner. "Quickly hand over the divine blood. That woman went for beauty treatments, and I barely managed to slip away from her control. Soon, I'll have to return and rendezvous with her. Are you that eager?" The informant chuckled. "As agreed upon, my reward for providing intelligence to you was to arrange a new identity for me to leave Black Sea City and a bottle of divine blood," Ball Python said coldly. "This is what I deserve. Having taken such great risks, it's only fair to receive compensation of equal value. Surely you're not trying to renege on your promise. We always keep our commitments." The informant retrieved a test tube filled with dark red liquid from his pocket. "Here's your payment." Ball Python's gaze fixed firmly on the test tube, and he stepped forward to reach out and accept it. However, the informant's hand holding the test tube subtly moved, evading ball python's gesture. His expression hardened, and his voice deepened. What do you mean by this? We had agreed. You were supposed to provide the advance payment of divine blood as discussed. Don't be so tense, ball python. As I've said, we will honor our commitment. The informant smiled reassuringly. There's just a small matter that needs your attention. Huh. Ball python let out a wry laugh. How did you negotiate with me last time? Have you already forgotten after a few hours? You told me there was no need for me to work directly for you. Focusing on passing along information would suffice. The informant insincerely apologized. Sorry, these were orders just issued by my superior here. I don't have the authority to reject them on your behalf. Then may I ask, do I have the authority to refuse? Ball python asked. You do, the informant said. However, if you refuse, I cannot provide you with divine blood. A vein bulged at ball python's temple as he suppressed his anger. So, I'm just your tool, right? What do you take me for, some idiot? How could that be? You're an exceptional undercover agent. How can you be considered an idiot? The informant earnestly replied. Fuck. Ball python exclaimed. His muscular chest heaved violently as he restrained his fury. I feel like a wild boar in the forest, where hunters have scattered bait along my inevitable path. Following the bait all the way, what awaits me at the end is not delicious food, but a hunting trap. We aren't hunters, nor do we intend to capture you. We are your collaborators and trading partners, the informant stated calmly. You can view this as negotiating business deals. We're haggling over terms. You have the right to refuse, but doing so will result in missing out on certain benefits. Alternatively, you can accept, but then you must bear a certain level of investment risk. My collaborator and trader have torn up the contract. Is there still any need for this deal to continue? Ball python asked. No, it's not like that, the informant replied. We're still in the negotiation phase, with no formal contract signed yet. Isn't proposing new additional terms during negotiations perfectly normal? Ball python laughed in frustration. I fell into your trap, so don't use business negotiations as an excuse. Have you ever seen someone need to risk their life when their investment fails? Don't hastily reject it, ball python, the informant urged. This time, what we require from you is truly a minor task with very little risk. If successful, it would also be beneficial for you. Why not listen first before making a decision? Go on. Ball python scrutinized the informant closely. He did not refuse because he had already taken enormous risks. If he were to back out now, his previous risks would become meaningless. This left him dissatisfied. He didn't want to give up just like that. Divine blood indeed served as excellent bait, luring him step by step forward. We've cultivated a new type of alien creature. In the informant's hand appeared a slender glass tube. At first glance, it seemed empty, but when he picked up the glass tube and shone a miniature flashlight on it, the contents became immediately visible. It was a slightly wriggling red worm with a body as fine as a hair strand. Its presence was barely noticeable. Hidden thread worm, the informant said. They are smaller than the red magic spiders previously given to you, making them even less detectable. The humans parasitized by red magic spiders invariably die within an hour, whereas the hidden thread worm has a longer growth cycle. After prolonged development, it can burrow into the host's brain, gradually controlling their body and even their thoughts. Ball python's eyebrows twitched slightly. You people truly are lunatics. The red magic spider was the dark red spider-shaped alien creature that ball python used to control assassins. In its juvenile stage, it was about the size of a peanut. Once it parasitized a human, it only took 1 minute for the spider to penetrate the host's brain and exert control. The red magic spiders were also provided by the informant, and now the informant has presented him with another new alien species. Are you using my hands to seek experimental subjects? Ball python rasped. First, it was the red magic spiders, then the hidden thread worms. When you gave me these dangerous young-stage alien creatures, not only was it for completing missions, but also to obtain feedback data. They are stable new species, the informant told ball python. The only uncertainty we have is whether they can work on awakened beings, controlling their thoughts. Ball python felt a sense of impending doom. Surely you don't want me to. Thorny rose by your side. She trusts you more due to spending considerable time with you. Find an opportunity to let a hidden thread worm parasitize her, the informant said. When placing the hidden thread worm on a person's skin, it takes just 2 seconds for it to burrow inside. The sensation when it penetrates feels as minimal as a mosquito bite. He appealed to reason. Don't you find this woman too bothersome, always controlling you? This is a golden opportunity. By using an alien creature to control her, she won't be able to manage you anymore, and the risk of your exposure will greatly decrease. Ball Python was swayed. Since becoming an undercover agent, his primary fear has been Thorny Rose constantly near him. Her close proximity made him feel as if he were walking on thin ice, utterly exhausted. If a hidden thread worm were to parasitize her, he wouldn't need to be so cautious. I can give it a try, but I cannot guarantee success, Ball Python said. I'll do my utmost to complete this task, but you must provide me with divine blood first. The informant seemed to ponder for a moment before replying, all right. He placed the vial of divine blood and the glass tube containing the hidden thread worm in his hand. Ball Python reached out, taking them with eyes filled with anticipation. He slipped the container with the hidden thread worm into his pocket and scrutinized the divine blood vial for quite some time. What, afraid we might have poisoned it? The informant asked. Why would you? You still need me to carry out tasks for you, Ball Python responded lucidly. The informant nodded satisfactorily. Good that you understand. After a brief hesitation, he continued, I have a few questions to ask you. What is Red's superhuman ability? Don't know. Maybe Thorny Rose knows, but she wouldn't say, Ball Python replied. I only know about bartenders, which I've already told you. How extensive is the range of Amber and Heiao's spiritual superhuman abilities? Where am I supposed to find such detailed information? Do you expect me to go and ask them directly? And what about the rich lady's superhuman ability? No one has mentioned what the rich lady's superhuman ability is. The rich lady and Red belong to the upper echelons, whereas we are their subordinates. It's not wise to pry into our direct superior's affairs. It could lead to trouble. When do you plan to bomb the port? Before August 8th. Haven't I already told you? Why are you asking again? The informant calmly replied, nothing specific. I'm just concerned there might be changes to your mission plans. If any alterations occur, remember to promptly notify me. Understood. Ball Python cast him a suspicious glance. The appointed time for meeting with Thorny Rose was approaching. Turning around, Ball Python said, I'll tolerate this last-minute escalation only once. I know I don't have much leverage to negotiate with you. You have the resources and initiative. But I, Ball Python, am someone with my own temper. The informant watched as he pushed open the door and left. After Ball Python departed, silence enveloped the room. The informant tilted his head and raised his right hand. In one corner of the room, the air subtly rippled, revealing an indistinct black shadow abruptly appearing. Despite scanning the entire room with his detector, Ball Python had failed to notice the presence of a third person. Did Ball Python lie? The informant asked. The shadow shook its head. Smiling, the informant remarked, he's relatively honest. Unfortunately, he can't shake his gambler's nature. It was true that Ball Python was cautious, but he had a penchant for gambling. This gambling habit, to some extent, influenced his actions. Even Ball Python himself didn't realize when he was taking risks or gambling. Perhaps he did, but like a true gambler, he harbored fantasies of winning big with minimal stakes. When sensing something amiss, instead of promptly cutting his losses, he chose to gamble further, hoping to recoup his investment and gain profit. With heavy steps, Silver Mask entered the living room and sighed, I've definitely brought enough bullets. He unzipped his bulging jacket to reveal small boxes of ammunition taped all over his body, wrapped around in multiple layers. Why couldn't you just carry a bag? Kui Xin watched speechlessly as Silver Mask struggled to tear off the tape and remove the bullet boxes one by one from his body. I only realized I forgot my bag once I reached the destination. Moreover, there were no backpacks or similar tools in the armory. Luckily, they had medical adhesive tape, so I stuck the bullets onto myself. Silver Mask seemed quite proud of his resourcefulness. Kui Xin paused momentarily before reluctantly saying, good job. Just be more careful next time. She glanced at the equipment scattered on the floor, then picked up a bulletproof vest and went back to her room to change into it. This bulletproof vest, made from new materials, was not only lightweight but also robust. It covered the torso and limbs, so it didn't make movement difficult. She couldn't afford to repeat her previous mistake. She might not always have such good luck to deflect bullets with her iron skull. Wearing body armor properly would ensure her survival even when enemies target her torso. Returning to the living room, Kui Xin performed one final check of her equipment. K-80 sniper rifle, pistol, magazines, tactical knife, microbombs, environmental scanner, communicator, locator, night vision goggles. What's this? Kui Xin picked up a black object about the size of a button. It's a new optical camouflage projector developed by headquarters, still in the experimental phase. I brought back two for fun. Silver Mask pressed the button, and his entire body blended seamlessly into the environment like a chameleon. However, as he moved, the camouflaging effect diminished significantly. Suitable for static concealment, Kui Xin commented. Silver Mask tossed aside the button, saying, I don't need this. I can transform my body into transparent water. Kui Xin tapped on her bracelet to view the map. We should head out now. Kui Xin had coordinated with Thorny Rose beforehand. Once she met up with Ball Python, they would use the pretext of collecting data to lead him towards Mooring Harbor. Kui Xin positioned herself on the inevitable path toward Mooring Harbor, waiting to ambush and eliminate Ball Python. Thorny Rose activated real-time location tracking, allowing Kui Xin to continuously monitor her position and ascertain the whereabouts of Ball Python. Carrying a gun openly would draw too much attention. She could assemble it upon reaching the designated sniping spot. Kui Xin carried a box containing the parts for the K-80 rifle on her back and secured magazines, knives, and a handgun at her waist, while Silver Mask handled miscellaneous items. She fastened her mask with a vocal modulator attached, pulled down her hood, and leaped from the third-floor balcony. Together with Silver Mask, they stealthily made their way under the cover of night to the prearranged sniping location. Time was swiftly passing, with some individuals racing against every second. It was a clear night without rain or wind, dry, and with high visibility. Long-range sniping is easily influenced by external factors. Sometimes just a gust of wind or a shower can cause deviations in hitting the target. The weather tonight was particularly suitable for sniping, which was the primary reason for Kui Xion's decision to use this assassination method. On her way home to meet up with Silver Mask, Red sent Kui Xin a document containing detailed information about all members of the strike squad assigned to the Mooring Harbor demolition mission. Kui Xin focused on reviewing Thorny Rose's and Ball Python's profiles, learning their superhuman abilities, and thus gaining a general understanding. 2227. Kui Xin arrived home, but Silver Mask was absent, as he had gone to the arsenal to retrieve equipment. 2228. Kui Xin communicated with Thorny Rose, confirming tonight's planned route and designated assassination location. Thorny Rose activated her personal GPS tracker and connected it to Kui Xion's communicator, allowing Kui Xin to track her position in real time. This ensured that when she met up with Ball Python, Kui Xin could eavesdrop on their conversation. 2241. Kui Xin contacted Red, asking him to deploy an auxiliary squad from headquarters to blockade the routes. This precaution was intended to prevent any potential failure in the assassination, ensuring that Ball Python would not escape under extreme circumstances. I thought so too. I trust your sniping skills, but we still need backup plans, Red said. I'll remotely command the auxiliary squad while you focus on taking the shot. 2250. Silver Mask returned with their equipment. Kui Xin inventoried the weapons and geared up, while Silver Mask finished eating the roast lamb she had brought home earlier. 2300 hours. Kui Xin and Silver Mask departed from their home, heading towards the predetermined sniping location. 2301. Ball Python's transaction concluded, and after exiting the casino, he contacted Thorny Rose. Eldest sister, did you finish your beauty treatment? Oh, already done. Ball Python nodded obsequiously through the communicator. Haha, I've also finished my late-night snack, and I'll be right there to meet up with you. You didn't take advantage of the situation to go gambling, did you? Wait until after completing the mission if you want to gamble. Now is not the time, Thorny Rose said sternly. Ball Python hastily responded, of course not. I was just having a late-night snack. You know how it is, eldest sister. Only when well-fed do we have the energy for work. You'd better be telling the truth. Thorny Rose hung up the call and immediately sent a message to Kui Xin, Deputy Commander. He's on his way. We expect to rendezvous at Conch Street in 15 minutes, then proceed from there to dock number 5. Kui Xin replied, acknowledged. 2316. Thorny Rose and Ball Python met at the scheduled time. Ball Python, seeking to flatter Thorny Rose, complimented her with feigned humility. Your new manicure looks fantastic, eldest sister. Cut the flattery, let's move, Thorny Rose said. 2317. Kui Xin and Silver Mask arrived at their designated sniping location, the abandoned lighthouse on the old dock. Before Black Sea City expanded its port facilities, this lighthouse guided incoming cargo ships and fishing vessels towards the harbor. Later, as large-scale renovations began, the dock was extended into a massive mooring area, stretching from the shore out into the sea, resulting in the creation of the floating seaport. People constructed a taller and brighter lighthouse on the floating seaport, rendering the original small lighthouse, rooted on land, obsolete. 2323. Kui Xin climbed to the top floor of the tower, opened the case she carried, and expressionlessly assembled the K-80 rifle. She meticulously loaded each bullet, set up the bipod, and attached the silencer. She exhaled onto the scope, wiped it clean with a cloth, ensuring it was sufficiently clear, and then positioned her eye against the scope to scan the street for any suspicious individuals. Silver Mask, bored, asked, They haven't arrived yet. Who are you aiming at? Hold your tongue and stay silent, Kui Xin replied mercilessly. Silver Mask remained silent. 2324. Red's voice came through Kui Xin's earpiece. The off-duty squad is in position. The street has been sealed off. He won't be able to escape even if he sprouts wings. Roger, replied Kui Xin. She shifted her gaze away from the scope and briefly looked down at the bracelet projection. On the displayed map, green dots representing their squad formed a pocket-like encirclement around the street. Similar to how one would trap a wild boar, they had set up nets along its inevitable path. Once the boar appeared and the nets were drawn tight, capturing the prey would be within reach. 2326. The audio from Thorny Rose's concealed listening device transmitted sounds from her location into Kui Xin's ears. Ball Python, eldest sister, I ate too much tonight and need to take a dump. Thorny Rose, why do you always have so many trivial issues? Ball Python, I can't hold it back when nature calls. Thorny Rose, hurry up. If you delay the mission, there'll be consequences. Ball Python jogged swiftly into a public restroom. 2332. Silver Mask remarked, couldn't he choose any other time to go? Why specifically now? How come he hasn't emerged yet? Even I'm getting impatient. 2332. Inside the bathroom stall, Ball Python mentally prepared himself and visualized the scenario. Clutching the glass tube containing the stealth weevil, he muttered to himself, I'll pretend to casually tap her shoulder, releasing the bug at the same time. She won't notice. No, we've never been that intimate before. The closest physical contact was when she slapped me. Damn it, thinking about it just makes me angrier. She actually dared to slap me. Should I lie, saying there's something in her hair, then remove it while placing the bug on her head? That might seem too deliberate. Or perhaps I could cautiously lag behind her by a few steps, quietly dropping the bug as she walks ahead. Seems feasible. Ball Python wanted to take deep breaths to calm down, but remembered this was a public restroom. The Port Bay District's toilets have always been notoriously filthy. Breathing deeply here would likely make him vomit. He slapped his face to regain composure, then left the toilet stall to wash his hands. Normally, he wore gloves, which provided a barrier against the stealthy weevils, making easy entry. When he took action later, he'd first discreetly open the glass tube in his pocket, carefully holding the weevil and silently placing it on Thorny Rose's hair. Hair lacks sensory nerves, so even if the bug landed on it, she wouldn't detect it. Once the weevil burrows inside, Thorny Rose will no longer have constant control over him. Ball Python slipped the glass tube into his pocket, composed his expression, and exited the restroom. Thorny Rose looked impatient as she checked the time. By now, we should almost be reaching our destination. Then let's hurry and leave, Ball Python said guiltily. Thorny Rose turned and walked ahead, while Ball Python trailed 2 steps behind, watching her silhouette for an opportune moment to strike. 2334. Red reported, the target has started moving again. Roger that. Kui Xin remained fully focused. Kui Xion's new mask had night vision capabilities, but she still brought along backup night vision goggles. With the assistance of night vision mode and the telescopic sight, nothing on the dock streets escaped her eyes. Tonight, the dock was cold and silent. Due to the series of explosions, Dock Number 5's operations were temporarily halted. During the day, workers and construction equipment would come and go to repair the docks, but by nighttime, they were entirely deserted. The lighthouse had lost its glow and stood as a silent guardian over the dock. A dark gun barrel protruded from the window at the top of the lighthouse, concealing the night's cover. Someone was hiding inside unnoticed. 2336. After confirming that Thorny Rose, walking ahead, showed no intention of looking back, Ball Python discreetly twisted open a glass tube with 2 fingers. He swiftly moved closer, minimizing his footsteps, and caught up to Thorny Rose. In a quick motion, he placed the insect on her head. However, he underestimated Thorny Rose. She reflexively ducked and unconsciously placed her right hand on top of her head, sensing the wind's movement. If Thorny Rose had been unaware of Ball Python's betrayal, her reaction wouldn't have been so swift. However, knowing that Ball Python was a traitor, she became vigilant around him, no longer trusting him as before and becoming more cautious against his subtle actions. Thorny Rose turned to stare at Ball Python while simultaneously stepping back to increase the distance between them. Her expression and demeanor completely transformed, becoming cold and menacing. Suddenly, a slight itch arose and her hand brushed through her hair. Upon closer inspection, she saw a tiny red worm nearly fully burrowing into her flesh, with only its tail remaining visible. Her gaze hardened, and she moved to swiftly extract the insect, but the stealth insect was incredibly fast. Just as her hand reached over, the stealth insect completely disappeared into her flesh. In this split second, having faced countless life-or-death situations during numerous missions, Thorny Rose did not hesitate for a moment. With her left hand, she drew the dagger from her waist, and in one swift motion, she severed her own right hand. With a whoosh, blood gushed forth, and the severed hand, adorned with intricate nail art, fell to the ground, staining the area crimson. Ball Python. Thorny Rose's eyes radiated murderous intent. Ball Python stepped backward, his mind buzzing loudly. Traitor. Thorny Rose sneered coldly. Trying to outwit me? You're still too inexperienced. Making me lose my manicure. I'm going to slaughter you. At this point, there was no need for further concealment. Ball Python had attempted to sabotage her, and she caught on to his actions. Both knew each other's intentions, that he was a traitor, and that Thorny Rose harbored suspicions against him. The facade of peace between them was shattered. Once the veneer of harmony is broken, only further confrontation remains. The orange glow emanating from the tightly gripped dagger in Thorny Rose's left hand resembled flowing lava. As the blade heated up, the surrounding air began to subtly distort due to the high temperature. She pressed the hot blade against the severed wrist of her right arm, causing smoke to sizzle as she cauterized the wound to stop the bleeding. Realizing he had been exposed, Ball Python immediately thought of fleeing. Thorny Rose knew he was a traitor. She actually knew. When did she find out? Had she reported his betrayal to Red or headquarters? Was anyone lying in ambush for him? Fear firmly gripped Ball Python's mind. Instantaneously activating his superhuman ability, a thin layer of blood-red flames ignited around his body, causing his muscles to nearly double in size. He turned and sprinted wildly, his steps chaotic. Thorny Rose reached for her belt, but found it empty. She was right-handed, and losing her right arm felt unnatural. She no longer had another hand to wield additional weapons. Thorny Rose's face paled, her expression was scornful. She watched Ball Python's retreating figure, dropped the scorching hot dagger, and swiftly drew a slender whip from her waist with her left hand. The whip was made of resilient metal threads woven together, suitable for conducting heat. With a flick, the whip entangled Ball Python's legs, causing him to stumble and fall. The robust metallic whip rendered even such a muscular man as Ball Python unable to forcibly break free. Deputy Commander, unexpected situation. My right hand has been severed. Thorny Rose's forehead slicks with cold sweat from the pain. She spoke rapidly through her agony. That bastard Ball Python tried to attack me. There's a deviation from our plan. He hasn't yet entered the firing range or the encirclement. I already know. Wait 3 minutes, Kui Xin said. All right. I can hold on for 3 minutes, replied Thorny Rose. Without pausing, Kui Xin continued, Red, instruct the off-duty squad to adjust their positions. It's already underway. That pig ball python sure knows how to cause trouble, Red responded. Kui Xin grabbed Silver Mask's hand and climbed out of the lighthouse window. They swiftly descended from the lighthouse to the ground, pulled by the water rope, and immediately broke into a run. Through the listening device, Kui Xin detected that something was amiss. In less than a second, she decided to abandon long-range sniping and switch to close-quarters pursuit instead. The K-80 rifle was incredibly heavy. Carrying it while running acted as a significant burden, draining her energy rapidly. Thorny Rose gripped her iron whip, its handle gradually turning a reddish-orange like a hot iron brand, extending along the length of the whip. This coloration resembled the hue emitted when molten steel at the steel mill solidifies, indicating the metal had reached extreme temperatures. Ball Python let out a piercing scream as his legs, bound by the iron whip, began smoking audibly. Despite enduring immense pain, he attempted to pull on the iron whip, but even with his superhuman abilities activated, he couldn't budge it. His only option was to reach down to untangle the whip, resulting in severe burns that left his hands and legs raw and blistered. As Kui Xin ran, she listened intently through her earpiece for updates from Thorny Rose. Thorny Rose's injury would severely impact her combat effectiveness. Thorny Rose was an awakened B-class being with the superhuman ability, Blazing Blade. She could impart extremely high temperatures to metals, making her swings with blades or iron whips akin to cutting butter with a heated knife. Ball Python's superhuman ability was Burning Blood, which allowed him to enhance his combat power by igniting his own blood. It was a formidable skill, dealing immense damage to enemies while inflicting significant harm upon himself. Although its level was only C, during short bursts, it could rival the abilities of B-rank awakened beings. His bulging muscles possessed extraordinary strength. Tests showed that bullets from ordinary handguns would be caught by his robust muscles, unable to inflict substantial harm. Unless using a gun like the K-80, capable of directly piercing through Ball Python's flesh. As Kui Xin ran, she noticed 2 motorcycle thugs gathered on the street corner. Her stride paused momentarily, and with a swift turn, she rushed over, knocking them down with 1 punch each. Can you ride a motorcycle? Kui Xin asked. You drive, I'll aim. Keep it steady. Yes. Silver Mask straddled the motorcycle, gripping the handlebars. Kui Xin positioned herself behind him, and as he twisted the throttle, the engine roared loudly. They shot forward, like an arrow released from a bow. Bitch! Ball Python's eyes turned red as he spun around, intent on engaging Thorny Rose in a brawl. However, Thorny Rose avoided direct confrontation. In terms of raw strength, she couldn't match Ball Python, especially since she was already injured. Instead, Thorny Rose wielded her iron whip, maintaining a tactical distance while engaging him in a prolonged struggle. She evaded Ball Python's lunges, like cracking a whip against a spinning top, and delivered successive lashes, leaving fiery welts on his body. Despite multiple attempts, Ball Python couldn't even graze the edge of Thorny Rose's clothing. He tried to reach for his gun, but just as he grasped it, Thorny Rose's whip struck, disarming him instantly. Ball Python contemplated retreating, but whenever he attempted to flee, the agile whip would ensnare his limbs, forcing him to remain on the battlefield. Once, it nearly wrapped around his neck. In Burning Blood mode, Ball Python indeed wasn't sustaining critical injuries, but the searing lash from the iron whip still caused genuine pain. His clothes turned charred black, emitting the aroma of cooked flesh. With determination, as Thorny Rose's whip struck again, he reached out and grabbed hold of the scorching hot iron whip like seizing a branding iron. He then attempted to pull Thorny Rose directly towards him, hoping to finish her off in one swift move. At that moment, the faint roar of a motorcycle engine reached Ball Python's ears, accompanied by the sound of bullets firing from a suppressor. Pfft! A bloody hole appeared in his chest. Ball Python's grip on the iron whip loosened, and the flames burning within him seemed to falter. 2339. Kui Xin and Silver Mask arrived at the battleground. Silver Mask skillfully maneuvered the motorcycle in a straight line, allowing Kui Xin to maintain a stable shooting stance. Kui Xin squeezed the trigger again, and with subtle sounds from the suppressor, bullets continued to fire, each striking Ball Python. The powerful impacts caused his body to violently sway. After emptying all 10 rounds, Silver Mask's water rope ensnared Kui Xin, and they swiftly rolled off the motorcycle. Propelled by inertia, the moving motorcycle crashed into Ball Python with a thunderous impact, transforming into a fiery explosion amidst a deafening roar. Ball Python's robust body abruptly collapsed, engulfed in flames, remaining completely motionless. Deputy Commander. Thorny Rose smiled at Kui Xin. Only now did she have a moment to retrieve a healing agent from her belt and inject it into herself. Mission accomplished. Although we made quite a commotion, Silver Mask remarked casually. As Kui Xin approached Thorny Rose, suddenly a pulse throbbed in her temple. Her gaze shifted towards the fiercely burning motorcycle, beneath which lay Ball Python's corpse. Despite being charred like black coal, the tip of Ball Python's foot twitched. His eyes snapped open, and he unexpectedly lifted the motorcycle, hurling it towards Kui Xin. I was planning to take it once fully prepared. Ball Python spat out the vial containing divine blood as he stood up amidst the inferno, his eyes crimson red as if stained with blood. Ball Python's wounds rapidly healed at an abnormal speed. The menacing whip marks on his back and arms stopped bleeding, and the charred, burnt skin peeled off, revealing small granulations that wriggled as new flesh grew beneath. As soon as the divine blood entered his body, it began transforming his battered physique. Highly purified and filtered alien creature blood flowed through his limbs, granting him strength and providing an unprecedented, exhilarating sensation. With his power restored, even surpassing its previous level, scarlet flames rained around him, burning more fiercely than before. However, after gaining this newfound strength, the first action Ball Python took was not to retaliate against Kui Xin and her allies. He hurled the motorcycle at Kui Xin to hinder her movements, then swiftly turned and fled. Explosively faster than even the world's top sprinter, Ball Python's robust body covered nearly 20 meters in the blink of an eye. Only fools wouldn't run. Ball Python understood Mechanical Dawn's modus operandi. Once Thorny Rose discovered his betrayal, followed by Rich Lady and Silver Mask appearing, it meant the entire Mechanical Dawn organization now knew he was a traitor. They would send people to encircle and eliminate him. The core members of Mechanical Dawn were already present, and the extraneous squad might be lurking nearby, ready for an ambush. He had to run. If he ran too slowly, he would fall into the hunter's encirclement. In this situation, killing just 1 or 2 individuals was utterly useless because Ball Python couldn't silence every single person aware of his betrayal. The longer he delayed his escape, the more likely he was to face immediate execution. Silver Mask created a water barrier, deflecting the incoming motorcycle and temporarily unable to hinder Ball Python's escape. Just as Kui Xin was about to draw another magazine from her belt to reload the K-80, the cunning Ball Python darted into a nearby building. With cover now available, Kui Xin could no longer pinpoint his exact location. She abandoned the K-80 and instead pulled out a compact submachine gun from behind her waist. The submachine gun lacked the penetration power of the K-80, but excelled with its rapid firepower and larger magazine capacity. She wasn't certain if this weapon could inflict substantial damage on Ball Python. After consuming some unknown substance, his burning blood ability seemed enhanced, his muscles bulged intensely, appearing ready to burst. Even world-class bodybuilders don't possess such terrifying muscle mass. As Ball Python fled desperately, he crashed into a small, closed restaurant by the roadside. Using his body, he smashed through the wall, rupturing the concealed natural gas pipes within it. With clear presence of mind, he then activated the restaurant's ignition switch. Amidst the deafening sounds, the gas exploded and raging flames completely obscured his figure. Leveraging the exceptional regenerative power bestowed by divine blood, he withstood the blast's impact and intense heat, traversing through the inferno. With a punch, he shattered a wall to escape onto the adjacent street. Kui Xin shouted, "Thorny Rose, stay here." Without any hesitation, she and Silver Mask followed Ball Python's escape route, pursuing him relentlessly. Inside the small restaurant, debris was scattered everywhere due to the explosion. A beam crashed down, narrowly missing Kui Xin, but fortunately, she dodged just in time. Amid surging waves of water, Kui Xin and Silver Mask emerged unscathed from the sea of fire, but the chaotic rubble of bricks and overturned tables momentarily hindered them for 2 seconds. Every second counted. 1 second could allow Ball Python to significantly widen the gap between them. Kui Xin activated the mask's infrared thermographic vision mode, successfully tracking Ball Python's trail. In blood ignition mode, Ball Python's body temperature continuously increased, soaring much higher than that of an average person. Under infrared vision, he resembled a dazzling red fireball. He continued running, entering an open poker club. The patrons playing cards were thrown into disarray as tables toppled over, scattering cards across the floor. People screamed in terror upon seeing Ball Python engulfed in blood flames. Ball Python's expression, menacingly indifferent, ignored the chaos around him. He recklessly pushed through the crowd and smashed through another wall. A sudden realization struck him, revealing an escape plan: jump into the sea. By leaping into the sea and swimming away, Silver Mask's superhuman ability, although capable of controlling water, would be overwhelmed due to the vastness of the ocean. The seawater could cool down Ball Python's body temperature, making it impossible for thermal imaging devices to track him. With a large lung capacity, Ball Python could hold his breath underwater for nearly 10 minutes. By stealthily swimming to a safe location and emerging from the sea, he could successfully evade this wave of pursuit by the mechanical dawn. While divine blood was undoubtedly potent, it couldn't fully compensate for the gap in ranks. After consuming divine blood, its effects need time to gradually assimilate and transform the body. Over extended periods, both physical attributes and superhuman abilities significantly improve. Ball Python himself was only C-ranked, and having just ingested the divine blood, he dared not arrogantly confront Silver Mask, who was close to A rank, nor Rich Lady with her unknown rank head-on. Kui Xin and Silver Mask charged into the poker hall. When they saw Kui Xion's submachine gun, the patrons shrieked and hastily moved aside, clearing a path for her and Silver Mask. The distance between them widened rapidly. With the blood-boosting agent consumed, Ball Python's burning blood seemed almost cheat-like, exponentially increasing his speed and strength. Frustrated, Silver Mask exclaimed, "That guy is too far away. My water can't reach that distance." "Red, where's the nearest off-duty squad?" Kui Xin didn't have time to consult her bracelet map. 500 meters away. Red's voice sounded grimly somber. By the time the off-duty squad arrived, it would be too late. "Is there any nearby surveillance?" Kui Xin asked again. "No surveillance on this current stretch," Red replied promptly. In no time, the distance between Kui Xin and Ball Python shrank to 30 meters. Ball Python continued running with erratic, serpentine movements to evade potential incoming bullets. Despite his tough skin, he still feared pain. Kui Xin seized an opportunity, taking advantage of a brief moment before Ball Python could seek cover. She raised her submachine gun and fired at his legs. Ack! Stumbling, Ball Python was struck by the bullets. The powerful kinetic energy and the pain from his wounds slowed down his movements. Without pausing, Kui Xin swiftly pulled a micro-grenade from her belt, using her teeth to pull the safety ring. However, she didn't immediately throw the grenade. Instead, she silently counted for 1 second before launching it. The grenade arced through the air, specifically heading towards Ball Python. Ball Python's pupils contracted as he instantly rolled on the ground to dodge. The grenade exploded before touching the ground, within just a meter of Ball Python. The shockwave from the blast caused him to cough up blood, making him temporarily unable to rise back to his feet. Seizing the opportunity, Kui Xin raised her submachine gun and unleashed a barrage of fire. Blooms of blood mist erupted from Ball Python's body as bullets lodged into his muscles. Even without striking his internal organs or bones, the impact made him wail incessantly. Silver Mask finally found his chance to exert his abilities. A water ring materialized out of nowhere, encircling Ball Python and restraining his limbs. Then a larger sphere of water coalesced, enveloping him like a watery capsule and completely submerging his entire body, including his head. Ball Python opened his mouth, releasing a stream of bubbles. His intense struggles caused fresh blood to seep from his wounds, tinting the surrounding water red. With cold precision, Silver Mask lifted the water sphere off the ground, causing Ball Python to tumble helplessly within it, deprived of any leverage. Kui Xin emptied the magazine of her submachine gun, taking 2 seconds to reload. She then raised the gun again and fired at the water sphere. Despite maintaining burning blood even underwater, each bullet strike on Ball Python only resulted in more bleeding, with no significant effect. More terrifyingly, the gunshot wounds continuously healed themselves. The bullets were squeezed out by his powerful muscles, falling back into the water and, subsequently, onto the ground with clinking sounds. Silver Mask could bestow properties that water inherently lacked, such as resilience. He controlled water like manipulating ropes, infusing it with strength. Silver Mask directed the water into Ball Python's nose and mouth, causing his eyes to roll back, and his struggles gradually weakened. In truth, he could have made Ball Python's death much easier, but instead, he chose to slowly torture him, prolonging his suffering. Kui Xin reluctantly lowered her submachine gun. Before Ball Python would succumb to bullet wounds, he would choke to death first, unless he voluntarily ceased burning blood. Kui Xin was unwilling to let Ball Python off so easily, preferring to have Silver Mask kill him. Aiming the gun directly into Ball Python's mouth could result in an instant fatal shot. No matter how resilient his muscles and skin were, his internal organs remained soft. However, after a moment of calm deliberation, Kui Xin did not raise her submachine gun. Instead, she reached for a microgrenade. Pulling the safety ring under Silver Mask's horrified gaze, she swiftly plunged her arm into the water sphere. With quick reflexes, she stuffed the grenade into Ball Python's gaping mouth and then darted backward to a safe distance. Boom! The water sphere exploded, along with Ball Python. Water, blood, flesh fragments, and severed limbs were scattered across the ground. Stunned, Silver Mask exclaimed, You truly hate him." Kui Xion's mask became smeared with a mixture of blood and water. She shook momentarily on the spot, dislodging the filth from her body. "You have killed Ball Python. You have deprived Ball Python of its superhuman abilities. You have acquired the superhuman ability, Burning Blood, C rank. You have acquired the superhuman ability, Flesh Regeneration, D rank. Burning Blood, C rank, fueling yourself with your own blood to unleash immense power. Flesh Regeneration, D rank, your healing speed from injuries far surpasses that of ordinary humans. Red, mission accomplished. I don't want to touch this corpse. Send the auxiliary squad over to clean up," Kui Xion said. Compared to the revolting alien creature specimen, Ball Python's body was merely a light appetizer. While her emotions weren't entirely unaffected, she accepted it well. Even Kui Xion herself was surprised by her current mindset. Indifferently, she detached from her feelings and analyzed her inner thoughts. During the pursuit of Ball Python, it felt as if her entire bloodstream was on fire. She hurdled obstacle after obstacle, running relentlessly, driven by the desire to catch up to him and kill him. This was a rare opportunity for assassination. If missed now, when would the next chance arise? Perhaps there wouldn't be one. He could escape and vanish without a trace, leaving Kui Xion devoid of any further opportunities for retribution. Fortunately, she succeeded and managed to kill Ball Python. This brought immense relief to Kui Xion, even a hint of joy, as within her emerged a peculiar sense of accomplishment. She had acquired 2 more superhuman abilities. Although she hadn't yet had the chance to experiment with them, they undoubtedly served as her lifeline. During these days since crossing over into the second world, Kui Xion has been continuously learning and adapting. She sought to find the right approach to confronting such complex and passive situations, looking for an appropriate opportunity to shift from being reactive to proactive. Killing Ball Python marked her first step towards achieving this goal. In the future, she would become increasingly assertive. The Thorny Rose mentioned that Ball Python consumed divine blood, Red said grimly. His blood is now tainted. It can no longer be used to extract memories. Taken aback, Kui Xin realized that the substance ball python ingested was indeed the divine blood Xu Xiao had spoken about. Its effects were truly astonishing. How did he get his hands on such a thing? Kui Xin feigned confusion and inquired. Where else could it have come from? There are only a few entities capable of refining divine blood, Red said. I leaned towards the investigation department. They've been incredibly covetous of what's on the Kraken and wouldn't tolerate any destabilizing factors threatening the port. They're merely pawns themselves. The ones more likely behind this are. His voice gradually softened, as if he were shrinking in contemplation. Kui Xin suddenly recalled her first encounter with Silver Mask, when he had disdainfully remarked, "The investigation department, the consortium's lapdogs." "It's time to leave," Silver Mask said. "If we linger longer, the coastal security forces might arrive." Use your water to wash away the filth on me," Kui Xin requested. Silver Mask gently manipulated the flow of water to cleanse the bloodstains from Kui Xion's mask, mumbling, "You should have stood farther during the explosion." When Kui Xion arrived home, she glanced at the digital clock. It was past midnight. Perfect. She swiftly completed her second job for the night without pulling an all-nighter. Now she could sleep for a full 6 hours, truly a luxurious treat. The digital clock displayed the date and time, July 31st, 2086, 028. This marked the 5th day since Kui Xion's transmigration. Tomorrow would be August, with only 8 days remaining until the official implementation of the demolition plan and 11 days left before the Kraken's formal landing. Kui Xion removed her dirty clothes and wrapped them carefully in a trash bag, intending to find an opportunity for disposal. These garments were covered with blood and flesh fragments. Although Silver Mask had cleaned them, they still carried a strong scent of gore. Silver Mask sat in the living room, tidying up their gear, while Kui Xion went to change and take a bath. Filling the bathtub with water, Kui Xion immersed herself to relax her tense muscles. Tonight, she acquired 2 superhuman abilities, Burning Blood and Flesh Regeneration. Burning Blood inflicted significant harm on the body, making it unsuitable for immediate experimentation, but Flesh Regeneration was undoubtedly a highly practical skill. From a nearby shelf beside the bathtub, Kui Xion retrieved a brow razor and made a cut on her finger. A bead of blood welled up, and in the next second, the shallow wound healed as the skin tissue closed, seamlessly rejoining. After wiping away the blood, her skin appeared smooth as before, without any trace of injury. Feeling reassured, she plunged the brow razor deep into her palm, creating a substantial gash. Blood immediately flowed down her wrist and dripped into the bathtub. This time, the healing process took longer, approximately 5 or 6 seconds. Tiny wriggling granulations bridged the split flesh, realigning the severed tissues. As the wound closed, the newly formed skin at the incision site displayed a faint pink hue. Kui Xion's shoulders relaxed. Leaning against the bathtub, she half-closed her eyes and breathed deeply. Her flesh regeneration enhancement significantly improved her survivability. All the fatigue and risks tonight were worth it. The relentless day and night cycle had left Kui Xion utterly exhausted, and without realizing it, she dozed off while still in the bath. Silver Mask, having finished organizing his gear, lay on the sofa, staring blankly into space. He was a competent subordinate who consistently followed orders. Whatever his superior commanded, that's what he would execute. At this moment, he desperately wanted to sleep, but Kui Xion hadn't yet finished bathing. Perhaps after her bath, she'll assign him tasks for the night, such as conducting investigations. Thus, Silver Mask forced himself to stay awake. After waiting for an hour with no sounds from the bathroom and still no sign of Kui Xion emerging, he cautiously rose to knock on the door, puzzled. "Hey, is something wrong?" Instantly startled awake, Kui Xion bolted upright in the bathtub. "Nothing. I'm fine." Reassured by her response, Silver Mask returned to the living room and continued lounging on the sofa. 10 minutes later, Kui Xion emerged, drying her hair. She had washed away the overpowering scent of blood, feeling much refreshed. "Are there any tasks for tonight?" Silver Mask, ever mindful of work, inquired. "Tonight's task is to sleep." Kui Xion poured herself a glass of water and gulped it down. We made too much noise while killing the ball python. The coastal security force will investigate. To be safe, let's not go outside for now. I love sleep tasks. Silver Mask wrapped himself in a blanket and adjusted into the most comfortable position. He was quite tall, so when he didn't curl up, his feet extended beyond the sofa. In approximately 10 seconds, Silver Mask's breathing evened out as he fell asleep. Kui Xin returned to her room and activated her bracelet, finding new messages from Red. The body has been recovered and sent back to headquarters for examination. It's a rare variant blood dissection sample, but you blew off its head with explosives, making the corpse incomplete. You could have avoided doing that. Kui Xin replied, I'll be more careful next time. Red responded, remember to exercise restraint, rich lady. How is Thorny Rose recovering from her injury? Kui Xin pondered before asking. She underwent surgery and is preparing to replace her right hand with a mechanical prosthetic limb, Red said. She needs a day of rest before continuing missions. According to her, a red nematode burrowed into her flesh, forcing her to cut off her hand. This worm was placed on her by the ball python. Let me know when you have findings from the research, Kui Xin replied. The time displayed on her bracelet jumped to 1:32 a.m., marking the early hours of dawn. Kui Xin climbed into bed, snuggling under the covers, and closed her eyes to mentally organize the day's events. Interview passed, orientation completed, dined with teammates, and eliminated the ball python. As this fulfilling day neared its end, Kui Xin felt a sense of relief while lying in bed. She had personally removed an enemy who sought to kill her. Although the identity of the person behind the ball python remained unclear for now, it was a promising start. At least for tonight, she decided to get a decent night's sleep and leave further contemplation until after waking up. The next morning at 7 a.m., Kui Xin opened her bedroom window to let in fresh air. In this coastal city, the air always carried a briny sea scent. Kui Xin wasn't particularly accustomed to it. Before being transported to the second world, she was a native of inland areas and had never seen the ocean. It was a bright sunny day with early morning light illuminating Black Sea City. As darkness receded, Kui Xion's mood, like the weather, brightened somewhat. I hate clear skies, I hate the sun, Silver Mask murmured gloomily. For breakfast, Kui Xion enjoyed a bowl of cereal soaked in milk. Just as she stuffed some cereal into her mouth, her communicator vibrated with a beep. Yidong had sent today's daily schedule ahead of time. Since the 7th Squad was collectively assigned to duty at the port, she didn't need to rush by electric railcar to the investigation building for work. Instead, she could report directly to the port's coastal security force. Thoughtfully, Yidong's email marked the location of the coastal security office and even calculated the optimal route from Kui Xion's home to the office. At the end of the email, there was a friendly note. Today will be sunny with a temperature of 38 degrees Celsius. Outdoor patrols along the coast can easily lead to sunburns. It is recommended to apply sunscreen. We don't seem to have any sunscreen at home, Kui Xion muttered to herself. Sunscreen? I do have some. Silver Mask lifted his face from the cereal bowl, saying, I have plenty of it. He retrieved a tube from his pocket and handed it to Kui Xion. Here, use this. Thank you, Kui Xion replied, sounding somewhat perplexed. My skin lacks melanin, making it unable to withstand ultraviolet radiation. Hence, I must use this sunscreen, Silver Mask grumbled. Every time we go on missions, I have to gear up fully and wrap myself tightly, which is such a hassle. Additionally, some sunscreens have poor water resistance, while those with good waterproofing tend to be very expensive. I still prefer carrying out tasks at night, at least there's no sunlight then. No wonder he dislikes sunny days and the sun. Such weather indeed isn't friendly towards individuals with albinism like him. After breakfast, Kui Xion applied sunscreen to her face and arms, and Silver Mask did the same. He was much more meticulous and thorough than Kui Xion, ensuring coverage on his neck, behind his ears, wrists, and every corner of exposed skin. Once finished, he carefully put on his mask, donned a long-sleeved jacket, and pulled down his hood, an essential as it also protected his scalp from the sun. I'm ready, we can head out now. What are the instructions for today? Silver Mask asked, prepared for the task. Following the original plan, Scan dock number 5 to obtain data and transmit it back to headquarters for analysis of the load-bearing column positions, Kui Xin said. Since Thorny Rose is recuperating from injuries and unavailable, please take on the extra work. Resignedly, Silver Mask responded, all right, understood. Dock number 5 is part of the floating seaport, where a significant portion of its structures float upon the sea, anchored and stabilized by load-bearing columns. The task of scanning the mooring port would become significantly more efficient with Silver Mask's superhuman ability. Kui Xin headed out. The Coastal Security Forces office was not far from her home. It took only about 20 minutes to walk there. The morning temperature wasn't too high, making the stroll akin to a refreshing exercise. Unlike the imposing Investigative Bureau building, the Coastal Security Office was relatively smaller, consisting of a 3-story structure surrounded by surveillance cameras and steel fencing. As Kui Xin approached the entrance, the surveillance camera focused on her, identifying her facial information. Hello, Security Officer Kui Xin. Welcome to the Coastal Security Office. We wish you a pleasant time working here, Yudong's voice quickly greeted her. Previously, Yudong addressed her as Intern Security Officer Kui Xin. Now that she had officially transitioned to full status, his designation changed accordingly. The steel fence slid open to either side, granting Kui Xin access. Upon entering, Kui Xin noticed that the environment indeed fell short compared to the Investigative Bureau building. There was no dedicated helipad for police vehicles. Instead, they were parked directly on the ground. The training area was spacious, but entirely outdoors and exposed. Entering the first floor, Yudong said, "You need to report to the patrol office on the 3rd floor first. Your captain will assign specific patrol duties." When Kui Xin pushed open the door to the 3rd floor patrol office, Xu Xuyao, Jiang Ming, and Lu Kongyun were already seated inside. "Good morning," Kui Xin said. "It's convenient to be close to home. I remember you live nearby." Jiang Ming made a comment. "Lan Lan's house is in the city center, quite far from here. Let's hope he doesn't arrive late." Just as Jiang Ming finished speaking, Lan Lan pushed open the door, drenched in sweat. "Phew. Why is Anning Street Station the closest stop? It takes dozens of minutes to walk here. I had to run all the way. The Port Bay district is too impoverished, so the coverage of electric rail cars isn't comprehensive," Kui Xin shrugged. "Next time, leave earlier, Lan Lan," Xu Xiuyao advised. Initially, we were worried about Anning Street's security and considered having Kui Xin apply for staff housing, but since our transfer here, living on Anning Street has become more convenient. Let's wait until we're transferred back to headquarters before applying for staff housing, Kui Xin suggested. Living in staff housing would make it difficult to contact members of Mechanical Dawn or leave at any moment. Anning Street remains a better option. With her high combat capabilities, she fears no disturbances there. The coastal patrol duties were rotated among various squads, typically with each shift lasting 1 month. This meant that after completing their month-long patrol duty, the 7th squad could be reassigned back to headquarters. "By the way, have they caught the bastard responsible for Kui Xin's head injury?" Lu Kongyun asked. "No, we don't even know who he is," Xu Xia replied, looking at Kui Xin. Kui Xin suffered severe head trauma and has no memory of that incident. Without batting an eyelid, Kui Xin lied, "Yes, I just can't seem to recall. If I knew who he was, I would make him pay dearly." The original security officer Kui Xin, whom Mechanical Dawn's infiltrator had replaced, met with the accident earlier at Harborside Port. At that time, sudden gunfire erupted. Some individuals were bombing the port while others engaged in crossfire, creating utter chaos. The investigation department dispatched additional personnel to the port to apprehend those causing havoc. Security officer Kui Xin joined several squads as a backup, but tragically became one of the casualties. Our coastal patrols are divided into maritime patrols and land-based patrols. Maritime patrols primarily focus on inspecting ships for normalcy and checking for smuggling vessels and illegal immigrant boats, whereas land-based patrols aim to maintain order within the port area, Xu Xiao explained. For now, the maritime patrols are handled by 6th Squad and 5th Squad, while our team and other inspectors are responsible for land-based patrols. Everyone must be cautious. There was another incident last night. Someone was killed near the port. The perpetrators used heavy firepower weapons, and our team found nearly 100 bullet casings at the scene. Fragments of the victim's flesh were scattered several meters away by explosives, but nobody was present. The fact that someone retrieved the deceased's remains suggests it was likely a premeditated murder involving multiple participants. Lon Lon asked, "Has the identity of the victim been confirmed?" There are no records of his identity. He was an unregistered person, and no information about him was found on the internet. The deceased was a ghost who didn't officially exist in society, Xu Xiao said mildly. However, this isn't something we need to worry about. The investigation will be handled by the Criminal Investigation Unit. Yesterday evening, team leader Jiang personally went to the scene. Kui Xin felt her brow twitch. Team leader Jiang actually went himself? Jiang Ming exclaimed, surprised. Lu Kongyun remarked, after all, the commotion last night was quite significant, different from typical gang clashes. Heavy firearms and bombs. These aren't items easily obtainable by ordinary factions. Orders have been sent down from above to restore normal operations at the port by August 5th. We just need to perform our patrol duties diligently and be prepared for any accidents that may occur during the port's repair process, Xu Xiao instructed. Make sure to properly equip your firearms on every patrol outing and carry extra ammunition. This is a critical period. This place isn't entirely safe. Port inspection records for August 1st. At 9:23 a.m., a fight occurred. 2 individuals were detained, and 3 others received criticism and education. At 10:56 a.m., workers at Dock Number 5 engaged in a brawl over trivial matters. They were brought back to the Harbor Watch Station to cool off and receive disciplinary counseling. At 3:11 p.m., a robbery was reported. Upon arrival at the location, the suspect had already fled. After collecting evidence from the crime scene, the victim was taken back to the security office for a statement. At 6:05 p.m., vagrants gathered in the alleyway at Anning Street, number 168, to consume drugs. They were apprehended on the spot and escorted to the inspection building headquarters for further interrogation. Port inspection records for August 2nd. At 8:02 a.m., a floating corpse was discovered at the southeast corner of Dock Number 5. The deceased individual has been identified as a dock worker, with the cause of death being alcohol-induced drowning. The initial investigation showed no signs of foul play, and the case was determined to be an accidental death. The body was claimed by their family at 12:32 p.m. August 2nd, Port Patrol records. Afternoon 13:56, street brawl, 5 individuals detained. Afternoon 15:14, street brawl, 4 individuals detained. Evening 17:09, an armed street clash involving steel pipes, pry bars, bone-cutting knives, old-style revolvers, and other weapons by both conflicting parties. The patrol security team's warnings were ineffective, leading to 2 fatalities from gunfire. Remaining participants were detained. What a lovely, truly peaceful day coming to an end once again. It was another easygoing day. Kui Xin, seated in her office, typed the final character onto the screen and stretched lazily. As a newcomer, Kui Xin had many things to learn. For instance, how to write reports and how to correctly handle various disputes while patrolling the port. Kui Xin authored all of the recent reports, and the work logs were inserted into Yadong's system for archiving. For 2 consecutive days, nothing eventful occurred. Silver Mask diligently collected data each day, and after Thorny Rose received her mechanical hand, she took on some shared responsibilities. Consequently, Red contacted Kui Xin less frequently, presumably because their mission was reaching a critical phase. With the vast size of the docks and the dense patrols of security officers, gathering data was no simple task. Kui Xin hadn't worked evening shifts for Mechanical Dawn for 2 straight days, which felt somewhat unusual to her. Working only one job left her with more leisure time. At least she could now spare some hours in the evenings for studying. The thought of the stacks of thick, specialized books in her room made Kui Xin's head ache. Completing 4 years' worth of university coursework within just a few days seemed utterly unrealistic. Fortunately, at present, she didn't need advanced knowledge in criminal investigation. Most emergencies encountered at the port could typically be resolved with brute force. "Are you done writing, Kui Xin?" Xu Xiuyao, stationed at a nearby desk, was organizing documents and turned off the projector as he said, Thanks for your hard work today. It wasn't hard at all. The report is only a few hundred words long. Captain, you've been working much harder than me. Kui Xin clicked save and also switched off the projector. It's time to clock out, let's go. Xu Xiuyao glanced at the time. Patrolling duties for the Coastal Security Force were divided into day shifts and night shifts. Daytime work was relatively easy, while nighttime assignments were the most dangerous. Under the cover of darkness, various sordid activities emerged. Like repulsive insects, they burrow underground to hide during harsh sunlight, but swarm out and crawl everywhere once the gloomy night falls. People can never fully comprehend how frenzied Black Sea City becomes under the veil of darkness. We'll be on night patrol duty tomorrow, right? Kui Xin asked. Xu Xiuyao said, yes, you don't need to come during the day. Your shift starts at 8 p.m. The intense nighttime patrols often leave people exhausted, so the day and night shifts have always been rotated, changing every 2 days. Recently, the 7th Squad had been assigned daytime patrol, but starting tomorrow, it would be their turn for nighttime duty. Want to walk around together? Xu Xiuyao invited. Sure, let's stroll around. Kui Xin nodded naturally. The evenings are quite cool, much better than the daytime. Patrolling the docks during the day was unbearably hot. Despite temperatures soaring above 30 degrees Celsius, they still had to wear heavy gear to guard against accidents. Kui Xion's habitual posture while patrolling these past few days involved maintaining an upright stance, constantly vigilant with her senses alert, her right hand ever ready on the holster at her waist, prepared to draw her gun. Ever since hearing from veteran Coastal Security Force colleagues that they frequently encountered armed gang members near the port, she has become somewhat hypersensitive. What if, while on patrol, a gang member harboring resentment against the investigation department suddenly emerged and took her out with a single bullet? Kui Xin didn't want to meet such a demise, so she remained vigilant, keeping her hand near her holster while patrolling. If someone intended to take her out, she would strike first and eliminate them. And that's precisely what she did earlier today during the group brawl. Showing no mercy, she took down the leader of the opposing faction with just 2 shots. Kui Xin and Xu Xiuyao changed into their regular clothes and exited the Coastal Security Office. Following the usual route she took, Xu Xiuyao escorted her home. How have you been feeling these past few days? Xu Xiuyao asked with concern. I'm doing all right, Kui Xin replied. The emotions might be stronger the first or second time such situations occur, but they gradually fade afterwards. You're the most adaptable new recruit I've ever encountered, Xu Xiuyao remarked. Thank you for the compliment, Captain. Kui Xin calmly accepted his praise. As the only intern recruited early from the Black Sea Academy, it must be challenging to find others who share your mindset for meaningful discussions. Seeing how well you've adapted to the investigation department's work puts my mind at ease, Xu Xiuyao said. In reality, following the standard procedure, you'd need more training before handling tasks independently. Assigning you to patrol duties was somewhat rushed. Kui Xin responded, Don't worry about my mindset. I was well aware of Port Bay's chaos beforehand. Having mentally prepared myself, it doesn't feel overwhelming. You're right, you're from the Port Bay district, Xu Xiuyao said. In another month, there will be external recruitment. Once we train more new recruits, the pressure on us should ease significantly. For now, we can only bear with it. I understand. These are extraordinary times, Kui Xin acknowledged understandingly. It has indeed become more chaotic than before. The sky had grown somewhat dark and the wind felt cool. Lights illuminated the low residential buildings in the Port Bay district. Kui Xin, you must realize that being a security officer not only requires learning to withstand pressure, but also resisting temptations, Xu Xiuyao stated. What do you mean? Kui Xin turned her head, feigning ignorance. You're too young. Although you've witnessed some dark aspects, the most filthy and sinister things far exceed your imagination, Xu Xiuyao explained. Do you know why our coastal security teams rotate every month? Kui Xin adopted a posture indicating she was all ears. It's due to bribery, Xu Xiuyao whispered. Smugglers at the port bribed the permanently stationed coastal security teams, turning them into accomplices for illicit activities. Kui Xin wasn't particularly surprised by this revelation. Such issues existed everywhere, differing only in scale and severity. By rotating squads monthly at the Coastal Security Office, it increases the cost of bribery for illicit forces. Each time a new group is deployed, They must spend time and money to establish connections, Kui Xin guessed, continuing Xu Xiuyao's explanation. Is that correct, Captain? Yes, it's a workaround with no perfect solution, Xu Xiuyao said. We cannot completely eliminate these occurrences. Captain, I believe you're a person of integrity and kindness. Kui Xin glanced hesitantly at Xu Xiuyao. You wouldn't engage in corruption or accept bribes, would you? Taken aback, Xu Xiuyao responded, What are you implying? Would someone involved in corruption openly explain these matters to you? But what if you want to silence me, intending to discuss dividing the spoils together? Kui Xin rubbed her chin as she suggested. All right, I know you're joking, Kui Xin. Xu Xiuyao was caught between laughter and tears. As a wealthy young master, Captain, I doubt you'd be interested in such small sums of money, Kui Xin said. Working under your leadership gives me great confidence. Thank you for your trust, replied Xu Xiuyao. Kui Xin thought deeply and responded, You mentioned earlier that we can't completely prevent such incidents. A month is not a short period. It's possible someone might indeed be bribed. In other words, besides facing threats from gang members, there could also be times when our teammates betray us. That's correct, Xu Xiuyao said. The world is incredibly complex, as are human hearts. Kui Xin, having just graduated from university, you need to adapt not only to combat, but also to this society. My parents aren't around, and I don't have any reliable relatives or elders nearby who could guide me on these matters. Kui Xin paused before continuing, You're the first person to teach me about the intricacies of human relationships, Captain. Having someone to mentor you is far better than figuring everything out alone through trial and error, Xu Xiuyao replied. When you don't understand something, ask questions. If you lack knowledge, learn from others. Over time, you'll gradually grasp these skills. Okay, understood, Kui Xin answered. I'll keep that in mind. They strolled together until they reached the building where Kui Xin lived. I'm home now, Captain. You should head back soon, Kui Xin said. Rest well during the day. Otherwise, you won't be able to handle night shifts. Xu Xiuyao nodded his farewell to Kui Xin. Goodbye, Kui Xin. Kui Xin stood at the entrance of her building, watching Xu Xiuyao's figure disappear around the street corner. She turned and climbed upstairs, opening the door to her home. Silver Mask sat on a chair near the dining table, idly playing with water spheres out of boredom. Who is that guy down there? You talked for quite a while. Kui Xin raised an eyebrow. You saw him. I saw him, but he didn't see me, Silver Mask replied. Be cautious. He is my superior from the investigation department. Kui Xin stepped inside, changed her shoes, and went to the bathroom to remove the sunscreen from her face. She frowned when she checked the kitchen. We're out of ingredients. Let's just buy some food from the convenience store for now. I'm not in the mood to cook. Kui Xin walked back to the door, changed her shoes again, and prepared to leave. Next time, after completing a mission, remember to go grocery shopping. Oh, all right, Silver Mask mumbled, slumping over the table listlessly. As Kui Xin descended downstairs, she pondered briefly before heading towards a nearby convenience store based on her recollection. Her fellow townsman, Xi Liang's parents owned a convenience store in the second world. Since she needed to purchase items anyway, she thought it would be convenient to gather more information about his situation while there. Welcome, a muffled robotic voice from an old-fashioned announcement machine greeted her as she pushed open the door. The convenience store was not large, but it offered a comprehensive range of items, including daily necessities and various foods. The sound of wheels rolling echoed nearby. Senior? Xi Liang. Kui Xin, taken aback, examined Xi Liang, who was seated in a wheelchair with his body covered in bandages and casts. Even his head was tightly wrapped, revealing only his eyes, nose, and mouth, a sight that looked exceptionally pitiful. What happened to you? Kui Xin asked, astonished. It's been just a few days since we last saw each other, and look at your condition. Xi Liang pursed his lips. I got hit by a car while delivering food. The one who hit me is a spoiled rich kid, incredibly arrogant. Were there any compensations? Kui Xin inquired. He said it would have to go through legal procedures. I won't receive compensation for at least 3 months, Xi Liang lamented sadly. My legs have lost sensation, requiring mechanical prosthetics. My parents are trying to raise money. As he spoke, tears streamed down his face. During this period, Xi Liang experienced profound hardships like never before. He had never felt life to be so arduous and suffocatingly difficult. The initial excitement and anticipation of his transmigration were gradually extinguished by harsh realities. The injuries and physical pain he sustained in this world were genuine. Everything he experienced was true. The game system he carried seemed merely decorative, serving no purpose beyond checking its interface. Concepts like awakening superpowers, obtaining a golden finger, or becoming overwhelmingly powerful did not exist here. In the second world, Xi Liang lived just like any ordinary person, leading a real yet humble existence. He had to worry about money and survival, facing various unexpected incidents. Indeed, most residents at the bottom rung of society in the second world lived similarly. Xi Liang's assigned role after transmigrating was precisely this. If he couldn't change his circumstances, he would remain mediocre in the second world indefinitely. Sorry, Senior, I didn't mean to make a spectacle. I couldn't control my emotions for a moment. Xi Liang sniffled. Did you want to buy something? Please go ahead and make your choice. Payment is made through facial recognition at the front desk. Kui Xin picked up bread, milk, and a few small snacks. As she was about to pay, a discreet black sedan suddenly parked outside the convenience store. A neatly dressed man in a suit stepped out and entered the store directly, his gaze fixed on Xi Liang. Hello, Mr. Xi Liang. The man in the suit handed over a business card. I'm Zhang Rue from RIC Technologies' Talent Recruitment Department. I would like to introduce you to our company's talent recruitment program. Xi Liang was taken aback. I've been admitted to the Black Sea Academy, but I haven't even graduated yet. I haven't started my studies there. Isn't it a bit too early to recruit me? You seem to have misunderstood us, Mr. Xi Liang, Zhang Rue said tactfully. We collaborate with universities for admissions, and we came across your records. Your academic achievements are outstanding, but the tuition fees at the Black Sea Academy, frankly speaking, very few ordinary families can afford them. RIC Technologies' Talent Development Foundation offers low-interest, or even interest-free, loans to underprivileged students. Are you involved in philanthropy? Xi Liang's mouth dropped open. We certainly aren't. Obtaining these loans comes with conditions. Zhang Rue revealed his ulterior motive, akin to a fox showing its tail. You would need to sign a contract, ensuring that after graduation, you will work for RIC Technologies. Xi Liang belatedly realized that this is a monopolization of technological talent. Having virtually no knowledge about RIC Technologies, he instinctively looked towards Kui Xin, considering her as a local inhabitant who might be more informed. Senior, do you have any suggestions? Xi Liang asked. RIC is a relatively reputable company. I think you should carefully review the contract and discuss it with your parents once they return home. Kui Xin pondered for a moment before responding. Whether to accept or decline depends on your personal choice. If you don't currently have better options, then RIC Technologies could be a viable choice. Zhang Rue courteously nodded towards Kui Xin, saying her advice is quite reasonable. He examined Xi Liang's legs and said, Our company leads the world in bionic technology. If Mr. Xi Liang signs the agreement, we will provide suitable prosthetic limbs at a relatively favorable price. The fact that RIC Technologies took an interest in Xi Liang was likely due to Silver Mask's report sent to the organization. RIC Technologies has intricate connections with Mechanical Dawn. It serves as a front company controlled by them. Mechanical Dawn's headquarters laboratory is situated within the RIC Technologies building itself. As Kui Xin returned home carrying groceries from the convenience store, she continuously pondered her thoughts. Mechanical Dawn cast a lingering shadow over her heart, akin to the sword of Damocles hanging above her head. Over the past few days, she has gained some understanding of Mechanical Dawn through observation and analysis. However, her knowledge remained superficial. She was unclear about the organization's true scale, as well as its founding purpose and principles. She could only infer the organization's influence based on certain details. In the port explosion mission, every member of the strike squad was at least a sea-level awakened being. Among them, Silver Mask, Thorny Rose, Bartender, Amber, and Obsidian were all B-level. Some of their superhuman abilities were not ideally suited for combat, such as the Bartenders, which focused on reconnaissance. The ball python was the weakest link in the strike squad, possessing combat prowess comparable to a B rank despite being officially categorized as a C rank. As for Red, Kui Xin suspected he might be A-ranked. Given his ability to command respect from numerous subordinate awakened beings, his own awakening level should not have been lower than B. Unfortunately, the information provided by Red did not mention his own superhuman abilities at all. Perhaps the original host knew this, but deliberately omitted himself from the records. Apart from Red, it is highly likely that Mechanical Dawn has additional A-ranked awakened beings. In this world, the government officially conceals the existence of alien creatures from the general public, but it does not hide the presence of awakened beings. High-level awakened individuals can elevate their citizen rank. D-rank awakened citizens' ranks are directly upgraded to level 3, equivalent to some government personnel's ranks. This clearly indicates that the government offers certain privileges to awakened beings. Despite this, a significant number of high-ranking awakened individuals have been recruited under the Mechanical Dawn organization. What attracts these awakened beings to join them? How do they ensure that these awakened beings remain loyal to the organization? The longer Kui Xin stayed in this world, the more questions arose within her mind. Setting aside other queries for now, there was one particular question concerning herself. How did the original host, who hadn't even awakened a superhuman ability, become a core member of Mechanical Dawn? On what basis was she involved in critical missions like the port explosion? How could she be part of a team with so many high-ranked awakened beings, even becoming the deputy commander? Was it solely due to her intelligence and undercover status? Or were there other, more crucial reasons? Red treated her with remarkable equality, showing no signs of superiority. However, he didn't extend the same courtesy to other squad members, often exhibiting the demeanor of a superior and issuing commands. Red had never used such a commanding tone with Kui Xin before. His interactions with her always carried a cooperative and considerate manner, sometimes taking into account her circumstances and opinions. Kui Xion's role within Mechanical Dawn was somewhat peculiar. Deputy Commander, the data scanning for the last port area is complete and has been transmitted to headquarters. Thorny Rose sent a message. Received, Kui Xin replied. After pushing open the door at home, Kui Xin messaged Red again. Our data scanning work here is finished. Red responded, we still need one more night. TSK, having Silver Mask around sure makes things convenient. Silver Mask's superhuman abilities were maximized at the ports, as controlling liquids proved to be highly versatile. Honestly, Kui Xin couldn't help but covet Silver Mask's power immensely, yet she couldn't act against him just yet. Unaware of Kui Xion's dark thoughts, Silver Mask cheerfully noticed the items she had brought back and eagerly tore open a bag of potato chips, munching away contentedly. Kui Xin, after finishing her bread and consuming a bottle of yogurt, went to her bedroom to study. Tonight, she planned to study through the night, sleep during the day tomorrow, and then take the evening patrol shift the following night. Each day was meticulously packed with activities. Even during her senior year of high school, she hadn't worked this diligently. August 3rd, 8 p.m. Kui Xin promptly reported for her night shift. The good thing about working nights is that you don't need to apply sunscreen, Lon Lon grumbled. Captain, I suggest incorporating sunscreen as standard equipment for the Coastal Security Force and having it procured uniformly by management. On his first day of work, Lon Lon suffered without applying sunscreen because he didn't have any at home. Kui Xin gave him some, otherwise he would have been severely sunburned. Strongly agree, the others chimed in. I'll draft a proposal another day, Shushio said mildly. Go change into your gear now and remember to bring night vision goggles. Our 7th squad is only responsible for dock number 5. Other docks are handled by different squads. The team members changed into their equipment and assembled together. Hopefully today will be another peaceful and beautiful day, Kui Xin remarked while adjusting the strap of her night vision goggles. And why also? Lon Lon smiled. Every day in the Port Bay district has its various incidents. It is far from being peaceful and beautiful. Kui Xin chuckled. My standards are quite low. As long as there's no crisis threatening us, it can still be considered peaceful and beautiful. That's true indeed. Lon Lon echoed Kui Xion's sentiment, agreeing wholeheartedly. Let's hope today will also be a peaceful and beautiful day. Jiang Ming pursed his lips and said, let's not jinx it. Fear often invites what you dread. I initially didn't think anything would happen today, but now that you mention it, I feel like something is bound to occur. Subjective thoughts cannot influence these events, Lu Kongyun stated matter-of-factly. If something happens, don't worry, just hold your gun tight. For nighttime patrols, patrol vehicles were required. These vehicles had bulletproof glass and operated in both aerial hover mode and ground driving mode, equipped with autonomous driving and navigation capabilities. Xu Xiuyao took the driver's seat, Lu Kongyun sat in the front passenger seat, and the others occupied the rear seats. The patrol vehicle lifted off and flew towards dock number 5. Once bustling with stacked shipping containers, the port lay deserted due to its temporary shutdown following the recent explosion incident. All cargo had been cleared away during this period. The damaged section of the port is now largely repaired, with plans to resume operations in 2 days. Various construction equipment and building debris remained scattered, giving the area a disorganized appearance. Dock number 5 covered a vast area, primarily used for massive cargo ships. During peak times, several cargo vessels could dock simultaneously for unloading. The patrol vehicle descended onto a relatively flat platform, and Kui Xin, Lan Lan, and Jiang Ming stepped out to conduct a thorough inspection. Xu Xiuyao and Lu Kongyun stayed inside the vehicle, monitoring communications and standing by for potential support. Although this mooring harbor is temporarily inactive, there hasn't been any decrease in smuggling, illegal immigration, or black market transactions. Jiang Ming activated his night vision goggles and cautiously scanned their surroundings. Let's be vigilant. During its active use, the port operated around the clock with continuous cargo unloading, with people constantly coming and going. Criminals took advantage of the high-foot traffic to conduct illicit deals at the harbor. Smuggled goods would arrive alongside regular cargo, then quietly disappear afterward. Now, these black market transactions have become even more rampant. With fewer people present and less scrutiny, those involved have grown increasingly brazen. Previously, they might have attempted to conceal their activities, but now they hardly bother hiding. When they encounter patrols, they scatter, while some audacious individuals dare to engage the security officers with gunfire. The gangs in the Port Bay district can be described in 2 words: outrageously bold. For the security officers patrolling here, it was practically risking their lives on duty. As compensation, each field operations squad assigned to patrol the coastal security force received additional bonuses on their wages. Without such incentives, who would willingly undertake such dangerous work? Dock number 5, being a floating seaport, might seem unusual, but stepping onto the floating platform felt no different from solid ground. There was no sensation of the ocean waves. The platform remained completely stable and remarkably steady. Kui Xin remained constantly vigilant of her surroundings, never letting go of the gun at her waist. Even Lan Lan, who was usually quite talkative, fell silent. On the port, the only sounds were the wailing sea wind and the breathing of nearby teammates. Patrolling wasn't just about checking if anyone was present at the port. They also needed to inspect certain equipment and areas prone to illicit activities. The patrols had to be conducted in shifts. Inspecting such a large port once took over an hour, with subsequent patrols every half hour thereafter. Maintaining constant vigilance is highly draining, especially on nights like these. With heightened alertness, it's easy to feel exhausted. Kui Xin and her team patrolled back and forth twice around the port, taking a brief rest in between before resuming their patrol. At midnight, they would be able to switch shifts with another squad. 3 minutes until midnight. Let's gather for the handover, Xu Xiuyao said over the communications channel. Well done, everyone. From now on, we can return to our office duties. This night indeed seemed as peaceful and tranquil as Kui Xin had hoped. Lan Lan couldn't help but mutter, something's off. Why isn't there a single person around? Usually, we'd catch at least 1 or 2 drug users. The night was too quiet, unnervingly so. As Kui Xin passed by a rusty shipping container, she suddenly felt a drop of icy cold liquid on her neck. She wiped her finger across her neck, and the liquid appeared dark under her night vision goggles. Immediately after, Kui Xin detected the scent of blood. Another drop of liquid fell, this time onto her night vision goggles. Kui Xion's expression drastically changed as she raised her gun towards the top of the container and shouted, "We've got trouble." Lan Lan and Jiang Ming instantly drew their guns, vigilantly scanning their surroundings. Kui Xian spotted what was above them. It was a leg. From atop the 3-meter-high shipping container, one leg protruded outward. A gust of wind blew, causing the leg to tumble down with a thud right in front of Kui Xian, splattering blood onto her shoes. It was a severed lower leg. The break had a smooth, even edge as if precisely sawed off by an electric saw. Kui Xian's lips twitched, and the hairs on her arms stood upright. Alien creature. Jiang Ming, with his extensive experience, grimaced. Judging by the cut, it's likely a scythe demon. Captain. We. Before Jiang Ming could finish speaking, abruptly, Kui Xian's danger avoidance reflex activated. A fierce gust of wind swept past her side as a long, elongated object whipped towards them with lightning speed, reminiscent of a predatory black mamba snake. Instinctively, Kui Xian dodged just in time. A chill ran through her abdomen as the high-fiber bulletproof vest of the investigation department was unexpectedly sliced open by that object. It left a massive wound across her stomach, from which blood gushed forth. Had she been even slightly slower, Kui Xian would have been cut in half. Kui Xian. Lan Lan drew his gun and fired in the direction where the tentacle had struck. Sparks flashed. Something evaded his bullets. The grotesque alien creature fully revealed itself, smaller than Kui Xian had imagined, approximately half the height of a human. Resembling a mantis, it had a triangular face with eyes bulbously large, like light bulbs. On its upper body were 2 tentacles, each equipped with curved, lime-like bone blades at their ends. Blood still stained these bone blades, including Kui Xian's own. Satisfactorily, the alien creature licked the bone knives before propelling itself closer with its hind legs, much like a mantis. With fluid movements, it swiftly lashed out its flexible tentacles again, directly targeting Kui Xian. In fear, Kui Xian raised her gun and fired rapidly. Out of numerous shots, only 3 bullets hit their mark, all deflected by its limestone-like outer shell. The monster's speed was unbelievably swift, matched by its astonishingly high defense. At the critical moment, Jiang Ming's bullet struck the scythe demon's soft tentacle, causing it to instantly retract. This allowed Kui Xian to narrowly avoid the attack. Backup is arriving soon. Xu Xiao spoke over the communications channel. Hold on. The injury seemed to incite a frenzy in the scythe demon. Its pair of tentacles flailed even more wildly, leaving deep marks on the metal shipping containers. Just then, the port's lighthouse flickered several times irregularly, indicating that midnight had arrived. The blinking lights signaled the onset of a new day. As this occurred, Kui Xian's field of vision suddenly plunged into darkness. The frenetically writhing alien creature, with its tentacles, disappeared from sight, along with Lan Lan and Jiang Ming. The pain from her slashed abdomen vanished as if it never existed, and even the gun she held evaporated. While alone in the darkness, an unmistakable sensation surfaced within Kui Xian. This was the same scenario she experienced when first crossing over into the second world. She blinked, and when she opened her eyes again, she found herself lying on a soft bed. Before her were walls with peeling paint, and beside the small table next to the bed lay a stack of 5 years of exams, 3 years of simulations, study materials. Adjacent to her pillow, a smartphone with its screen glowing quietly rested there. On the 7th day since being transported to the second world, precisely as the 7th day officially ended, Kui Xian returned to the first world. Her heart raced wildly, so overwhelmed by emotion that she felt slightly dizzy. Kui Xian placed her hand over her abdomen, the pain from where the alien creature's bone knife had sliced her open still seeming palpable. However, beneath her fingers, the skin was smooth and unblemished, devoid of any wounds. I am back, Kui Xian murmured incredulously. She had left that cold and brutal world, returning to the ordinary yet genuine realm of reality. Kui Xian gradually regained her composure. Jumping out of bed without even putting on slippers, she rushed to the window and abruptly pulled aside the curtains. In the rundown old neighborhood, the sole remaining functional streetlight stubbornly shone, illuminating the path home for those returning late at night. Underneath the dim yellow glow of the street lamp, the hazy outlines of trash bins could be seen. The The stone-paved ground bore numerous cracks, while surveillance cameras silently operated throughout the alleyways. The entire neighborhood was quiet, devoid of people. It seemed like just an ordinary night, with people returning home as usual, sleeping soundly and awaiting breakfast before heading to work, the start of another routine day. However, Kui Xin knew that the 7-day adventure she experienced was not a dream. It genuinely happened to her. Holding her breath, she silently whispered within her mind system. The game panel's interface instantly flickered into view. Her skill descriptions and the superhuman abilities she acquired during her time in the other world were displayed without any omissions. Unbeknownst to her, the port explosion case's investigation progress had increased to 25%. All the information was readily available at a glance. Kui Xin gasped sharply, feeling her heart momentarily stop. She had returned to the first world, yet she could still summon the game interface. Whether she was entering the game world or returning to reality, this game system accompanied her. So, is the boundary between the game and reality still clear? No holographic game could match the realism of Crimson Soil. Kui Xin understood that the world within was genuine, but she must treat it as a game, striving to complete it and reach its conclusion by all means necessary. The game system served as one of the markers distinguishing the game from reality, reinforcing her conviction and preventing her from becoming lost. But now she also had a game system in the real world. People could easily distinguish between games and life because items from within a game couldn't be brought into reality, nor could objects from reality enter the game. In a game, death was reversible through respawning, allowing players to mercilessly slaughter NPCs without any psychological burden. However, in the real world, everyone behaved normally. No one would engage in such reprehensible acts. Perhaps it's not as bad as I'm thinking, Kui Xin murmured. She walked over to her desk, retrieved a utility knife from her stationery pouch, and, without hesitation, sliced her finger with it. Blood flowed out, but the wound healed within 2 seconds. This time, Kui Xin completely lost any lingering hope for coincidence. After leaving the second world, she still possessed the extraordinary ability of flesh regeneration. The boundary between game and reality has been shattered. The abilities gained within the game continue to function in the real world. The lines separating truth from illusion and game from reality have become blurred. It was akin to Kui Xin originally playing Cyber Online, only to discover that upon exiting the game system followed her out. Her reality transformed into Earth Online. The world itself became gamified. The first world and second world became 2 interconnected game realms. What's even more terrifying is that Cyber Online isn't a single-player game. It's multiplayer, with Kui Xin being just one of many players. The number of people playing Cyber Online equals the number of individuals playing Earth Online. If other players acquired superhuman abilities in the second world, they would also bring these powers back to the first world. Kui Xin faintly anticipated that after tonight, awakened players possessing such extraordinary capabilities would cause significant disruptions to the first world order. She took a few steps backward and sat on her bed, retrieving the silver card from the bedside table. The text on the card was unmistakably clear: Depriver, Kui Xin. Code number 233. It resembled an identity card, serving as both a label and a designation. Depriver indicated her class, Kui Xin, was her true name, and the code number acted as her identification number. From the moment she received this silver card, things began to feel off-kilter. This card seemed like a pass, granting Kui Xin the ability to traverse between worlds. Kui Xin put down the card, picked up her phone lying next to the pillow with its screen turned off, and entered the lock screen password. The smartphone screen lit up, displaying the current time as July 27th, 0:02. She had entered the game at midnight and exited at midnight. After spending 7 days in the game, it seemed that time in the real world hadn't moved at all, frozen completely. In the class group chat, several students who stayed up late were fervently discussing their messages, flooding the screen. Kui Xin caught sight of their conversation topic, which coincidentally revolved around Crimson Earth. They eagerly hoped for the game's developers to swiftly commence the second phase of closed beta testing, so they could play it sooner. Play the game? It was more like risking their lives. Kui Xin let out a bitter smile. Pausing momentarily, she logged into the Crimson Earth closed beta players forum. The chilling survival count of 9,630 players immediately caught her eye. After just 1 week in the second world, over 300 out of 10,000 players had died. Kui Xin was given a high-stakes starting scenario upon crossing over, becoming a double agent constantly walking on thin ice, always facing imminent danger. Chai Jian also began with a high-stakes setup, but if he had obediently remained in the mental hospital, he would have continued living safely. On the other hand, Shi Liang, another player, started with an ordinary scenario. Although impoverished and unfortunate enough to be hit by a car, he didn't face significant life-threatening situations. Kui Xin believed that only a minority of players with explosive starting conditions would meet their demise immediately upon entering the game. Nevertheless, among the 10,000 players, over 300 had already perished. Each number could potentially represent a lost life. As Kui Xin scrolled down the forum, her fingers froze and her pupils contracted, her heart racing as fast as it did when she first returned to the first world. 3 posts marked with a red official prefix were pinned at the top, each bearing very simple titles. Post 1, List of fallen players released. Post 2, Explanation of player classes. Post 3, Introduction to basic rules. There was no time for Kui Xin to browse other player-created threads. She clicked on the first post immediately. The first floor of the thread contained a lengthy list that seemed endless, scrolling downward. The list did not reveal the players' real names. It only showed their player IDs and the times of their deaths. It resembled an obituary, but carried an indescribably eerie feeling. Proxy 1 died on July 27th, Proxy 16 died on July 27th, Proxy 536. Kui Xin skimmed through rapidly, noticing that the highest number of deaths occurred during the first 2 days after entering the game. Subsequently, the death count gradually decreased. This might be because players started adapting to the world, understood the rules of the second world, and began concealing themselves better, leading to fewer fatalities. As she scrolled through the middle of the list, one line stood out prominently from the rest due to its longer text length, making it highly noticeable. The line read, Proxy number 1368 was killed by Depriver number 233 on July 29th. Kui Xion's eyes widened in shock. Depriver number 233 was herself. The game's official forum had openly revealed her act of killing Chai Jian. Feeling dizzy, Kui Xion exited the thread and glanced at the main page of the forum. Roughly counting, there were dozens of posts in various languages containing the number 233. Most of these post titles ended with question marks or exclamation points, some even featuring a full row of them. With a quick refresh, more threads continuously emerged, all bearing the label 233. Kui Xion could understand the Chinese posts, and surprisingly, several titles floating on the homepage were directly related to her. Who is Depriver number 233? Why did Depriver number 233 kill their own people? Is Depriver number 233 insane? Born with antisocial personality traits? Are you kidding me? They actually murdered someone. This isn't just a game. We've entered a real world filled with living beings. Living beings. Damn it, during those days in the second world, I worked tirelessly, earning money like a corporate drone, always cautious and afraid of any misstep. But Depriver number 233 is unbelievably audacious, daring to kill upon arrival and even murder their fellow countrymen. Kui Xion covered her forehead, then rose and paced around the room several times to calm herself. She couldn't panic. Panicking would be useless. There were still 2 official posts she hadn't read. She had to finish reading them first, as these posts often contained the most significant information. Kui Xion walked to the kitchen, poured a glass of cold water, and gulped it down. After allowing her thoughts to cool and regain her composure, she clicked open the second post, the explanation of player classes. The first floor of the thread stated, in this game, there are 2 major classes. 1. Deprivers, a class that relies on hunting special ability users, stripping them of their extraordinary abilities to gain power. Deprivers cannot spontaneously awaken superhuman abilities or enhance themselves through potions containing special powers. The only way for a depriver to improve is by depriving others and targeting anyone except themselves. The superhuman abilities they seize from others cannot be upgraded. To further enhance or evolve the acquired abilities, one must hunt other ability users with similar powers. Proxies, with their human bodies traversing the world, seek to attain godlike power through this profession. Proxies can spontaneously awaken superhuman abilities and also gain strength from potions containing special forces. Compared to deprivers, a proxy's path to supernatural advancement is less treacherous. However, enhancing one's abilities requires both innate talent and opportune moments. Some individuals may be limited to low levels throughout their entire lives, while others can acquire powers rivaling those of gods. Having finished reading the introduction, Kui Xin pursed her lips, gaining a more concrete understanding of the game. The path for deprivers was steeped in bloodshed, whereas the progression route for proxies followed the conventional level-up style. She looked at the responses below. 1L. Who exactly is behind this game? I don't want to play anymore. How do I quit? For L. Why such a setup? Is it entertaining to watch players slaughter each other? 13L. Would it kill you to provide these basic explanations before we entered the game? I swear I'll desecrate your ancestors' graves. 25L. So proxies are just prey, right? We enhance our own abilities only to await being hunted by deprivers? 36L replies to 25L. We can retaliate. 48L. How many people in the game are deprivers, and how many are proxies? Shouldn't the number of deprivers be far fewer than that of proxies? In the currently published official death list, all 300+ deceased individuals were proxies. 50L. Deprivers don't have to solely target players. They could go after inhabitants of the alternate world instead. Hey, fellow deprivers lurking on this forum, let's at least show some humanity. Don't harm our own kind. 56L replies to 50L. Some already have been harming others. Look at depriver number 233. 60L replies to 50L. Does it mean we can indiscriminately kill beings from the alternate world then? Are you truly treating this as just a game? Which game involves real deaths? Which game is this realistic? Every individual here is a living, breathing life. 68L replies to 60L. Rather than having deprivers focus their attacks on us, it's better if they target those from the alternate world. I don't want to die. Kui Xin stopped scrolling, her gaze fixed on 85L. 85L. Is this the reason behind the 6 warnings given by the game's officials? Treating the game as the real world, understanding that death is irreversible, and not revealing one's identity as a player to anyone. Once our player identities are exposed, we'll not only face suspicion, imprisonment, interrogation, and dissection experiments from people of the second world, but also become targets for deprivers. 86L to 85L. Depriver number 233 sets a dangerous precedent. If there are other deprivers, they might follow suit and hunt down proxies like number 233 did. 7 days have passed, and everyone must have gained some understanding of the second world by now. Consider this. Would committing murder be easier in the technologically advanced second world or in the less developed first world? If we don't actively fight back, sooner or later, we will become prey for the deprivers. Don't assume everything is fine just because you temporarily exit the game. Even the first world serves as a hunting ground. A hunting ground for deprivers. In Kui Xion's view, the second world was cold and ruthless. However, she noticed a trend towards similar developments in the first world. She was playing both a cyber game and a battle royale. She was the hunter, while the others were the prey. The prey, unwilling to be captured by the hunter, began plotting their counterattack. Kui Xion exhaled, exited the second thread, and started reading the third one, which outlined the basic rules of the game. First floor, players can traverse between 2 worlds, but have only 1 life. Death in any world is irreversible. The cycle duration between the first world and second world is 7 days, with login times based on China's time zone. The game starts and ends at midnight. While in the first world, if a player dies, the casualty list updates in real time. If a player dies in the second world, the casualty list will be announced collectively upon their return. For additional rules, players are encouraged to continue exploring. After carefully reading through this post, Kui Xion noticed the first floor reply. If there is indeed a mastermind behind the scenes driving the game we're participating in, then that mastermind must be Chinese. Otherwise, why would it follow China's time zone? If there truly is a mastermind behind this, who could it be? Is there a deity? What purpose does it serve for a divine being to select so many players for the second world? Or perhaps there's no deeper meaning at all, and it's just a god's whimsical joke? Kui Xin finished reading all the official posts and then returned to the forum homepage to browse through individual player threads. How can I exit the game? Can I report this to the authorities? Will calling emergency hotlines help? 1L. Exiting is impossible. You already used your one chance when signing the contract. Once missed, there's no second opportunity. The official stated that there are only two paths available: completing the game or character death. 2L. If you're not afraid of exposing your identity and becoming a lab rat, go ahead and report it. However, I doubt any government has the capability to handle such bizarre circumstances. This isn't a conventional war. It's the intersection and merging of two worlds. We are pioneers and experiencers. Embrace a carefree mindset, live peacefully in another world without causing trouble, and appreciate the brilliance of advanced technology. It's worth it. Consider traveling. The mindset of player 2L is truly impressive. Kui Xin decided to learn from them. Any deceased players out there, can you speak up? Did you really die? I can't believe it. 1L. How can they respond if they're dead? I lean towards believing that they genuinely died. How do we obtain superhuman abilities? Has anyone awakened and been able to share their experience? After several meaningless posts, finally, a useful reply emerged. 12L. I've awakened, but I don't think I have much advice to offer. It happened when I tripped, and suddenly my powers manifested. As for the specifics of my superpower, I won't disclose them to avoid unwanted attention. 13L. Incredible luck, whoever posted above me. I believe we've crossed over into a parallel world. Here's my reasoning. 1L. Original poster. My name in the second world is identical to my real-world name. As one of 10,000 players, I doubt I'm an exception. I suspect others' names would also match those from the first world. 2L. OP. Although my appearance isn't exactly identical to that in the first world, it's very similar, about 7 or 8 parts alike. The most crucial point is that my personality in the second world closely mirrors that of the first world. Even our interests and hobbies are the same. Such coincidences cannot exist. I believe we haven't entered a game, but rather transmigrated into parallel versions of ourselves. 3L. You're right, OP. Let me tell you, in the second world, I have parents, whereas my parents from the first world passed away in a car accident a month ago. Guess what? My parents in both worlds look absolutely identical. Their habits, mannerisms, and speech patterns are remarkably similar too. When I first saw them in the other world, I couldn't help but cry. I don't want to exit this game at all. It feels like divine providence, fate's compensation for me. There's no way I can consider that world anything but real. I truly believe it is genuine. 4L. OP. Replying to 3L. Blessings to you, friend. 5L. In the second world, I also have parents and relatives, but they differ from my family in the first world. Perhaps the third floor poster situation is a rare exception. 6L. Our two worlds' appearances are too similar. This makes it very easy for identities to be exposed. Everyone needs to be cautious. When returning to the first world, I was on the toilet, taking a dump. Now here's the question. If I travel back to the second world, can I continue my business? 1L. The transition occurs at midnight, both when entering and exiting. There's no change in time, so don't worry. After you return, you'll definitely have ample opportunity to finish your poop. Kui Xin refreshed the forum once more. Many new posts had emerged. One particular thread title caught her attention. Public Enemy Number 1, Depriver Number 233. Surely nobody would object to calling them that. Indeed, Kui Xin had become the public enemy among players. As she reviewed all the threads related to 233 on the forum, most posters and commenters expressed intense sentiments, with hardly anyone defending her. Occasionally, there were calm analytical remarks, but they were drowned out by the fervent comments. In post number 62 of one thread, someone wrote, "I believe there might be more to this situation than meets the eye. When we crossed over to the second world, we had no way of knowing each other's true identities. Could you distinguish who was a player and who was an indigenous inhabitant? You couldn't. Perhaps number 233 didn't intend to kill fellow players at all." Reply 63L to 62L. Then who do you think Depriver number 233 intended to kill? Are the indigenous inhabitants from another world? Regardless of whether they aimed for the natives or us players, their intentions were deeply sinister. Reply 64L to 62L. Discussing this is pointless. Who cares about the motives and psychological state behind Depriver 233's killings? People only focus on the outcome. He did murder someone. There might be other deprivers among the players who could follow his example, leading to even more frequent player versus player incidents in the future. Post 84L, just thinking that depriver number 233 might be lurking and watching these posts while we're making them gives me chills. What would he think upon seeing these threads? Panic, fear, or perhaps a mocking sneer? Post 85L, if depriver number 233 had compelling reasons for killing, why hasn't he come forward to clarify? Reply 86L to 85L, it's not like 233 is foolish. Who would step up amidst such turmoil? Even if he clarified, would anyone believe him? Can we discern whether he's lying or telling the truth? Immediately following, players fervently replied to post 85L, demanding depriver number 233 to provide an explanation within the thread itself. However, Kui Xin understood she couldn't offer any clarification. Fear-filled and swayed by public opinion, how many players were willing to delve deeper and how many only cared about the outcome? The players were in the process of returning from their first transmigration, which was when they were in their most irrational state. Overwhelmed with panic and fear, there was an urgent need for emotional release, leading to the darkest aspects of human nature being fully unleashed. What if Kui Xin tried to explain herself, but the players continued to question her? What if they demanded that she recount the exact details of the killing incident? She couldn't prove it was unintentional, and others would always suspect her of doing it deliberately. In attempting to vindicate herself, Kui Xin risked inadvertently revealing personal information. Players had replaced the indigenous inhabitants of the second world, assuming various identities, some ordinary, others complex, possibly even holding high positions. If Kui Xin accidentally disclosed something she shouldn't have, they could likely trace that clue back to her. Kui Xion's mindset remained composed. She understood that as long as she did not respond to this situation, the players would be unable to determine depriver number 233's true identity. Their inability to guess correctly ensured her safety. The greatest potential risk lay in her appearance. Each player's appearance retains similarities to their original form in the first world. Players experience soul transmigration, not body swapping. For example, Kui Xin had long hair in the first world and short hair in the second world. Upon returning to the first world, her hair length did not change, nor did she carry over any injuries sustained from encounters with scythe demons. Kui Xin tapped her forehead. By touch alone, it seemed her iron skull hadn't followed her back to the first world. However, with the utility blade, she effortlessly executed a smooth, flashy knife flourish. Kui Xion's inherent talents and superhuman abilities had indeed returned to her. Currently, she possesses 5 innate talents: performer persona, life resilience, danger avoidance, rapid learning, and combat instinct, which she acquired after entering the second world. Combat instinct was a talent obtained from her second world body, yet surprisingly, it seamlessly integrated into her first world physique. She still retained proficiency with weapons and could recall various combat techniques. Setting down her phone, Kui Xin began doing push-ups on her bed. To her surprise, she completed 50 push-ups without stopping, a level of fitness she had never achieved before. Even managing 10 push-ups was challenging for someone who despised physical education class and considered herself weak. Doing 50 consecutively felt almost impossible. Simultaneously, her performance of 50 push-ups was far from her physical fitness test results during training in the second world. There she could do over 100 consecutively. Moreover, it might have been just her perception, but Kui Xin felt that her vision had significantly improved. Originally, she had mild myopia with only a 100-degree prescription for glasses, which she occasionally needed during classes. Now, as she looked around, the slight blur seemed to vanish entirely. In the second world, she was an exceptional sharpshooter with excellent eyesight. Kui Xin quickly realized that, under the influence of some unknown force, her bodies in both worlds were converging toward uniformity. The robust physical attributes from the second world were transferred to her body in the first world. She rummaged through drawers and found a measuring tape, then stood on the ground to check her height. During her senior year health examination, her height was recorded at 170 centimeters, while in the second world, she stood at 175 centimeters. After measuring herself, she found her height to be 171 centimeters, an increase of 1 centimeter, seemingly due to natural growth. Kui Xin went to the bathroom and examined her reflection in the mirror, frowning slightly. Players' appearances in the first and second worlds are not always identical. Her features across both worlds resembled each other by about 7 or 8 parts out of 10, but they were not completely alike. Long hair and short hair convey different impressions. With long hair, her demeanor appeared much softer. At first glance, this also seemed to reduce her resemblance to her appearance in the second world, but upon closer inspection, they still looked quite similar. Kui Xin had always worn her hair in a high ponytail. She pondered for a moment, then tried letting her hair down and adjusting her bangs. Feeling unsatisfied, she braided herself a loose, sweet-looking Dutch braid instead. This further reduced the similarity between her appearances. Kui Xin, an urban law enforcer in the second world, dressed maturely and efficiently with a hint of coldness. Her overall presence exuded the aura of "I am an elite security officer." At a glance, there were significant differences in her outward appearance between the first and second worlds. Maintaining such a stark contrast was unsustainable. Kui Xin considered getting plastic surgery. However, cosmetic procedures were prohibitively expensive and would drain her finances quickly. Unable to afford it immediately, she could only make changes to her clothing style and physical appearance, striving to look distinctly different from her second world self. Once she returned to the second world, perhaps she could work on altering her appearance there. In this technologically advanced world, undergoing a makeover should be relatively easier. Kui Xin suspected that many other players might have similar intentions, as changing one's face is far less troublesome than having their identity exposed. The thought of returning to the second world stirred Kui Xin's recently calmed emotions once again. She felt anxious and uneasy. Since she had been transported back during a battle, time wouldn't flow while traversing worlds. However, this would significantly impact the combat situation. Upon her return to the second world, if she were momentarily distracted and failed to react promptly, it could mean instant death for her. Lan Lan and Jiang Ming were reliable teammates, but Kui Xin couldn't place her hopes solely on them. Relying on oneself is more dependable than depending on others. Kui Xin glanced at the time. It was 12:53 a.m. Another early morning arrived. In the bathroom, she washed her face before going back to lie down on her bed. This was her first night back, and she knew she could sleep peacefully without immediate concerns about tomorrow. Wait, no need to worry about tomorrow? It seemed she had forgotten something important. Kui Xin pulled up her phone's notes app and saw clearly written, at 9 a.m., go to the fast food restaurant on the 3rd floor of Changlong Plaza for a summer job interview. Kui Xin sighed, thinking, another fulfilling life is about to begin, isn't it? At 7:30 a.m., Kui Xin wasn't awakened by her alarm clock, but rather by a call from her grade 12 homeroom teacher. Xiao Xin, why don't you come over for lunch at my place today? Teacher Wang's voice echoed in her ear. Kui Xin's homeroom teacher was named Wang Yong'a, known for being strict. However, privately, she had a very gentle side. Aware that Kui Xin lacked adult supervision at home, she often invited her for meals and guided her in choosing universities and majors. Teacher Wang's son was 2 years older than Kui Xin, attending the same university she had applied to, both specializing in artificial intelligence. By September, when the university semester begins, Kui Xin will be his junior colleague. Still half asleep, Kui Xin replied, "No thanks, teacher, I have to go for a job interview." "Oh dear, I forgot it's summer break. I should have let you sleep longer." Teacher Wang detected the heavy drowsiness in Kui Xin's voice. Teachers typically maintain fixed biological clocks, waking up promptly around 6 or 7, even during holidays. Teacher Wang continued, "I also wanted to discuss your part-time job with you. Don't go to fast food places. They're too demanding." My friend's child is preparing for art college entrance exams and will soon be entering their final year of high school. The girl is somewhat rebellious and doesn't engage well with the private tutors we've hired. We were thinking of finding someone closer to her age to tutor and help with her studies. Kui Xin rubbed her eyes and climbed out of bed, asking, "What's the pay rate, teacher?" 80 yuan per hour, with 3 hours of tutoring each day, Teacher Wang said. It will continue until the end of August when school starts. Kui Xin felt enticed. 3 hours daily would earn her over 200 yuan, and she'd still have free time for other activities. This arrangement was more convenient than working at a fast food restaurant. Working at the fast food place demanded a significant amount of time, but Kui Xin wanted some leisure to focus on personal pursuits, such as physical training. She couldn't neglect her fitness. Even in the first world, having good physical conditioning was essential. Great. Kui Xin agreed. Thank you, teacher. Deep down, she knew that Teacher Wang intended to help her by suggesting this tutoring job, aiming to alleviate her workload. The opportunity truly suited her well, and Kui Xin was highly satisfied. After finishing the high school exam, Kui Xin had already worked part-time jobs for a while. Initially, she distributed flyers at a mall for a week, then moved on to a bubble tea shop. Unfortunately, due to its poor location and struggling business, the tea shop went bankrupt, forcing Kui Xin to search for her third summer job. Kui Xin woke up, washed, and prepared her breakfast by frying eggs. After eating, she sat at the table, momentarily unsure of what to do next. Having left the intense and thrilling second world behind, returning to the relaxed pace of the first world felt somewhat disorienting. Kui Xin pondered for a moment, then pushed aside the small table in the living room to create some space. She began stretching her legs and performing exercises like push-ups and sit-ups, engaging in basic physical training. Today, she had woken up slightly late. From now on, she planned to rise at 6 o'clock every morning to go for a long run along the river embankment behind her neighborhood. In the first world, there was significant potential to improve her physical fitness. Training must not be interrupted and should progress gradually. Initially, Kui Xin could reduce her exercise regimen to 1/3 of what she experienced in the investigation department during the first few days, then incrementally increase it as she adapts. After 2 hours of intense training, Kui Xion's legs trembled uncontrollably, drenched in sweat. She took a shower, massaging her muscles, and once ready, headed out towards Teacher Wang's house. Just before leaving, Kui Xin checked the forum again. Discussions related to depriver number 233 remained highly active and trending. She skipped past those threads and looked at others instead. One particular post focused on calculating the density of players across different countries. First floor. The global population is approximately 7.5 billion, with China accounting for around 1.4 billion people, which is nearly 20%. Judging by the number of Chinese-language posts on the forum, it's clear that there are quite a few Chinese participants here. With 10,000 players worldwide, I estimate our country likely has at least 1 or 2,000. An interesting point is that when we initially entered the game, it was through a reservation system. The game's developers disguised themselves as ordinary, requiring participants to fill out online forms for closed beta access. Those under 18 and over 60 were ineligible. This way, a significant portion of people could be excluded. Firstly, minors were ruled out, and secondly, areas with limited internet penetration, such as impoverished regions, were also eliminated. Countries in Africa and the Middle East can be directly disregarded. I suspect most players are concentrated in economically advanced areas. By excluding less developed regions, underage individuals, and elderly populations, the scope narrows greatly. Friends, among the global total of 10,000 players, nearly 2,000 are from our country alone. How many would each city likely have? Perhaps players might never even meet face-to-face throughout their entire lives. There's no need to overly worry about deprivers showing up, but remaining vigilant is still critical. Compared to last night, the forum had calmed down considerably, with more serious analysis posts emerging. Several threads discussed forming teams in the alternate world, aiming to create reliable alliances for shared survival in the second world. Other posts meticulously analyzed the social structure and formation of hierarchies within the second world. Some even propose stealing the second world's technology to advance the first world. The original poster stated, "Just imagine how many disabled individuals could embrace new life with those mechanical prosthetic limb technologies." Additionally, consider information technologies and holographic projections. They would bring about massive transformations in our world. A reply served as a cold reality check, saying, yes, it could bring significant changes, but it would also ignite wars. I've never dared to underestimate humanity's greed and evil. If any country obtained such technologies, they would undoubtedly use them for warfare. You might bring back the technology, but do you have the ability to prevent war? Apart from these discussions, there were various uncertain and possibly dubious help-seeking posts. Stranded on a smuggling boat for a week, nearly contracting sepsis. Can someone advise what penalties I'd face if caught by the Coast Guard or similar authorities? Having been transmigrated without legal status, how can I resolve my residency issues? In debt while working at a nightclub, is there still a chance for a turnaround in this lifetime? Help! How can I earn 1 million within a month? Urgently needed for university. Every help-seeking post received earnest replies offering suggestions. Overall, the forum atmosphere was highly optimistic and positive, except for threads involving deprivers, which were filled with conspiracy theories and paranoia. Seeking information related to alien creatures, the more detailed, the better. Providing information will be compensated, either through transfer or physical mailing. If you choose a transfer, it can be made to an anonymous offshore bank account. If you opt for physical mail, I can send gold. You specify the mailing location and method. There is no intention to uncover identities. Absolute trust is assured. Interested parties can message me privately on the forum. Below this post, a player asked, "What are alien creatures?" Many players shared similar concerns, as not everyone had the opportunity to encounter dangerous species that the federal government meticulously concealed from the general public. Upon seeing the word compensated, Kui Xion's heart stirred. Replying publicly or sending private messages would reveal her username, but not her ID number. However, Kui Xion's own username was 233, identical to her ID number. The assignment of IDs was random, based solely on the registration order. As the 233rd user to register on the forum, her ID became 233. The number 233 is a popular internet slang term, so numerous people might choose it as their username by coincidence. After much hesitation, she decided to observe first, checking if any other users knowledgeable about alien creatures responded to the post. In situations like this, one must not rush. She was short on money, but valuing her life took precedence. Kui Xian turned off her phone and descended to take the subway. At the staircase entrance, Aunt Zhang, engrossed in mahjong, noticed Kui Xian with a smile and exclaimed, Xiao Kui knows how to dress up now, looking much more refined and truly pretty. Kui Xian smiled slightly, responding, "Good morning, Aunt Zhang. Did you win today?" "Nope, just playing for fun," Aunt Zhang said cheerfully. The boisterous voices and warm sunlight helped Kui Xian relax. This was the ordinary yet genuine world of everyday life. After boarding the subway, Kui Xian opened her phone to check messages from her class group chat. A 1 million subscriber video creator mysteriously disappears overnight after deleting their account. Kui Xian paused when she saw the topic being discussed among her classmates. She scrolled upward through the chat history, her expression gradually becoming peculiar. This content creator specialized in gaming-related videos, frequently appearing live on streams and recording footage, garnering a large fan base. The quality of their videos seemed quite impressive. Before deleting their account, the last post by this creator read, "Awesome news. I received an invitation to the Crimson Earth closed beta. Everyone, stay tuned for my comprehensive review video. I might be the only game streamer worldwide who got selected for the beta. Luck is bursting at the seams, ha 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 ha." Kui Xian thought, "Poor unfortunate soul. That's tragic." This essentially cut off any retreat for him. With frequent appearances during live streams, his personal information, name, and appearance were virtually all exposed. This was truly a disaster start, akin to playing one's ultimate trump card too early. I fear that this unfortunate guy must have hastily fled overnight. As Kui Xian stepped into Teacher Wang's home, she was greeted by the rich aroma of cooking food. Xiao Xian, you're here. Please sit down. Teacher Wang was picking vegetables on the balcony. I've stewed some spare rib soup, and later I'll make braised pork with garlic steamed greens. Let me help with the vegetables, teacher. Kui Xian pulled up a chair. Is nobody else at home? My husband is away on a business trip from his workplace, and my son decided to stay on campus to study during this summer break, Teacher Wang said. Once you go off to university, I'll have my son pick you up. No need, I can manage myself, Kui Xian quickly declined. The university is in the same province, quite close to our city. It's just a half-day train ride, and there's a direct bus from the train station to the school. That won't do. For a child's first long journey, they must be accompanied. Wait until you're familiar with the route before going alone, Teacher Wang insisted. Don't always worry about causing me trouble. It doesn't bother me. My son and I have already discussed it, and he readily agreed without hesitation. All right. Kui Xian swallowed her refusal and focused on cleaning the vegetables with her head bowed. Teacher Wang asked, do you have any specific goals you want to achieve in university? For now, my only goal is to focus on studying. Kui Xian hesitated before responding. The rest can be taken step by step, obtain the necessary certifications, strive for guaranteed admission to graduate school, and pursue a promising career in artificial intelligence. You're quite intelligent. Have you considered trying for a civil service examination? Teacher Wang suggested. I don't think that's possible. Didn't my dad run off overseas after his investment failure, absconding with funds? Kui Xian replied. If you search on the official website listing wanted fugitives, there might still be information about him being at large. Taken aback, Mr. Wang sighed and muttered, what a disgrace. Kui Xian also felt that her father's existence was indeed a disgrace. But what could she do? Her dad was simply that kind of trash parent. Although this trash dad had seamlessly disappeared from Kui Xian's life, he continued to have negative effects on her. In this lifetime, she could forget about securing a stable government job. During Kui Xian's childhood, she lived quite comfortably. Her family owned a large villa, and when visiting relatives back in their rural hometown, they would drive an impressive sedan. The villagers often spoke of how Kui Xian village had produced a prominent businessman who was also a respected figure in the city. However, Kui Xian's father became arrogant and divorced his wife to pursue another woman. In the following years, he gathered a group of dubious friends to seek investments. Eventually, the investments failed, leaving them unable to recover their losses. Seeing no other way out, Kui Xian's father decided to abscond with the funds, fleeing abroad without any regard for his parents, relatives, or even the multiple mistresses he maintained. When Trash Dad fled with the money, Kui Xian was still in elementary school. Later, the villa was auctioned off, followed by the commercial properties and the sedan, yet it still wasn't enough to settle the debts. Unable to bear the burden, Kui Xian's mother left her in the care of her grandparents and disappeared herself. Fortunately, the house belonging to Kui Xian's grandparents was registered solely under their names, preventing it from being sold to repay debts. Both Kui Xian's grandfather and grandmother have passed away consecutively in the past 2 years. No relative was willing to take on the hot potato, which was Kui Xian. Without financial support, she relied on a distant uncle working in the same city to indirectly contact her mother, who resided elsewhere. As a result, Kui Xian's mother began sending her a monthly allowance of 800 yuan for living expenses. Kui Xian had no idea whether her mother had remarried, if she was doing well, which city she lived in, or how she looked now. The monthly bank transfer records were the only connection between Kui Xian and her mother. Reflecting on her childhood memories, Kui Xian realized that she had almost completely forgotten those past experiences, whether they were sad or happy. All recollections had faded away. Upon careful introspection, what remained was merely numbness and indifference. To her, both father and mother had become mere symbolic labels, devoid of meaningful emotional resonance. This might be due to the body's protective mechanisms at work. Kui Xian recalled that when her family first faced adversity, she felt immense fear and injustice, crying incessantly every day. However, crying proved futile. There was no one to comfort her, and excessive tears would even result in beatings from her grandparents. Eventually, she stopped crying altogether. It wasn't because she learned to endure and suppress her emotions. Rather, she ceased feeling anything at all, becoming utterly numb. Regardless, she knew she would somehow find a way to survive. At worst, she could go to a welfare home, and once she reached adulthood, she could figure out a means to work and rent a basement dwelling. In modern society, starvation is not inevitable. This was the worst-case scenario Kui Xin envisioned as she began to understand her circumstances better. The actual circumstances turned out to be far better than her worst-case scenario. She had inherited the old family house from her grandparents, and after completing compulsory education, she excelled academically and was admitted to a prestigious high school. With the support of scholarships and the care of her teachers, she endured through 3 years of high school. Finally, her perseverance paid off as she got accepted into a highly reputable university. Kui Xin firmly believed that effort yields rewards and hardships are temporary. With unreliable parents, she relied on herself. Your teacher has never asked before, but how is your father doing now? Teacher Wang's tone was gentle. We haven't been in contact for almost a decade. He might have fallen seriously ill abroad and passed away, Kui Xin speculated solemnly. After embezzling funds and fleeing, he didn't have a proper passport, no green card, no social security, and was unfamiliar with foreign lands. I vaguely recall that his English wasn't good either. There's even a possibility he could have been tricked and trafficked into mining work. In countries where firearms aren't restricted, the chances of encountering accidents are much higher compared to here. He may already have died in some unknown corner. In short, I personally believe my father is no longer alive. This child genuinely wishes for her dad's death. Although given what a scumbag he was, anyone would likely feel the same way. With affection, Teacher Wang placed a serving of braised pork on Kui Xin's plate and poured her a bowl of fragrant spare rib soup, saying, "Eat more, Xiao Xin, look how thin you've become." After finishing lunch at the teacher's home, Kui Xin chatted with her for a while. At around 2 p.m., she proceeded to tutor the young girl as per the teacher's address. In reality, the girl wasn't much younger than Kui Xin. She had taken a year off from school due to illness during her first year of high school and struggled to catch up ever since returning. At the peak of her rebellious teenage phase, she wouldn't listen to her parents. When they hired tutors, she resisted learning and even argued with them. Her parents, running out of options, decided to find someone close to her age with excellent academic achievements, hoping it would make her less resistant to studying. In those days, the average hourly rate for university student tutors in the city where Kui Xin lived ranged from 50 to 100 yuan. Kui Xin's wage was 80 yuan per hour, which was certainly not low. Kui Xin arrived at the young girl's house promptly at the scheduled time. She rang the doorbell and patiently waited for it to open. With her exceptional hearing, Kui Xin detected faint footsteps behind the door. The peephole was blocked, indicating that someone was observing her through it. Is anyone there? I'm Kui Xin, referred to by Teacher Wang Yang'a, here to tutor Su Rong. She clarified her purpose. Several seconds passed, but the door remained closed. Puzzled, Kui Xin stared at the obstructed peephole and knocked again. Rong, why aren't you opening the door for them? Asked the woman inside the house. I wanted to confirm who it was first, muttered the girl behind the door. With a creak, the door opened. A lovely girl stood at the entrance, examining Kui Xin closely. Hello there. I'm Su Rong. I didn't open earlier because I couldn't clearly see who you were. Hi, I'm Kui Xin. Kui Xin nodded politely. Su Rong's mother, carrying a tray of sliced fruits, warmly welcomed Kui Xin into their home. Kui Xin, right? Please come in and take a seat. Your teacher Wang is an old friend of mine. Auntie, hello, Kui Xin said courteously. My teacher mentioned that Su Rong primarily needs help with mathematics. My math grades are quite good, so I'll do my best to strengthen her foundation, making it less challenging for her during her senior year. No rush, let's relax first. It's hot outside, have some fruit to cool down. Su Rong's mother gestured for Kui Xin to sit on the sofa. Our Rong hasn't done well in math. Despite trying several tutors, her grades haven't improved much. It worries me greatly. Unable to resist, Su Rong exclaimed, Mom. Although Su Rong and Kui Xin were around the same age, if they stood side by side, Anyone would perceive Kui Xin as the older one because of her mature demeanor and aura. Kui Xin's gaze and demeanor were remarkably mature. She already carried herself with some of the traits typical of a grown adult. In contrast, Su Rong, living in a happy family and not yet immersed in society, exuded a wholly youthful appearance from head to toe, her face bearing a hint of innocent naivety, making it difficult for her to conceal her emotions. In a moment, I'll discuss Su Rong's academic progress with her, Kui Xin thought briefly before suggesting. Why don't we start with a trial session today? It will help us both adjust to each other's teaching and learning styles. Su Rong's mother readily agreed. Kui Xin genuinely struggled with interacting with elders, having very limited experience in such situations. After enduring 10 awkward minutes of small talk, Su Rong couldn't take it anymore. She stood up and said, "Sister Xin and I are going to our room to study now, Mom. Didn't you mention how valuable time is?" Calling Kui Xin teacher felt uncomfortable to her, as there wasn't much age difference between them. However, using anything else seemed disrespectful. Cleverly finding a middle ground, Su Rong opted to address her as Sister Xin. The sight of her daughter taking the initiative to study delighted Su Rong's mother beyond expectation. She promptly responded, "All right, go ahead. Turn on the air conditioning and bring the fruit platter inside to enjoy while studying." Feeling as if she had been granted a reprieve, Kui Xin hastily followed Su Rong out of the living room. Why do adults always have so much to say? Su Rong closed her bedroom door. Forget it, let's not dwell on that now. Let's focus on studying. To be honest, I scored only 30 points on my math final, and 20 of those were guesses. I heard from Teacher Wang that you don't like math? Kui Xin indirectly asked. Teacher Wang's exact words weren't phrased like that. He originally said, Su Rong seems somewhat disinterested in academics. Of course, Kui Xin couldn't directly mention this in front of Su Rong, so she rephrased her question. Su Rong blushed. Yes, I'm not fond of it. Kui Xin took Su Rong's mathematics textbook, which was as pristine as a blank sheet of paper, no notes written, no incorrect problems marked. She said, with just 1 year left before the high school exam, aiming for a score above 100 in your math is unrealistic, but with effort, achieving 60 or 70 points is still possible. Most people in the world are not geniuses. Individuals with average IQs form the majority. Su Rong wasn't a prodigy either, with her high school mathematics foundation effectively at 0. Improving her grades posed a genuine headache for Kui Xin. Are you an art student? Kui Xin asked. How much time do you spend each day studying your art form? This will help me plan your study schedule for academics. I'm learning acting, Su Rong hesitated before saying, but I don't want to pursue it as an art student anymore. Instead, I'd like to take the regular high school exam route. Have you discussed this with your parents? Kui Xin was puzzled and questioned. And no, not yet, Su Rong replied. Before, I wanted to become a celebrity. Now, I feel that being a celebrity might not be so great after all. In short, if given the choice, I would prefer having an ordinary job. Kui Xin could only say, with your current grades, taking the regular high school exam path may be quite challenging. Su Rong, feeling dejected, responded, I know. But I'll try my best to learn, Sister Xin. There's still 1 year left, and unless I give it my all, I'll never discover my true limits. This genuine display of determination. Kui Xin couldn't detect any signs of Su Rong's supposed aversion to studying. Teacher Wang wouldn't have lied about her disinterest, so has Su Rong changed her heart on her own? Kui Xin felt inexplicably that Su Rong looked somewhat familiar as if she had seen her somewhere, but upon careful reflection, she couldn't recall where. Su Rong possessed exceptional physical attributes and with proper makeup and styling, she could easily rival the beauty of celebrities. A celebrity. A sudden realization struck Kui Xin's mind as she recalled where she had seen Su Rong's face before. It was on the projection screens advertising in the second world. She had once observed the street-side billboards with curiosity and noted countless faces, both real and virtual. Among them, Su Rong's visage stood out. She bore a striking resemblance to a celebrity featured in one of the second world's advertisements. No wonder Su Rong peered suspiciously through the door viewer when Kui Xin visited her home, and no wonder a disinterested student suddenly changed overnight, becoming ambitious and eager to study. It seemed she had experienced the merciless baptism of the second world. Kui Xin surmised that Su Rong was likely a player herself. Su Rong's foundation in high school mathematics was indeed abysmal. She could only answer the first two multiple-choice questions, which may be wrong. As for the long-form problems, she had no clue whatsoever, barely able to write down the solution at the start. When Kui Xin asked about her grasp of functions, Su Rong admitted to having virtually no understanding. When questioned if she knew how to solve trigonometric problems, Su Rong replied negatively, and her knowledge of conic sections and related topics was completely lacking. The more Kui Xin inquired, the more Su Rong felt like a complete dunce, unable to answer most questions. Embarrassment overwhelmed her, causing her to hang her head almost to the ground in shame. Kui Xin selected one of Su Rong's less challenging summer homework sheets for her to work on. Su Rong completed it within 15 minutes because she knew only a few problems well, making her progress particularly swift. Kui Xin had no choice but to open her first-year high school textbook and meticulously explain it from the very first unit. After 3 hours of tutoring, Su Rong felt unusually defeated. "You shouldn't feel embarrassed about not knowing these topics," Kui Xin said straightforwardly. "What's concerning isn't your lack of knowledge, but rather that you become so disheartened that you don't want to learn anymore. Your grades in Chinese and English are quite good, which somewhat compensates for your weaker subjects. Learning is a long process. You can't expect significant results overnight." Exhausted, Su Rong replied, "I understand, Sister Xin. No matter how tough it gets, I have to keep learning." "Do you still have all the worksheets and study materials that your school has issued since starting high school?" Kui Xin asked. "Please find them." Su Rong retrieved a thick stack of mostly blank math worksheets from the bottom of her bookshelf. As Kui Xin flipped through the papers, she circled several simple multiple-choice and fill-in-the-blank questions on each sheet. Given Su Rong's current level in mathematics, those were the only ones she could attempt accurately. "Finish these questions before I arrive for your lesson tomorrow. Don't look at the answers. If you get any wrong, I'll explain them to you," Kui Xin said. "It's not realistic to start from scratch and cover the entire math textbook now. Instead, our focus will be on scoring points based on common question types. We'll skip the difficult ones, but it's crucial to secure full marks on the simpler questions." "Okay," Su Rong humbly agreed. By 6 p.m., Kui Xin politely declined Su Rong's mother's invitation to stay for dinner and headed home alone. As she walked, her phone vibrated with a buzz. The Meteorological Bureau had issued a severe storm warning by a text message. Looking up, Kui Xin noticed dark clouds obscuring the evening sky, signaling that rain was imminent. She hastily rushed towards the subway station, hoping to reach home before the downpour began. It was rush hour, and the subway was crowded with people. Pushed by the throng, Kui Xin navigated through the jostling crowd and finally managed to squeeze onto the train. "Oh my God, this is terrifying. Check out this news." Two young individuals whispered to each other amidst the subway crowd. "The whole family is dead. It's horrifying that those cults are causing such harm." Ever since Kui Xin's physical attributes mysteriously synchronized between the two worlds, there has been a significant leap in her stamina, strength, agility, and sensory acuity compared to her previous state. With ease, she could hear the conversation of the two young people amid the noisy subway environment. "Hiss. Killed his entire family? Has he gone mad? He looks quite normal to me. If he wasn't insane, why would he believe in a cult? The police have issued a wanted notice with a reward of 100,000. Kui Xin nervously opened her phone to search for news, catching these keywords. She had heard from Xu Xiao that, in addition to practicing superstitions and consuming divine blood, the secret cults in the second world committed particularly brutal acts such as human sacrifices. Consequently, the federal government continuously escalated its crackdown measures against religious groups. Those who consumed divine blood experienced bodily mutations and gradually lost their sanity under its influence, becoming deranged over time. As this was Kui Xin's first day back, she couldn't help but be overly cautious. As soon as she unlocked her phone, a news alert popped up. A blue-tinted police officer's notice caught her eye, clearly detailing the suspect's basic physical characteristics and home address. The reasons for the warrant and the charges were plainly stated. According to the notice, the suspect, driven by mental instability due to belief in a cult, murdered his entire family. The suspect fled immediately after committing the murders last night. Strikingly, the location of the crime was quite close to the city where Kui Xin lived, just in the neighboring city, a distance reachable within 20 to 30 minutes by high-speed train. Regional mission triggered. A screen flashed before Kui Xin's eyes, causing her pupils to constrict and her mood to plummet. Why can missions be triggered even in the real world? So far, Kui Xin has only encountered one mission, which was investigate the port explosion case, when she first entered the second world. She had yet to complete it. She never anticipated that missions could also occur in the first world, let alone a regional mission, a new type of quest she hadn't experienced before. Mission description: an unknown crisis has emerged in your hometown, within the familiar region you know. The once tranquil city is no longer peaceful, and stable lives have been disrupted by eerie shadows and extraordinary forces invading your daily existence. To maintain the tranquility and stability of your homeland, you may bear the responsibility to thoroughly investigate this terrifying event. As a regional mission, you are not the only one receiving the task invitation. Other players residing in the same area have also received the mission prompt. You can choose to collaborate or conduct the investigation independently. You have the option to accept the mission or decline it. Accepting naturally entails certain risks, while rejecting it would provide temporary stability. After all, encountering trouble directly is a low-probability event. Quest objective: investigate the cultist murder case. At that moment, Kui Xin could no longer hear the noisy chatter within the subway carriage. She pursed her lips, gripping the handrail as she stood frozen for a long time. Only when the train reached its station did she snap out of it and disembark with the crowd. The distinctions between the first world and second world were diminishing, causing unease for Kui Xin. 2 worlds, 2 game arenas: Cyber Online and Earth Online. Kui Xin's reality changed, becoming unfamiliar to her. It seemed that just as her bodies in both worlds were converging towards assimilation, so too were the first and second worlds tending towards assimilation. Moreover, she realized that body assimilation might not be unique to her alone, but rather a common phenomenon affecting all players. However, most other players were ordinary individuals without the sudden leaps in physical abilities that Kui Xin experienced. But what if a player crossed over and became a member of the secret cult, consumed divine blood, had their body transformed by it, and then returned to the first world? Would their body in the first world undergo similar mutations? Has his mind descended into madness like that of those secret cultists? Could the murderer who killed their entire family and fled overnight play a role? As Kui Xin emerged from the subway station, it began to rain, and she sprinted home through the downpour. The heavy rainfall inevitably reminded Kui Xin of her initial days after being transported to the second world, when Black Sea City experienced continuous daily rains. Upon entering her home, she immediately took out her phone to check the forum. Let's exchange signals. Jingchu Region Regional Quest. 1L. Matched. I'm in the southern part of the province, several cities away from where the incident occurred, but I still received the quest notification. How vast is the coverage area for this regional quest? Did all players across the province receive it? 2L. It might cover the whole province. I received it too. Will anyone choose to accept the quest? It seems incredibly dangerous. 3L. Wondering how many players there are throughout Jingchu province? 4L. Reply to 3L based on population ratios. Approximately 70 players should be present. 5L. What are you guys talking about? What is the regional quest? 6L. Terrifying. Is this still the hometown we know? I'm genuinely scared, everyone. The danger is far too close to us now. For the first time in my life, my hometown feels so alien. Returning to the first world hasn't distanced us from danger. Instead, with the return of players, peril has encroached upon our everyday lives. This isn't what our world should be like. Kui Xin turned off her phone, changed her clothes and shoes, and then stood by the window, gazing at her city. Through the hazy veil of rain, neon lights shone brightly. The bridge spanning across the river was adorned with colorful lamps, while cars on the streets moved forward with their headlights illuminating amidst congestion. Yet she found herself in a dim and run-down old residential area, surrounded by crumbling stone paths and malfunctioning streetlights, starkly contrasting with the bustling cityscape. The era's development was too rapid, resulting in cities having two distinct faces, both the glamorous and the dilapidated coexisting simultaneously. At that moment, Kui Xin felt a profound sense of disorientation, as if she were still in Black Sea City rather than her own hometown. Kui Xin disliked the second world. She didn't want it to contaminate the reality she inhabited. Awakened beings, variant blood individuals, secret cults, cultists, none of these things should exist. Yet these elements were transforming her world beyond recognition, including herself, who had also become unrecognizable. Control over the world, control over life trajectories, and control over peaceful existence, all slipping away. Kui Xin was adept at planning her studies and daily life. To feel secure, she needed to maintain control over time and schedules. However, fate was like a wild horse running rampant, slipping out of Kui Xin's control. Just as the mission description stated, the once tranquil city no longer remained peaceful, and her stable life was no longer secure. Those ordinary daily routines had drifted far away from her. After experiencing the edge between life and death amidst battles, it would be difficult for her to return to her previous way of living. Despite this, Kui Xin still wanted to protect this sanctuary diligently, not for the sake of the mission or others, but for herself, solely for her own benefit. To achieve that, she must systematically cleanse each element polluting her life. "I accept the mission," Kui Xin silently affirmed within her mind. Mission accepted. Mission progress, 0%. Kui Xin noticed a characteristic of the game system's missions: they lacked explicit directives. It mentioned investigate, not eliminate. In simpler terms, the game system's missions only provide direction to the task executor. The game system is completely unrestricted in terms of completing the mission, whether it involves killing the target or implementing additional actions. This greatly enhances freedom, allowing Kui Xin to do anything she desires. The game system's issued task served as a reminder, a warning, and a bell tolling that her life had fundamentally changed. Thus, Kui Xin approached this mission with a completely different mindset compared to before. When she accepted the investigation task related to the bombing incident, her sole intention was to clarify its causes and consequences before concluding it. Now, as she takes on the task of investigating the cultist murder case, her aim is not primarily driven by seeking information. Her objective is elimination. Similar to how the investigation department purges alien creatures and apprehends variant blood individuals, Kui Xin intends to thoroughly cleanse all contaminating factors and sources of instability around her, removing them entirely without leaving any lingering threats. Kui Xin gazes at the city's neon lights outside the window, lost in deep contemplation. After 10 minutes, she opens her phone and notices that the forum post asking for information about alien creatures still has no replies. The relevant thread remains blank with minimal responses. So, Kui Xin posts her first thread since joining the forum, explaining what alien creatures, secret cults, and variant blood individuals are. Within less than a minute of posting, the forum erupts. First floor, alien creatures are highly dangerous, grotesque monsters that have existed since ancient times within the second world. The federal government hides its presence from ordinary people. Alien creatures come in a variety of species, with traces found both on land and at sea. The federal government, along with organizations such as the Consortium and research institutes, undertakes efforts to eliminate or capture these creatures for study. The secret cult has been classified by the federal government as an illegal religious organization. In the second world, any form of religious belief and religious groups were strictly prohibited, making all such activities unlawful. The secret cult worships God and refers to alien creatures as remnants of the ancient gods. They conduct secretive and often cruel religious rituals. The creation of variant blood individuals is intricately linked to alien creatures and the secret cult. From the blood of alien creatures, a special elixir known as divine blood can be extracted. Consuming this elixir grants extraordinary strength, far surpassing that of normal humans. Those who obtain superhuman abilities through this method are named variant bloods. However, there is a price for this power. Under the corrosive influence of divine blood, variant bloods gradually lose their sanity, descending into madness. Additionally, their bodies have a high likelihood of undergoing severe mutations, leading them towards potential death. 1L. WTF. Amazing player. 2L. Is this the disparity among players? While some are still tirelessly working like corporate drones, this top-tier player has already obtained secretive intelligence that ordinary people can hardly access. 3L. Holy crap, so much information. Let me process it slowly. 4L? Am I seeing this correctly? The OP's username is 233? What eerie enchantment does this number possess? 5L. This world is too dangerous. I want to go back home. Every day, I scream 10,000 times that I want to quit the game. Kui Xin seemingly provided extensive explanations, but she only touched upon superficial aspects of the topic. Alien creatures, divine blood, the Order, and variant blood individuals are closely interconnected. To introduce one aspect inevitably requires discussing the others as well. She mentioned divine blood as one of the three main uses for alien creatures, glossing over its applications in medicine and materials science, with vague references to research. Additionally, she did not delve into the specific collaboration between the federal government and the consortium's research institutes. Despite these omissions, for ordinary players, this was highly significant information that required time to digest. The second world is more than just a realm of advanced technology. It also contains mysterious and unpredictable forces. Most players who travel there only encounter the technologically advanced side of the second world, lacking a clear understanding of the hidden dimension filled with enigmatic power. Kui Xion's informational post could be seen as completely opening the gateway to the second world, providing players with an overall understanding of it. Kui Xion scrolled through the thread, noticing the rapidly increasing number of replies. Virtually every second brought new updates. Some users, overwhelmed by shock, posted strings of question marks and exclamation points. 6L. OP is truly a great benefactor. The neighboring thread about trading alien creatures for payment has been bumped all day, but instead of engaging in transactions, OP freely shared this intelligence with everyone. 7L. Why is OP's username 233? 8L. What connection does OP have with Depriver 233? Other players also noticed Kui Xion's username, leading to a continuous stream of queries and doubts being posted. Several dozen consecutive comments revolved around questioning the nickname. 26L. As Chinese, we should all know what 233 means. It's just a common internet slang term. Many individuals use it as their username. You'll find loads if you search online. This user, 233, likely doesn't have any special connection with Depriver number 233. After all, player IDs are randomly assigned. Regardless of how extraordinary OP might be, there's no guarantee they would coincidentally register at exactly the 233rd position on the forum. Reply 27L to 26L. That makes sense. Perhaps when the OP registered, they didn't think much and just used it as a username. Who could have predicted we'd all end up being transported later? None of us foresaw this happening. Reply 28L to 26L. Although what you say is reasonable, it's too coincidental. Today, after constantly refreshing the forum, I've developed a conditioned reaction to the number 233. Seeing 233 sends chills down my spine. Even during a chat with a close friend, her message containing 233 startled me. Reply 29L to 28L. Same here. That number now gives me psychological unease. Reply 30L to 28L. Me too. Reply 31L. High five to the above posters. You're not alone. Reply 32L. After learning about Depriver number 233's deeds, the number 233 practically equates to the devil for me. The replies were flooding in too fast. Some players had skimmed through the information, but hadn't meticulously analyzed it. Frankly, their mindset hadn't fully adjusted. Without anyone prompting them, they failed to grasp the immense significance of this intelligence. They even felt inclined to discuss and joke about the number 233. On the other hand, a more astute and forward-thinking group of players meticulously dissected Kui Xion's educational content word for word. They wouldn't focus on superficial aspects. Their attention was entirely drawn to the content of the first post. Whether there was any connection between the poster Floor 233, who provided the educational information, and Depriver number 233 wasn't considered crucial by them. The intelligence itself was what mattered most. After scrolling past meaningless banter and idle chatter, a few minutes later, one player posted a lengthy analysis. 69L. Firstly, thank you for the voluntary education, OP. However, I have many doubts and speculations, so here's my attempt at contributing some thoughts as a starting point. If the OP could address my questions, I would be immensely grateful. Alien creatures have existed in the second world since ancient times, but how far back does this ancient period extend? Knowing that humans often tend to divinize their own racial history, I've studied various countries' mythologies, legends, and folklore somewhat extensively. Sometimes, numerous stories and elements from myths can find corresponding events or objects within historical records. If alien creatures have been present since ancient times, is it possible to uncover traces of them by examining the Second World's historical documents? The federal government's global unification occurred less than a century ago. If concealing the existence of alien creatures is indeed the federal government's policy, then, before the Federation was established, were ordinary people aware of these creatures in the world? How did they combat alien creatures? The original poster mentioned that the federal government, consortiums, and research institutes would eliminate and study alien creatures, suggesting that their combat capabilities likely aren't strong enough to overcome firearms and awakened beings. However, it's also possible that there are certain exceptionally powerful individuals among them. The Second World is actually conducting research on alien creatures, which surprises me. What exactly are they studying? Divine blood? Apart from divine blood, do they also investigate other aspects? All religious beliefs and activities being illegal indicate that the federal government is suppressing the secret cult. The emergence of variant blood individuals must have a close connection with the secret cult. Does the Federation arrest both cultists and variant blood individuals? When studying alien creatures, are they looking for ways to counteract divine blood, or do they have other goals? I am highly curious about this divine blood. How does it function, and what is its extraction process like? Can it be mass-produced? What is the likelihood and severity of bodily mutations following consumption? Are there more variant blood individuals compared to awakened ones? How do their combat abilities compare? It was evident that within a few minutes, the player behind 69L had deeply pondered Kui Xin's post. His speculative directions were largely accurate, focusing on key points. Kui Xin did not plan to reply to 69L. She wouldn't respond to anyone in this thread. She had already said what needed to be said and done what she intended to do. She provided her insights. How others chose to interpret or speculate was no longer her concern. Kui Xin could offer limited information within certain bounds, but she wouldn't say too much, as doing so would risk exposing herself. With 69L taking the lead, there was a noticeable increase in analysis within the thread. 72L. Thank you for the informative post, OP. I also have some questions. Is the god believed in by the secret cult real? Is their deity simply a religious symbol? In our first world, all religions' gods are fictional. Could it be that in the second world, there exists a genuine divine being ruling over his followers? 73L. Damn, don't scare me like that. The idea of superstition and feudal beliefs in a tech-driven cyberpunk world feels quite bizarre. 74L. Considering we've experienced something as extraordinary as transmigration, isn't it plausible for the second world to have its own gods? 75L. I've been an atheist my entire life, but recent events have shattered my worldview. My beliefs are now shaken. 76L. Ever since the transmigration, my understanding of the world has been shattered and rebuilt every day. 89L. OP, are you around? Have you noticed the regional quest for the Jingchu area? Could the deranged cultist who killed his entire family and fled be connected to the Second World's secret cult? Is that murder a player? 90L replied to 89L. What are you talking about? 91L replied to 90L. Search online for news using keywords like cult and mass murder. 92L. I saw that news. There were some leaked photos circulating on the internet. Apparently, neighbors noticed their door was left open and entered, only to find bodies scattered everywhere with blood painted into religious symbols. Terrified, they immediately called the police. The killer murdered his own parents, wife, and children before fleeing in the dead of night. Security cameras captured him, resulting in a wanted notice with a bounty of 100,000. 93L. Absolutely monstrous. 94L. If this murderer is indeed linked to the Second World's secret cult, wouldn't players investigating just be walking into a trap? Considering the ruthlessness displayed in killing so many, his combat capabilities must be high, and he seems mentally unhinged as well. Not everyone has awakened their superhuman abilities. I've been lurking on the forum all day, and among foreign players, fewer than 5 have openly admitted to having awakened powers. Some might have pretended for attention, while others possibly didn't come forward at all. Post number 95. It's rumored that all players in Jingchu province received task notifications. I'm from Jingchu too. I advise everyone not to participate recklessly. What if you end up losing your life? Survival is king. The discussion within Kui Xin's thread became highly intense, with occasional foreigners popping up to inquire about the situation in English or Japanese. Unfortunately, the Chinese players were too busy to engage and showcase international camaraderie. A few foreigners who understood some Chinese managed to translate the content of the first post, then created a separate thread, sparking another round of fervent discussions among foreign players. After browsing for a while, Kui Xin exited the thread and returned to the forum's main page. As expected, several new threads analyzing her identity had appeared on the homepage. Detailed analysis. Are Science Thread OP233 and Depriver 233 the same person? First floor. As widely known, once entering the forum, the username becomes fixed. Initially, one fills in their nickname, and, subsequently, the order of entry determines the player number. The sequence of entries is opaque, meaning there is a certain randomness in obtaining the numbers. If the poster from the neighboring thread is indeed Depriver number 233, how could they have foreknowledge to set their username as 233 beforehand? Therefore, I believe the probability of the neighbor thread's poster and Depriver 233 being the same person is very low, but it's not entirely impossible. After all, coincidences do exist in this world. 1L. Listening to your words is just like listening to any other talk, no new insights are gained. 2L. You're just repeating yourself here, aren't you? 3L. What you said essentially amounts to nothing. We can neither confirm nor completely deny that he is Depriver number 233. For L, original poster what else can I say? Unless OP233 comes forward to admit or refute it, we can't clear his suspicion. 5L replying to 4L, original poster, so what happens if he admits or denies it? We still wouldn't be able to determine if he's telling the truth. It's a dead-end situation. 6L. In my opinion, since the neighbor thread's poster shared such crucial information, they likely aren't malicious. Personally, I think I'm uncertain about their gender, so I'll use has no connection with the Depriver. Their lack of response might simply mean they don't want to reveal their identity. 7L. I also lean towards the neighboring thread's OP not being the Depriver. Unless Depriver number 233 has a histrionic personality and enjoys seeking attention, they might just relish watching us futilely guess their identity. An in-depth analysis of the identity of neighboring threads OP233. First floor. What can be clearly stated is that ordinary people have no access to information related to alien creatures, so the neighboring thread's OP must not be an ordinary person. Based on the words of the neighboring thread's OP, matters concerning alien creatures are handled by entities such as the federal government, consortiums, research institutes, etc. Therefore, I boldly speculate that the neighboring thread's OP has at least some connection with one or more of these 3 parties in the second world. Is the neighboring thread's OP a government official, a member of the consortium, or an alien creature researcher? Let's make some bold guesses. 1L. The scope is too broad. It's impossible to make an accurate guess. 2L. Could neighboring thread's OP233 possibly be an awakened being? Or perhaps, as others speculated, he himself is Depriver number 233? 3L. I think it's best not to post threads trying to uncover someone's identity. If the OP from the neighboring forum feels that your investigation into his identity could threaten him, he probably won't share any more educational posts in the future. The OP has an extraordinary status and possesses more information than us, that much is certain. I believe posting these educational pieces amidst this situation carries risks, which is truly commendable. I don't want his identity exposed, as he may be able to teach us even more and provide additional insights later on. If his identity is revealed, would he still continue educating us? 4L replying to 3L, agreed. 5L replying to 3L, I think so too. 6L, third floor, you're worrying unnecessarily. I believe the OP from the neighboring forum must have carefully considered this before sharing those educational posts. He likely isn't afraid of his identity being exposed. Moreover, our search scope is too broad. We don't know which city he is in or what influence he has. We lack any concrete information. The likelihood of the neighboring forum OP's identity getting exposed is practically zero. 7L. I'm wondering if the poster from the neighboring thread decided to provide this knowledge after seeing Jingchu's cultist murder case and regional quest. The timing seems very coincidental. 8L. That guess is highly plausible. 9L. Reply to 7L. Do you mean that the poster in the neighboring thread might be from Jingchu? 10L. Reply to 9L. No, that's not what I meant. I think the poster from the neighboring thread may have shared the information so that Jingchu players wouldn't recklessly rush into danger with the cultists. It was likely done to make them reconsider carefully. From his explanation, variant blood individuals possess extraordinary abilities, making them significantly stronger than ordinary people. 11L. Today marks the first day of re-entry after crossing over, which is the most crucial time point. I believe there's no need to overanalyze the intentions of the poster in the neighboring thread. Perhaps they just decided to enlighten us after careful deliberation, unrelated to Jingchu matters. 12L. Regardless, the knowledge shared by the poster from the neighboring thread is undoubtedly beneficial for all players. It's truly commendable. If Jingchu region players impulsively accepted quests without knowing what the order or variant blood entails, wouldn't it lead to unnecessary deaths? With an understanding of variant blood, they would surely think twice before taking on tasks. 13L. I believe that players who impulsively accept quests are in the minority. I also trust that the original poster from the neighboring thread shared their knowledge with good intentions, and this information is indeed beneficial for all players. After reading through several of the most actively discussed threads, Kui Xin was largely convinced that her informational post had achieved its intended effect. Some doubted her, others supported her, some questioned her, and some praised her. At their core, humans inherently admire strength. She didn't need to do much, just a few insignificant actions were enough to guide the players effectively. Kui Xin now truly embodied a hunter's mindset, thinking strategically like one. She had identified her prey and did not wish for others to interfere. Therefore, she needed to employ tactics to exclude other hunters from participating in the pursuit. However, hunters have their own legs, and Kui Xin couldn't control their movements. She couldn't simply confront them and break their legs to prevent interference. Instead, she released a bit of intelligence as a deterrent. The outcome was pleasing, except for those seeking death or those fearless of it. The majority of other players retreated. This pool runs too deep. Stepping in would lead to drowning. Beyond deterrence, Kui Xion's dissemination of this educational post had additional considerations at play. She wouldn't recklessly charge ahead without thought. Before taking this step, she ensured that her choice posed no threat to herself. At the time, Kui Xion glanced down. It was Thursday today. Tomorrow, Friday, she needed to go teach Surong, and Saturday and Sunday were rest days. With 2 days to hunt one prey, the time frame was slightly tight but presented a challenging task. Kui Xion was willing to embrace this challenge. She plugged her phone into charge, drew the curtains, and for the first time attempted to activate the superhuman ability, shadow shuttling, that she had stripped from Chaijian. An invisible shadow enveloped her body, transforming it into a dense black mist imperceptible to the naked eye. Ignoring spatial distance, Kui Xion instantly teleported from the living room to beside the refrigerator in the kitchen. The maximum range is 3 meters? It seems like there might be potential to enhance it further. After her initial surprise, Kui Xion tried moving again, this time attempting to phase through walls. Her mystified body effortlessly disregarded the barrier, passing through the solid wall into the bedroom. Kui Xion held a sturdy rolling pin for the third attempt, hoping to see if she could bring weapons with her. However, this trial failed. Her body moved, but the rolling pin remained behind, momentarily passing through her mystified form as she activated the ability. Kui Xion pondered, is the limiting factor weight or volume? The clothes I'm wearing can be taken with me. After some thought, she switched the rolling pin for a kitchen knife. This time, shadow shuttling succeeded. The kitchen knife vaporized along with her body, traversing through space to arrive beneath another patch of shadows. It seemed that the influencing factor was volume. Only smaller objects could be taken along by shadow shuttling. The shadow shuttling skill obtained from Chai Jian was merely irranked. If its rank were higher, the range of movement and the size of objects it could carry would likely increase. Nevertheless, even at this level, shadow shuttling is an invaluable life-saving technique. Kui Xin practiced shadow shuttling intensively for 2 hours. Her precision in teleportation improved from erratic to accurate, and after multiple attempts, she determined the exact volume of objects she could transport. Additionally, while her body was in mist form, she could pass through most solid objects without fear of being stabbed or injured. Practicing superhuman abilities seems to excessively drain physical energy, accelerating hunger. After 2 hours, feeling extremely famished, Kui Xin failed to activate her power properly. Her body flickered momentarily, but she did not move away. No wonder Silver Mask eats so much, Kui Xin remarked, deeply understanding as she prepared herself a generous serving of noodles with 2 poached eggs. She knew she needed to eat well to regain energy for further practice. Just as hunters need to sharpen their blades for precise and swift strikes on prey. During repeated training sessions with her superhuman ability, Kui Xin discovered an awkward truth. If she were not wearing any clothes, the volume of objects she could carry would significantly increase. She stumbled upon this realization while trying to obtain an expired firefighting mask from the neighborhood security guard. She intended to use it to fully cover her face without any blind spots, ensuring that her features wouldn't be exposed during her missions. Kui Xin planned to wear long clothing to conceal her body when taking action. She had already prepared these garments. When she donned the mask, dressed in her attire, and attempted shadow shuttling with her weapon, she found that she couldn't manage to bring along the large boning knife she had readied. Only by switching to a smaller dagger did she barely succeed. Later, she experimented by adding or removing clothing and items, ultimately concluding that the volume of clothing also counted towards the total weight she could carry during shadow shuttling. To transport more weapons, she would have to wear fewer clothes and carry less equipment. Indeed, one cannot expect too much from an E-grade superhuman ability. At this moment, having access to a gun would be ideal. Guns are compact, lightweight, easy to carry, and can smoothly accompany her during shadow shuttling. Unfortunately, she couldn't handle firearms. Without access to guns, her only option was to focus on alternative weapons. Kui Xin could not abandon her disguise with clothing and a mask. She had to somehow find a suitable weapon. She obtained a piece of paper and began listing potential options. Spring-loaded knife, triangular spike, Swiss Army knife, butterfly knife, dagger. These weapons were compact yet possessed decent lethality. The problem lay in their regulated status. Without proper channels, they simply couldn't be purchased legally. After writing down the list of weapons, Kui Xin opened a popular shopping app to search for knives. As expected, most knife-related searches yielded blank results, or if anything appeared, it was blunt toy replicas. Butterfly knives were quite trendy among certain youth circles online, resulting in numerous sellers offering them. However, the majority bought these knives for showmanship. They looked flashy, but lacked actual effectiveness in causing harm. Although these toy knives were made of metal, their strength, hardness, and durability fell far short of military-grade standards. Even if she managed to purchase one and have someone sharpen it, it would likely prove useless, easily bending upon striking bone during an attack. Some pricier knives did meet the required material standards, making Kui Xin grimace as she considered buying them. However, when she inquired about the materials from sellers and asked if they could help with sharpening the blades, every customer service representative replied that they could not assist in sharpening. This posed quite a challenge. The most challenging aspect wasn't finding a weapon, it was getting the weapon through security checks. Kui Xin initially planned to purchase a knife and have it shipped to a neighboring city. Then, taking the high-speed train, she would retrieve the package at the designated courier station, perfectly bypassing any security inspections. But with each seller stating they couldn't provide sharpening services, Kui Xin felt increasingly troubled. Her only option was to shift her focus to kitchen knives. High-quality chef's knives can be exceptionally sharp right out of the box, with good strength and resilience. She carefully browsed various options and selected an online store based within her province. Their Damascus steel kitchen knives had excellent reviews, and after checking the prices, they were within an acceptable range. Before making the payment, she asked the customer service representative, "Are these knives prone to becoming dull easily?" Customer service: "Our knives are made with guaranteed quality material, so they won't become dull that quickly." Kui Xin: "How well do they handle cutting meat?" Customer service: "Absolutely smooth as silk, dear." Kui Xin: "What about chopping bones?" Customer service: "We recommend against chopping large bones, as knives require maintenance. However, when it comes to trimming along bone seams, their performance is top-notch. Everyone who has used them raves about it." Kui Xin: "How is the connection between the blade and handle? Will it risk detaching?" Customer service: "No customers have ever reported such an issue. Our knife's handle-to-blade connection craftsmanship is top-notch within the industry, so you can purchase with confidence." Kui Xin: "Is the shipping speed fast?" Customer service: "Within the same province, delivery takes 2 to 3 days, or just 1 day if nearby." Despite feeling the financial pinch, Kui Xin proceeded with the payment, satisfied. For 2 consecutive days, Kui Xin embarked on her morning runs along the riverside levee as dawn broke, stretching her muscles vigorously. The levee was bustling with early-rising elderly folks who, upon seeing Kui Xin energetically jogging in her workout attire, clicked their tongues in admiration, saying, "It's rare to see young people exercising this early." Kui Xin sighed inwardly, thinking, if not for the pressures of survival, who would willingly wake up so early? She huffed and puffed through 5 kilometers, followed by basic joint mobilization and stretching exercises to acclimate her body to high-intensity movement. After her workout, Kui Xin sat near the exercise equipment, massaging her muscles. Nearby, the elderly tuned in to the local radio station's morning news broadcasts using their radios. Coincidentally, at the time, the morning news was reporting on the trail of the suspected cultist murderer. As per reports, the suspect has already fled to Tonglin City. Kui Xin was taken aback upon hearing this news on the radio. She resided in Tonglin City. What a coincidence. At that moment, Kui Xin didn't feel surprise or panic. Instead, she felt sheer delight. It was akin to the peculiar sensation of a hunter sharpening their blade, only for the prey to unexpectedly deliver itself right at their doorstep, free for the taking. The elderly man clad in a sweatshirt wondered aloud, how come they still haven't caught him? The surveillance cameras even captured his image. Who knows? Well, we should probably stay indoors more these days now that the killers made it here, said the middle-aged woman, fanning herself with a palm leaf fan. Kui Xin stopped listening to the broadcast and pulled out her phone to search for the latest news articles. As expected, the most recent update reported that the suspect had escaped to Tonglin City. Suburban surveillance cameras had picked up his trail, and the footage was released publicly. In the video, the suspect wore a baseball cap, dressed unremarkably, and walked at an ordinary pace. No one could discern he was a deranged lunatic just by appearance. He even went to a roadside convenience store, purchasing water and some food with cash. While walking along the road, he casually consumed his items, displaying no hint of alarm on his composed face. The convenience store owner seemingly didn't recognize his identity. Based solely on his facial features, he matched the description of the suspect in the cultist murder case. Kui Xion's expression turned grave. The suspect was remarkably composed. This wasn't ordinary prey. He knew he had committed murder, but showed no panic. Despite being aware that he faced arrest and pursuit, there was not a hint of fear in him. Kui Xion found it even eerier that he killed his own family members yet acted as if nothing happened. His demeanor appeared utterly normal. The more normal he behaved, the more Kui Xion perceived him as a terrifying madman. Why did the suspect flee to Tonglin City? No, he wasn't merely fleeing. There wasn't the slightest indication of someone running away from him. Instead, it seemed like he deliberately came to Tonglin City, almost as if he was targeting something specific here. Kui Xin was startled by her sudden conjecture, her gaze becoming intense. She let out a breath, then opened the shopping app and messaged the seller of knives. "Can you change the delivery address? Send it to another city instead?" The customer service replied instantly, "Sure thing, dear. I'll contact the courier right away." Originally, Kui Xin had arranged for the knife shipment to be delivered directly to a neighboring city. She selected a convenient courier station where she could easily pick up the package upon arrival. However, plans never quite keep pace with changes. But this change was favorable. Investigating a murder across cities is much more challenging than doing so within one's own city. Tonglin City, where Kui Xin resided, was her home turf, the place she knew best. The suspect's voluntary arrival greatly eased her actions. Tonglin City is a large metropolis with a substantial permanent population. Finding the criminal suspect amidst such a crowd would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. As Kui Xin walked home, a sudden, twisted, and unsettling intuition arose within her. She felt that the suspect in the cultist murder case was specifically targeting her. With numerous cities available for him to flee to, why did he choose the very city where she resides? Kui Xion's hair stood on end, feeling unnerved. "You have upgraded your inherent ability. Your inherent ability, Danger Evasion, has been upgraded to Absolute Prediction. Absolute Prediction, your repeated anticipation of fate's trajectory, guided by intuition, represents warnings from the future, an unparalleled sixth sense honed to its peak. What you can now foresee and avoid extends beyond mere danger, encompassing the elusive and impenetrable forces of destiny." Fengji woke up in the abandoned factory on the outskirts of Tonglin City, his expression gloomy. He stood up and kicked away a brick in front of him, nervously biting his finger as he paced back and forth. How many times has she killed me now? Was it the third or fourth time? It was slightly unclear. Multiple deaths had blurred his memories, which was a consequence of repeatedly rewinding time. Fengji sat cross-legged, carefully recalling the events. He glanced at his phone to confirm the time and calculated that this was his fourth death. Each death left him with a remarkably deep impression. Fengji's superhuman ability was the death cycle. With each death, time would rewind several days prior, and as the number of his deaths increased, the time frame for each rewind shortened. For instance, when he died the first time, it was 3 days ago. The second death brought him 2 days ago, and the third only 1 day ago. His first death occurred on Monday. She immediately kicked him off a tall building, resulting in a shattering fall. The second death happened on Sunday. Fengji firmly believed that the reason she killed him last time was due to his lack of caution. If he reacted swiftly enough, guarding against her extraordinary ability to traverse shadows, she wouldn't be able to harm him. However, reality dealt Fengji a harsh slap. The woman snapped his spine, rendering him immobile. Then she dragged him to the window and tossed him down again. The third time was on Saturday. Fengji knew that the woman was searching for him to hunt him down, so, relying on his advantage as a seer, he deliberately waited along her investigative route, intending to ambush her. However, it seemed like the woman had radar at the back of her head, effortlessly evading his lethal attack and swiftly incapacitating him instead. Fengji strongly suspected that the woman had a peculiar sadistic inclination. Each time, she refused to kill him outright, but instead threw him from a building to fall to his death twice in a row. But during the third encounter, instead of being kicked off the building, his spine was severed, and he was tossed into a pond. The woman watched as he gradually sank to the bottom, suffocating to death. Fengji had no choice but to plead with his omniscient and omnipotent lord, seeking divine guidance. To obtain sufficient revelation, Fengji sacrificed several more people as offerings to the deity. God responded. God revealed to him the woman's approximate location. Overwhelmed with joy, Fengji rushed to Tonglin City, determined to strike first before she could. Yet again, he died. It was still that same woman, using the identical drowning method. This time, upon his death, he did not revert 1 day back, but woke up on the very same day. If he didn't make any changes, the huntress would inevitably catch up to him and kill him once more. His next deadline approaches tonight. Fengji realized he could no longer willingly walk into danger without purpose. During the first two instances, he refused to believe it was inevitable, thinking that the huntress killed him simply because he wasn't cautious enough. In the subsequent attempts, he became increasingly vigilant, but neither surprise attacks nor striking preemptively proved effective. The huntress operated like a flawless killing machine, swiftly adapting even when revealing minor vulnerabilities and launching devastating counterattacks. In modern society, how could such a person exist? Was she a professional assassin? What role does she play in the second world? Feng Ji racked his brain, trying to recall every detail of each encounter leading up to his death. The first time the huntress killed him was in Jinshui City, adjacent to Tonglin City and his hometown. He had been consumed by selecting the next sacrifice, stealthily searching for prey on consecutive nights for 2 days. Already having murdered one victim, he dragged the body into the sewers to hide it, and at daybreak, he quietly sought refuge in nearby abandoned buildings to rest. It was Monday morning when Feng Ji, while resting, suddenly encountered the huntress. She immediately drew her blade and attacked. He tried to fight back, but couldn't even touch the hem of her clothing. Feng Ji turned to flee, but the woman possessed the ability to teleport using shadows, stalking him like a cat playing with its prey. Instead of finishing him off, she seemed to intentionally herd him towards the rooftop. Eventually, cornered with no escape, the huntress shattered his jaw with a kick before sending him plummeting down from the building. In the second world, Feng Ji consumed divine blood, awakening his superhuman abilities and transforming his physique to gain extraordinary recovery powers. However, even with these enhancements, falling from such a height would instantly shatter his skull upon impact, leading to certain death. Only while alive could flesh regeneration heal his injuries. Once dead, its healing capability became futile. The huntress's second attempt on his life occurred 1 day earlier than before, on Sunday night. Feng Ji, emboldened by his newly awakened superhuman abilities, believed no one could kill him. He felt invincible. Convinced that his previous defeat was merely accidental, he resolved that by being more cautious, avoiding shadowed areas, and not letting the huntress control his movements, she would be unable to harm him again. Driven by a desire for revenge, Feng Ji planned to acquire a suitable weapon. Initially, he considered robbing a police officer to obtain a gun but deemed it too difficult. Instead, he stole a large meat cleaver from a butcher shop as a fallback. With his crimes now known, the police were pursuing him relentlessly. The city's security patrols increased in frequency, and many officers carried armed protection. A bullet to the head would undoubtedly prove fatal. On Sunday evening, Feng Ji disguised himself to buy food from the convenience store. Surprisingly, despite her dimming eyesight, the elderly woman instantly saw through his disguise and recognized him as a wanted fugitive, promptly pressing the alarm button. Feng Ji killed the old lady, grabbed the food, and swiftly fled. Then came the nightmare. Coincidentally, the huntress lived nearby. Hearing the blaring siren from the convenience store, she emerged to investigate. Spotting Feng Ji running frantically, she drew a gleaming kitchen knife from her waist and chased after him. Unluckily for Feng Ji, carrying a large machete was inconvenient, so he hadn't brought it with him while going out to purchase food. Even more unfortunate was that at night, the huntress's abilities were maximized due to the abundance of shadows everywhere. Her movements became virtually unrestricted. With ease, the huntress caught up to Feng Ji, employing her usual cat-and-mouse strategy to corner him, leaving him no escape route. Predictably, Feng Ji fell for it again, being driven towards the nearby construction site. If he deviated from the hunter's predetermined path, she would flash behind him and stab his kidneys, striking swiftly before retreating. The excruciating pain caused Feng Ji to wail uncontrollably, losing all sense of direction amidst his agony. After enduring nearly 24 stabs from the huntress, Feng Ji suddenly realized he had once again been driven upstairs. He turned to counterattack, but the huntress swiftly struck his spine with her blade, rendering him paralyzed and immobile. Then she dragged him to the window and tossed him down. In this third death cycle, Feng Ji composed himself and analyzed the information at hand. Since the huntress possessed superhuman abilities, she must undoubtedly be a player. As someone from the Jingchu region, she likely received a quest notification related to investigating cultist killings. Having been killed twice consecutively by her, Fangji was certain that the huntress had a strong purpose. Her goal was to eliminate him, which she indeed achieved both times. Filled with hatred, Fangji desperately wanted to teach her a lesson. He aimed to kill her and offer her soul to the omnipotent Lord. During his previous death, Fangji learned the approximate location where the huntress resided. Upon reverting, he stealthily stole a meat cleaver and positioned himself near her dwelling, waiting like a patient hunter. This time, he chose a meat cleaver instead of a large machete because the machete proved ineffective last cycle. It was too conspicuous and unwieldy. Size alone doesn't guarantee usefulness. What matters most is suitability. Persistence paid off, as Fangji successfully spotted her while on guard. During their first two encounters, the huntress had been fully armed with long clothing, pants, and a firefighter's mask. Surprisingly, beneath her mask, she wore additional bandages or strips of fabric for further concealment, leaving only her eyes exposed. Moreover, the huntress never spoke. Fangji had never heard her voice. She remained silent while pursuing him, striking her blows, and even throwing him down the stairs. From start to finish, she uttered not a single word, focusing solely on killing. Fangji searched for a long time, meticulously investigating until he finally located the small inn where the huntress resided. It seemed she was from out of town, specifically visiting the city to investigate him. As such, she didn't have a permanent residence and stayed only at an unregistered black market inn, which did not require identification. Fangji was baffled by the fact that, even when the huntress went shopping, she would disguise herself. She was dressed in long clothes and pants, a baseball cap, a mask, and cheap, colorful children's sunglasses perched above her nose, completely concealing her eyes. Fangji couldn't discern her appearance at all. He purchased a telescope and attempted to peek through the inn's windows, but discovered that her curtains were always tightly drawn without the slightest gap. Damn, this woman's defenses are truly impenetrable and all-encompassing. Patiently hiding in the shadows, Fangji awaited the moment when the huntress would leave the small inn during daylight hours. He couldn't attack the huntress at night, as darkness would enhance her combat abilities. The best time would be during the intense daylight hours. When she stepped out, he planned to follow closely behind her and strike suddenly, aiming for a fatal blow. People tend to lower their guard during the day, believing that nighttime is the most dangerous period. Fangji waited for his opportunity. Due to the extreme heat, very few people were on the streets. Even the elderly seeking shade under trees had disappeared. The huntress ventured out just when the midday sun was strongest and shadows were sparse. Fangji knew his chance had arrived. He was aware that the huntress's teleportation ability not only relied on shadow coordinates, but also had distance limitations. Through their two instances of pursuit and evasion, he had roughly determined the maximum range. However, what frustrated Fangji immensely was that the huntress consistently walked along the shadows near walls, never crossing the street in the open. Fangji felt exasperated. How could such a woman exist? With caution bordering on paranoia, was she still human? Finally, around a corner, Fangji spotted his opportunity. She needed to cross a zebra crossing with no nearby flower beds, tree shades, railings, or any obstructions within 5 meters. It was a rare and perfect moment. Pretending to be a passerby, Fangji followed her across the street. As they reached the middle of the road, he swiftly moved forward, suppressing his footsteps, and lunged towards the huntress with a knife drawn. Suddenly, Fangji was taken aback as the huntress evaded his strike. With lightning speed, she drew a gleaming kitchen knife from behind her waist and thrust it backhandedly, piercing his lung. He coughed up blood, and at that moment, the huntress before him vanished. Although lacking shadows around her diminished her flexibility, she could still utilize the shadows of 2 nearby individuals for movement. Having learned from previous encounters, Fangji anticipated her tendency to attack from behind. He swiftly stabbed her in the back without turning. Clang! His blade was blocked. "You know me. You're aware of my abilities," the huntress said grimly from behind him. As she spoke, she delivered a swift kick to Fangji's lower body. His face turned purple, his expression contorted, and he stumbled several feet away, nearly losing grip on his knife as he fell to the ground. This was the first time Fangji heard the huntress's voice. It was icy, clear, and youthful. Your target is me. You've been tracking me all along. Before stalking me, you were already monitoring my residence, and you deliberately chose a spot without shadows to make your move. When did you become acquainted with me? The huntress flicked blood off the kitchen knife, her eyes harboring a hidden murderous intent beneath those comical toy sunglasses. Do you possess a superhuman ability? Did you learn about me through your power? Fangji's courage shattered at her keen perception, and he hastily scrambled to his feet. Run slowly if you must, while I kill leisurely. The huntress was unusually irritable and agitated. You forced me to draw my knife in broad daylight, ruining my chance of being a law-abiding citizen. For that, I'll slaughter you 10,000 times. This intersection was newly constructed, with relatively few passing vehicles. At noon, it happened to be completely deserted, but there were surveillance cameras overhead, though it was unclear if they were powered on. As soon as Fangji got up, the huntress kicked him back down. Each time he tried to rise, she knocked him over repeatedly. If he attempted to run faster, she would stab his waist, slowing him down. And if he aimed to counterattack with his knife, she'd ensure both his waist and legs took additional cuts. He staggered several dozen meters away, weaving from the middle of the road to the roadside, leaving a trail of blood behind for just as long. Fangji's mental defenses utterly collapsed. Bruised and battered, his body healed, only to sustain new injuries continuously. Please, just kill me quickly. Kill me. Fangji cried out, clutching his head in despair. Stop torturing me. Why do you want me to kill you? Are you not afraid of death? The huntress paused. Surely you can't truly be fearless? Fangji stared, bewildered. What kind of monstrous woman is she? How can her senses be so acute? Fangji gave up struggling and stopped trying to flee. After all, he still had resurrection attempts left. Once time reverted, everything would start anew, giving him another chance. Gripping his knife tightly, Fangji contemplated a swift slash at his own neck to commit suicide and restart. However, just as he made a move, the huntress kicked away his knife. Is it madness induced by those so-called gods that makes you unafraid of death, or were you inherently fearless? The huntress muttered to herself. No matter, it's broad daylight and I shouldn't delay too long. You really picked an opportune moment and location. There seems to be no better way for me to handle this. At any moment, someone could arrive here. One side of the road featured a small park with a fountain. Although the fountain wasn't spraying water, the pool within had accumulated to nearly half a person's height. The huntress appeared to lose interest. With a swift motion, she severed his spine once again, then dragged him by the collar to the fountain pool and tossed him in. In agony and despair, Fangji gasped for breath, bubbles escaping from his mouth. With his nerves severed and his body paralyzed, he couldn't even attempt to struggle. Fish in the fountain circled around Fangji, pecking at the blood seeping from his wounds. In the final moment before his vision went dark, Fangji saw the huntress pull out her phone from her pocket, seemingly refreshing some webpage. Fourth death cycle. Fangji entered a hysterical state. With red eyes and after much thought, he decided against confronting her directly. Instead, he planned to create a large-scale gas explosion to kill the huntress. Upon resurrection, he hastily rushed to the location where they had previously encountered, but unexpectedly, at this time, the huntress had not yet arrived in Jinshui City. Her usual small lodging was empty. Filled with vengeance, Fangji couldn't bear to wait even a single second longer. He immediately ran to a secluded urban village in Jinshui City and killed a family of 3, offering them as sacrifices to the deity he believed in. The deity extended a tiny psychic tentacle, connecting with Fangji's mind and imparting revelations to him. Mad, frenzied whispers flooded his brain, accompanied by scattered, fragmented images. He glimpsed the huntress's face and her whereabouts. She appeared significantly younger than he imagined, looking only around 18 or 19 years old. At that moment, she was in a tastefully decorated room, seated next to another lovely girl. Together, they sat at a table, with the huntress seemingly giving a lesson to the girl. The images seemed to play at double speed. Fangji witnessed the huntress packing up and leaving. As she pushed open the door, he caught sight of the house's address number, the name of the residential community, and the street sign indicating the neighborhood's location. He saw all this information. The eerie, frenzied whispers receded as Fangji exited his state of spiritual connection. Blood flowed from his orifices, with streams of nosebleeds dripping down. He wiped away the blood, his eyes now heavily bloodshot, and couldn't help but burst out laughing uncontrollably. Communicating with the deity came at a cost. Within the secret cult, those who engaged in direct or indirect communication with the deity became increasingly deranged. This was Fangji's second time communicating with the deity, and his expression displayed an ecstatic madness. Kneeling on the ground with utmost devotion, he said, "Great and merciful Lord, thank you for granting your most loyal believer divine revelation." Fangji promptly set off, stealing a motorcycle and traveling along secluded rural roads devoid of surveillance towards Tonglin City. The high-speed train journey would have taken only 20 minutes, but to avoid detection, it took him 4 hours by bike to reach his destination. By the time he arrived in Tonglin City, it was already Friday morning. This time, he couldn't afford to rush. Rubbing his hands together, he resolved to teach that huntress a painful lesson. With meticulous patience, he scouted the area and, as dusk approached, stealthily scaled the residential compound's fence. Based on the vision he had received, he broke into the home of the pretty girl. Disguising himself as a delivery person, Fangji knocked on the door, rushed inside, and knocked out the girl's parents. Starting with the most easily intimidated-looking girl, he coerced her to reveal her identity and questioned her about her relationship with the huntress. However, the girl named Su Rong was remarkably tight-lipped, gritting her teeth and refusing to disclose the huntress's contact information or even her true name. Just as Fangji was about to employ brutal methods to continue pressuring Su Rong, the doorbell rang. The familiar voice of the huntress came from behind the door. "Rong, it's me. I've brought my senior year notes for you." Having developed PTSD from his previous torment, Fangji's initial reaction upon hearing the huntress's voice was to recoil. He swiftly glanced at the tearful Su Rong, signaling fiercely for her not to make a sound. But Su Rong screamed, "Run, Sister Xin." Catastrophe. Fangji's hair stood on end. The huntress appeared the very next moment. Her misty form effortlessly penetrated the wall's barrier, teleporting twice in quick succession to instantly materialize beside Fangji. Lifting his leg, he aimed for her knee. But a distinct cracking sound echoed as his jawbone shattered. The huntress fought unarmed, relying solely on hand-to-hand combat and targeting vulnerable areas like eyes, temples, and lower body strikes. Even without weapons, Fangji was no match for her. He scrambled to escape, leaping out of the window. Su Rong's apartment was on the 3rd floor, with no security bars installed. Falling from this height wouldn't be fatal. However, the huntress grabbed a kitchen knife from the living room before following Fangji through the window. Conveniently, this particular window faced the shaded side of the building, allowing her to utilize shadow shuttling to land safely. In just a few swift steps, she caught up to him and precisely plunged the knife between his spine vertebrae, causing his entire body to go limp. The community lotus pond lies just 3 meters ahead. Upon seeing it, Fangji immediately knew how he would die this time, by drowning. As expected, the huntress threw him into the pond without hesitation. 5th death cycle. On Friday morning, Fangji woke up again. There was a limit to how many death cycles he could endure. With each death, the interval between his resurrections shortened. If the moment of his resurrection coincided with the exact time of his death, he would cease to revive entirely. He could only wait the next 7 days until the death cycle resets, allowing him to continue using this ability. Fangji panted heavily like an enraged mad bull, his breaths labored. With disordered steps, he paced back and forth, incessantly muttering to himself, sometimes praying to his lord, other times cursing the huntress. He didn't want to flee, but the reality was that each time he confronted her, he ended up running away, which deeply humiliated him. "It's because I'm not strong enough," Fangji murmured. He could effortlessly kill several ordinary people, but he couldn't defeat the huntress, who seemed like a killing machine. Fangji kneeled down and prayed, "Great and merciful Lord, if I offer more sacrifices to you, would you grant me the power to slay my enemy?" There was no response from the divine entity. The assistance God could provide was limited. He had not fully awakened, preventing his strength from bestowing upon Fangji. Fengji's eyes turned completely red with desperation. A gun, it struck him suddenly. If I could have a gun, just one gun, I could kill her. No, killing her alone is not enough. I must kill everyone associated with her.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.